fallouts. We've been up, down, but I blame myself. There's no doubt we're back up now. Who knows why we fell? Pulling, pushing, holding on for something. The blue sky is coming, 'cause we're still here. Oh, I feel the love. Yeah, I feel the love. It's something we don't need to understand. Oh, I feel the love. Yeah, I feel the love. Let's just go, no, we don't need a plan. 'Cause I feel the love. 'Cause I feel the love. There were rough seas where we barely even knew ourselves. There's a cool breeze as the air clears. I don't know well. Pulling, pushing, holding on for something. The blue sky is coming, 'cause we're still here. Oh, I feel the love. Yeah, I feel the love. It's something we don't need to understand. Oh, I feel the love. Yeah, I feel the love. Let's just go, no, we don't need a plan. 'Cause I feel the love. 'Cause I feel the love. Oh, I feel the love. Yeah, I feel the love. It's something we don't need to understand. Oh, I feel the love. Yeah, I feel the love. Let's just go, no, we don't need a plan. 'Cause I feel the love.
One stage left. No cushion, no do-overs.
That is that, folks. Alcancia closed the book.
Every map matters. Every second counts.
Rocket is looking clean with his plays. You can't win this fight.
World Finals on the line. Stockholm in sight.
Just lasered. I mean, there's just nothing stopping Chronic right now.
Hold W. Win. Ticket punched.
The bowler just detonates everybody.
Lose. GG's. Season over.
In a dominant position. Oh, what? That flick was insane.
The strongest will rise. The rest will watch you.
What? There's no way! GK have done it!
Rise as champions. OWCS Stage 3 starts now.
Man, it is kind of crazy how quickly 2025 has been flying by. We're already now into week 5 of OWCS. Welcome back, everybody, to the Overwatch Champions Series here for EMEA. I cannot wait to get things started. We've got some heaters on the docket here today, not just for EMEA, but for NA as well. And you guys heard probably that my voice sounded a little bit different. I am filling in for Zoe this weekend. I'm Ash, going to be your host. And of course, I'm going to be joined here with Jaws and Rose, who you guys have swapped over from NA this weekend, huh?
Yeah, a little switcheroo. Don't mind it. Look, I like covering a little bit EMEA from time to time. It's good to swap over to some less honest sim comps. But yeah, it'll be a good time.
Less honest. I'm excited too. How are you feeling about that sim meta here for EMEA, Rose? Unfortunately.
I've been muted this whole time, so I guess you don't have to hear any of the talk about the. You two could hear me,
She
but
was
the
like,
stream
man,
couldn't.
I love Symmetra, dude. EMEA, no way.
Yeah, I
You could
can't
just
believe Rose is saying all of
imagine
that.
what I was saying.
Man, that's crazy.
Yeah, Rose was just yapping about how much she loves Sim.
Oh, yeah.
But taking a look at these standings here, I think what was fun about last weekend, we got to see VP also take the lead over Twisted Minds in that matchup. It was such a close match there as well, Jack, between those two.
Yeah, it was a banger, a classic. You'd expect both the squads to go for the full distance. It feels at this very moment in time, unlike North America, where there are two teams undefeated, that this is the kind of look as we go into playoffs. Alcad #1, VP, TM. That 4th spot, a little bit up in the air. Obviously, Team Peps and Vision do play today, so that 4th seed is what they're going to be buying for. But yeah, this is looking like the standings. Only one more week after this, so there's not too many shuffles.
The biggest implication here is that if you are in that 5th or 6th place spot, you are going to be immediately dropped into the lower bracket of our double elimination playoffs. So that match, I think, is going to be the most exciting today, but there's also that GK and Team Liquid game later on. Ash, I think that's where all eyes are on today.
Yeah, everyone's going to be tuning in for NA later, but we've got a great appetizer here to start off the day in EMEA, especially with that battle of seeding between Team Peps and Vision. These squads had very different week 4s, if you will, with Team Peps having that 0-3 up against an Alcadia that's been leading the pack here in EMEA, Jack.
Yeah, very different opponents. Yeah, Alcad at #1 and Team Peps lose, and then Quick Esports at the last slot, and Vision end up winning that 3-0. An expected outcome for both teams. These are your middle of the pack squads that are vying for that 4th spot. I think Team Peps have looked pretty decent though. I've actually been very impressed. Although Team Vision, I don't think there's too much you can't count them out just yet. Like, I think with how Violet and especially Choice 01 have been playing on the Tracer and like the hyperflex that Violet can bring out, it's going to be a close one. I think Peps more relying on the kind of Lucio style stuff with FD God's going to be nice. It's going to be the battle of the backlines. At least that's what it is for me. Violet versus FD God. We've seen that matchup a couple of times in the Overwatch League. In fact, they've been on a team together in the San Francisco Shock. So yeah, it's going to be a heater for sure.
It's looking great for Team Peps, but I still think I have to give this one to Team Vision. They've just looked amazingly dominant, especially with that backline, as you were highlighting, Jack. But I think the roster depth that they have to be able to bring in Yonte and Yoham, but you do have Strubber to be able to take some of those main support duels if you really want. I think like I'm also just talking about a completely different team here. I should be talking about Violet and Skyle, but it's kind of the same thing where they just have a deep roster that they can rely on Team Vision.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting, especially considering the fact that for Vision, they're jumping off that momentum off of that quick game up against Quick Esports compared to Peps looking for that bounce back. Of course, I think that when you play up against a team like Alcatia as well, though, there is the opportunity to take so much away from that loss. And then also taking a look at these mode win rates here, right? Jack, I think what's crazy is that neither of these teams have played Escort yet so far this season.
Yeah, well, they haven't won Escort. I mean, look, they got crushed on Gibraltar against Alcad, that being Team Peps. It'd be fun to go to either Escort or Push because someone's got to win, someone's got to lose that one. So, you know, those percentages are getting disrupted. I also like Peps being at a dead 50% total win rate. That's kind of fire. I got to be with Rose, though, I think Vision have the upper hand coming into this. And you saw in the lower third, too. Vision win here, they clinched that top 4 slot. So like this match for them is this is going to be the stage maker for them. This is where they want to win. And I mean, even if you look at the week after that, you're against VP. It's like, okay, you're probably expecting a loss there, but that's good practice going into the playoffs.
Speaking of practice, you guys have gotten a lot of reps in for Fantasy League. So let's take a look at how those standings ended up turning out from week 4. You know what? Listen, it might be bad, but the silver lining, Rose, you're positive this week.
She's not a negative
Oh my
one.
god. Yeah, like actually getting 46 points on the board. But what a travesty that it could have been more than that if I had made the right decision for the tank in my lineup for the week. I'm not good at fantasy. But neither is Jack, so we're made for each other.
I'm terrible at
Guys are holding hands at the bottom right now.
Seriously, I'm terrible at picking people, but also on top of that, I'm like, okay, I'm going to go with 5 players and stick with the 5 players. And I was like, oh, they're not playing Vestola as much. Okay, well, that's a problem for me. It's okay. Hopefully someone will make it up this week to me. A lot of my players are playing good matches this week, so yeah, we're chill. Space Station, players, you just got to farm. Chronic, I'm looking at you.
Love to see it. Love to see it. But let's take a look at some of the changes that have come through because Avril definitely jumped up on the leaderboard here for week 4. And it seems like his strat as far as how Avril wants to approach a lot of these roster changes, if you will, here for his Fantasy League team, taking a look at the matches that he's expecting to come up in both regions here as well. He's definitely playing it smart here, Rose.
He's got a nice mix of players from different teams, but then of course with that sub, that's exactly what you're calling out is Team Liquid, maybe not going to have the greatest of matches today when their opponent is as tough as they are, so may as well get somebody else in that might be able to farm more stats. So we also did amazing last week. I feel like she's kind of slowly climbing the ranks, and she's got 2 amazing supports in that backline too, as well as Shockwave is just popping off.
Yeah, you got to get Shockwave in, man. Look, Gen G, they're not doing so hot. Everybody's kind of laying them out right now, and maybe rightfully so. But yeah, some Shockwave for Backbone, yeah, top notch. Honestly, Slowy's kind of popping. Can't lie. Chronic,
She's killing it. She's killing it.
Please.
Okay, walk us through this one.
Okay,
God, walk us through this one.
Okay, like I said, I go in with 5 players and I don't make any changes. That is it. I'm just going in with 5. Again, maybe not the smartest choice, especially when it comes to tank player. I thought Vestola would get most of the playtime, but we've seen a little bit of swaps. However, Chronic, SSG, they face Extinction. That's a lot of points. And then Admiral, Lethal. That might not be as many points because I expect the series to go pretty close later today versus Liquid. However, I think, especially with Lethal, he's just got to hit some heads, and I know he can do it in big games. So they're going to do it. It's all good. It's chill. It's chill. I'm not worried.
I am.
Okay, well, Jack's got he's got the loyalty strat. I see that you didn't take Jake's advice from last weekend where he said you just got to guarantee you're getting a starting 5 every single time. What's with the coin toss, Rose?
I was one of the last people to pick in our draft, and that meant that I didn't necessarily have the most tanks to choose from. So I was like, I'll pick both, Painkiller and Rhino, and then just go ahead and gamble every week on which one is going to actually see play. And so I think I would have been able to do a little bit better last week. But again, I had Rhino in my roster, and then Nightmare only played Painkiller. And so now I know with Painkiller in the roster, they're only going to play Rhino. I'm going to get 0 points in the tank roll too this week, as long as I'm not last. We'll
okay, well,
so
thanks, Rose. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Jack, for taking one for the team.
I'm losing to the guy that used AI and drained like a small lake to come up with his team.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. This isn't fair.
Sorry, I can't defend you. I cannot
149.
defend you on this.
However, like every failing politician, I will pull my horses out of the race and support the top dog. I will support Johnny this week. And Johnny, I hope you do really well. Please shower me with some points, Johnny. Please just share them. Please.
That's some great positive reinforcement that you got there for Johnny there. We'll see how that pans out for you, Jack. But on top of the fantasy fun, we also have great fun with our co-streamers who will be tuning in for these matches for the weekend here as well with Avril and Hottie.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so excited. You guys also know that they will also have their drops enabled on stream here as well. And both these streamers, they're going to add so much context, I think, to the broadcast. So you guys can have all of those streams open while we watch and earn here. And today's actually the last day, Rose, to get these lovely drops here for OWCS before we do a little bit of a swap over in drops. And you know us, we love our energy drinks.
This is so diva coded. You know, the late night gaming with the pizza that's probably cold and all the energy drinks that you've had to help you on your hate play, like, you know,
what you hate watching somebody like?
No, like, you know, when you're just like on a lose streak, but you want to take to the device to heart where it's like, who doesn't lose 10 in a row? You know, you just got to win
So
the
true.
11th
One
one.
more.
One more.
Just gotta go one
Yeah, that's what the drinks are for. It's just one more, bro.
Also, Hardy is looking.
It's always just
big.
one more.
He's looking so swole in that photo. I'm just saying. I'm glad to see Hardy back in the mix as well in the co-streaming department. Yeah, it looks like Marcus Rule looks got beast. So yeah, it's a fun time.
Yeah. I mean, he's looking tough for some tough matchups this weekend, that's for sure. Super excited for it. But as we get into our first match of the day, we already had that preamble about the one that we're really looking forward to for EMEA. But to kick things off, we are going to have Virtus Pro up against Quick Esports. And for VP, I think that was a great win that they had up against Twisted Minds last week. And that was huge to secure that second place slot there, Rose.
Absolutely. And I'm excited to see what they're going to end up doing this week. I think Isis looked particularly good in this roster. Of course, we miss Vistola being able to see play in Virtus Pro. Definitely one of my favorite tank players to watch. But Ice just has this versatility in terms of being able to play the Hazard and the Wrecking Ball and the Diva, as well as the rest of the off tanks, that I think you're just allowed to play more dive, more of that flex if you want to play a bit more rock, paper, scissors into what the other team is going to play. So I think Ice will see a bit more play this week. And then, of course, like, you can't ignore Kevster coming into this roster from the Ultimates and just slotting in like he hasn't missed a beat with this team.
I mean, he'll never miss a beat, honestly, if he just jumps in into the server. I think this Virtus Pro roster is really built for success. I know they released a video recently on their YouTube channel talking about how Smash is going to be joining them for 2026. So that's really exciting too. Just year-on-year growth and build-up for VP is really important. And honestly, clutching that second seed is kind of sick. Like, Virtus Pro, I think, coming into the mid-season, you were like, okay, all this kind of sim that's been played, like even some of the Korean teams were caught a little bit off guard with it. I think VP, if they kind of stick with this core that they have, swapping in Vestola when needed and Ice when needed, especially with a big patch that's probably coming before the World Finals, yeah, they're in good standing. I have high hopes for VP going into finals.
No, for sure. So many opportunities to be able to adapt for this roster to the meta shifts that might be coming into the future. But when we talk about who they're versing today in Quick Esports, different storyline here, right? Quick Esports aren't going to be able to qualify into playoffs. This is a fun team that we love to watch and support, and we've got a fun game also to do that little introduction as we head into this matchup here as well. Rose is really good at this game. The emoji game, she's always killing it.
Sky Tour.
For this one, we've got to guess the. Okay, I didn't even get to introduce what we're doing, but we're guessing the players.
It's Sky Tour. It's Winston in the sky with the sun, and he's, you know, flying around. This one's evil.
Evil. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
that one's-
Well, okay, that was
okay,
us
simple.
doing it in time. Okay. Just saying.
Yeah, we are on it together. Yeah.
So true. I'm very bad.
Jack's like, yeah, we're all a team. It's not
Yeah, we're
Rose
all a
carrying
team.
us.
Yeah,
We swear Rose
exactly.
isn't just carrying
That's
us.
what I'm
Next one.
saying.
Next one. Oh, ice drop. Snowdrop. Snowdrop.
Snowdrop, snowdrop.
Drop. Ice drop.
I was like, I was ready for like an ice snow. Wrong team.
An ice gnome. Oh,
Wrong team.
honest.
Rapid fire, though. Rapid fire.
Is this Yonte? Or is this Yoham?
It isn't Jonte a supermarket in Sweden? Am I
Is
crazy?
it?
I
Oh.
think so. I can't remember. I
Oh,
can't
then
remember
it's either
Jonte
Strubber or Yoham.
I'm lost on this one.
Rebel, Joham. I'm going to name everybody on the roster.
Legs.
It's right in front of my face. Production says that doesn't help. Controller, running guy.
Quick
It's a
Esports.
shoot.
Oh, it's just
Quick
the
Esports.
team.
Oh, it's just.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay, it was right.
Hold on. We were told it was for the roster. That's team name. That's crazy. We got thrown a loop there.
Oh,
Rebel.
this is Strubber. Yeah. This
Right,
one's
and there's
Strubber.
four.
Yeah.
This one's so easy.
And this is Yonte.
Yonte has to be right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yonte.
We're picking up what you're putting down, Prod. We're picking up what you're putting down.
That. This is good.
You know what? They threw us for a little bit of a loop there, but I feel like we
Rose
did
is
a pretty
like,
good job. No, I know.
We're
Rose
not
can
evil
play this
with
game all
Yoham.
day.
Come on now. I was ready for those.
I know you were, Rose. I know you were, but we got to get into the roster itself after that fun of OG game. I think we won. I'm going to say that the Dusk won. I feel like I can just put that out there. But taking a look at the starting roster for Quick Esports, again, this is a squad where it is going to be that David and Goliath matchup here, Jack. What are you expecting out of Quick as far as how they're going to fare up against EV?
Yeah, it's tough, man. It's like Quick have become like the Dilducks of EMEA. I feel like with Quick, it's like, you know what? This is a scrim for that Dilducks Quick show match that's going to go down at some point. I think even off the back of a very close game with VP and TM, this is still probably going to be a VP 3-0. I can't imagine a world where VP don't just kind of roll, but you know, for Quick, you know, they're here for a good time, and that's cool. So yeah, I hope they have a good time. And look at that, 4% of our viewers are also here for a good time. Let's go.
Okay, let's go. We got, you know what? We will take that. We'll take the net positive there from the viewers. We love to see it. But let's get straight into our first matchup of today here between VP and Quick Esports.
Yes, thank you very much, Ash. And yes, good to have you back, by the way. VP and Quick, Rose, should be a 3-0. However, what are kind of the bright spots for Quick here? If you look at this more of a stage overall, what do you think Quick can kind of take away from this series if you're any of the players?
I think they still have strong players, and even looking at having to face promotion and relegation again, this is a roster of players that I will always expect to find their way back out of promotion and relegation and back into the next stage of OWCS. Because these players aren't strangers to playing on this stage before, and I think especially when you take a look at the back line, I think Strubber, Yoham, Yonte in particular has really stood out to me as somebody who has a great mechanical skill. And SkyTour, I think just the more experience that you're going to get by playing tank, and especially at this high level, I think that's something that's really going to heavily benefit Quick Esports in the future. Just more experience and practice together as a team gives you more synergy.
All right, a Tracer ban for Quick, denying Kev that pick. And then we got a Hog for VP. Lijiang Tower been one of VP's weakest control maps. They've only won it once, and that was against good guys at the very start of the stage. They lost 2-0 versus TM last week, and even 2-0 versus Alcad as well on Lijiang. So you can just
Is that a respected result though? I think that's that's something that we probably expect. I'm not really sure that Virtus Pro are actually that upset to lose to Alcad or Twisted Minds on this map, especially with the Symmetra stuff.
Yeah, against the Sim stuff for sure. Yeah, Sim very good on these maps. We'll have to wait and see what Quick want to bring to the table. Unfortunately, their season is well and truly done in that eighth spot. They got a single back win on the board, so you know you can take that one home. I did see, I think the Dilducks Twitter account put out a good meme the other day, because they are like the sister team to Dilducks in EMEA.
Every
so
team needs a bottom. Every region needs a bottom.
So true. Yeah, hang on, it's so true. I thought you were going to go somewhere else with that, but all right, VP, what you got for us? So we're going to see Ice starting in the roster, like you kind of predicted, Rose. Little less Festola here, going to go with Ice on the Zarya.
And we've got Skytor on the Reinhardt. Okay, Evil is one of those players that I've always looked at for that Junkrat play. I remember being on one of these more OTP teams, and the Junkrat just kind of standing out as one of those funny picks to be able to see, and unfortunately is also going to be the first to fall.
Kevster was an orbital laser, then just got booped up by the Junkrat mine and still lasered the rat down. Very late TP actually from Quick. You saw VP getting to the point way faster. So they were able to actually hit the ground before Quick even clicked on the teleport. But there's the first cap.
The teleporter is able to get you in so fast, and then when you also have double beam comp with the Zarya and the Symmetra, it's so difficult to actually get away from all of that, especially when your team is getting split up. You have a main now from Evil, so that's also something that could backfire against your team if you're not using the wall to play a bit more defensively. But Virtus Pro have actually taken the flip since Skytor has been able to make his way to the backup point, and that is going to force Virtus Pro into this position where you've got to kind of walk into the mid, and that's going to work out for them this time.
Yeah, nice little boop there from Fixer. Boop and Evil off the point. Yonte taken to the skies. In amongst around, what, 5 or 6 people there? So yeah, gonna die pretty fast. Nice double from Fixer. Good initial engagement there, though, from Quick. They did teleport to the window, put the wall up on one of the doors, and then tried to force VP to fight through one of them, but unfortunately, Skytor lost too much HP.
And now they're looking at this situation where Virtus Pro at 50% already. They're going to be working up to their first set of ultimates. Mostly looking at this sound barrier from Fixa. You can actually use this quite aggressively, and the barrier is up here. Kepter could just pop that across the point, and you split up this fight very well, especially as a response to the window.
Yeah, perfect response in all honesty. Fixer spotting out the TP there, maybe hoping someone comes through so they can boot them off the map again, but gonna wait for the time being. No need to rush if you're VP in this situation. Double support ult, wait for Quick to jump on point. Gala puts down rush. You have the beat for the Shadow or the Blizzard. Teleport from Skytor though into the back line, so the rest of Quick Esports are split up right now, although saying that, here comes Skytor again. Aggressive beat though. They're not going to use that rush first. Lamp trying to be deployed by Yonte, but yeah, unfortunately for Skytor was kind of booped inside the point, so the Lamp wasn't actually touching him, and that'll be the fight for VP. And a very BM grab on the Mei too. That should just be round Rose.
Yeah, I don't think that's BM when you know that you've got 96%, and if you just kill everybody now, even with their Shard Shatter, who's actually going to be able to make it to the point? Virtus Pro just want to end the round here now, and they even use the Kitsune Rush just to be able to win at that main choke point.
Man, the life of a Reinhardt there. You land the Shatter, you pin the Zarya against the wall, the Kiriko is perma healing the Zarya, and you just can't do enough damage. Man, that is, unfortunately, Reinhardt in 2025, until they give him some sort of, I don't know, some sort of LMG that he can deploy behind his shield, it's going to be a rough life for the Rhine, but we'll see if he can make it work on this one.
That's the next perk. Next
an LMG, just like a minigun
shield
behind the shield. That'd be kind of sick. Steals one of Malga's guns and just puts it behind it. I mean, it would kind of work.
What if you steal a weapon from your own team?
What? That would be kind of sick.
Or like
Still Sims Bean, that would be insane.
Yeah, exactly. All right, well, round number 2. Shockwave has done amazing. We are going to see Ice on the Wrecking Ball this time around, but Kepster with a boop so far. That's so early.
Yeah, nice stuff. Classic Gardens and Kepster with a double. Alrighty. Quick Esports with a quick regroup. I like that change to Snowdrop though. Yeah, getting over to the Freya. Been seeing a lot more popularity recently. It's a rather large crosshair for a Pharah, but you're doing splash damage to be fair, so it's all good. I mean, and Yonte actually kills Shockwave. Okay, third death of Shockwave, only person that's died on VP side.
Oh, is it fair though if you're gonna be getting the front end of an off angle? I don't know, but you know, Shockwave is still doing a job here, which is going to be using this Freya to help to counter that Pharah and even actually push Evil off of that character to go over to the Sombra. Sombra really here to try to mark down this Wrecking Ball, even try to get the Pharah Clipper wings out of the sky. Getting a hack onto these players is going to be really hard. Everybody's so mobile.
Yeah, it does feel like it would be nigh impossible, but there's a good one. Slam, though. Shields, and Ice is dead. Okay, way too aggressive on the Wrecking Ball there. Keps is closing on this barrage. Already found 3 kills this round already, and that barrage, quick, realistically should know Kev is pretty close to it. We'll see if Keps can actually get an angle, though. Skytor is going to make it rather difficult for them. A quick little rush from Yonte on the point, as now Skytor locks it down. VP lose control, but Quick still end up losing a player, though. Lucio dead. As we will see Ice coming back in, slamming the bridge, but this rush is still active. Will fade away in a couple of seconds. The VP now needs to collapse on one target. Skytor is going to be the main focus for the time being, but that defense matrix, it can't last forever, Sally, and there is the eject.
I was gonna say this is the perfect time for Kepster to actually use this barrage, but they don't even need it since they just get control of the point anyway. Yote barely escapes, falling off the edge of the map. But this is a tough fight now for Quick Esports. They use that Kitsune Rush, able to get a couple of percentage off of that, but now they're looking at almost a full slate of ultimates for Virtus Pro. They still have this barrage. It's gonna still be quite tricky to land, given that the Diva is back in mech. You have the defense matrix to worry about, but you also have Wrecking Ball mines. If you go into this small corridor, might get really unlucky about how you're hit with some of this damage.
Not the most inspirational bolus there, but it's all good. Kevster made up for that one. Double kill with the barrage as they went in White Room. And a quick reset for the Diva. Goodbye, Skytor. Final fight now for Quick. They got EMP, they got bolus, they got... Well, they will have beat in a couple of moments, but they actually need to get to the point. Yonte, no! Dies in the doors. And this is VP just trying to punish as much as possible.
This is the lowest I've ever seen a Pharah be on the ground. But it's perfect because, like, you actually have Quick Esports going in with the sound barrier just to be able to touch point. Jack, they can't get there.
Yeesh. Yeah, they even sound barrier on the gates too out of their spawn. Well, not on the spawn doors itself, but the little, like, archway thing. And Kevster, you could see, you say he's playing super low, but his plan, you could see it, was to boop anybody that tries to go through the window with a concussion, which looks pretty cool. And unfortunately, yeah, even the Diva didn't get there. Yonte getting booped around by Ice at the very end. Shockwave with 4 deaths. Disappointing. 7 and 4 and 15 and 1 for... I'm joking. Good look, though, for VP in what is a fairly one-sided Lijiang Tower.
I mean, that one kill onto Ice Gnome was also because you did get a coordinated hack onto the Wrecking Ball and were able to follow up with that Diva damage. But otherwise, I mean, it's Virtus Pro, one of the top teams in the region for a reason. And unfortunately for Quick Esports, I think even if they do come up with these unique strategies, like the Reinhardt, trying out the Junkrat, and using the Mei later on, as well as this Sombra, it just hasn't been enough to really lock down an individual target. And I think when you are having to play a little bit more reactionarily with your team composition, or to like have answers, I think that means you're not necessarily going in with your best game plan. You're just trying to make sure that you have an answer for the other team.
Yeah, like I said in the pre-show, just treating this as a warm-up for Quick. That Dealduck show match is going to go absolutely crazy.
That will be very fun to watch.
Tried to get the boob. No one ended up coming through the window either. Lucio was a little bit too far away. Nice work from VP. And I think Smash as well in the back room for Virtus Pro isn't exactly going to take this one lightly. It's like go in, get the job done, practice what we've been, well, I guess preaching in the scrims, I suppose, is a good way of putting that. But he's not going to be taking this one lax at all. We've seen a few teams in North America, Rose, where they're like, okay, well, we know we're probably going to win here, so we can kind of fall around a little bit. I don't think Smash is going to allow that to happen with the VP boys. So, yeah, we'll see where we go next. Obviously, it's Quick's chance to choose. Let's fight on something a little bit more on their terms. We'll see where we go.
Well, you definitely can't play relaxed into any See, I think for Virtus Pro specifically, like, don't play relaxed into any team, because I think with Quick Esports and how they have been playing a little more on the silly side, or just with some of these more niche hero picks, if you're not playing with good fundamentals, that's really where these silly picks can actually find value. Like getting a Reinhardt pin. If your support isn't nearby, then you don't actually get the Suzu, or you don't get the healing to keep yourself up. Same thing with a Junkrat. If you're just falling prey to some random Junkrat mines, then that's also something that could be a problem for your team. So you do still have to have that fundamental value there.
Yeah, don't forget to take part in the DHL Moments campaign as well. You can be in with a chance of getting a full ride to the finals, which is very soon. I like how Ash opened up the show, by the way, of being like, oh yeah, we're almost at the end of the stage and playoffs and then world finals. It's like I don't know, the year just goes by so fast. So yeah, esl.gg/DHL-OWCS, and you can predict the EMEA or NA winners. And guess what? You don't even have to be correct. We just have to join the campaign, and hopefully you end up getting a ticket to the World Final. It's going to be a good time, big gaming festival as well, but you're going to be there for Overwatch, and it's going to be sick. So yeah, make sure you go check that out.
That's a really hard thing to get right in North America, especially when we're taking a look at the top spot. That one is still super hotly contested. If you got it right in EMEA, congratulations. That one was already basically locked down and decided. So it's all about where everyone else decides to fall after that. But I mean, Jack, I don't know where we're going to go in this next match either, because I'm trying to think of all of the different maps that Quick Esports could try to bring out some of those more niche hero picks on. I think there's a case basically for every single one, but then it's a matter of, do you want to try to play those picks on a more standard map? Like, do you want to go to King's Row or Suravasa, as those have been very highly picked for this stage?
Just go to King's Row. Look, I want to see more people on
just
the
take it.
Spam comps. Everybody loves a good spam comp. So yeah, just bring us to King's Row. Wouldn't mind Suravasa either. I think for VP and how they play, like, it's going to be water off a duck's back. It really is, or a snow off a polar bear's back, I suppose, in the case of Virtus Pro. But with, especially with the ability to kind of sub their Stoller in and out, it's going to be fine. I also like the Zarya right now. I think with the EMEA especially, it's looking like a lot of Space Station Gaming's out there. With Hawk on the Zarya, and then maybe flipping over to Diva. Looks like we're going to go to Junkertown, and you say about like niche heroes. I mean, this is probably one of the maps where you can bring out a little bit of spice. So yeah, we'll see how quick end up dealing with this. VP obviously on the other end. They can even bring in Vestola for some fun on the Sigma. But that's probably a little bit too slow. Sombra ban and a Lijiang ban for Quick.
Wow. I mean, Sombra is one of those heroes that could give this Virtus Pro composition a little bit more trouble, especially because the open area, how big it is on that first point, actually kind of makes it better for Wrecking Ball. I think you just have a lot more movement and you're able to more quickly navigate the map on that hero. So having the Sombra ban makes a lot of sense if you'd like to lean Ice Gnome more into that Wrecking Ball for Junkertown.
Yeah, I don't mind the Sombra ban, either. I think it's definitely well targeted. Sombra, rather pesky, especially as you can hack all those mega health packs on first, where the ball is going to be like zipping around, even on second too. Hacking the mega health packs on second, where it's like, well, we need like exact call outs for some of these points, but like the mega health pack on the right and the one on the left, it's not like other games or like tag shooters where like we have exact call outs for things. It's like, yeah, the left hand mega health pack or the right hand one, but if you take those away, it could be a real big deterrent to play something like a Wrecking Ball. So yeah, I really like that ban from Virtus Pro. There's no substitutions either, so Ice is staying in the roster for VP. We'll see what Quick want to do. They've been one of the more fun teams to watch. I think even Matt was saying very fun in terms of comps. So let's have a look.
I'm always here for the silliness, and maybe we'll get to see Virtus Pro match some of that chaotic energy as we head into the next map of our series. But for now, we'll see if any of these heroes in the attack spot stick. But we can turn our focus to Quick Esports, running back this Reinhardt. This time, though, putting Evil onto the Mei immediately, and you're still going to have that teleporter available for any of those quick pivots from Snowdrop on the Symmetra.
I love the Ryan. This is, oh my, I have not seen a hold here. Like, this used to be such a big thing, holding this room with a Rhine.
I know.
And It reminds me of like old Overwatch League teams as well, where they'd run Mei on this map too, and under the small bridge you could hold with the Mei. You Rhine, shield, then you Mei wall, and you just keep rotating that. So honestly, bringing back the classics, I love to see it. It's gonna get torn apart though by this Pharah. I mean, that's the big problem. The splash damage is a little rough.
You don't have the Wuyong because it's banned, but you do have the Pharah for that major splash damage. And this is definitely working against them right now. They've already used the Immortality Field as Yonte lets that rip, and now it's time to get the eliminations if you're Virtus Pro.
Bro's sitting and like, help me, help.
Shockwave is bola shot.
Prize. Yeah, that's the passive for you. Pretty quick ult. All those elims slash assists, like you're chilling. A lot of damage too for Kevs. So look at that, 65%. Quick Esports though, they're still running with it. They got to get to this hut first though, but I doubtful that's going to happen. They're going to get bola shot or blasted through the window by Ice Gnome in a couple of seconds.
Yeah, they are going to take the underneath and try to get to this room, and that would be where they would want to try to get the hold onto the payload.
Strebble down, Strebble down. Uh-oh, no Lucio, but it's all good. Because now you rotate the shield and then the wall. Shield, then wall. Shield, then wall. Well, now it's just shield. And now there's nothing, and Kev's just got an ult. All right, well, that was the plan anyway. But obviously that didn't work, so.
Okay, well then the next plan for Virtus Pro would be have this Pharah with the rocket barrage into something like this window, or even just the underpass. Shockwave just dismantles that plan entirely and has a plan of his own.
Come on, touch the point, guys. Let's get a quick list in though, as we see what the plan is for the next fight.
What do you want to go, Evo?
Yeah. Just play whatever you want there, guys. We got Tracer. Yeah.
I'm going Kiri after.
Sombra ban.
Oh yeah, Sombra ban. Didn't know about. Let's go Soldier maybe after Sin. I'll just play. I'll run around with you.
We could.
No. Don't. So you fucking beater. Get away from him. Like, oh my god. Let me make up there with my way.
This is my angle.
My team, my Chungus team. Tracer left. Well, I'm in the back line. That's the good news. Bad news.
Snowdrop's gonna die alone. Snowdrop's gonna die alone.
The ball might make something. Watch out.
You're bugging.
Bro, I'm making a move. Bro,
I'm on point, guys. King on fire. Far low. I mean, fair one. 2-1. Look, fair one. You push that so you can push in the room.
Yes, dude.
One ball.
Oh, never mind.
Oh, yo, all in the room. Ball low. Just chill. I can slam in the room. I can slam.
Yeah, go. I have angle. I'm walking in.
Kill barrage.
Pharah.
Oh my god. Nice wall. Nice. Oh, Cap, nice. Lulu, chill.
On low.
Kill 1 HP, Kiri. I cannot push in the mines though.
Oh yeah.
Watch out, guys.
Lulu.
I can't. B and 5 and Avia. We have retake here with B. You guys coming point. 3, 2, 1. Lulu. Half.
Carry's almost back. You can really retake. You need to live Sky.
B and 4. Oh, there's no mega. I'm living it ish. We can go with B here. You ready? Can go. Look, fair. Coming down now. I'm on point. Fair one.
Excellent.
It's a Vriz.
I'm back. I'm shooting for you.
I'm dead. I can't. I should have just left.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Please, sorry. Lewin, half. One Lou.
Oh, yes, Claire.
He gets out. Boring.
Thanks for the heal.
What is my Chungus team doing, bro? I love those comms. Overwatch comms. Yeah, nice attempted hold there by Quick Esports. You saw kind of, or you heard even kind of a discussion what kind of picks we want to play after we change to the sim. Looks like Snowdrop's gonna rocking out on the Soldier. Pretty decent actually on this point. So we'll see if that ends up working out. Skytor has the mines. Couldn't use them in that last fight, sadly, as Ice tries to dominate this high ground. Mines deployed on point, but unfortunately, no kills just yet.
But this Wrecking Ball still has that high ground access to try to bully this Soldier off of the high ground, even try to force the Kiriko off, so you need to use that Swift Step to get back up to that high ground if somebody is still on it. But Kep's just gonna have a Pulse Bomb, so I think just if Ice can pressure everybody off of high ground, then it really sets up Kepster to just go after these low ground targets with the Pulse.
An honourable duel with the Wrecking Balls there. Mines available, of course, for Ice. But yeah, it's a couple of quick kills from Shockwave and Gala. Should stop Quick Esports from trying to even contest it. And then Ice can even just mines the spawn door, in all honesty. It's going to let SkyTour go for the time being. However, it spotted both supports, and a quick push back in just means both Evil and SkyTour have very little support to back them up in this fight.
This looks like it should be a full cap, though, for Virtus Pro. The mines, as you said, can cover this entire outside area across this third point. You've got the rush as well that you're going to have to fight into. At least Quick can match that.
Yeah, they got a match there. Susie used by Gala, so that's a good time to go in. A visor from Snowdrop on the rush. Yeah, you can't even drop a beat in that instance there if you fix it, even if you did have it. All right, okay, they've halted the payload for now. 2.5 minutes to go, but little old sadly in the bank. A full 3 for VP, make that 2 as the mines are used to clear everybody off the high ground. Snowdrop now being the target, at least for the Tracer, as everybody from Virtus Pro has basically flipped the map on them. Sound Barrier connects with 5, Pulse Bomb misses onto SkyTour, but they got a touch. That High Noon secures 1, and that Lucio is stuck in the spawn. It's a slow, painful death here for the rest of Quick Esports as Shockwave just locks down one of the spawn doors, and they eventually kill SkyTour. Well, Samoa hit the sound barrier, but SkyTour is still pretty low, Rose.
Yeah, he's very low, but he is moving at the speed of light. It is so hard to hit.
What's happening? Okay, there you go. The slam connects. Eventually, SkyTour has stopped. He was it was a particle with a Hadron Collider there on the point. Quick Esports, they defend for a considerable amount of time there. 1 minute and 43 on the time bank for VP.
Yeah, Quick Esports did a pretty good defensive hold at the end of that second point, and then on the end of the third, SkyTour stalled for such a long amount of time that you did get a chance to whittle down the time bank of Virtus Pro. Minute and 40 is still a lot of time to work with, since if we do go to extra time or extra rounds, then Virtus Pro will have plenty of time to actually build up to ultimates. So it's really nice to have a time bank over a minute. But as we go to the flip side of things, you get a chance to see the stats, and Virtus Pro dominating right now. Ice 20-0 on the Wrecking Ball also.
Again, something we kind of expected, and I think Smash 2 expects this kind of result. Virtus Pro running out with Peps on the May. All right. Kind of like that. Don't mind this as well. If you expect Quick as well to run out with the Rhyme, which they have done for the last couple of stages on Control and the first round of this map, so don't mind the May pick whatsoever. And then Freya has really kind of peaked back up in the meta recently. Been really enjoying seeing Freya a lot. I think with the ability to lock people down with the bolus, and also your disengage ability from Wrecking Balls as well is extremely good. So yeah, Shockwave, no, he's no slouch on that pick, that is for certain. He's so scary. Widowmaker though for Snowdrop. We'll see if they can land a shot. No, just a body shot on Shockwave, no insta-kill.
Now, Shockwave did have to play a little carefully there because he was taking quite a bit of damage. Actually gets bullied off of the high ground for that reason, so needs to make a rotation to get better sight lines onto the rest of the team. But you can see Ice just kind of spamming damage to where Snowdrop has shown their head just on that high ground and is still looking for a target. It's tough though, because with the Widowmaker you want to make sure that you're getting an elimination, otherwise this pick is kind of useless.
Snowdrop was like a living sentry gun up there without shooting, just surveilling the landscape. Couple of bowler shots, a couple of take aim shots even, sorry, from Shockwave connect with Snowdrop. Pretty easy kill. Even though on the Tracers, at least going to be able to secure one. But unfortunately, SkyTour is so low that just continuing in this fight is going to be an impossibility. Even more so now with Vice picking up 2.
A double kill for Ice. FACEIT gets into the mix here, and Shockwave, with all of the damage that he was doing onto both the Widow as well as just the rest of the team, I almost have a bullet shot. SkyTour is going to switch over to the Winston, gives you a little bit better access to this high ground immediately, and then you'll also kind of have to take a look at the bubbles, being able to shut off some of the healing that both Bixa and Gala can send over. This is a great way to be able to isolate somebody like Shockwave, so you get to at least pick up one DPS hero. Ice is still a problem though. You don't want to face off against this Zarya inside of your bubble. That will just be sad if you're Winston.
Oh yeah. Looking for a big pop-off moment here from Snowdrop. Even kind of winning this 1v1 versus Kevster. Peps already popped the block. Has got a post bomb too. No bubble either, so this is an easy post bomb kill, you'd imagine. Yes, there it is. Doesn't connect with the Mei, but still gets the kill. Fixer in the back line does end up killing Snowdrop, so it's a 1-for-1 trade with Evil forced to recall. But look at the positioning right now of Virtus Pro. I mean, they've split this fight up completely, and Skytor realizes it. Put the bubble on the point, got some meterage, but has to jump back to the rest of the team. I think both Fixer, Gala, and even Shockwave jumped to the back line to kill Snowdrop, and then just wrapped on Skytor. Really impressive stuff from VP so far.
Solid grouping just to try to go after a target and prioritize that. And this poor Winston again, I mean, Shockwave just has an easy target to hit with this bola shot. You're forced to use this wall if you're Kevster to hopefully stem off some of the bleeding and also try to block off the accessibility to this Kitsune rush. But there's been no value so far from Quick Esports on this rush.
Oh, yeah. Snowdrop goes down again. I'm waiting for a headshot to come through from Snowdrop. It's a good grab. Connects to Yonte. And with a minute to go, Quick Esports looking a bit battered and bruised as they respawn in a couple of minutes.
60 seconds remaining, and you're looking at this sound barrier just, I think, even help the team get out of spawn and try to traverse this open territory of this first point. This Virtus Pro are at the ready on that corner. You can lock down people with Blizzard and actually just use their sound barrier aggressively early yourself. Trevor doesn't even get the sound barrier up.
Fixer is zooming. Look at my guy go. He just does not care. He's going to go for Snowdrop 100%. Or at least maybe force Yonte out. Susu's already been used. Oh, unfortunately, though, with Shockwave dead, this is not looking too great. I mean, you're going to back up now into the small room. Blizzard at the feet. There's the headshot we were looking for. Snowdrop kills Fixer eventually. Evil picks up a double. All right, Palo can get schmovin now. 10 seconds to go, but there's a chance for a re-engage here from VP.
Yeah, there's definitely time for a re-engage because somebody is still alive, and this payload is so far back in this halfway point of the first point that it's going to take some time to even get to the doors. Oh, Snowdrop is a tricky position, though, trying to use those cars for that sliver of a sight line. But Ice is back on this wrecking ball, and Kevster on the Bastion.
Oh, Snowdrop's used grapple as well. It's got to be a little bit safe. Yeah, Kevster on the Bastion. You love to see that. High ground control, though, for Quick right now as Skytor trying to push people off height. However, both DPS now down. Bowler shot available. Rush. Quick Esports' last hope on Junkertown. But unfortunately, the lack of burst damages hit here is really going to cost them. Bolus ends up grazing the knee there of Strebel, but with the Winston dead, that will so be the rest of that map. Quick Esports end up going down. VP taking the lead in the series with a 2-0.
And with a full cap on Junkertown, that is a statement. Virtus Pro are definitely taking this match very seriously, and they want to get this a quick 3-0. Looking great for it. I mean, Ice still like 27-1, only died once in that entire map. Gala as well, just with a great off angle on the Kiriko and also making sure that you are keeping yourself alive. Gala and FACEIT have really put in so much legwork in this match already just to make sure that everybody's topped up and can play at their best.
I like a homage to the old strats of Junkertown with the Ryan and the Mei, but yeah, unfortunate. It didn't end up working. Just a poke from both the Farah and the Freya, it's just too much. Like, it's not like poke of old, where you could have two tanks, right, and you could matrix a lot of the damage as well. It's just, well, you're just going to get rolled, sadly. Yeah, for Quick, this, I doubt we're going to see a map out of them. I think VP, like you said, taking this very seriously, just a one and done for them. Focus on even the playoffs for Virtus Pro, to be fair. The next matches are against Peps and Vision, and with how they've been looking, especially against Twisted Minds in that match last week, you expect them to come out with wins there too. Of course, that's yet to be seen. That's next week's on the docket as we just eventually get through this third map. I think with Quick, like you mentioned, even in the previous map or the end of it, Rose, looking on to next year and just thinking like how we can get back through Masters and then compete into OWCS, because I think a lot of players will kind of stick around. We're going to see these names again.
Absolutely. There are already names that have grown so much in the last 2 years, and just seeing what they're able to accomplish in another season or even just another stage of OWCS makes you really excited for their future as players. Even if they don't end up on the same team together, these are already names that have been on the household team names for OWCS so far.
Yeah, we'll see where we go. I mean, maybe a little Kings, little hybrid action. It's up to Quick
Kings.
Esports, of course. Yeah, finish up on Kings. Just get it, a little scrims row. Yeah, I'm looking forward, like I mentioned before, I think with Virtus Pro's kind of mental going into next week and then into the playoffs, they're really looking to take one of those top seeds. I mean, the World Finals is just around the corner. 1 week after this is so close. And then you're expecting a patch soon as well. Like the in-game season ends in like 10 days or something like that. It's not long, so you're expecting the patch to mix things up a little bit, but how much that makes things up is yet to be seen. It's gonna, I'm assuming for VP's case, they're like, okay, we want to stick with kind of what we're seeing now because we like the Wrecking Ball, we like this Zarya, and our DPS core can play anything. We've got a hit scan, we got a double flex, which, speaking of which, Jewu's coming in for Shockwave, so little double flex DPS here.
Yeah, I finally get some points on the board, I hope, with my roster, since I have Jwu on mine, and we will see some great eliminations, I hope. But yeah, I think for Virtus Pro, this is really where they've started to improve or at least evolve as a team. Having Vestola in the roster was amazing because it just gave you one anchor as a tank player for the first 2 stages. But now with Ice coming in, you just have additional flexibility to play a lot of different compositions. And Jwu having the synergy with Kepster to be able to play double flex, I think that's really where we got a chance to see Suravasa as an option. Like Kepster can play the Tracer, Jwu can play the Genji. Both picks amazing on Suravasa just because of the flank routes.
Oh, yeah, just go full dive here, I think. Or a little bit of Zarya. Well, maybe not, actually. I take that back. Quick Esports is going to ban the Zarya, so Ice is probably going to play ball. VP banning Kiri.
I'm honestly a little surprised that we aren't going to see something like the Genji ban, just given that like Jwu could come in and play that particular hero, but I think the Kiriko ban makes a lot of sense with just what we've seen so far on Quick Esports. And then, yeah, the Zarya ban is like, okay, well, maybe we do want to play more Reinhardt here, and Zarya is kind of the bane of Reinhardt's existence. Ban it out.
But yeah, you're like, okay, can we play Ryan here? Probably. Is it good?
Maybe.
Probably not. I mean, you run it with the sim to kind of, especially on first point, to teleport back and forth across the giant point. But then at the same time, if they're playing ball, you're just going to get kind of owned. We'll have to wait and see. I think Quick Esports want to go out with a bang here. So a couple of colorful little picks would be nice. Little Junkrat again. Come on now.
Junkrat on Suravasa.
Kill.
I have to, I just want to see the stats for this one. Like, how often is Junkrat even picked in competitive for Suravasa?
I mean, close to 0. Junk, unfortunately, not the hero he once was. Not since Jake piloted that. Although I think Gurkmeister's taken the throne of best Junk in the West at the very least. Yeah, I think for Quick, I think banning Zarya does make a ton of sense. But I think an easy pivot, especially with Jwu coming in. Don't forget as well, some of the Owl skins have got some brand new colors coming in. The Jonak skin looking kind of crazy with the gold. Gold weapons on that skin would look kind of goated, just saying. Got the it was the Luchador Reaper, but now the Solaris Reaper, and the Brig that was made for the goats meta. Perfect stuff. And then obviously the Moira one as well. So that's available until October 14th. So yeah, make sure you go pick that one up. It is in the Esports tab, so you'll click that at the top right of your screen and that will take you to it. And also the partner skins are there too, which I'm sure a lot of you have gotten already.
The Moira skin with like the galactic weapons would look amazing.
It would look pretty clean. I do need the Zen skin. Really I need to complete my collection.
It looks a little weird to me. Like
without the
it's just because it's like
blue.
It's Jonak skin and like the NYXL colors. It's so classic. I just like, it's hard to imagine it any other color palette. Like it still looks very nice, but I'm like, but something about it is a little off because I'm missing the Jonak flair.
Jonah, yeah, I think the Brig one looks is one of my favorites.
Does look very good.
Always suits Brig. All right, Suravasa is the pick for Quick, banning Zarya, and Kiriko ban for VP. Hey, you could even run the Hog if you really wanted to. Seeing a little bit of that across regions as well. Just saying, it can happen. Saw Hawk playing Hog on this map the other day. It was very fun.
I like the Roadhog pick, especially because it can one-shot a lot of these lower HP heroes, and that's always just makes for just some really engaging gameplay. But I also believe that the Roadhog could just not work with how mobile Virtus Pro has been playing. FACEIT on the Lucio has definitely made it harder to actually lock down a target, even when looking at something like the dive that Quick Esports was trying to execute on. And so as much as I would love to see the Roadhog, probably not going to be a hero we see here, as SkyTour is hovering over the Junker Queen. So a bit of a different look here as well, as Strepper is also on the Brig. Brig, a nice hero to have.
Lucio. Oh, that's one way to bring it back.
Yeah, like I guess you're really hoping that you can play together as a team, but again, like how much Inspire healing are you going to be getting with the Brig? Maybe you're really using the Brig because you're worried about like a Kepster Tracer and the Genji as well, just kind of coming after your back line.
Yeah, the disengage potential here, I'm not sure Quick Esports are really expecting it. Yeah, like you said, who are you really going to jump on? Gala's still got Outburst, Fixer has the Shift, like, so tough. Nice little knife, though, nice little Gracie. Actually does end up killing Gala, and that's what you need. In this comp for Quick, because you don't have a crazy amount of, like, upfront healing, you need to just int on one person and then go to the next, then go to the next, go to the next. Point has unlocked. Looks like Quick might be able to cap this one too. Ice is giving a little bit of time at the very least. Already used the adaptive shielding. J-Wolf's going to come back on the Farah, but that is a first cap for Quick.
Great start for them as SkyTour used that Gracie to just pull in a target, and you get yoinked away from your team. The Virtus Pro does come back with this Wrecking Ball so fast, and as you call out the Farah, I think this is where things will get a little complicated if Quick Esports decides to try to go more towards the low ground. He is still going to have a problem with this team actually getting any purchase on this Farah. Jay was so safe. Like, where's your hit scan to really be able to deal with that character?
Yeah, tough to insta-kill this Wrecking Ball as well, who Ice is just going to be a pain in the backside. Pulse one from Kepster goes wide. Virtus Pro midst of this fight did end up capping too, but it doesn't look like Quick are going to be able to secure it back, although with Iceman closing in on this mines, plus SkyTour going dangerously low. That upfront healing is certainly missed. This rally not enough to save the Queen, who was very close to the ult too. Should be a trivial hold now for VP.
With the mines as well, Ice can play a little bit more far forward. You can use those mines for this main choke point, or you can just use them on the point itself. We're in last fight territory here for the flashpoint, and Gala's going to hit the trigger first, which actually forces a backup from Quick Esports. They don't want to get captain sunned.
Yeah, you saw Snowdrop waiting, looking for that Captain Sun to try and get the deflect, but it was ever so slightly too wide, and Gala gets the kill there with the Sunstruck. Okay, Captive Sun down, they've got Tidal Blast, mines available, but no one on the point for Quick. And even SkyTour back in the spawn there. Quick Esports losing that first capture point.
Oh my god, Virtus Pro's damage output is kind of nuts. Like, Hilari and Lijiang are both characters that you can spam that damage down choke. Even just try to take it off angle if you're this Hilari. Helps out with that pylon to just make sure you've got extra healing for Kepster and Ice outside of the health packs that are already on this map. And like, if you could spam damage with these supports, like, your DPS are also having an easier time to try to finish off these targets. Oh my god!
That's not pretty. That's not pretty. SkyTour basically loses that rampage. Barely got a centimeter there, sadly. Oh, that's the point, Cap.
That was so sad to watch. It would almost have even been better to have the rampage to even help you get out of spawn, since Virtus Pro are playing super aggressive and close to the spawn doors. But now you don't have that. You might need to rely on something like this sound barrier on top of the Dragon Blade. Just make sure that Snowdrop has enough HP to work with to navigate this blade through the team. But again, like, so slippery. Virtus Pro is even going to start off with the Tidal Blast.
Yeah, Tidal Blast does end up knocking a couple of people back. SkyTour again being the main focus of Virtus Pro. The Blade doing very little against Ice and Moan there in the Wrecking Ball. And that'll be Snowdrop quite in the dust as well. Buried 10 feet under. No space to dig him out of either. Quick Esports, no ults coming into this next fight as Virtus Pro lining up too.
And with how fast this flashpoint is going, Jay, we could have also used this fire barrage, maybe even sacrifice his life just down this main point. And you might not have enough time if you're Quick Esports to actually get to the flashpoint if you just go into a fire barrage and then have to rotate around it. Oh, they don't touch. They can't get there.
They don't touch. Yep, all good. Ice Gnome was just that much of a distraction. It's all chill, don't worry. We'll go next, Just reverse sweep on Survasa, it's chill.
Wow, well, Jaywu didn't even need to use the barrage there. And now you have it for this next point. It's still going to be difficult to land these fire rockets, but when you're playing from a power position of just being able to spam that rocket barrage down a window or, yeah, I guess in a small room versus Skytor. Oh, man. Poor Skytor is getting bullied.
Yeah, it's not looking so pretty, sadly. Although with Yonte back on the Wu-Yang here, I mean, it's a better healing output and a lot of targets you can use that tidal blast on. All right, there's the point cap though. VP, very early fight, and I really like these early fights as the point you end up transitioning, especially with fast heroes. God, Evil is trying to hunt Kevster here, but Kevster doesn't give him an opportunity to get into that fight.
Everybody is just playing so on point on Virtus Pro. They're just not letting Quick Esports have any room to get these ultimates through. And even though Evil does have this pulse bomb, I mean, Snowdrop is already dead as we see that duel between Jaywu and Snowdrop happen off screen. And so Evil, even with this pulse bomb, just might not be able to actually even up the score enough, especially after there's a second pick.
Oh, what a stick. That was an alley-up from Evil. Nice stuff, fix it down, but yeah, 2 dead already as Jaywu is just kind of cleaning up right now. Evil was probably going to get
let's fight.
Yeah, nice stuff from Kevster. Yep, they're all dying in spawn too, so the staggers are... Oh, that's another one. Yeah, this is... I think this might be Skytor trying to get one pick and get to the point.
No,
Captive Sun, Axe, it connects. Okay, Jagged Blade connects to Rampage. Oh, that one didn't. And there it is, Virtus Pro. They get Survasa with a 3-0 and finish the series in a similar fashion. A 3-0 for VP as they take down Quick.
2 Rampage Jaxes using Tidal Blast to get out of spawn.
It happens.
It does happen, and this is just to showcase the gap between these two teams. Virtus Pro have been at the top of the EMEA standings alongside OWCS for the entirety of like stage 3 and the rest of this OWCS season. So it's the result we expected, but it's just kind of sad to see the game end that way, for sure.
Yeah, only 3 limbs there for Quick as well at the very end. It was a 96% pred for VP. You got it correct. There you go. Chatters, enjoy your points. Yeah, Virtus Pro shaking this one off and go into the next 2 games. I mean, Peps and Vision in week 6. And then off to playoffs. VP looking as strong as you'd expect them to in this series. Yeah, nothing too crazy. Got a little Bastion at the very end. You got a little Alari as well. That's as crazy as they were going to get.
Yeah, just about what we expected here for our first matchup of today here on EMEA. And honestly, I feel like an easy breezy weekend for week 5 is great for VP heading into a week 6 where they are going to have that double header to have a little bit more of that prep time heading into those next matches. What do you feel like Rose Quick could take away from this match, I guess, going forward to learn from?
I think it's really hard to take away anything. It was just so one-sided with Virtus Pro having so much control over all of these team fights. They say that you learn a lot from your losses, but I think this one you just kind of have to shrug off and focus maybe a little bit more on some of the team compositions that you'd like to work on for the rest of the stage.
Yeah, 100%. I don't expect Virtus Pro to really just let the gas off the pedal. I think with the way Iceno's been playing as well, it's been super impressive. I'm a big fan of this team, this stage in EMEA. I think they look great. It's going to come down to the international competition. Are EMEA as a whole, not just VP, are they going to be able to perform as well as they did in mid-season? I mean, we saw an EMEA team in the finals. Like, that is crazy. That's unheard of. Normally, it's like 2 Korean teams. Normally, it's Team Falcons. It's not even 2 Korean teams. It's Team Falcons and Crazy Raccoon. Like, it's always them 2. So the big question for EMEA at this stage is, can they repeat the same success? And can they go further? Is Virtus Pro going to be one of those teams?
Yeah, I think that's a huge question, right? But we've also seen how close the competition has been getting throughout all of the regions, not even just with mid-season, but earlier for Hangzhou as well. But with this dominant win here for VP as well, I believe they did just clinch that second seed, which is massive for that seeding heading into playoffs here. And a huge part of that also came off the back of that win that they had up against Twisted Minds last weekend as well. And now just to be able to continue to push that momentum forward into those week 6 matches is definitely going to be huge for the squad heroes.
Super great for them to know that they're on the other side of the bracket from OWCS. I think everybody's trying to dodge them in the playoffs, and this is a nice beginning to their playoff run.
It definitely is. It definitely is. And it's a lot of that hard work like panning out week by week as well. Like we already talked about how quick regular season passes by, and it doesn't leave a lot of that time to like have that ability to cook. Like it's so fast moving, and especially with that dive meta, it's been really intense. But we do have our interview here with Virtus Pro. We've got Shockwave on the line that we get to chat with coming up next to give you guys a little bit more insight on how VP has been doing. I cannot wait to talk to Shockwave. How are you? Congratulations on the win here. Yeah, just tell me how you're feeling after week 5.
Thank you. I mean, this week has been pretty chill. I think the biggest game was last week, obviously versus TM, and that kind of seals the deal. I think for the group stage, I think playoff is kind of easy to predict how like the seeding and stuff is gonna go. So yeah, just kind of chill, you know, having a bit of fun and still practicing hard, you know. But yeah, I don't think we were ever gonna lose this game.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it really didn't feel like it. I want to ask you a question about the upcoming, obviously we've got this new season coming up, which means probably a fairly giant patch. What in your mind would be a perfect like balance patch? Like how would you like to see it go? Would you like to continue to have like this, okay, ball Zarya, little hit scan, little tracer, or would you like to see it pivot somewhere else that would benefit your team more?
I mean, I'm personally a big fan of more individual play, so like more duels, but I think Lucia and Kiri and then Symmetra, it's all just 5-man walk together, like TP around the map, farm Kirill, farm Beat, farm, you know, and it's like, I'm not the biggest fan of that. I think Sim is a bit too beefy, so Sim nerf, praying. And then I think Kiri, she's just been too good for too long. Because even in those, when you take Kiri out of the comp, like imagine playing, like every rotation, you know, we play ball. Like if you don't play Kiri, they're so vulnerable, you know. There's just it's too strong. So I'm hoping nerf Kiri at least, maybe Sim, and we can get some more like duels and individual clutch and stuff. So
with that patch change in mind, in terms of like your perfect patch, who do you think in EMEA actually would be super negatively affected by the balance patches like that?
Probably everyone except us. Respectfully.
Okay, so
I do
just make the rest of your competition weaker.
yeah, but I do also think that I think Vision has like some like kind of similar, you know, strategies and stuff. So maybe they would benefit something like that. But yeah, it would probably be mainly us two.
Okay, very cool. I love that you talk about Vision, because the last question I actually had for you is leading into our second AME match of today. We know that it's going to be Team Peps versus Team Vision, and this is a huge seeding match, especially when you're trying to avoid that lower bracket. I'm kind of curious. I guess it's a 2-for-1. Who do you have your eyes on for this next matchup? And then what are your expectations for the end of season standings there for the bottom end of things between Vision and Peps?
Yeah, I mean, I would say in scrims and practice, Vision has been the better team for sure. But I would say Peps is pretty good in match, honestly. They have that clutch gene, I will say. So I'm hoping for, honestly, just like a banger game, you know? But yeah, it will most likely be, you know, LCAT 1, us and TM 2nd and 3rd, and then, yeah, this match 4th. And it's kind of going to be how the placements will look, I guess.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. I love getting your thoughts on that, Shockwave. Thank you so much for doing the interview with us, and have a great rest of your week prepping for week 6.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Okay, you guys heard it here first. It's the expectations of a banger matchup to follow this win from Virtus Pro. But taking a look at these standings, this is a little bit what we talked about just before we headed into the interview, was just this ability for Virtus Pro to secure that 2nd seed, and how important that is when everyone is trying to dodge Alcatia, like you were saying earlier, Rose.
I don't want to play against them. I don't think any team wants to play against them. Maybe Shockwave's patch predictions will come true, or at least that wish list will be fulfilled, and then maybe Alcatia does come down in power level a little bit, but it's still a great thing to know that you're dodging them for your first match. You still have to play against either Twisted Minds and then whoever ends up in that 4th place spot between Vision and Peps, so it's still a difficult playoff bracket, but you know, at least getting Alcatia, you're buying yourself hopefully one extra life you get to play with.
Definitely. It's definitely huge heading into playoffs and whatnot, especially once you start having your eyes on that World Finals. Speaking of which, it is right around the corner. Don't forget that we have that being hosted at DreamHack Stockholm. You guys can grab your tickets right now at bit.ly/DH Stockholm 2025. There's a huge variety of packages. We do not want to miss you there because it is intense. We love an Overwatch land here. Jack, what are you the most excited for?
Banger. We had that orchestra last year, which performed some of the smash hits from the soundtrack, which was sick. It's just good fun seeing all the fans as well, just cheering on their favorite teams. And international competition is just where the heart's at, man. It's always been the bread and butter of Overwatch Esports, has been the clashes a lot of the time between NA and North America, and then it's NA and North America, but they're battling it in among themselves. They're inner demons. No, NA and EMEA, and then Korea turns up and then sweeps everybody. But I'm ready for a new champion, maybe. Look, Crazy Raccoon Falcons, they've got to lose eventually on a stage like that. Come on, surely. EMEA this year, maybe NA.
Hey, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. It's not too far away, though, but we do have our next match coming up. We're going to have to see if Team Visions is going to be able to carry forward with how consistent they've been, or if Team Peps is going to pull in with that clutch team that Shockwave was talking about. We'll be right back.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top. I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger.
On me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander. Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold car. We're down. That was so bad.
Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving backline.
Nah, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, battle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Oh, going in.
Stop the cart.
Oh my god! Ah! Go to world! Do you see that?
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
And if we keep up the vibe, moving in motion
OWCS EMEA. It is going to be Team Peps versus Team Vision. And this one's so important because it's that battle for seeding, trying to avoid that 5th place spot and avoid that lower bracket there, Jack.
Yep, you want to win. Vision win here. They clinch that 4th seed, which is really important. Look, no one wants to face Alcad either, okay? So you just got to get as many wins as possible, and this is the big day for Vision. I think I'm kind of on board with Shotway was saying as well. I think Vision, they look like the stronger team right now, but even he said, like, look, Peps are a match day team. They can just show up on a match day and just kind of dominate with the clutch gene. So, you know, anything can happen. I'm hoping for a map 5, but we'll see.
It was really cool to see their win versus Gen G. I think that's really where a lot of people looked at Peps and they're like, yeah, they could do it this season. Like, this is their stage. Because that was actually a huge win for them. I think especially with the seeding implications of being in that 4th place position, I'm hopeful that for Team Peps, they can show us a really great match today versus Vision.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely a different energy, I think, coming into this for Team Peps as well, considering the fact that they did have to go up against such a tough match up against Alcad last weekend, and then having to kind of shift that momentum versus a Team Vision that is riding off the momentum after that dominant win for them in week 4. So it's going to be definitely a different look, but I think that, I don't know, I think I'm leaning with Shockwave on that clutch potential here for Team Peps to just be able to really show up today and set that tone for the remainder of regular season and into playoffs there as well, Jack.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Peps also have 2 more games after this too. VP and Good Guys. So Peps, you've got to win this. Maybe take the L versus VP, win against Good Guys, lock that number 4 seed in, and you're good to go. And it's always important. Look, you can do sick and scrims. We hear it every single stage, man. It's like, okay, this team is so sick right now. Scrims are looking great. Scrim bugs are high, and they come out and they end up flopping. So match day is where it's at. So Peps, you know, give us to a map 5.
Yeah, this backline is just so scary from Team Vision. I feel like Violet, looking at, you know, Choice A1 as well, I think we just have so many amazing players on this team that's like, well, they also have such a wide roster, so who are they actually going to put? And Thomas also looked very, very good. I'm also confused because I don't think either of the teams we're seeing on screen. This is not right.
It's really the last. Okay, to be fair, the last highlights were a lot of evil on Junkrat, which I was like, okay, that's kind of sick actually. But it was Peps on the other side. They were just getting owned by evil. It was kind of funny. But yeah, at the end of the day, Violet and Skyle just the backline duo of Vision is very scary. I think Twister One Tracer as well is top tier, top in EMEA at the very least. Double flex is going to be very important for this team. We know Violet will just play basically anything. Might even see some Alari. I hope so. But the Lijiang has just been so prominent in North America, and being able to run that with like a Kiriko, for example, is just so dominant. I think Tama's also been a standout. I have high hopes of Vision coming into this match today.
Likewise. I know we didn't actually see any clips of Vision Esports in that last B-roll package. Sorry. That's why I was getting tongue-tied, because I was like, I don't think these are actually any of the teams that we're talking about right now. But yeah, Choice A1 has looked really, really amazing. And so I hope that, especially with, again, the number of DPS that they have on the team, they can kind of pick and choose whatever look that they want to bring in.
Yeah, I think it'll be really interesting. I feel like with Choice A1, he has so much flexibility here as well. It just leans so well into the dive meta and has that ability to kind of throw in different picks when those picks and bans are going to be super important when it comes down to those heroes. But taking another look over at the standings as we see VP again cement themselves in that 2nd spot. But that 4th versus 5th, that's what they're really duking it out for here with Vision versus Team Peps. We got to continue to drive that narrative home because of how big the advantage is to start up in that upper bracket there for whoever can take that 4th place spot, especially considering what week 6 is going to look like for both these teams heading up against Virtus Pro in that doubleheader next weekend there, Jack.
Yeah, I think with Peps, that big victory over Gen G has been really disappointing this stage at EMEA, sadly. I think a lot of teams have high hopes, but a 3-0 for Peps is massive. Like, confident builder extraordinaire, even if Gen G don't look that great. So you're coming in, and Okay, the audience. Oh, so okay, maybe some more French fans popping up in the chat, but apparently not. 17%. I mean, I think it's a little too one-sided. Maybe I'm misreading it a little bit, but I think Peps deserve a couple more percent there. But I'm with the Vision prediction, though. I think if I was putting channel points on it, it would be for Vision today.
Yeah, likewise. I think that Vision has just looked really good, and I completely forgot that like half of their roster is for the Saudi E-League, but they still have access to the players that they want to actually bring in. But otherwise, the core 5 that they've been starting with has just looked so well oiled. I think that the synergy is there. Clearly, the target focus is there as well, and the comms are on point. I don't expect anything less with the backline that they have.
Yeah, that's been the big narrative point, right? In this battle for seeding, it's also that battle of the backline that Jack was talking about previously. And Rose, you just touched on it as well. The veterancy on the side of Team Vision with Violet there. And then I gotta say though, I'm an underdog lover. So I'm leaning towards Team Peps for this one to have that bite back. You guys know me, I love a good underdog story, but I cannot wait to get into this. No matter what, we're gonna get some great Overwatch here. Team Peps versus Vision. Jack, Rose, take it away.
Yes, thank you very much, Ash. I'm hoping for it. I'm hoping for this map 5. Audience, though, like, nah, actually, maybe not. Maybe we'll just see Vision just kind of clap. We'll see. I think with, especially with Choice 01 and the Tracer, I think Vision has just looked kind of clean. And also, you know, sometimes scrimbucks do end up mattering. So, yeah, even Shockwave is with the audience in that regard. And I'm curious, how many of you actually predicted in the chat because of what Shockwave said, huh? How many of you?
It's good advice. Hopefully people will get their channel.
Yeah, I trust Shockwave as well, to be fair.
Me too.
Like, if that's what he's saying, then okay, I'm good. Yeah, he's got the script experience, so yeah. I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying, just asking.
Yeah, but Lijiang Tower to start things off, kind of the classic for what we've really been seeing in the EMEA. So we'll see how Team Peps and Team Vision both want to try to approach this match. I think this is really great to also show off some of those more like brawly styles. So I hope we get to see a little bit of that too. Diva and Wuyang are gonna be banned.
Yep, don't mind that at all. Wuyang, though, sadly going to get banned. I like Vision Esports' backline right now. Lijiang Tower is going to be the pick. El Clasico. We'll see how the teams end up pivoting. Maybe a little bit of symmetry here for either side. I think FD God's been pretty decent as well as of late. It's always been, especially, it feels like in EMEA, the Lucio battle, the Violet battle with FD God Lucio is kind of chalked in my memory. And I mentioned at the top of this show as well, it is crazy to think about, like, old times with San Francisco Shock. Like, FD God was on that team. Violet has been on that team. Like, 2-time Overwatch League champ. Like, the guy is a goat. He got money and he got a good team around him as well. Team Vision and Peps fighting for this 4th seed in this series. Vision win this, that will be a guarantee. Team Peps still have 2 more matches to go in week 6. I'm just getting word in, actually, we've lost a player. So I think someone DC'd randomly. So hopefully we'll get them back in the lobby in just a second, but we're not going to start just yet. Hold fire.
Nice it happened at the beginning.
About to get in. Yeah,
no
I'm
charge
not,
lost.
No painkiller internet DC for like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, or however long it was from before. So yeah, get it sorted now, and then we'll be good to go.
Well, going back to what you were saying, I think both of these rosters have a bunch of history behind a lot of the players that we're going to see take this match. And especially with Team Peps, they've got the entire region of France behind them. I think that's always been so fun to watch the French community root for Team Peps. And I hope that that's some of the people in the chat that are hoping and predicting that Team Peps will take this one. I know that community is so proud of this team. And I love that they've continued to keep a core French roster just to keep with the...
Yeah, and they're heading into all the lands as well. I've seen a few bits of pieces on their social media. They've been hitting up some French gaming lands as well, which has been really cool. So yeah, there's always going to be a core fan base for Team Peps, and especially for the older players like Soon as well, right? Can't forget Soon, of course. I think with Vision going into this series, banning a Wuyang, not too bad at all. I really like Wuyang ban currently, especially for teams that like to play a heavy Lucio. Speaking of which, the top banned heroes from EMEA has been Wuyang. 13 bans. Diva Cop in 12, Lucio Cop in 12. Obviously, a lot of Symmetra bans as well.
Yeah. We saw the Kiriko ban also come through, and there's a lot of amazing Tracer players, so I think it makes a lot of sense to see the bans that we have here. kind of interesting about the Cassidy one. I wonder if we will ever get a patch where we'll see more of those hit scan heroes actually get fanned out. But yeah, Lijiang has been so popular and also such a huge threat, especially if you can do a lot of damage with the Lijiang with something like the Falling Rain, so you actually have 3 orbs to try to push damage out with. Like, we're seeing Lijiang numbers with DPS higher than the DPS players on the team. Like, if you have a good Lijiang, that's the type of numbers you should be expecting.
I mean, that's just the ultraviolet difference, I think.
That is also true.
Guy's just a beast. Yeah, Lijiang is kind of an exceptional hero right now, and I'm curious if he does end up also getting a nerf, maybe. I think
he already got like a small one. Maybe it is a kind of a nerf to the numbers.
It is a new season. It's not like a mid-season patch either, so it's going to be a little big, you'd imagine. But here we go. We're in the game. No more pauses. Team Peps versus Vision. Vision Esports. They win here, guarantee themselves that 4th seed. Tama rocking the Zarya. Same with Willies as the doors open in 5.
Different looks, though, in terms of the supports as well as the DPS, as we've got Zarya locking into the Sojourn. Vision going to use this Symmetra to at least get the teleporter out of spawn, and then Choi Se-won goes back over to that signature pick of the Tracer. But with this Baptiste as well as Lucio difference, Vision Esports is not going to have nearly the same speed to work with since you don't have that Lucio for the amp it up. So their positioning remains very important so they don't just get collapsed on by Team Peps.
Oh, FD God went really deep there. Surprised he didn't get his head taken off his shoulders. Very early lamp uses by Vision. Dip controlling the high ground of the server room right now. Point unlocked. Both Traces, I think, are just dueling over it right now. But Zoro gets chased away. It was actually Zoro and Choi Se-won in the little 1v1 with Choi Se-won taking the kill. Dip forced to use that shift too. Maybe looking for that mega health pack as FD God just dives on in on Skyle and ends up getting eliminated. And there is the cap for Vision.
Yeah, Skyle's going to put in a lot of work on this Baptiste with the healing as well as just the rug damage that Baptiste can do. And with the Immortality Field, it's nice to have both tools to work with. Immortality Field as well as Suzu, just so you don't get that collapse. It's a little bit harder to follow up on any of those individual picks. Skyle's going to have this window up in a couple of seconds. Azarian actually got forced out to use this Suzu already. I think that's perfect time for Vision to go in.
Yeah, and they just punish FD God for it as well. That utility to get someone out of danger real quick is now gone, and unfortunately with FD God's death, they can't really afford to stay in the fight too long. They can't really taxi around Dip and Willies without this Lucio. Cookies does end up forced to use the Wraith, but Vision, they're probably just going to go early. They've got Grab coming up. They've got both supports ult. Both supports ults have just been popped on the point, and now Peps can't peek. Connection with the pulse one for Choice of One. Dip's down, and Rose, this fight's as good as done.
This is over before it even started as Vision Esports laid down both of those support ultimates. You save this Graviton Surge so Tama can actually still play a bit more aggressively with this. Zarya is able to get out of there and even takes Violet out on that disengage. But perfect now maybe for Team Peps to try to go in and catch a straggler. Cookie's gotten very, very close to the spawn, is able to get away, but you have to use the Immortality Field to actually keep Cookie alive, and that's a huge tool that Vision Esports doesn't have for this next fight, especially when they're looking at this Overclock as well as this Death Blossom. Oh well, now they don't have it.
Yeah, hit with a massive right click from downtown from Tama. Sound barrier is going to connect there as the Graviton Surge does end up locking in two. Dip ends up going down though as Tama full HP. Willie's on the run as Tama's now just going to walk forwards and shoot, and that's a Death Blossom in the backline too. A nice flip though. Peps doing making sure Vision sacrificed 18%, but I like Vision backing up there. I really do. Back up to server, give over the point and have a better fight. That sound barrier from FD God, it was a good connection, but people were already grabbed. Choice of One's now waiting in the wings. Willies has to go to ball now.
Just to be able to touch point, and then you're still negating a lot of this pressure from this Overclock because of how well you're playing around these different corners.
Oh, Zora gets jumped on. Proactivity here from Vision as Zerion falls, and that's going to be round. FD God, yeah, he can't really do much in the backline now. Everybody's so split. And a free rush on the top. Willie's just around and around and around, making himself a little bit dizzy as the round concludes. Vision end up coming up strong, 118%, and that wasn't close.
No, that 18% was also just because Vision gave it to them. And so this could have also been a 100-0 if it weren't for Vision playing that long game, understanding that even if they give up a little bit, the net positive is that they will just win the round after that. So Vision Esports have had a great handle on things. No Lucio, but that speed hasn't affected them at all. With how much damage Skyle has been pumping out here too. I mean, and not like the most impressive numbers when you do have Choice A1 and Cookie that are really pumping out the damage, but it's still nice to know that you have that immortality field that was able to keep Cookie alive in that last round, and then you also just have so much burst healing available. We're gonna see a switch up here as Violet does actually want to bring a little bit of speed to the table for that hyper ring to get everybody out of spawn, but now you go back over to that Kiriko that was able to just put out some impressive damage. It was more than some of the DPS on the team.
No, those Violet things for you.
Yeah, so true.
Oh,
another
Violet
Violet
damage,
thing.
and then a nice little kill onto Dip. Fortunately, Dip did win that fight against 100 Gorillas, but cannot win a fight against Violet, sadly. Point unlocked now. And without Dip being able to kind of push Vision towards the point by trying to go for a cap, it's going to be tough for Team Peps to really find any purchase on this point. They do end up kind of flipping over here. They went from Mega to the side of the point, but yeah, Cookie TP's in, and Choice Someone was already capping. It's going to be a late fight here for Team Peps with Vision now in control.
Violet, you can see how comfortable he is just playing out open on the point with no fear that he's going to actually get eliminated. Ghost to even go in and get a little bit more aggressive too, as you see FD God start to approach this choke. Did the smooth step you're able to get out of dodge too?
I mean, he's Suzuing himself at this point, just like hard taking these angles. Yeah, exactly. Like, you got to play with confidence, and you expected Violet to have 110% of that. Almost got the rush too, 20% away. They're going to give up the point again. Little rush now you'd expect Vision to be, trying to push onto the point. I mean, Team Peps, the amount of healing they've done is quite considerable, earning themselves a rush fairly early on. Choice One's been forced out too, having to use that recall super early on, and yeah, Vision are going to collapse here in the front line. There's going to be a good kill onto Zoro, and a late rush actually for Team Vision, thinking they can keep themselves in this fight. Zeron's going to have this Suzu up in a second, but Choice One digs him a grave before he can even get that off. Pep still controlled this point, and they have Willies alive, meaning the ability for Vision to actually stick around is cut to zero pretty much.
Vision have to regroup, and even though they use the Kitsune Rush so late in that fight, Choice Fun invests the pulse bomb against Zoro. And now Vision Esports can definitely go in with the Matrix.
Yeah, FD God's got the sound barrier though, and FD God lays it down. Okay, 3-person beat on the point, but they need to come up with kills. Eventually, Cookies ends up falling, and that window rather static in the backline here for Team Vision. It's tough for Riddy to get any damage down. Scar basically just healed Tama up to 100% HP, but that might have been enough. Scar gets traded there for Willies, but it is Team Peps still in control.
Team Peps are playing this really well, just knowing that they have the right reactions to what Vision Esports is throwing out. And even though they had somebody fall to Choice A1's Pulse Bomb, they were still able to keep themselves in the fight thanks to that sound barrier from FD God. And now with this open space and last fight, Zoro can just pop the overclock. You just have to make sure that you're clicking heads.
Zeron's already dead though. Now Zoro's run out of slides. Yeah. He's picked up the double slide bird, but unfortunately, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, especially from Violet, who's already picked up 2 kills in the fight. Team Peps, they're going to lose this points. They're going to get 90+% though. That was a very trivial win for Vision.
It is too bad that the overclock didn't get what you wanted out of it, and with the downpour from Willies invested as well, it's just going to leave Team Peps with this pulse bomb. So even though they've been able to capture 95%, there's a lot of hope riding on this pulse bomb from Dip to try to get a target. All the while, Vision Esports is playing so aggressive with this Graviton Surge available.
A super nice wall there from Willies, blocking the escape there of Cookies, who is mid-Wraith form. There is a rush available from Violet as well as that grab. That's a downtown grab, but look at who's in the backline. Choice One jumps on the prey. Zerion down. And now a pulse bomb in the Tracer's hands. Should be a little bit of a cleanup here on the backside of the point. Choice One waiting. Oh, another nice stick on Zoro. Oh, he's just on fire right now. Vision Esports maintain control of the point, using 2 ults to do so.
And now we're last fight. Vision Esports do need to win one more, and they've got nothing left in the tank for this. But with all of the raw damage that Choice1 and Cookie and Tama have been putting into the team, they might not need it. The only thing they have to play around right now is going to be this rush, and that does make this fight quite hard. But with where Team Peps are trying to engage from, they just kind of throw this rush down main or even down to the point. And Choice1, you have to worry about him being in the back.
Just perma in the back line right now. Rush on the point, though. Good coverage, too. It's going to be half a vision to fight into this, and they know it. Flip comes through for Peps. A touch is required here, and they do get it at the very last second. Vision Esports going to be able to come back in with a window, and it's going to be a decent one, too, if they just line it up on this corner. Zoro's just playing so close, but Zoro kind of knows. FD God with a sound barrier. Connects with 4, but where are the kills? This overhealth is fading rapidly, and so is Zerion's life. A pulse bomb onto the Lucio. As, onto Skyle, sorry. He ends up going down. Even the lamp was available there, but it ended up getting killed, and a quick little boop there from FD God secures the kill. And with Vision capping, Willies takes down Choice1, but there's still Dip to deal with on the point. Vision still have numbers, but they can just continue to touch. Team Peps are going to have reinforcements in just a moment, and they actually almost managed to get the kill onto Cookies. Eventually, Violet will get this ultimate online. That should be the final nail in the coffin, but Willies is going to lay down this downpour and find the flip for Team Peps. There's got to be a touch, but it's not there. Peps, the very last second, get the cap and get the point. We're going to go to a third round now on Lijiang.
C9! C9 alert! 0 days since we've had the last C9. Vision Esports could have won that. They had the rush. They had the window. Skyle had just come back. Double support ultimates should have been able to lock that fight down for them. But the way the team Peps played around just that final moment, sneaking away the cap from underneath Vision's noses, I would be so frustrated if I were Vision in that scenario, knowing that you had the win and it was in your hands.
Choice1 with a single death, too. Looking real clean on the Tracer. Quick teleport out. Tama now on the Wrecking Ball.
On the Wrecking Ball is going to allow Vision Esports to go pretty fast, and then you also got Skyle on this Ana. So with the anti-nades, that's something that you can help to enable this Wrecking Ball dive with. And then you've just got Cookie and Choice1 with the Freya damage too. If you're able to get some nice sticks onto, let's say, Willies, like, then you're gaming.
That was a really nice sleep on Willies there. Skyle even connected. Nice little hit onto Dit, forcing the recall, but Tama, they ended up trying to trade their backline. Skyle was the only one to fall for Vision, I believe, as Team Peps, just destroyed in the mid-fight.
It's such an early jump from Vision. It didn't really feel like Team Peps had enough time to actually set up. And once again, Vision are still going this fast despite not having any speed available in the kit. Outside of just kind of like Tama playing super aggressive. Willies has got to be very careful. You were able to get at least the wall climb over the drink, but you're playing with fire here. You don't want to get caught and have the environment kill you.
Oh, Violet picks up another kill. Zoro's not had an easy time in this map or in this series. Violet looks good. Looks real clean with it. And you expect nothing left from one of the goats. That's a triple for Violet in that one. Did at least again kill Skyle, but yeah, it's not going to matter.
Another fight win here for Vision, and now they have a couple of ultimates to work with as well. The fact that you've got this rush up so early, you could just kind of send it either down main or even into this white room. Just got to kind of predict where they're going to come from.
Man. These early picks. Willie's got slept, antied, and then everybody from Vision turned 180 to kill the Wrecking Ball. Got to go again. And Rose, these fights last so long too. This is last fight pretty much with these comps. It's a rough one.
Yeah, and there's so much for Vision to work with. You still have the rush. Zerion can at least match that, but you're looking at, like, what about Bullet Shot? What about this Pulse Bomb? That could just finish up the fight there.
Oh, Bullet Shot on the corner. Rush actually is through the center of the point, so this is actually a really nice position for Vision Esports to be in. FD God's going to push his team forward as Vision slowly tempered aggression now. They back up to the bridge, and a nano boost from Skyle could be what they need. A nano onto Cookies as well is going to be a beautiful amount of damage. Willie stood zero chance of surviving that, and that's going to be map over too. FD God's sound barrier there basically didn't exist for Team Peps. Choice1 ends up going down, but it is all Vision all day on Lijiang Tower as FD God goes for the final touch, as Vision are going to clean this one up.
Yeah, Ana ended up being the perfect answer to shut down all the healing with the anti-nades. The sleeps are great for someone like Willie's as well. And even though you are able to come in and get that touch, you can really see the power of the Ana with that anti-nade and the additional follow-up. Polo shot, maybe? But Zoro is not able to land onto a target. It delays the inevitable there of Vision Esports getting that final cap and winning 2-1.
Nice stuff. Nice start from Vision. Chat predictors going crazy for that one as well. Looks really good. Choice one especially looking clean. Same with Violet getting a lot of early opening picks. I think Zoro struggled in that map. Choice one still racking up only 2 deaths. Same with Violet. Same with Tama. Very low death game. Skyle, you're expecting the Ana or like one of the supports to have a very high death count compared to your Kiriko counterpart. 8 makes the most sense. Willie's and everybody is just trying to get on top here. But yeah, Zoro, unfortunately, just not quite finding the impact really required. There's a couple of nice fights from Team Peps, but yeah, it was a sneaky little C9 at the very end that got him that single round.
Zoro being mostly a hitscan player, there's still this dialogue happening on whether hitscan is okay to run in this meta. A lot of people look at the hitscan role being filled by something like the Reaper. Even something like the Freya can also come in and kind of act as sort of that hybrid role. But if you're just playing raw hitscan, you're so vulnerable. The dives from the wrecking ball, the tracer is also super annoying. As we look back at the C9, just tough to actually land your shots.
He was in that window frame.
Everybody could have touched. They would have won that fight. Vision would have won. They had the
downpour.
tools.
It was too good. Well, Joey said, well, I'm throwing the postman for the edge of the map. Yeah, they look good. 127 limbs to 44. All right, Vision. Okay. Peps need to show off that match day spirit, that clutch gene that Shoei was talking about. We need to see some more of that now because, yeah, that control wasn't exactly close on the 2 rounds that he ended up losing. Where do you think Peps end up transitioning to now, Rose? Where do you think we go?
They want to play, well, the Hazard worked out great on that second round. So I think if you want to play more of the Hazard, then do you end up considering something like King's Row, ban out the Zarya, so that Vision can't play that as a reaction?
Wu Yang can't be banned now, so either. So yeah, we'll see where Peps want to go. Obviously, more than likely wanting to stick with Lucio with FD God, but we've seen a little bit of flavor from FD God over the last couple of weeks. Wu Yang still our top band, then Lucio coming in, then obviously we're seeing a lot of D.Va and Sim band as well. If Vision just keep this up, in all honesty, like the way they're playing, how aggressive they're playing, and with Choice 01 just kind of popping off with the post bombs like on the Tracer, I mean, it's might even prompt a Tracer ban, in all honesty, from Peps.
I think you should consider the Tracer ban and then maybe even consider a Kiriko ban. Violet cannot have access to this hero anymore. You saw those damage numbers. It was higher than the DPS. Still was higher than the DPS at the end of that map.
11.4 or something silly. Yeah, I mean, look, Kiriko's pretty good. And if you're just perma playing the off angle as well, you have to be cleared out by a Tracer, by someone else, but even by a tank. Like 3 people kind of speed at you with a Lucio, clear the Kiriko out, force it to teleport, and then go to the point, or then try and take an engagement somewhere else, because you can't just let the Kiriko off angle for eternity, because the Kuno's going to land on someone's head eventually, and then they're just going to get insta-popped. And yeah, Violet, he knows how to play on a knife's edge, that's for sure, especially when it comes to Sound Barrier, sorry. But yeah, we'll see where Peps want to go for the next one. I wouldn't honestly
You almost said Ajax. I heard you.
Maybe it was intentional. Maybe we go to something like a King's Row or something a little bit more confined. Although Zarya is fairly decent too.
Well, that's why I said maybe you go to King's Row and you ban out the Zarya, because Hazard can still play on King's Row really well. You could also transition to the Junker Queen if you want to, just with the straightaways on second point. But to go back to your point about the Kiriko, think about how many steps that takes. How much time that takes to actually get the Kiriko to swift step away and remove her from that off angle. All the while, like, you're just leaving yourself vulnerable to your own backline getting picked off and traded. Yeah, you just gotta go fast.
It's tough. Hey, if you want to go fast with the team, you can in the FACEIT Masters Season 7, which is starting pretty soon. And with FACEIT, you can climb all the way to OWCS. So if you want to get off-angled by Violet permanently and then destroyed as a Tracer player, then hey, you can do that. So yeah, take some of your friends and sign up to FACEIT, fce.gg/FACEIT League, and you can find all the details on the site. It's a whole lot of fun playing in a 5-man, way different to ranked is all I was saying. It's a lot more engaging and a lot more serious. So yeah, you can also play in some of the other leagues too. It doesn't have to be the Masters League or anything. You can play in the Advanced League, so you're not facing up against some like top 500 Grandmaster teams. It's a whole lot of fun regardless of what skill level you are.
I loved team play when I was doing that back in the Overwatch 1 days. I had my own team going through Open Division, and it just like is a super different beast. Like having your scrim blocks, actually doing VOD review to break down how the team can improve or how you can get better team coordination in your plays. Yeah, like there's ways that you can play for fun, but there are also a lot of ways that you can play more seriously to just keep up that grind and get better and better. And there is something different about having that team coordination rather than like in ranked and nobody's talking and you just kind of have to go do your own thing.
No one's talking in ranked. So at least 5 players are in the lobby talking and you're having a good time as well, even if you lose. It feels better to lose with friends, you know? Or is it shared misery is better than like solo misery? I don't know the exact quote, but
Misery loves company as well.
Misery does love company. Yes, indeed. All right, Peps. Well, we're going to Esperanza as our map next. And this is probably where you want to ban Tracer. But what are you thinking?
I mean, you could also still ban the, well, I was going to say ban the Wrecking Ball, since that was also something that got brought out by Team Vision. But I think it's also just a really good hero on this map. Same with Freya, with all of the different high grounds that you can play with. It leads me to believe that we can still see more Hazard coming out from Team Peps. So, good bans for Team Peps.
Yeah, I like this. Freya ban too, which is looking good. I think Freya, especially on this map, really powerful. The high ground just ridiculously easy to control with the Freya. So like this one, going to be a lot more fast comps though, I'd imagine. Hopefully Violet ends up picking. I'm not sure I like the BAP, but the Violet off angling with Choice L1 and then just having the even with the ball band, you could still play like Hazard, Diva, Zarya. Like you can still play things that you can off angle with. So yeah, we'll see what Vision want to rock up with as their Wrecking Ball has been banned away. And that Freya ban too is it's not gonna hurt them too much, I don't think, on either side, to be fair. I think both DPS duos are very well capable of not minding the Freya, playing something else. You can play the Cass if you really want to play like a hit scan, but yeah, Trace is going to be the name of the game here for both, at least Dip and Choice O1 for this map.
But I do wonder if this forces Zaro to have to play either Sojourn or Cassidy since the Freya has been banned. And that was something that Vision Esports was able to handle quite well in Lijiang Tower. So is this really going to be a pick that's going to benefit Team Peps enough, having to play that hit scan versus being able to play something like that double flex or something that's a little bit more slippery? As you were pointing out on Lijiang Tower, Sojourn only has 1 power slide too if you're able to take that perk. And if Vision Esports want to go fast and they want to go with this dive from Tama on this Winston, then like how many chances do you have to actually get away from that dive?
Oh, the Torbjorn. Choice one Tracer? Yeah, there we go. Okay, Torb for Cookie. I like this. Does keep Dip in check a lot of the time, and if Zerion wants to off angle as well, and then we're going double flag support for Vision. No shocks there. I really like this Torbjorn, especially hanging out with Skyle as well. The amount of poke damage is kind of insane, and you're basically waiting for Violet to land a headshot, Cookie to land a body shot, Scar to land like a decent body shot, and then Tama and Choice One just basically int on that target.
Oh my god, the Winston bubble also blocking the turret so that it's not taking any damage. It seems Peps trying to peek around the corner. Brilliant. But with this turret placement, it is forcing Team Peps to have to play in this open ground where Vision Esports have this high ground control. They're also able to take control of that back of point around this pillar. And so, like, Team Peps, they kind of have to make a choice here. Do you want to try to engage onto the turret and break that down? That looks like what they're going to do.
Pretty early Suzu force there initially by Vision, but they weren't able to just jump on somebody, sadly. It's just Again, more of a poke battle. Looks like they want to try and take high ground control now, but oh, it's Zoro that goes down first. And Willies is not long for this world either. Nice couple of body shots there from the Wu Yang. Oh, a little triple. Okay, I see you. I see you. And Tidal Blast earned 2. And the longer these fights go on as well, the more dangerous it is for Peps, because the Tidal Blast is so readily available for Choice. They want on Tama to go in. In fact, let's get a quick Team Peps listen to see how they tackle this next fight.
They got ahead of us.
Man, a lot of chatter in those comms. I couldn't put it into words, I'm going to be honest. Too much was discussed. Theories of life and theories of relativity discussed as well. Yeah, that's crazy stuff from Team Peps as they lose this fight. That'll be checkpoint as well for Team Vision. This should be a little stagger on Willies if they can get it. It doesn't look like they can, unfortunate. All good though. Oh no, Tama's going in again. You got to get this. Nice little wave to follow up as well. Yeah, really big stagger. This is a free corner push for Vision.
I mean, Willies is just going to switch off the Diva and go over to Hazard, because at this point, you need something that's going to contend with this Winston. I think the Hazard does fare just a little bit better. Tama in the back line with the Primal Rage. I mean, FD needs to use the sound barrier.
He needs to use it, but obviously you really need that for this mid-fight, sadly. They do end up killing Tama. Any additional kill hit from Vision is going to be nice, but doesn't look like Peps are going to give it to him. Okay, a full 5 surviving for Team Peps. So Zoro again, who didn't look good that first map. It's really time to show up now if you're the Sojin.
Overclock is so important, and especially when you have high ground control. Great sightlines for you to be able to work with for this overclock, as well as this coverage on the bridge. You can see Zoro getting ready to kind of find a position for this. Diff also has this pulse bomb that can be an equalizer, but Zerion gets caught out by Violet. Now the pressure's really on to this DPS.
You see, oh, what a shot by Zoro. You see Zoro 180, Violet's just chilling there. He's like, nope. Violet is going to dip out of there, but they've already, like you said, lost Zerion. So Peps are now on the back foot. Tama low, nice wall placement there by Willie. So actually they've managed to turn this round regardless of the loss of the Kiriko, but they're still fighting over the mid-fight here. So losing anybody is going to be a pain. Zoro just ended up getting chased by Violet, but narrowly saved. A couple of heals coming in as Team Peps attempt to push this bot under the bridge.
And a disruptor shot to block off the option to just kind of continue to follow up after Zoro. But now time for the Kitsune rushes.
Tidal Blast on to Tama as well to save his life. That post-bomb connection almost good enough for a kill. Both rushes, like you said, have been used. One on high, one on low, as that bot is now in control of Team Vision. It looks like Team Peps tried to hint onto the Torb there. They ended up killing the turret, great, but Torb just hits the overload and just chills out with everybody. And now Choice at 1 could just do the dirty work, just cleaning up everybody. Choice at 1. 5 minutes to go. Team Vision are just, they're tearing things apart right now. Like, Team Peps have no say in any of these fights. He's looking like a beast.
They're going to unlock these forward spawns as well again. And Choice at 1 have the pulse bomb. Has been doing great work with these sticks. Even if they have the giant lobs into the back, I have to look at this pulse bomb, and Team Peps need to give this some respect. That's why FD God is playing so careful. You don't want to get pulse bombed here and lose out on the sound barrier.
Oh, FD God almost got Ajax. All good though. That was a crazy flank from FD God. Do you see that Guardian wave there coming through from Skyle, knocking him up slightly? That would have been a highlight of all time, I think, for all Lucios out there. Good aggressive sound barrier though again from Team Peps. This is exactly how they took control of the bot last time. They've not lost anybody either, but getting it to this checkpoint Rose is going to be such a pain. Primal and Pulse available for Vision.
And the downpour at least can lock a couple of people in place, maybe hopefully lining up some shots for Zoro if you're able to get this overclock online. Getting a lot closer now with a little bit of extra damage, and you're also taking out the Torb turret, so that has got to get reset back up. But look at Choice 1. I mean, just playing in the front lines, hoping that you're going to be able to land this pulse bomb onto somebody before Team Peps are able to get this first checkpoint themselves.
All right, has got recall, so doesn't want to go in too aggressive. Tama, choice of one, swapping sides here. Primal Rage. Oh, the fancy footwork there from Tama, dodging out at that ult coming through from Willies. Downpour doesn't connect with anybody. Azora used this railgun on the high ground. Choice of one ends up going down. Overclock, at least netting one. And Team Peps in control of the box. They got to be able to secure this high ground, though. They got to just continue to exert their presence. But with this rush, it's going to be so difficult. Again, Vision have flipped the map. They are on this high ground. A tidal blast available from Vision 2 could be what they need, but the checkpoint has been taken.
Checkpoint for Team Peps is pretty big here, but Vision Esports are just going to go in with the Tidal Blast.
Uh-oh, FD God got to run. Tidal Blast connects with 2. Suzu ends up saving Willies for the time being. That Pulse Bomb still did a bit of damage. Enough for Willies to go down. They've lost Cookie, but it's all good. They just need to control. They can't let Team Peps push any further because they lose the fight there. The likelihood they lose the lead is almost 100%. So a good fight win for Vision is now they reset.
They did have to empty the ult bank for that, but as you said, it's all about that long game. You want to make sure that you're keeping the lead, and that would be tough to get back with only 2.5 minutes remaining. A Disruptor shot here from Team Peps is going to make sure that you're pushing back this Winston, and Elix becomes a little bit harder for you to just execute on this dive. But another sound barrier almost earned here for FD God. As this bot moves back to this midpoint, Team Peps have a chance here, Jack. With a good sound barrier again from FD God, you can play really aggressive to push Vision Esports off this high ground, and then hopefully Dip can kind of come in with that pulse bomb, and you're able to get even more meterage out of this.
I mean, yeah, exactly. You don't need to use it defensively, realistically. You just got to go in with these sound barriers. They're trying to look for a pick right now. FD God slams it up onto the high ground, hits 5, and now Cookie's in trouble. Ends up getting warded off there briefly by Willies. Dip is the one now pushing the car as the rest of Team Vision end up falling to the ground. Tama to fall too. So Dip now, all he needs to do is survive. Had recall, but Choice at 1 managed to clip him in the back of the head. A decent trade there for Peps, though. Without the tank, Vision don't really have this frontal pressure, but Tama's going to come back in just a moment. Team Peps need to find this fight, and they need to find it now. They need picks, but Cookies just stands up to Willies. He's the tank player now, as he just takes down the hazard. Sora uses this overclock rose and kills Cookie eventually, but Tama's already made his way back to the fight. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, and Violet kills FD God. Again, a nice couple of kills, and Zoro finally coming alive in this series, but it's too little too late for the Sojourn, as they have to back out.
Oh, it's so tough because in that position, if Zerion stays alive, maybe you use the rush there and you're able to get a little bit more damage down. But now Vision Esports, actually, they leave the bot in the midpoint. They know that with just a minute remaining, they have the ultimate advantage. They've got this Tidal Blast to lay onto Tama. The Primal Rage is going to help extend this fight, and it's going to make it really challenging for Team Peps to actually win those 2 fights back-to-back that they would need in order to actually take this map win. This Kitsune Rush will help delay a little bit as you try to force Vision Esports to use a little bit more as the Primal Rage now comes out and the downpour to lock down Tama.
Okay, he got knocked way down to earth there. Do you see how quickly Tama fell? My word. But still, like you said, Vision couldn't back off here. They've got both support ults available. Team Peps have used their rush, but a good kill onto Violet and Cookies too. These are late stagger kills with a bot on Peps's on the Peps's barricade now, meaning they can move.
They might even get lead here if Vision Esports are not careful. Willies is gonna push forward, at least to make sure that, like, you're still taking a lot of damage to move in, but look how close we're getting to the lead.
Tidal Blast used on Tama as he jumps the back line. A wall in the way. The knockdown does connect, but Willies was already in the air, so no kills for Vision. But they've still got support ults. Overtime in session, Team Peps have to touch, and they got a sound barrier from FD God. He cannot Ajax this. It hits 5, luckily. Violet backpedaling now. A stick connects with Cookies as Violet's struggling to keep his team alive in the fight. In fact, he's just doing damage because no one's in front of him right now. Zoro, overclock, pushing on. Couple of meters to go as Team Peps managed to secure the lead in just a meter or so, but they still need the kills. Slowly but surely, they're finding the picks, and Team Peps come back in a massive way. It's only Cookies left, but he cannot get to the points as Team Peps come up with a win on Esperanza.
The clutch factor is real. Team Peps pulled it together for the final couple of minutes of that map. And even though things were starting to look a little bit dire in that last minute, they extended the fights long enough that they were able to get that amazing rush at the very end and seal the deal. Amazing from Zoro as well, just really lighting up on this map. Maybe you just needed a warm-up one. But the Sojourn ended up being the perfect choice for Esperanza. All of the different angles that you can take there. The most damage in the entire lobby with those overclocks as well. Just great things from Zoro on this one.
Yeah, looked lackluster on Lijiang Tower, to put it lightly. And yeah, really shining. 21-4, like you said, most damage in lobby at 10.7. Looks really good. And that Tidal Blast on Scarlet at the very end, even the Violet Rush, they needed kills off of that. Like, you send your Winster in, you send your Tracer in, you send someone in, and you win, basically. You get a knockdown on a support, on a DPS. They're just big press Q to win buttons, basically, and they just couldn't get it done. Nice patience from Team Peps as well, recognizing that, and FD God, crucial sound barrier at the very end to top it all off. All right, we're at least getting 4 maps here, Rose. It's not going to be a clean 3-0.
No, and I want to call out just the presence of mind for Team Peps to know that Tama had Primal Rage. They used the downpour to stop Tama from getting too much value with this Primal, and I think that was just the perfect response. It opened the door there for Zaro to just be free and clear to go for things like that overclock without fear of getting booped around by that Winston. And so, yeah, Team Peps heads up play. Really great macro in this particular map. And it makes me hopeful we're going to get this map 5. Come on, let's have a close series.
Guaranteed a 4th at the very least. Good stuff from Team Peps. One apiece. Vision's chance to choose. Zoro coming alive too is going to be good. There's definitely he's probably going to cop a Sojourn ban at some point. But then it's like, okay, you just pivot to Freya. Freya has already been banned. A very close game. Look at that healing done too from Peps. A lot of that healing, I'd imagine, was from the beginning of the map, because Vision were kind of dominant, honestly. Getting that 72 meters very early on, checkpoint very early on as well. Peps were very much on the back foot. You're earning your support ults a lot quicker in that situation, just because the amount of healing you're doing, like pumping Willie's fully heals, pumping Zoro fully heals, etc. So yeah, Peps kind of springboarding back into this one. A couple of extra eliminations too. Looks good. Expecting a map number 5, Rose. I really am. And I think with how Vision played that with the double flex, it does look good. I think eventually there is going to be a Lucio ban, and going to even a hybrid or a Suravasa might be kind of cheeky from them, honestly. I wouldn't mind seeing a Suravasa with the Lucio ban coming from Vision.
Yeah, because I mean, looking back at that first map, even with Lijiang Tower, we often see Control, one of those places that you would love to have a Lucio or some type of speed. And Team Vision were super happy to not play around Lucio at all, as the next pick up...
Junkertown.
It's Junkertown, yeah.
Okay.
I think maybe this is where you would want to ban the Sojourn.
Yeah, I also like this pick as well from Vision, because Lucio way less prevalent. Vision gonna ban the Kiri of all things. Okay, and then Peps banning Zarya. So this is, to me, this is probably... I mean, Violet's probably just gonna play Alari here, if I had to guess.
Yeah, why not? Or the Ana. The Ana looked really great as well. If you want to play a little bit more dive, then you still at least have the anti-nades and everything sleep reactively if you want it. So I think either of those support heroes works great on Junkertown.
Yeah. Larry, Ana, and then just have a BAP.
Yeah.
Or just Wu Yang. I mean, Wu Yang's also not banned.
Yeah,
I'm curious how they end up positioning themselves here. Zarya ban, I think, especially with how Tama's pretty flexible. Like, play ball, hazard, like a lot of the Brawl heroes too. I think you're pretty chill with that. Okay, Zarya pretty strong right now, but you're more than happy to even run a Wrecking Ball, especially on like first point. So yeah, we'll see how Peps end up dealing with this. Probably a little bit more rush with FD God still with the Lucio, but this is a map that Lucio is... It's good, but you would ideally want to double flex. Like, you kind of want more poke stuff, whether that's Alari or like, you know, Wu Yang or whatever. Like, Lucio is okay at kind of like getting past these big choke points and then diving on people. But Junkertown, historically, very long map. Very, very long. Very good for Widows and long-range hit scans. So, yeah. Don't forget as well, by the way, in the game, 10th anniversary is coming up very soon. 10 years of Overwatch. Can you believe it? I just can't. I actually cannot.
It is hard to believe that it has been 10 years.
Yeah. I think I played the beta when I was still in university on my, like, third year, second year, I can't remember. And my friend was like, hey, you want to check out this new game? I was like, okay. And then we just sat down and started playing. I was like, oh my god.
And then you were lost forever.
This game's pretty
Overwatch.
good, guys. Yeah, it's insane. I'm sure a lot of you remember as well playing the beta way back when. Let's jump into the game though. The game at hand. We're going to an escort Vision's pick as they ban Kiri and Peps ban Zarya.
To go back to your point about the Lucio maybe being not as relevant on this particular map or not as impactful, you have to watch the rotations that these teams are going to make. Either playing around that high ground, that first bridge by the attacking spawn, or even just making the rotation backwards to play on the second bridge, playing around the buildings. It's just really important, and I think like Lucio can play a little bit of disruption, but Vision has gone kind of all in on the poke experience just from what they're deciding to hover over for now. Whereas Team Peps, they really are trying to go fast to try to disrupt this so that Vision doesn't have time to set up with this poke.
One pick is really all you need though.
Yeah.
On the side of Vision. So Team Peps have to be on this. Choice of one on the Widowmaker. Okay, yeah, they know. They know exactly what Peps are running now. Quick dip back, and Cookie is going Freya, and then Choice One Tracer. Okay, yeah, really like this. And of course, like I said, Violet wants to play something pretty aggressive, so picks the Alari, and then slowly but surely, and like you said, Rose, Peps have to be quick. They got to take fights early.
Well, that's one way to start off well. I mean, Choice A1 not being a factor. Now you just kind of have to worry more about the front to back rather than your back line. And it's another great pick.
Okay, 2 back-to-backs. Okay, you like that. You like Zerion finding the 1v1 against Choice A1. Really hard, very short range, the Lijiang, because he doesn't get the empowered orb until like a little bit, the faster orb. So it can be a little bit tough to kill a good Tracer with good movement.
Now, but being able to play on these stairs, I mean, look how far back already Team Peps have been kind of pushed, but they're still getting away with kills.
Okay. I mean, Choice One's been dead twice now.
Oh, no!
He fall off the map?
I think he fell off the map.
I think, he got a boot kill, I guess. So, you know, you take that, I suppose.
That's okay. He took someone down with him, so it kind of works out. And he's a Lucio, so he'll get back to the defense quite quickly.
You're hoping at least. I mean, still though, Vision are moving this payload at quite a considerable pace. Zerion's going pretty low, and jumped high in the sky there, so that wave didn't connect with Zoro. Oh dear, now it's all falling apart. Is FD gone? Oh, he's dead again. I thought he was going to jump off the map. Well, goodbye backline. Violet has killed you as the payload continues to move. And what was quite a rough first fight there, Vision in pure control. 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Getting to the high ground though is going to be key.
I know, and Violet has the captive sun, so I think that high ground is going to be really challenging for Team Peps to actually go up and contest. Not only that, but you've also got the bola shots. So if you're up on the high ground, it's going to be easier for Cookie to also take you out, but I'm mostly worried about this captive sun. So are Team Peps. They've got Willies on this diva. Hopefully the defense matrix can also help you.
Oh, time to blast. Oh, hits Violet. Should be an easy kill for Dip. Yeah, just aims him down and oh no, Cookie. I think it was a bowler jacked actually. Zoro just takes Cookie's head off. Unlucky.
Now, valiant effort so far from Vision, but Cookie throws out the bullet shot and inevitably switches over to the Symmetra. So now it's going to be a lot faster to take these rotations that this, Sigma is going to want to take. Sigma is otherwise quite slow. Oh.
Nice stick from Dip too. Yeah, actually getting to the high ground here has been proving quite a difficult task for Vision.
Yeah, they haven't had any time to actually use, like, the Captive Sun. Maybe you use the Tidal Blast now since Skyle has that. Send in somebody like Tama or Choice A1 would be even better with the Pulse Bomb readily available.
Flux. Oh, that's a really good flux.
Nice.
High value, to say the very least. Okay, now we can get it popping. And the biggest thing here as well for Team Vision is that they saved this Tidal Blast. They didn't use it in this fight. So now Choice A1 can set up on and off angle. Same with Skyle. use Tidal Blast on the Tracer, and then insta-kill Zerion. There's no defensive tool there apart from this sound barrier, but sometimes that is just not enough. These Tidal Blasts come in way too quick.
Yeah, the latency too with having the Tidal... Oh! What? Don't even
Oh, they did not expect Choice 01 to be there. Beautiful stuff from Choice 01. All right, that's a double, and they're going to push all the way up too. That's a 3-second point. Didn't even need to use it.
Oh, 4 minutes on the clock too. Vision Esports have held onto the Tidal Blast as well as his Captive Sun. Violet has had this since the first point and still hasn't found a super great time to use it. But now that you're in the back part of this map, I mean, go ahead and let it rip, especially because Violet does have high ground now.
All right, overclock used by Zoro.
Everybody backs
He's
up.
gonna force Vision to back off. Yeah, don't give him any opening. All good.
Unfortunately, this high ground is now being controlled by Team
Well, they're
Peps,
ready.
which is what Vision would have liked, but they got the teleporter.
Tidal Blast connects. Skyle all on is lonesome, sadly. Captive Sun used by Violet, but is there actually going to be a kill? The connection is going to be super hard getting past to this Diva. Dip is also pretty low at this point. Took a headshot there, I think, from Violet. Captive Sun gets nada, 0, zilch. Sound barrier from FD God still available too. Although Vision still, I must say, are making good time despite how scrappy this looks. A sound barrier to launch them in as well. Okay, they really want to put pedal to the metal, but I do worry for them at this point because Tama's got this flux. If this connects with 2 again, this is going to be a free push and then high ground control.
Yeah, I feel like it would have been nicer to have the sound barrier as a response to that Prophetic Flux or even this Pulse Bomb. I mean, Choice 01 did surprise them before. Maybe they'll be surprised again that Choice 01 has it in this next fight too. But I think without that defensive ultimate, it becomes even easier here for Vision Esports to just kind of use their ults pretty freely.
High IQ play there by Tama, just randomly shooting spheres in different corners, making sure Dip isn't hanging around. All right, hands have been used by Tama. Could be a decent stick target if they land a stick and then dive on Tama as a group. Could be a fairly easy kill on the Sigma. Teleport from Cookie, a little bit of a bait. Maybe hoping Team Peps try and descend on it ASAP. But Tama now trying to look for an opening. Another Tidal Blast comes out. On to Dip again. Knocks down Skyle, but Tama's still fighting in the front lines. This wall is going to be kind of dangerous to deal with. Flux missed. All good, though. It was a bait. Zoro ends up going down on the point. And now Vision trying to push down this final stretch.
And with the final stretch, you've got Pulse Bomb, you've got Captive Sun. It might be even easier since Violet doesn't have to worry about the high ground being taken. It'll be very difficult for Team Peps to get there with how close this payload is getting to that finish line. And in the battle of the Tracers, Choice 01 and Dip both have these Pulse Bombs available, and the first Tracer to fall is probably going to be the team that loses.
Captive Sun connects, actually, with Zerion. That's one explosive kill. Although Zoro is on such a dominant high ground position here with this overclock. Cookie and Violet dead. I mean, Vision are in an awkward spot, but it is still winnable in theory. Tama's going to be kind of descended upon, though. There's going to be the Guardian Wave and even a Tidal Blast on Skyle to keep them in this. They didn't even attach it to Choice 01. Just used it to gain a little bit of space, I guess, and wait for the rest of the team.
Oh, but now they've lost Choice 01, so I think Vision Esports really should just kind of back up and regroup as a full team of 5, especially because with only a minute remaining, if anybody else from Vision falls, that's not good.
They're going in again. Wall from Willie's there to block the escape, but almost a locked in here with me moment there for Willie's, as narrowly gets out with his life. Zerion doing a lot of healing in that fight there, hitting those Guardian Waves. There's a Tidal Blast available in a couple of seconds as well. Now the Guardian Wave connects onto Willie's, and the Tidal Blast gets connected with the tank. A knockdown onto Skyle. The explosion was enough there to kill the enemy Lijiang, as Team Peps are holding on, but with 25 seconds to go and this flux coming in, it's looking a little bit worse for wear for Team Peps. Maybe hoping they had the beat for that situation, as Vision finish off that map with a flux in the corner, and they get the cap in the end.
Switching sides.
With even a little bit of time in the bank. Very impressive from Team Peps, though. Vision Esports had over 4 minutes heading into that third point, and Team Peps brought them down to just 22 seconds. What a stall. What a great defense from Team Peps. Ideally, you would have loved to be able to stop the payload before it even gets to that point, but they had such great control of high ground. They made really good use of those aggressive sound barriers from FD God, and just put Vision Esports into a position where, like, they just couldn't get high ground control.
It looks so scrappy, and the ability to shut down Choice 01 as well was there a lot of the time. On first, like, Team Peps looked really clean. It was just the actual control of the point was just kind of difficult against the Sigma comp. So despite them losing people, that being Vision, they were still able to gain meterage because Tama just basically is like AFKs on the point, right? AFK, shoot people with spheres and push point while team gets space. They were still able to get a lot of work done. I like the aggressive sound barriers from FD God, but that last one,
the last one felt like a miss.
It felt like you needed it for the flux. But let's see what they do on their attack here. They're going to obviously continue to run this Wu Yang with the Lucio. Same kind of comp, same for Vision. However, Tama going over to the Diva now, Rose.
Tama on the Diva makes a little bit more sense, especially if you kind of expect that Willies is going to be playing this Hazard. You want to have something else that can keep up with the speed of which you can jump onto the enemy team. And then you also have the defense matrix. Like, Sigma is so hard to play on the defense here when the attacking team is playing Lucio, just because you get walked on and then your shield, the enemy team just pushes past that. Yeah, so I like the Diva a lot better. Dip is behind the team though, so maybe Vision Esports needs to watch their back.
Yeah, it does need to wait for that passive regen to kick in. Literally just waiting for his health bar to fill back up again. Good dive, though, onto Cookie. And watch their back indeed. Yeah, Cookie had no idea that Tracer could help with the kill. He just ended up hitting the recall, though, but back onto the point. Team Peps are still pushing.
It's a little bit delayed though, because you are just kind of waiting to make sure that Willies isn't going to get eliminated. You need that health back on Willies and Zaro before you can make another cohesive push. But Vision Esports are making it really hard. Zarian and FD God are having to put in overtime to make sure that their team is healed up. They're really hoping they're going to get their support ultimates too before somebody gets eliminated. Zarian and FD God both very close.
Oh, FD God, he's in. Tidal Blast, though, on to Dip again, but Violets might just pay him a visit with his own. Doesn't like any knockdowns came in, but Willie's first to fall. And I think, Rose, that's actually a really good point you brought up. The healing resource and the healing output from Team Peps is kind of tempered at times because the Wu Yang right click, it's not like Mercy's where you just hold down left click, people get healed up to full, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's on a resource meter. So being able to like go in rapidly over and over again isn't really an option for them. They have to really make a good go of it the first time around, because that wave is going to restore a little bit, but not the full amount. A good pulse bomb on to Zerion, though. Team Peps, we'll see if they invest anything. Looks like they're going to back up. Yeah, no aggressive sound barrier, not without your Wu Yang.
No, you really need to have both of your supports up before you do make that next engagement. And that's where, like, as soon as you come out of spawn, maybe that is where you use the sound barrier. After you hit this particular building, the sound barrier would maybe push Tama away, and then you're able to kind of fight in this open territory. That's really what you want the sound barrier for. And Dip is playing with fire.
There's a captive sun for Violet. Oh, FD God deleted. Oh, dearie me, FD God. Sound barrier, yep, nothing. Absolutely nothing. Nice kill on Violet, though, in the end, but I'd be a little bit too scrappy for them to clean up.
Too late.
Maybe at least a decent re-engage.
Now, there's still a couple of members of Team Peps alive, but the fact that Vision Esports are going to be playing on the defense and, like, Violet's going to come back on that high ground, we'll have to hear how Team Peps are going to maybe get the job done on first point. Let's listen.
I'm going left, going left. Do one.
I guess
Put him. Okay.
I can't.
I'm
willing. Pick me. Bless him. Please.
Divine.
I don't have anything. I cannot.
They're TPing.
Can die fast?
Reset.
Yeah.
I should have touched.
Can you go bull?
Okay.
Okay.
I'll try to go free as well.
Maybe blast.
They're close. We blast notre next fight, okay?
Yeah. Très ça, spulls. Diva hiding. Tu need Diva.
Should
I touch? Do you have touch? Yes. I can tap. Okay, you have to blast me.
Lower one. I got her.
Play life. I'm with you.
Oh dear, they managed to clutch it out at the very end. Skull, Violet down now, supports for Vision. No healing available now for the team on the defense, but they still managed to come up with picks here and there. Obviously, with overtime ticking, Dib's going to have to be on payload duty in a couple of moments, but a good pulse bomb through the Matrix manages to eject the mech. And by the skin of their teeth, they managed to cap the point.
You could feel the urgency in their voices listening to those team comms where they know backs against the wall. They're gonna be in overtime for that final push, and I love being able to hear the coordination about like who's gonna get the title blast, really switching over to the wrecking ball to make sure that you actually got the touch.
That was a dirty...
Short-lived.
Man, who doesn't love watching Choice One on Tracer, man? I can't name a single person. Oh, dominated. Well, unlucky. Whoops-a-daisy. That was probably my fault there, Rose. My bad.
A little bit of a caster curse for sure. Oh, Skyle just kills Dip without even looking at him.
I got you, buddy.
Yeah, nice to get the revenge there. That's so funny. That's like my favorite thing about watching Lijiang play is like you don't even know where the players are sometimes, but you're just sending an empowered orb down where you expect people to be, and sometimes it's that splash damage or the direct that you're just kind of accidentally getting to pick up in elimination. Still have high ground control as well. See, Peps actually used this sound barrier to go into the small room.
Violet. Oh, yeah, good luck. The sound barrier was like decent there. It hit a lot of people, but Violet just uses the captive zone in that small corridor. Like, that was a risky from Violet, to be fair. If you die mid-animation or you don't just getting clicked on before you end up getting it off, that could have been a very different story, but it was enough damage and enough kind of slowdown as well when you're sunstruck. It was good for Vision in the end. Scar's going to end up spawning a little bit late here, but Team Peps, Rose, they still need to get on top of this high ground. They've lost all like space and presence there.
It would be nice if you had that extra input of speed, but it's so difficult to actually traverse this first bridge to the second. And all the while, I mean, like, Itama is just kind of floating around. We're chasing after low people. Oh, Zerion's gonna get stuffed into the stairwell.
Well, here comes the title blast. Some willies this time around, and Cookies, yeah, easy kill on the Symmetra. However, still another pulse bomb from Choicer 1 connects, and another kill. Choicer 1 just off screen, kills 2. There's 10 seconds to go, and Vision still have 3 ults. This is an unlosable situation for Vision.
You would hope so. Tama gets the extra max. Style can actually just go ahead and place that title blast on Choice A1, even though you don't have the pulse bomb. Still makes for a great way to contest this overtime when you know that Team Peps have to touch the cart. They've got to play around this payload. They don't have another choice.
Look at Choice A1's positioning as well. Perfectly arranged for Skull there to use that ult. Oh, Skull's dead though. Oh, he Wu-jaxed. He ended up using ult, but unfortunately, a frame or two late there. No Wu-Yang ult available for Vision. I said this was unlosable, but my bad. This is just disaster for Team Vision. There is going to be a self-destruct on the point, just a little bit damage to Willies, but a remake kill on FD God. And then, of course, who comes in to save the day? It is Violet, popping the captive sun and finding that final elimination. Vision looked a bit dicey in the end, but they still come away with a win. That's going to be 2-1 in the series now.
Oh, I don't like FD God being on like the receiving end of that, but I always find it funny when D.Va is getting remake kills, and what a perfect time to have it happen in the overtime of this map. I mean, what more can we really say about the way that Team Vision played around this? The Sigma ended up being great on the attack, and then the D.Va even better on the defense. Just so challenging for Team Peps to actually step up to. And as you were calling out in the final moments of the high ground control from Team Vision, so difficult to step up to that as well. Like, who do you send up there that has enough point presence in the overtime? Like, it has to be Willies, and it kind of has to be Dip to at least go in and touch, but is that enough to actually get the D.Va off there?
Man, and Choice O1 was just farming. Oh, was that when FD God fell off the map? Yeah, he literally just launched himself off the map. Okay, whoops-a-daisy. Yeah, Choice O1 was just destroying on another level, actually, on the Tracer. It was a little gross. And the pulse bomb connections too. Not only are they like good, they're consistent, but also on the perfect targets. Like Zerion just constantly had a pulse stuck to the back of his head. It's really tough to maneuver with the Wu-Yang because you're having to deal with not on the Sigma comp, but the D.Va comp. You're having to deal with a D.Va running at you. You're having to deal with a Tracer. Like, do you end up using your shift, your title surge? You're gonna die like real quick. Nice bowler seat as well, by the way, by Tama. The aggressive sound barriers from Peps. You see, I don't mean to say this, you know, there's a pun, but you see the vision, right? You see the vision with these sound barrier engages. They want to go really fast. They want to be able to set the tempo of this map because Team Vision can't do that with their backline because they don't have speed. They don't have a Lucio. But the sound barriers, when they work, it's great. But when they don't, it's just such a momentum killer for Team Peps. Vision on match point. The stats from that last map on your screen. Peps' choice to where we go next.
And thinking about what could be the next map in the series, I do wonder if we're just going to go to something like a Saravasa, and then you hope that you get a Protect Band to keep the Lucio so you have that speed.
I wouldn't mind it. I actually wouldn't mind Vision banning the Lucio for this next map. Although, to be fair, if you know what they're doing is kind of like, okay, they're going to aggressive beat like every single time they've got it, like maybe you don't ban the Lucio. Maybe you just go, okay, that's fine because we can just play around that. We kind of know your game plan now. We'll see. Junkertown was a bit of an off the wall pick. It's got to be said, but in all honesty, again, you know this is how Peps want to play, so yeah, we'll see. You got to ban Tracer though at some point. Like
I think so.
Choice of one at this, he's ripping face like way too much and sticking people like 24/7.
That's true.
Get rid of the Tracer.
The pulse bomb stick rate is quite high for Choice A1, but I feel like it's a little hard to ban out the Tracer when you know that you're also taking it away from your own team. And Dip has also had some really nice moments with the Tracer. We aren't going to Saravasa though. We're going to be going to King's Row, which does leave Saravasa as our 5th and final map if Team Peps are able to win on King's Row and extend this series. But King's Row, at least like the Zarya is still back on the table if that's something that you want to play since it's been banned already. Zarya would be good on this map too.
Yeah, for sure. I think Hazard's not too bad either, so they could pivot that way. Maybe you don't even ban Tracer here because Kings is decent for Tracer on first. Obviously, the battle for first is always taken on the high ground, so maybe banning Tracer is kind of meh. You just run something else and you just don't worry about it because Tracer's not that good on second and third. It gets progressively worse as you kind of move through the map. So that's maybe why Peps end up going here and then just put Choice 01 on something else.
Yeah, I think you could do that, but also like I'm kind of wondering what some of the bans could look like that would actually throw enough of a wrench into Team Vision that like Peps could get the leg up that way. And there aren't that many that really stick out to me. I mean, just taking a look at the bans here as they come through, it's gonna be a Symmetra ban from Team Peps and a Hazard ban from Team Vision. So that does shut down the ability for us to see the Hazard from Willies. But then I wonder then, do you expect something like the Zarya to come out instead? Do you maybe just play like Winston? I think shutting down the Hazard is the right call, though, from Vision. I think that ban is perfect.
Yeah, I don't mind Peps banning the Symmetra either. I think with the Symmetra kind of comps too, very powerful on this point, on King's Row in general. So yeah, banning the Hazard and the Symmetra, you're not too worried about the Tracers. So yeah, taking a lot of tools out of the arsenal of Team Vision is going to be good. I just wonder how they actually end up winning this tank matchup as well. Like, I feel like Tom has just been kind of owning, to be honest. Like, Willie's, it's a decent showing, but it has been on the shoulders of Zoro, especially after that first map, to really pop off and perform for the team on the Sojourn.
But that's what you need out of your hit scan. You know, a lot of players have been saying, like, hit scan is working as long as you're able to hit your shots. And that came true on Esperanza, where Zoro felt like he almost single-handedly turned around the map, just being able to get those massive overclocks and just the team in general clutching up on the final corner to win. But can you deliver that same type of performance when Team Vision are not the team to let you get away with the same thing twice?
I would love the Zaryas, I think. I think having a match off of that is probably where we're headed. I also like the D.Va. too, but the Zarya is like an instant counter. So maybe if you want to go for like an aggressive high ground type comp, then yeah, you go D.Va start and then you change to Zarya if they're also running it and just run the mirror. I think with the ability to run something like a Mei 2 wouldn't be too bad. Look, I think Vision, especially after that last map, have shown they like don't mind this kind of tempo that Peps is setting. I think with at the end of the day, if they're willing to just sound barrier into you over and over and over again, you're like, okay, that's fine. Like, that's such a big ult that we can use against you, basically, as long as we survive, or at least maybe we just lose one. Like, it's fine. So yeah, we'll see if they can continue to waylay that ult and yeah, move on from there. Could be a Vision 3-1 here at the end of this.
It could, and I think you're onto something in terms of the sound barriers being telegraphed. You know that the team is going to be rushing at you if you're continuing to use these sound barriers to have that super fast pace. So maybe that is something that we've already seen kind of Team Vision respond to. Oh, you hear the sound barrier. Since you hear the Lucio voice line, just back up a little bit, take better positioning, and then collapse after that once the sound barrier has started to expire. Because that overhaul doesn't last as long as I always feel like it's going to, even when playing in game. So I think it's something that Team Vision has done really great to just counterplay against.
All right, let's load on in. Map number 4, guaranteed this one after that Esperanza win from Team Peps. Can they just continue to hold on? Didn't look so pretty on Junkertown, but King's Row might be their final destination. Of course, this match as well is extremely important for Team Vision. A win here versus Team Peps locks them in at that number 4 seed. So a lot resting on their shoulders now. Looks like they're going to be on defense first with Peps on attack.
You want to be dodging that lower bracket start to your playoffs run. And so that's why both of these teams are pulling out all the stops to make sure that they can be the ones that are in that 4th place seed. You don't want to be 5th and 6th for that very reason. Vision Esports are looking quite good as Tama sets up with this Zarya. You've got the Reaper here to be playing a bit more in this kind of death volley composition. And Team Peps gonna match that. The only difference right now is that Zaro is going to start with the Hanzo to see if you can actually get a pick, and then wouldn't surprise me, yeah, to see the switch here, and Zaro decides to lock into the Freya instead. You do have some nice high ground that you can play around with, so the Freya makes a lot of sense.
Trying to force this Zaro up to high ground. It might be a little bit tough, actually, for Team Peps, considering the Reaper pick too from Vision. Looks like the Reaper right now just playing bottom right hotel with Violet, who's kind of on an off angle too. So being able to not only heal the people on the high ground, but basically shoot anybody in the face that comes up the stairs or ends up kind of encroaching on that left side. I really like this position from Violet. Let's be a little bit careful at the very least. Willie's going to be decently high charge from all the spam, so those right clicks are going to hurt. Whoops. Oh, that's a good kill.
This is just an instant disengage from Team Peps. I mean, Zaro is such a huge piece to the DPS puzzle, and Willis gets caught out while the rest of Vision decides to go ahead and chase down those eliminations. And it's putting them in an awkward spot. I mean, Choice I Want has done so much work that a pulse bomb is going to be available in this next fight. And with the Reaper, as you're seeing for this defense, I mean, that's one avenue that's getting locked down already. Tama can't step up to the plate there. You also don't want to send your Tracer over to that side because just a couple of big Hellfire shotguns into the Tracer, instant elimination. Let's see where Choice No One decides to try to land this pulse bomb from.
That was almost a paranoid use of the Suzu from Zerion. Cookies goes pretty low, had to Wraith form away. Choice of One already earning himself a pulse bomb. Just so quick earning these ults. And look, he's in the back line. Might be a nice pulse. Ends up hitting the recall fairly early though. So yeah, Choice of One is out of action, at least for the time. Willie's, though, still struggling to get onto this point. Oh, well, he tried to, like, sneak around. Tidal Blast, though. FD God picks up a kill. That was onto Dip that connects to the backline. Skyle down. And now progress can be made, but Violet actually says not today. Uses the rush on the point, pushes Cookie all the way forward, but now with the Zarya bubbles fading and Dip in the background, it's going to be a tough fight for Tama to stand up against. There's no way, especially with Zara as well, raining death from above with those take aims. And that's going to be point for Team Peps.
This great use of the Freya to deal with this Reaper. I mean, the Reaper is going to have a fairly tough time dealing with something like the Freya. And even the Tracer, you know, you just blocking down the hotel doesn't fix the total problem if Tracer just being able to flank around the other way. So, yeah, poor Cookie. You also only have so many Zarya bubbles to help try to save this Reaper. Team Peps unlock the payload. They're going to have a Graviton Surge. They also have the Pulse Bomb to throw into that if they really want to. Alongside the Bola Shot, we have seen Grav comboed with that, just given that everybody is going to be stabilized in one place. Willie's just so high energy as well. This Graviton Surge should be pretty big.
Oh, Graviton Surge on the point. Tidal Blast by the looks of it onto Cookie to try and save him, and save him they do. Good stick. Better Suzu. Zoro disengages, but they've already lost Willies. That was a nice lot of like util dump there from Vision to try and keep Cookie alive. And Choice of One still dominating the high ground. This is a good push, a good hold here for Vision. And they even save Grab. Like, this is, yeah, picturesque Overwatch right now.
And for Team Peps, like, they get the grab down, but then Willies goes down almost immediately. Just a great save of the Tidal Blast, the bubbles, the Suzu. There's so many things that Vision Esports have to shut down those individual ultimates, and there wasn't a chance to combo something like the Bullet Shot or the Pulse Bomb. At least you have both of those now, and Zarya's actually done so much dealing damage and healing that you've got another rush. So it should be a nice fight over the point here for Team Peps, as long as you don't get caught in the grab if Tama pops out early.
Well, they're going to try and rush through first. Pulse Bomb. Oh, and the grab. Oh, that's not a good spot for Willies to be in. He's going to be in range of everybody. And Zoro ends up just diving over the high ground by the looks of it. Using that Bola Shot, it got sucked into the grab. But, well, FD God and Willies ends up picking up kills. Let's get a Vision to listen now. They're going to lose this fight by the looks of it as Team Peps march on.
Wing 70 grab. Wait for me, wait for me, wait for me. Right side.
No. Kill you right side, kill you Trace on right side.
Just look for skill trade first and then we go kill.
Yeah, I can TP on Freya if he's top, okay?
I can... He's top left, he's top left. I can bubble show it.
Yeah, okay, you bubble show.
Oh.
You can still bubble me. Bubble.
Slow.
One bubble, I back.
Slow, if they come closer.
Blink corner.
Salo. Can we go top?
Yeah, going now. Going top. Freya. I'm on.
Oh, come in. I can kill all. Push.
Yeah, okay, I go kill Freya. Freya one. I back.
I'm really low.
Can I grab soon?
Just pocket me.
Yeah, I have Wing grab.
Salo. Saw one bubble.
I can TP Freya.
Yeah.
I look now. Okay, I back.
Don't
go first, it's gonna grab you. Can't play, yeah.
Give me.
Oh, I can't. Friend top, I look for trades. I got top. After trade. Yeah, look, we are. Grab.
Just grab.
Oh, that's fun.
Use grab box. You got one shot. Wait. We are first. They're gonna have Freya. Sorry. Oh. Oh, record. Did you use Winger? No.
No. Yeah? Okay. I can TP on Freya, Tama. I can go to Freya top.
He's on point.
3, 2, 1, TP top. Okay, they're far.
We only do. Just shoot point.
It's a sad death on Tama there. You saw Scar trying to keep Tama alive in the front line, but was mid-animation on that wave, so couldn't heal Tama in the end. Quick push, though. I mean, look, realistically, Vision are just going to be able to go for the grab. Oh, it did get one eventually, but a Tidal Blaster maybe saves area. Violet's still fighting on an off angle, but they've lost their DPS. Violet down 2. It's going to be a snowball for Team Peps.
And Tama's going to die here. Even with all of that charge, you have to lose it. And Team Peps, like, they're pushing to the door. Willie still has bubbles in a couple of seconds to be able to use just to kind of soak up any of this damage from the people that are coming out of spawn. And Violet can use his Kitsune Rush to at least get the team out of there. But, like, there's another Pulse Bomb from Dip. You still have to have point presence to deny this full cap.
Oh. Nice stick from Dip there, Skyle down. Violet's still going to rush though, so holdable for Vision right now, and they know it. Rush used, Violet TP's away in the end to safety. Dip kind of looking for Violet there, but Violet nowhere to be found. But they still managed to hold on, giving Skyle enough time to respawn.
Skyo can come back, and Violet's still pretty low, so you hope that he can get healed up just a little bit more to try to take this fight.
Oh, Dimny's health!
That's a great way to stabilize this defense. Just get Dip out of there, and Cookie still has that Death Blossom to throw in. Once we start getting into the final couple of seconds, Jack, this is going to be the last fight. Team Peps are really hoping that they're going to be able to get the full capture here, but they can, you know, rush, grab, great tools for Team Peps to use. They just can't lose anybody right now. And Cookie's waiting in the back. You see him?
No TP up to the high ground now. Bubble applied to the Reaper. Death Blossom still available. Could you use it on the point right now, but needs to force at least another bubble out. Graviton Surge connects as FD God lands the final blow there on the Reaper. 4v5. There is still a Tidal Blast available. Can apply it to Violet if he needs help, but Violet just gets assassinated by Zorro. Ezio out of Tori on the high ground, manages to kill him with a take-aim shot. A Graviton Surge on the point, and a post bomb does absolutely nothing from Choice Set 1. Grab post combo did negative damage. Zorro, pure control on height, no one paying attention to the Freya. Last minute swaps here from Cookies, try and get the final touch, but an OT finish will suffice for Team Peps.
So chaotic at the end there, but the Graviton Surge did nothing from Vision. Kind of on the reverse of the cards as we saw from Tama being able to survive through, you know, the Willie's grab. We saw the reverse happen with Willie's getting stuck in Tama's grab, and then everybody just throwing in those resources to help pocket Willie's and keep him alive so that he could utilize that high charge. I mean, Willie's almost has, you know, the most damage in the lobby outside of Tama. These Zaryas, man, they're just on another level.
Yeah, you're close to 100% energy, like 90% of the time in these comms from all the spam, especially against the Wu Yangs too. It's a lot of damage, a lot of free energy. Cookie as well, being able to like bubble the Reaper, goes in, takes 1 million damage, bubble and Choice of 1, etc. Takes 1 million damage and gets out of there. We'll see what Team Peps want to do on their defense. Same comp, just being able to get FD God in a position where you can off angle as the Wu Yang, or like slightly off angle, and just disengage from Cookie. That's going to be your main kind of adversary, because Cookie and Vision, they're going to want to be able to get up high ground, force them off, and then put the both supports from Team Peps in the choke. Like, that's the ideal scenario for Vision. We'll see if Choice 1 gets a headshot. Of course not. No one's fallen for that one since 97, so we're all good on that one.
I mean, Choice Set 1 is also going to be a huge problem for FD God. Oh.
What?
Okay, Dip.
Dip was hiding top right, probably. Just one clip Violet. Okay, well, fair enough. Good reset for the carry.
Yeah, didn't have enough time to get Swift step away to anybody else without putting yourself in even more harm's way. So Violet does get a chance to respawn, and nobody else goes down just yet. So Vision Esports still have a chance to get in with this one, and Violet gets huge revenge.
A dirty kill on Dip as well. Okay, well, Violet. And of course, Violet is a perma flanking on the Kiriko. Ends up TPing to Choice Set 1, and I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think Peps know where to look.
No. Cookie gets a nice kill onto Willie's just to kind of finish up the final stragglers of Team Peps. And everybody else backing up because they know that if they go down here, like Zorro has to get away, because if anybody else goes down, you're in just a hot water if you are Vision, like if you are Team Peps. Like, that's not good. You can't contest as a full team of 5. Look at how much space Vision Esports is able to get off of the back of that one pick.
Got to heal Cookie up eventually. Choice 1 hits the recall after a take aim shot connects. I love this positioning. And by the way, Choice 1's ult charge rate on these pulse bombs has just been unbelievable. Zeroing a little bit of revenge there onto Violet. Goat down, but Choice 1 still skulking in the back line.
Wow, I mean, this is actually kind of dangerous here for Vision Esports. Zarian having this rush will help a lot for this one defense, and Vision Esports are just going to have to kind of back up or hope they don't die to this.
Yeah, you got to kill the Zarya. Yeah, but like you said, pretty trivial. Like, Zarya's trapped in a small room, hit the rush, just run forward, and Zerion kills Choice 1. Okay, big reset for Vision now.
Right now, with the rush out of the way, Vision Esports are going to have their own. And with that being kind of uncontested, you have the title blast. Maybe you can save one person. But think about where Team Peps are trying to hold this defense from, because this first corner is so good. This rush is going to blow right past that. And Cookie with those Hellfire shotguns on the rush. Watch out.
That was a defensive tidal blast on Willies. Just got shotgunned in the face like 50 times by Cookies. And Willies is just going to go down. Yeah, an overwhelming amount of force from Vision. Honestly, Peps just looked like putty in their hands. Like, that wasn't even a fight. Cookie just walked forward. FD got panicked, used Tidal Blast on Willies, and then Tama just blocked it with Bubble. Like, that was a sad ult.
Now Skyle's gonna have the zone, so you can actually use the Tidal Blast onto either Choice of Water. I think, honestly, I don't hate giving the Tidal Blast over to Cookie, knowing that you have the Death Blossom. Otherwise, it can be hard sometimes to actually keep that Reaper alive. We got the grab, too. They can just lock down Willies in this front corner. Ooh, this contest is gonna be so hard.
Grabbed on Surge. Oh, that was such a smart grab from Tama. That was so nice. He grabbed ever so slightly back, so Willie's got dragged back and got off the point. That was clean with it from Tama there. Nice stuff. They do lose people, but yeah, whatever. Just reset, go again. Like, and yeah, exactly. You got point. Tama's still alive. 100 energy, chilling.
And you were able to hold on to this Tidal Blast and the Death Blossom. So like maybe Cookie can get a cheeky positioning. You still can apply that Tidal Blast. Even just give it over to Choice A1 now, since he's been charging up these pulse bombs so fast. Tidal Blast will be great to get access to that back line. But now with the grab, just use
yeah, all right, fair enough.
Yeah, I guess.
Well,
I think
yeah,
I would have liked
for the grab.
That.
Well, Death Blossom off the table now for Vision, as they need to wait for Cookie to reset. But you're not exactly fearful now of Choice 01 dominating your backlines, I suppose, with that Tidal Blast attached to it.
Oh. Vision Esports are still in such a great position. 3 minutes, 45 seconds left. They just want to finish with over a minute left in the bank, and they're kind of set up to do that, especially after taking care of Dip.
Well, they do trade traces. Cookie alive, same with Zorro, but Cookie burning the Wraith form. So sitting duck now on the Reaper. Zorro's had some good damage output, but now needs to use that updraft to get away. Double rush on the field. Looks like this Death Blossom is going to get used in just a moment here as Willies ends up... wait, the pulse! It connected with Cookies! Cookie ended up tanking that pulse bomb damage, still getting the kill with the Death Blossom. Dip ends up getting destroyed by Choice A1. A perfectly timed bubble there from Tama. Saves Skyle's life from getting knocked down. This is picturesque stuff from Vision right now. They are painting a masterpiece with this comp. It's a 3-minute time bank in their back pocket as well as they charge on forward. And Rose, they've got the grab. They've got Tidal Blast. They've got what they need to finish.
They can finish this with over a minute left in the bank, and then they will be the only ones that get a chance to attack. Tama could just go ahead and throw this grab at spawn if you really want to, but you do have to wait for your team to be full health before you make that next approach. Violet gets very low, but is around to see the grab and do the damage.
Grab, yeeted. Oh, a swing and a miss. That Tidal Blast, though, not so much. Choice there, one doing the work in the back line. They do end up trading their Wu Yangs, but there's just nothing stopping Vision. They're playing just on a different plane compared to Team Peps right now. 2 minutes and 13 seconds in the bank. Team Peps just destroyed there, completely ripped apart. They had no ult economy at that very last fight, Rose.
Oh, just lined up perfectly. Vision Esports had all of the tools they needed to get this payload over the line, and now 2 minutes and 13 to get a single third on that first point. Really doable. That's plenty of time to actually build up ultimates. Maybe you haven't even, like, another big grab to help secure the point. Tom has been crushing it. 17.8k damage is absurd.
Yeah, that is ridiculous. You could almost call that 18k, to be fair.
Yeah. It could be almost double the next person in the lobby at the end of this round. Who knows?
Oh, here's the defense for Peps. Peps are on defense. We'll get those little icons swapped. Obviously, Vision with 2 minutes in the time bank. You only need 1 kill, maybe 2, to tip the scales in your favor. Team Peps are going to come up with something special. And I think, again, maybe it comes down to Zoro. Zoro really showed up on Sojourn, on that Esperanza, their map win in this series. Can he do it on the Freya? Because Vision, it was just snowball after snowball, Rose. That snowball is as big as a house by the end of
That is an avalanche, my guy.
Yeah. Actually.
Oh boy, yeah, it really did start to get out of hand. And with Vision, the only team that can take an attack here, and we've got Cookie even pulling out the Hanzo. Now you have even more, just like one pick potential. FD got off to a great start here for Team Peps to take care of Violet, but we've seen this story before on Vision Esports first attack push. Cookie still only needs one pick, and this map is over.
Narrowly dodging Dip there, went pretty aggressive, but Dip back into Hotel. Kind of frustrating for Dip though. The health pack perk's been taken, so that little hack's nice, but Willie's dying to Violet. Yeah, Violet really does come back with a vengeance. It's like Violet 2 Electric Boogaloo on this point. I mean, he takes, and now he's just chasing Dip. I mean, this fight's over, and the series too. FD got dead, Dip trying to run for his life, but Choice One is going to do the dirty, and Vision just stomp Team Peps, grind them into the dirt. A 3-1 victory, and a 4th seed guaranteed for Team Vision now after that series.
I had so much hope after that Esperanza map was as close as it was, and Team Peps were able to scrape out that win, but Team Vision have looked dominant since. What a great handle on Junkertown as well as King's Row, and they were able to shut down kind of all of that hit scan pressure that you would have loved to see come out from Zaro that ended up being that huge impact on Esperanza. But Tama, what a hero of this map and match. This Zarya was too much to handle, almost always full charge. Tama just like came up big at the end of the day.
Yeah, really did fry. 18k damage, 18.1, like 4k damage,
yeah, that's
more than
crazy.
Willie's on the other side. Jeez, it was wonderful stuff from Vision. Less damage dealt too, and less healing, but still come out with a win and less wins. Peps with 100 elims to 83 on Vision's side. Don't see that every day. But yeah, Vision, they had 2 minutes and 13 to do it, and the pace that they set going into third was just wonderful. And the fight just before they ended up capping, there was so many small crucial moments where like your Tama's like bubbling the Wu Yang ult to make sure our Wu Yang doesn't end up going down. Choice One landing just clutch Wu Yang ult on the backline too. Yeah, it was really marvelous stuff. A Vision, they look good going into playoffs. That 4th seed locked in.
Yeah, they definitely do. That consistency has been key here for Team Vision, and it looked like they had a handle on the entire series as a whole. We saw some great moments coming out from Team Peps, that is for certain, especially a lot of those like clutch rounds where they managed to just scrape by within that overtime, but not being able to pull things through. I feel like it really does set the tone there for playoffs, like you were saying, Jack, and for Team Vision, they've got to be happy with how they've also cemented that 4th seed spot here with today's performance.
Yeah, they just got to punch up now. Like, and that's going to be the biggest challenge. Like, punching up against teams like TM, VP, Alcad. Like, what? They face VP in the last series of week 6. So, you know, if you pull out the same kind of fire, the same kind of energy you did this series, maybe you take a couple of maps off VP. If that game is close, like, yeah, good sign for Vision. It could be like a true underdog story, a true dark horse in the EMEA.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see it. But as we continue to talk through what happened within this series, let's go take a look at our DHL EMEA highlights for this matchup between Team Peps and Team Vision. Again, we talked about how close some of those moments were, Rose, especially with Peps being able to take over Esperanza just at that last moment there as well. I was really hoping that off the back of that, it was going to end up being a 5-mapper.
Sorry, that was the clip where FD God unfortunately takes himself off the map with the environmental. He was able to get with the boop. Oh, it was just too bad. It looked like he was a frame away from being able to wall ride back up that cliff and get back into the mix, but just was like, I wanted to see another perspective of what that clip actually looked like. But you're so right, Ash. I think that Esperanza was really stand out just because of how clutch Team Peps ended up being in those moments. But is it going to be enough to actually string together some final match wins for this season? I hope so. You know, Team Peps is one of those orgs I feel like a lot of people are always rooting for, and these players as well. Just need to kind of shore up some of these engagements, maybe make them a little bit cleaner, have better target focus. I felt like Willie's a lot of the time was the one that Team Vision was focusing on, and it worked out great to be able to remove that tank and make these fights more front to back.
Makes sense. I mean, what would you say, Jack? What are you looking for from Team Peps as far as the rest of regular season goes? And also the consideration that they're starting off likely into that lower bracket there for playoffs, right? So what's the takeaway as far as Rose talked a little bit already about what they need to clean up heading forward? Any additional thoughts?
Oh man, it's tough. It's also tough too because you know a patch change is coming up fairly soon too, so kind of hoping that it goes in your favor. You can never tell, obviously, so just kind of fingers crossed, I guess. Like, I don't know, they're facing a tough spot where it is a single elimination for you. There's no double elim. You're in that lower bracket already. You're going to get knocked out straight away if you end up losing. And you even get a nice little warm-up game, if you will, against VP next week too. So yeah, being able to really just be confident in your own game. The Lucio engages, if that's the way you want to play super aggro with the beat engages, that's fantastic. But yeah, cleaning up some of those engagements and actually securing kills and securing fight wins. Because even on Junkertown, I would say that last beat from FD God, like, not great. You want to save that for the Flux to try and end the map and just end the payload's run there, not when the checkpoint has been capped. So yeah, a little rough there, but I got to give mad props to Vision. Like, God, Choice L1 is just a beast. Like, keep up this performance. Like I said, dark horse for sure.
He was looking really good, that's for certain. But we do have an interview just waiting on the other side right now with Skyle from Team Vision. Can't wait to chat with you. Congratulations on today's win, cementing that 4th seed and now dodging that lower bracket. How are you feeling knowing that you get to start now in the upper bracket for playoffs? And on top of that, heading into next week's matchup against VP?
I mean, it's really nice because like next week basically doesn't change our placing. Even if we win versus them, we would be 3rd place, and that doesn't really change anything for playoffs. So it's like it's really nice because now we can just like practice for playoffs and just focus on that.
How do you feel about the VP, TM, and Alcad? Is there any kind of movement you reckon there? Obviously, a big patch coming up as well. Is there any one of those teams that you really would, well, maybe not like to face or face? I'll leave that a little bit open-ended.
I think all of them are kind of similar from our team's perspective. Like, they're all like a step above us right now, and whoever comes in our way, we're gonna do our best to try and beat.
Can you give us some insight into what that playoffs prep is going to look like for you? You know, especially to give yourselves the best chance possible heading into this playoffs bracket. What do you feel like your team is going to focus on the most?
I think we've had a good job of kind of identifying our style, and that's taken a couple of weeks now. And now that we finally have like 2-3 comps we're comfortable on, we just need to keep improving on those, and hopefully we'll be able to match the top 3.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate your answers. Congratulations on, again, today's matchups and the fact that it must be relieving knowing that you can just continue to prep for playoffs going forward. We're excited to see your matches next week and then seeing how Team Vision is going to do in playoffs there as well. Have a great weekend, Skyle.
Thank you.
Well, okay, with EMEA wrapped up for the day, we do have our standings to take a final look at to wrap up. Overall, I think this is just about what we expected as far as day 1 for week 5 this weekend. And as time goes on, these rankings just continue to get more solidified here, Rose.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think we've already figured out who the top 4 are, as well as who's going to be starting in those bottom part of the bracket, Gen G and Team Peps. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of movement otherwise, as you heard Scout talk about. If you're 3rd or 4th, it doesn't matter because that's the pool of teams that first place can pick from to choose their opponent in that playoff bracket. So Alcatia get their pick of either Vision or Twisted Minds, regardless of how they end up in those middle spots. So yeah. Woohoo! Good job, EMEA. Like you've done it.
So true. Yeah, Twisted Minds and Vision are probably swapping their TM's games. They got Quick in week 6, and tomorrow they face Gen G, who's been looking pretty lackluster. So you're expecting TM to win both of those. All I know for the playoffs is that the TM Alcad game is going to go crazy. Like that, those two teams have just been, even coming from the mid-season, like just arch nemesis, pure like rivalry is building over the course of the year. It's going to be a very fun one, and the patch is going to throw a whole new curveball to everything too, which happens in like, I don't know, 10 days or something. It's going to be a good time.
That's going to be super exciting, but we also have more EMEA to look forward to for the rest of this weekend here as well. Taking a look at Sunday's matches, having the fact that we're going to have Alcad versus Good Guys, that one, you know, we know what to expect.
It'll be a fun one.
It definitely will be a fun one. I think I don't know, maybe Gen G also end up pulling things back at the end of the season. Maybe a little bit of a surprise, even though expectations haven't quite been there. But for the remainder of today, we do have NA coming up as well. We've got Sakura versus Team Z coming up next. But the one that we've really got our eyes set on here for NA Rose is got to be that EK versus Team Liquid match. That's the one that everybody's tuning in for here on this Saturday.
I will be seated with my popcorn, getting ready to cheer for good Overwatch action. I have to imagine that's going to be another 5-map series after what we saw from that Team Liquid Space Station game. Hopefully no C9s, just like good Overwatch, please, and thank you. We have had enough for today. I don't want to like curse it by watching.
I think you just cursed it by mentioning the C9 on broadcast, Rose. Why would you do that?
Yeah, I mean, it's apparently still back. I don't know. There's always something happens when Rose, regardless of region too.
I was like, I was watching the Liquid Space Station game too, with the Rialto. Yeah, maybe.
God, that series was a banger. Like, if this doesn't go to a map 5, I'm going to be very sad. But yeah, and GK haven't even lost a map yet, so yeah, it's going to be a good one.
It's going to be a really intense one. Thank you guys so much for joining me, though, today on EMEA. I'm going to say bye to Jack and Rose for the rest of the day, and we will be back after a quick break with NA OWCS.
What was it Shifu told me? Nothing in the world is as yielding as water. But in its ebb and flow... I honestly forget the rest. So, I'll just go with the flow. Booyah! Making a splash. Always good to hydrate. Much better. Easy! Oh, check me out! Bye! Ultimate's ready. You're protected! Go make a splash! Hope you brought a change of clothes! Guess my training's paying off. Let's keep it going! Wouldn't want to be ya! You just witnessed my most famous party trick.
Don't use your back.
It's really heavy.
There you go. You got it. You got it.
Okay. So this flipped over like that. So our supervisor, Paul Lackey, he years ago saw some construction happening here around campus, and he saw that there was just a loose piece of sidewalk and just asked if he could keep it, and he brought it in here, I don't know how, with the help of 40 men, because it's freaking heavy.
And a wheelbarrow.
We have used this piece of sidewalk to record footsteps for every Overwatch hero that has footsteps. So it really is like, it belongs in a museum.
It does belong in a museum.
It's like...
This has been used, I remember when I was an intern using this to help record Malga footsteps. I've seen you use it for Freya, for Venture, for just like every single hero.
Yeah.
So these first items are the bouting balls that I used for his Orbs of the Destruction, his primary and his secondary fire. You can actually hear there's a little bit of a ding when you shake them. And what I did was use these in his actual Orbs of Destruction, his primary fire and in his secondary fire. So when he's shooting his orbs, you'll hear that little ting of the bell sound off every time he fires. And then the singing bowl, which I used for Transcendence. It's a tonal sound that continues during the duration of the ultimate.
Winston reporting in. My research shows big changes coming to Stadium. Ooh, I've been waiting for this. Okay, team, let's jump in. Two payloads? My mind is racing with possibilities.
Time to roll up my sleeves. Winston!
Tracer, glad you could make it.
Just in time! Think you can keep up with me?
Such confidence. Shall we go another round?
Wow, they're making waves. One day, that'll be me. Until then, time to dive back into training. Seems like I'm not the only one getting stronger. Here we go!
You've seen a ghost.
Who's ready to party?
Good news, everyone.
Form is temporary. The spirit is eternal.
day, I'm okay. Nothing changed outside. Someday, at my day, I will change.
One stage left. No cushion, no do-overs.
That is that, folks. Alcancia closed the book.
Every map matters. Every second counts.
Rocket is looking clean with his plays. You can't win this fight.
World Finals on the line. Stockholm in sight.
Just lasered. I mean, there's just nothing stopping Chronic right now.
Hold W. Win. Ticket punched.
The bowl just detonates everybody.
Lose. GG's. Season over.
In a dominant position. Oh, what? That flick was insane.
The strongest will rise. The rest will watch you.
What? There's no way! GK have done it!
Rise as champions. OWCS Stage 3 starts now.
EMEA flew by, the regular season's been flying by. It seems like that's been the whole conversation with just how quickly time has been passing here this year. And we're now back for OWCS NA. I've got two people who usually actually work on the EMEA broadcast. Matt, Uber, how are you guys
what
doing?
What are we doing here today? What are we doing here today, Mitch?
That's on me. That's on me. I have dad duties in the morning today, so Jack and Rose were gracious enough to switch over, and I didn't really care for Matt's opinion on the matter. We skadooshed him right out of NA right before the banger marquee matchup of the stage as well. So I think I owe Jack a non-alcoholic beverage at some point for this one, and Rose, of course. Thank you, guys. I am locked in for some sick NA games, though.
Yeah, stolen right from under their noses. That GK versus Team Liquid one is what we are definitely looking forward to. But let's take a look at those NA standings before we get too deep into that conversation. This is about how we expected, I think, this season to pan out, right, Matt? But the one main thing was that SSG did have that resurgence compared to, I guess, the performances that you would say they had during the first two stages of OWCS have definitely made a turnaround here for Stage 3.
I mean, Ash, there's a lot of negative map win records on that side of the screen. I mean, you know, once we start to hit 4, I mean, it starts to get ugly. But I mean, that's kind of what we expected for North America, right? Like pretty top heavy, and then kind of everybody else. So nothing too surprising from what we're seeing in North America, where those top 3 teams, and you know, we'll see Liquid and Geeky a little bit later, but are so evenly matched. That'll be an awesome one.
Yeah, look, I think that obviously Sakura here are the perennial gatekeeper for those sort of bottom few teams. We kind of hoped that they would punch up a little bit, but that matchup against Nightmare didn't really go in their favor. And yeah, on the space station side of things, obviously a lot of these teams retool coming into this stage, but get Hawkeye Boy dubs. That operation is well and truly underway. They are up to 4-1. GK have not lost a map. They are squeaky clean in their games. And in fairness, they still have, obviously, you know, some tough competition for the rest of the stage. They're still going to go through some of those top teams. But these guys are pretty insane. I've really been enjoying what we've got from them. And it's been a little bit different, right? Because Kuffa has really been about the Winston, about the ball. We've seen Lethal on the Hanzo in a lot of the comps. These guys are more than happy to play their own tune, and they look so good doing it.
I think what's been really impressive about Kuffa is just, I feel like we've just seen more and more depth in his flexibility as a tank, which is also so huge considering the fact that we also know that a new patch is going to be coming up, expecting some major changes here. And this is a big moment for Geeky to continue to cement their lead and their dominance here in this region, Matt.
Oh, without a doubt, right? And you know, this is a team that I've always enjoyed watching whenever you get the chance to, you know, cast them. And for me, you know, obviously Kuffa is extremely impressive. I love watching Lethal play. He's just like a little bit of an old school gamer, right? Just off the couch, you know, all right, I'm just gonna log on, you know, who cares about warm-ups? I'm just getting after it today. And he usually always performs. Like you mentioned, Mitch, like kind of playing a lot of different heroes in terms of the meta at the moment. But I mean, you know, Liquid is no joke, right? Playing against Team Liquid, they are right up there for tops in the region.
Yeah, we're really expecting, I think, an absolute banger of a game today. I think that's safe to say. Liquid dropped maps here and there, of course, over the course of this stage, but most of the maps they lost are against SSG in that 5-map banger. This team is really sick. And again, you know, to circle back to the ethos or the sort of the nucleus of this team's idea, it was about building a roster around Infected. And dude, I don't know if it can get any better than this. Like, this is about as good as it gets. Team Liquid have opened the wallet and they have really doubled down on what so far has been a successful campaign here in NA. both of these teams, I feel like, put on a good showing internationally. That's a good sign for, this NA region, which, as just pointed out, is pretty top heavy and lacks that sort of competitive depth maybe outside of the top 4, even with like Nightmare looking a little shaky at times. So I want to see these two forge each other into machines, into weapons that could really compete against those teams internationally. That's going to be what NA viewers want to see as well, if they want confidence in their region.
Oh, for sure. And Zera has been such a big part of that puzzle there as well, especially with the dive meta that we're in. But as we're taking a look at these two Titans that are going to be clashing on stream, I know it says 0% for hybrid on the side of Geeky, but they actually haven't played a hybrid map yet here, Matt. And that could be honestly a pocket pick for either side. I'm kind of like weighing, like, you can play devil's advocate on
I don't want to cut in, sorry, but very quickly, GK have not been able to pick any maps. I will. They had not been able to pick any maps at all this stage. When you win every map, you don't get to choose. So they could have hybrid up their sleeve, Matt, still, and just haven't had the chance to bust it out.
Yeah, I mean, look, if it's kind of going to be falling in line with how good they are and everything else, like, I mean, the reason they never get to pick, and then also nobody ever brings them there, right? So I fully expect them to be totally fine if we go towards a hybrid map. It's just a really wild thing to see that a team, obviously as good as them, it's 100% win rate everywhere else, that somebody didn't say, you know what, instead of going to Flashpoint and just losing, why don't we just pick a hybrid map and see what happens? We haven't gotten to that point yet.
No, we haven't. I'm sure that it'll probably come out in this series, though, because we are expecting a 5-mapper between Geeky and Team Liquid. But as we take a look at the NA schedule for OWCS, they are going to be a little bit later today as our second matchup. But the first one to come up here, Sakura versus Team Z. I think this is the one you're most excited for, Matt, right?
Oh, without a doubt. Whenever we start to get to that, relegation line, Ash, those are the matches that start to excite me. That's where we're getting the good stuff down there in the relegation zone. But Team Z, they're kind of firmly down there with the Dildocs, where this is an opportunity, though. I mean, right? It's only like a 1-game difference between these two teams, so an opportunity for Team Z, like if you kind of come up here with an upset over Sakura, like you can start to kind of flip this. You have Extinction down there as well, right? We'll see them against SSG later in the day, but SSG, one of those top teams in NA, so you expect that to kind of go a certain way, where this one for Team Z is a little bit like a lifeline. They can find themselves maybe out of relegation if they can take this.
Well, we're gonna have to see, but other people are also watching the stream here as well. We've got our co-streamers for the weekend. It'll be Avril today, Hadi tomorrow, so make sure you check out their streams as well. Have them all up, and make sure you guys can also grab those drops as well, because those will be enabled. But speaking of other things you guys can pick up, there are also the Worlds tickets available for World Finals over in DreamHack in Stockholm. You guys can check out the link down below, and make sure you guys tune in at LAN. Like, Uber, you're gonna be there, Matt's gonna be there. I've heard that Matt might be doing some gymnastics previously. That was promising.
I will be at DreamHack. I will say that much. I mean, but this this obviously event is a pretty big deal, because you've got to sort of follow up what we saw in Hangzhou at the start of the year and what we saw at EWC. So it's going to be a big event, obviously, to cap the year off, and it's the culmination, I think, of one of my favorite, competitive years of Overwatch. I think EWC gave us just a great temperature test about regional parity coming into our world finals. So I have really high expectations, I think, for all of our regions. I'm psyched for it.
A lot to look forward to, that's for certain. But as we head into our first matchup of today and check out how Sakura have been doing, this is a team where I feel like you look in this matchup up against Team Z, you expect a little bit of an edge up. They've always been kind of fun to watch. I feel like Sakura have definitely had moments where they've definitely taken me by surprise here as well. I've got my eyes on them here, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a bunch of these players in the OWCS in the past, right? I know Netsuki is a player that we've seen a few times throughout the OWCS's lifespan in terms of different teams and whatnot. So excited to see what they can do here against Team Z. And like, they obviously come in the favorite against Team Z. I think Sakura's played a bunch of teams pretty close all throughout. And I mean, this is the absolute must-win game, right? You can't kind of find yourself in that Extinction, it's an opportunity for them to kind of firmly get out of that zone here for Sakura. So I expect them to come forward with their best offering here today.
I think that like Sakura sit at the top of the tier break here, just on the sort of lower side of it in NA. Looking forward to see what this team can provide for us. Extent, she might actually be in the roster today. We've actually seen more of PDK alongside Zomba. And this is a team that, as you saw in those clips, leans into those Zarya compositions pretty heavily. It was like PDK on the Cassidy, Zeb on the Zarya. But if X10 starting in the lineup today, we might see something a little bit of a different flavor. But I do think this team have been hoping to punch up a little bit. Team Z, on the other hand, are trying to avoid that relegation. We discussed that, I think, a fair bit. They kind of got two chances at it, Ash. A win here is massive. It takes them up to 2 wins, but they also have a matchup against Team Z at the end of this stage that could put them ahead of them in their head-to-head and thereby spare them from that relegation zone and actually give them a crack at playoffs here. So potentially there lies a lot of opportunities for development and improvement in front of this team. They want to have a seat at the table. They want to be in these matches. And yeah, it's time to see which of these two teams really wants to break free of that relegation threat and be a factor in playoffs today.
That is for certain. Both these teams kind of had a front heavy loaded schedule there, right? Especially for Team Z, and things get a little bit easier as it goes on, but they are still looking to definitely prove themselves. As far as the fact that we do have that expectation for Sakura to have a little bit of that edge up, Matt, what do you expect out of Team Z today for something that maybe they can pull as far as like bans or like map picks that might give them a little bit more of an advantage?
I don't know if there's anything in terms of like the map picks or the bans that kind of like swing their way potentially, but we've watched Ryan have like some crazy games on Tracer in the past and like being able to kind of like take over a lobby where like kind of protect that at all costs, try and kind of get him going on that, because we've seen him being able to kind of like dominate games solo. So that's what I would look at if I was Team Z, trying to get him in a position to really pop off.
Well, we're not going to have to wait too much longer because we're going to get into our first matchup of NA OWCS straight away. You guys, take it away.
Thank you very much. Yeah, let's waste no time in getting into this game. There's a lot to be decided here between Sakura and Team Z. And without harping on it, obviously, we were hoping last week that was the real test of Sakura, the good question of whether they could punch up and try and break into that top 4. It was a matchup against Nightmare that I didn't see them fare very well, right? They don't get any flashpoints on Suravasa. They look, pretty... they struggle, I think, on that control map as well. So bear that in mind here. We have our hero bans that come out. Mercy going to be banned here by Sakura, and Reaper obviously taken away. This Reaper obviously definitely something that features more heavily in these front lines and can be pretty problematic for a lot of those bulkier tanks that maybe rely on just their size to create that space. But a first ban Mercy here from...
It's like a protect, right? I mean, you're trying to protect like a support. I mean, you're not kind of burning your first ban on a Mercy. I mean, how many years back would we have to go to be like, that would be like a real ban? It feels like Mercy's been in some trouble for a bit.
Yeah, you can play, obviously with the anniversary in game, you can play Classic and you can, throw it back to the old mass res era of Mercy, which is an eye-opener. We've come a long way, I think, in terms of the game, but likely, we talked about this before, this sort of strategy. We've been pretty critical about it in the EU, is like, spending that first ban on a protect here. But when you come on to Samoa, a lesser played map, we see it a bit more in NA. It makes sense to try and just secure the integrity.
To clarify, though, I think we've been critical of certain teams, not going to say a specific team, using all of their bans across all of their maps to protect supports.
I'm actually
EMEA.
a D1 hater. Like, it is crazy.
Using one ban to protect a support for the first game is not a bad strategy. Now, if Sakura were to spend 40 maps over the course of a stage protecting supports, then I would probably have some questions about it, like we do in EMEA. But a protect here at the start, not the worst thing.
Yeah, you should be a diplomat, Matt. You put that quite succinctly. So we've expected to see Zarya here from Sakura. In general, Team Z look like they're going to reciprocate. So Zarya Mirror potentially extend. She's going to be on the Cassidy here. So very much just picking up the role of a PDK. And we'll see how it plays out with the sim in play. Still, just to get people out of spawn. We've seen it attempted on a couple of occasions, even with a nerf to that TP length. But Tracer is just too good to go past here as we head downtown.
Yeah, we'll see how Extinction she does against Ryan, right? I talked about Ryan and kind of like the Tracer play, but Extinction, she's a fantastic hit scan player. So seeing her on the Cassidy here at the start, that's a lot of damage on the Astros. They're just getting bullied back as I mean, look, if you're getting rid of Ryan early, and I think you see kind of how things are going to go, it's going to be Sakura looking like a really dominant first fight.
And look, when your Zarya is turned around, being forced to use all their bubbles and has to run for a mega health pack, you are making no space for the rest of your team. It was all too easy for Sakura just to pull up on the rest of Team Z and flatten them when their tank was literally turning and running away. So now they can play forward, of course. Extinction can make use of that car for cover, and here we go. Just burn the barriers, push up, full charge Zeb. He is ready to roll.
Well, and you notice Zeb put some damage around the corner, and like all of the bubbles gone right away from Astro, and then like they end up using a Suzu so early, and at that time for Sakura, you're just like, all right, let's just fly around the corner. Like there's really nothing that's going to keep Astro alive. This two really quick fights for Sakura Esports. Mitch, 23% of the chat riding with Team Z. They must be trying to make some channel points back on a bad pick earlier on. It seems like that's kind of what's going on there, because Sakura, you definitely would have said like, oh, a pretty large favorite.
Definitely favored. Yeah, and we're probably going to realize that there is levels to maybe the tier breaks here from 5th place downward. Astro, they need to be able to get into this fight and actually have bubbles to burn, but again, it's slow. It's a Suzu they get, but Astro's not really able to do too much to assist the rest of Team Z in that position. Ryan straight up loses. X10, she just likely connects a grenade there. An easy pickup on the Tracer. Team Z very split, very staggered, and it's going to take them a hot minute to get all their ducks in a row again.
Well, because by the time they get Astro in position, there's no bubbles left, there's no Suzu left, and then all you see with the Zarya is getting close to the point and then just having to hightail it all the way out, right? Really, there hasn't been a fight here, like, from Team Z that's kind of like, you know, forced Sakura to kind of, like, act a little bit. Not a lot of ultimates. Here's going to be Exen. She's going to pop the dead eye here. Just going to buy some time, push some players back.
Typical snowball scenario here. Now that grenade, I'm not sure if that quite connects, but it still provokes a bubble and a slide out from the Sojourn. Here comes that Kitsune rush. Sakura Esports want to lead into the advantage they have, but Som's been taken out. Is at the cost of Astro, though, which is likely more than Team Z can bear. They get a flip behind the play. Looks like Ryan's able to get up there and regain control. But Sakura, despite losing a player, don't look like they're slowing down anytime soon. It's been up-tempo as soon as the gates have opened, and just to his no business being here. What is that? Graviton surge.
That is a
catches 3, by the way.
Down.
Oh, it's over. It's actually cooked this round. Cinnabar down. Zeb's going to be traded off, though, as they try to end the round by throwing that grab in. Astro will try and pop himself up, get there for the fight, but they're a little bit too late.
Not a great start here for Team Z, Mitch. I gotta say, I think Sakura looks really good playing this Zarya. They're doing a nice job of forcing the bubbles out, right away, and then even like Hanbei Suzu. So no Astro, no bubbles, no Suzu. No way you're gonna be able to kind of get this Zarya in a position where the Zarya can battle up against Zeb Zarya, right? Kind of standing toe-to-toe as a Zarya with no bubbles and no kind of cooldowns versus the other side is, yeah, that's a 2-death round there from Sakura. So a really nice start from them.
And you can see how those control rounds, they time out such that if the team gets their first cap and wins the next couple of fights, once you get to 80%, they've got all their ultimates online, and they are just going to spend them to deterministically, in some cases, win that final fight. Team Z need to get a foothold in this round early, and it all comes down to positioning. Astro got caught, or at least had their resources burned very, very early in that first fight, that last round. This time, slower approach for Team Z, but you know it only takes a sniff of the cheese to get Sakura to go up-tempo, and here we go, straight away. They're going to push on in. Ryan has to back away. Recall, they didn't want to spend it, so priority for Sakura, but no kills yet.
Well, they just forced them back so easily, right? It was one where Team Z looked like they had some position, like being able to kind of get spots on the point. And Sakura, as soon as they speed boost in, move in with Zip, everybody on Team Z just kind of hightails it, and they give up that position. As now it seems like Sakura, they back up a little bit. Astro will find Extinction if she falls, where now they actually get that position back. They're quite fortunate there, though, right? Because like when Sakura goes in and forces Team Z basically all the way back to their choke, there's a world in which they kind of just like hold serve there, Sakura, and just kind of don't actually give that position back up and fall all the way back towards that left side high ground, and they're able to kind of lock them in this part of the map.
It's clear Team Z prefer a slower pace. If they get to dictate, that kind of speed, then they look a little bit more comfortable in these fights. They got a key pick off on X10, though, and there it is. Jutsu nails Z's just after they get a Kitsune rush in play. Sakura now have to try and make use of this, but the fight falling further and further apart. That being said, Astro gets rounded on by Zeb, taking his eye out of the picture is big, but Ryan is going to work. Great cleanup here on the Tracer. Zeb's attempting to cap. And we'll have both bubbles here for this fight with 70 charge, and the backup of Natsuki means that Sakura get a flip.
Yeah, there's no way you're gonna fight that. They get the Kasune rush down there for Sakura right at the start, so Z's, they drop it right before they end up getting taken out by Jutsu, and it's just enough where they're able to fight inside of it. Zeb ends up getting 2, and then there's no way you're gonna challenge that charged up Zarya on the point, so Ryan now trying to put some pressure on this left-hand side.
Team Z have so much to work with in this fight. Ryan holding back onto the pulse bomb. Disrupt the shot there, noted as Jutsu trying to make a little bit more space for themselves, but Team Z holding onto the beat. They get a flip essentially for free. And Sakura, having used their rush in the previous fight, don't have a beat quite yet. X10 is trying to clear some space with his Deadeye. And as the pulse dropped in, they're able to avoid it, of course. They're pretty speedy inside that Deadeye, and there it is. Around the corner comes Zarya. Ryan with the kill credit. Zeb's been able to take the Sojourn out of the fight, but this is still percentage that's being accrued by Team Z, and a clean flip is needed. Cinnabart sound barrier deployed now. Zomba flattened, and Hanbei's able to find a quick couple kunais to keep Team Z in the hot seat.
Yeah, Cinnabar, her sound barrier ends up kind of saving them there, right? It's a sound barrier that connects with 3, so you keep Astro alive, because even though Sakura Esports, they lose the first player in the fight, they were able to come around the corner. They're like actually a bit of a healthier team at the moment than they find 2, but Team Z behind that sound barrier ends up battling back. So they actually are in a pretty good spot here. Mid-trade, 70% grab available, so they're gonna have to, although I say that, Sakura, I mean, look at that. They have both support ultimates. It's gonna be a long-range grab. Yet again, it's gonna be the sound barrier here connecting from Natsuki. That's a good one. It's gonna connect on everybody.
Yeah, and Zeb basically had to follow up on his own grab. There was a Suzu deployed by Hanbei to try and protect the 3 players from Team Z caught in it, but the Zarya damage cut through and at least removed the Kiriko. That's enough, at least for Sakura, to go on with. And now, the wind blows in their favor for a time, of course, with their own Kiriko ultimate ready. Notice that they're trying to draw the battle line pretty far forward inside this room, and Zeb's already sitting on that 50 charge. I think eyes are on Ryan here to get into the backline and sow some discord.
Oh, no, they actually also, that's a really nice play there. They actually force the Kiri TP, and they know exactly kind of where it's going, so they force kind of out from Hanbei. Hanbei kind of goes over towards that left-hand side, then they push on forward, and even though they give up a player there early on, they're still able to push on forward. And I think if you're Sakura, you need to just kind of play this fast pace throughout the entire series, right? Like, I think you mentioned, like, Team Z seems pretty comfortable when the pace starts to slow down a little bit.
Now, this puts Sakura in the lead, potentially. Serving this map up for them on a silver platter. Team Z have to come on in now and try and wrest control away. They're going to attempt to do it through the mid part of the map, but it's already recalled Bird very early in the fight. Pulse bomb Suzu'd off. Hanbei at least able to inoculate the Sojo and form that, but Jutsu is low and has been low. Kitsune Rush going to be thrown out. Hanbei's got to be careful swinging out towards that angle, and Astro was looking for someone to fight, but a very key disengage from Sakura allows for a flip back, and now it's their turn to try and reach for the point.
Oh, nice Deadeye there from Extinction. She kind of finds Ryan, and it also forces them back a little bit. So this is going to be a flip back, but they go so far back away, Mitch. Like, who's going to be here to contest? Now, Asher trying to work around that other side and doesn't make it. And Cinnabar, she's not able to get there either, and that'll be a Sakura Esports win in the first map.
Not a bad start in that second round for Team Z. Obviously, they get off to the races, and Ryan's able to clean up some fights really well. But the Zarya play from Zeb's been excellent. Also notice that Jutsu spends most of that last fight at like 40 to 60 health, and desperately Hanbei's trying to keep the Sojourn topped up. Cassidy obviously working within optimal range there, and no surprise that X10 comes away with 12 eliminations here and a strong showing overall. Honestly, these two teams feel like they are in position to throw down, in a pretty convincing fashion, but Sakura cut above so far after that first map and looked more comfortable in this Zarya comp.
And I wonder if there is a map that Team Z can kind of take us to that you can actually play a little bit of a slower pace, right? I'm thinking maybe you play something like a hybrid, right? As we move forward. This first round, though, I mean, this is all Sakura. I think they did a really nice job putting pressure onto Astro, forcing out all those cooldowns. And there's nothing that Team Z could do to kind of keep that Zarya up.
Ever since the advent of control maps, that sort of snowball aspect has been a feature, right? Other maps you can sort of come back and you can regain some of that tempo when you're behind in ult economy and make your way back in. But here it's pretty unforgiving if you don't get a successful fight throughout the round as the team that's sort of, on the back foot. Here things look much better. I mean, this is a sound barrier here from Cinnabar that they end up turning into a fight win, even though it breaks down pretty close. Zeb obviously is also able to spend some fights like this one. Notice that they're pretty much the only one going after that grab. Hanbei was picked off despite the Suzu use, and getting rid of Astro first has been pretty high priority here for Sakura Esports once those, those bubbles have been exhausted.
yeah, they get the kill on Orion there with X10 with her Deadeye, and then I believe she was also actually stuck, so I think a bubble actually ends up kind of saving her there from Zeb, and then just kind of pushing on forward, and Team Z moves so far back, there's no way they're actually even kind of getting closer to the point. And you see the stats actually, so round 1 was clearly a blowout, but round 2 much closer. The stats don't really reflect that because round 1 was so lopsided, but Team Z played much better in that second round.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, it's control is unforgiving, and you don't always have the space to pivot back, you know, into the front in some of those scenarios. So tough for them, of course, but that's that's the way, rather. Sometimes Samoa can break for you. Looking towards the rest of the series, I'm curious about what the ban strategy specifically for Sakura is going to be, because a Mercy ban on a control map means they very obviously wanted to preserve that Lucio Kiri backline. That was just where they wanted to be. They didn't want to risk having that interrupted. And these are also, as a side note, two teams that probably scrim against each other with regularity, right? They occupy a similar place on our OWCS ladder here, so likely trying to get in as much scrim time against each other as possible. But so far, everything seems to be running pretty smoothly. I think the Cassidy play alongside the Trace plays look really good on this side. I think that Nutski's had some pretty key beats as well. So this comp looks good. But what about the rest of them? Are we going to see young comps sort of mixed in? One thing I love about NA and something to look forward to about the GK matchup, of course, is some of the fruity backlines they throw together, like the Lifeweaver Wu Young. So plenty of opportunity for that as it's Team Z's map pick. It's King's Row locked in.
And I like this. This is what I was talking about, right? Picking a hybrid map, you know, getting that kind of like offensive, defensive side, kind of swapping, right? You know, play a little bit slower potentially in that kind of formula, especially compared to like a flashpoint or a push, where maybe you kind of get rid of Lucio here, right? And you kind of like really slow the game down, especially because I look like Jutsu wanted to play a lot of the Soj, right? So being able to play some Sojourn, especially on the high grounds here, could be beneficial for King's Row. So I like the pick.
It's not uncommon as well to see like the Sojourn on you know, on Samoa. It's very reasonable, right? But sometimes it can feel a little constricted on Volcano when you're playing against Cassidy and Kiriko. When you're trying to perch up, you want some high ground and you get poked down pretty effortlessly by them. And especially when, you know, the other team's Cassidy wants to play aggressively because they're getting Xayah bubbled, they can come forward. It's not like it's a Xayah and a Genji comp where Genji's always a recipient of that first bubble, goes forward, gets charged. Now you can let the Cassidy close into his optimal range with a bubble, maybe stave off that first shot that comes in from a Sojourn and have a favored engagement where, you know, you can get that flashbang in there, hinder the Sojourn, make it hard for her to slide away, and then if she gets flanked by the rest of your team.
I mean, even for a Tracer, right? Trying to play into that like Zarya Cassidy on the other side where you're trying to go for pulse bombs and it's like, you know, the bubbles coming in, right? You're dealing with a Cassidy with a bubble and mag grenade. Like it's very difficult to navigate that. So Team Z, they actually get rid of the Sim here early on. And then Sakura, they'll get rid of Winston. So want to get rid of the Winston. Winston's pretty good on King's Row, especially like early on, being able to kind of control some of those high grounds. So getting rid of the Winston, and then the Sim pick. I mean, Sim is obviously good here on King's Row. It doesn't feel like even if Sakura brought in the Sim, like that's kind of the biggest potential worry from them, right? I think it's just the pace of the game, and obviously Sim can do change a little bit of the pace of the game, obviously with the TPs and closing distance and stuff, but at least for me, off those bans, it feels like Sakura's going to come in with the same mentality, right? Of using that Lucio and just kind of running them down.
Yeah, I think like Lucio Kiri backline is very reasonable still for this team. Obviously, we've seen a lot of rosters trend in that Wu Young direction, but sometimes the adoption rate can be a little bit slow. Wu Young probably at the most powerful he's ever going to be in this game, and it's definitely that damage output that is really quite spectacular presently, and also the way that it influences Wu Young's passive healing with the right perk choice. So a lot of teams going that way, but Lucio Kiriko is very, very solid for a reason, and it gives you that access, of course, to like a team-wide defensive ultimate, which is an amazing panic button in a lot of scenarios, and a very good response to getting grabbed if we do end up getting Xayahs on this map, which is something we see a lot, especially over in EMEA. You know, sometimes like, you don't want to go for that selfish backline that doesn't have like a sort of a fortifying ultimate.
And there were some long range grabs in the first map. I mean, it was way downtown. Yeah, it was starting to get a little silly there for a second, but I think yeah. So I mean, you would typically see some diva here, right? But if teams are kind of trending more towards some Zarya type of action, obviously not going to see that. So curious, really, what Team Z's kind of thought process is here and what they're gonna go with. Where at least off the start, it looks like Team Z, they'll be on offense. So Sakura Esports, the Extinction, she'll stay in the game and she'll pick up the Reaper. So this is a comp that's going to be even more deadly with the Zarya in the mix, right? Like if there's a lot of pressure early on, now X10 off of the Cassidy and she's onto the Reaper with those bubbles and just kind of getting into the mix. Astro is probably going to have to play something different, obviously, than the Zarya to stay alive.
Well, I think also Team Z need to make use of mobility here. Sakura Esports comp rather is not that slow. When speed boost is in the mix, they want to rush you down once you get close enough, and they'll probably, we'll see if they try and hide the Reaper at all to start with. Ryan out of the gates early with the Widow, just a little peek over the top, and we're back to business. Ramatra here for Team Z. Have some of the power shifted away from some of those perks, but still obviously can heal inside the Vortex, and also with that extra poke damage from that
is the survivability going to be enough though? Like old Ramatra, right, where you could just like block and just live forever?
Is the Reaper
probably, but like how are you going to kind of fight this Zarya Reaper right up head to head as you see some of the armor going away from Astro?
I like this push up from Astro. I mean, mindful that cooldowns are something that have to be played around. So it's Zarya Bubbles and the Reaper Wraithwalk. If you can time your aggression in those windows to try and get space, then you'd be in good shape. Unfortunately, straight into the backline, X10 went. She wasted no time in coming back from that Wraithwalk and wrapping through the hotel to get some kills. So Team Z, yeah, this is going to be tough. They definitely need their Sojourn to get a good vantage point.
Astro on the Ram as well, like you can do a lot of good poking with the Ram, just kind of like the his staff damage, but really you want to get him in Nemesis form in the mix, and I don't think this is a comp that you exactly want to kind of like pop that Nemesis form and kind of chase targets down, because there's a lot of mobility with the back line. Obviously, Reaper Tracer, a ton of mobility there, and then protection from the Zarya, and then just kind of that ramping down. Oh, that is filthy stuff. That is due.
Oh my god, there might be more where that came from, man.
Crazy, yeah.
I mean, yeah, remember that crit multiplier on those kunais is higher than for other heroes, and the damage fall off isn't that bad. Pretty ridiculous stuff there from Aziz, but I think that normally this Ramatra command wants to probably walk past the Zarya frontline, not give it the charge, and go for the squishy underbelly. But when Reaper's there, you cannot get to the backline without taking.
You can't ignore the Reaper.
And if you pop Nemesis form, the Zarya bubbles up, gets in your way, and the Reaper just shoots you. So they can answer you in that window where you're supposed to be more powerful. They have cooldowns to match you and ideally prevent you from getting in their backline at all.
And look at Extinction. She's got bubbles up there on the high ground, just kind of controlling it. They're kind of forcing these players into this side alley, or at least trying to capture some of them there. As okay, they finally do get rid of Extinction. She was up on the high ground for a while. They're going to actually use this rush here and try and fight out of it, as Astro taking lots of damage here.
Oh, Hanbei, beautiful picks here. Astro, though, able to be dragged down eventually. But Ryan has found an important pick off now in terms of the Lucio. That means Zeb, I need to use this last bubble very judiciously. It's Jutsu going down. Someone might actually be able to stall this out a little bit. There will be reinforcements in time. There's a Tracer, Zarya, and a Reaper here for Sakura, and a Death Blossom. X10 will get herself a bubble here and try and come forward, but she's not in position to make use of that Blossom. But it's enough here to at least create some space, ideally give you a foothold to get back in, but Sakura have to move fast here, Matt.
Yeah, they're waiting for Netsuki's sound barrier here. It's going to be Netsuki coming around the corner with the grab in the mix.
Okay, and you get the Lucio for that. I think that's probably worthwhile. Team Z committed their sound barrier to this effect, and it wasn't enough. X10 gets herself into the backline, and now that Annihilation is in play for the Ramatra, but it's being respected. It's not really enough on its own to drag Sakura down, and we are within the last minute of this attack half. Yes, it's 2 ticks and change, but Team Z have not been able to finish the job, and now they've burned through their support ultimates.
Yeah, you burn through the support ultimates. There's still a Death Blossom available here for Sakura as well, as I thought they did a really nice job just kind of backing off that point, being patient, right? Getting X10 back in the fight. She comes back. You get Netsuki off the spawn. Nice use of the sound barrier, and then go back and recontest.
X10 wants to avoid getting picked off early. She might be a little caught in this corner though, waiting for those cooldowns to refresh, and the bubble assisting with that. Now Jutsu's going to come in with the overclock, a big hit onto Zeb already. There aren't enough bubbles in the world to save Sakura now. Zeb is down. Jutsu's able to wrap around towards the backside of the point here, and X10's Death Blossom might just have to be used in a bit of a panic. Again, Sakura don't have the space to give this kind of room. It was already 2 ticks and change, and so now the point is flipped. They weren't on it, and Team Z will be able to get on the road.
Yeah, Zamba is on it, just kind of contesting for a little bit, but nobody else from Sakura able to get there when Zamba steps off of the point. So at the final moments, right, Team Z kind of keeps themselves alive. They'll continue to run the Ram here into the second part of the map, but a pretty good defense there from Sakura, burning almost the entire clock.
I mean, whichever way you slice it, it's good time for the defense side.
Yeah.
And now, I mean, the Death Blossom that never was will have a great opportunity to be effective in this part of the map. But it's Casino Rush that has to be reckoned with first for Sakura. So they throw out one of their own. They disengage to some degree. That's Wraith Walk for X10. Zomba might be able to drop in here and deploy some supplies. But the Reaper's down yet again. Astra's able to find in the front line, but too much of Ramatra's health is given up in order to get the Reaper. Now, well, now as Team Z have lost their tank, and Zeb is, well, suffice to say, they're living their best life.
Well, it's also unfortunate for Team Z, right? You end up using the Kitsune Rush, and Ramatra, like, it's one of the best ultimates, the kind of combo where Ramatra can end up fighting inside of that Kitsune Rush. So you lose all of the benefits out of that. Sakura ends up pushing out on through it as let's do a listen in here with Team Z, see if they can get through this choke.
3, 2, 1. Slip top. Slip back. Start running close. I'm on them. We're flipping. Cure off. Trying our team. There we go. Cure one. This is it. Go on. Looking forward. Reaper behind. Cure inside books. Yeah. Cure off. Cure one, Ryan. Really one.
Or someone go Reaper. Please, I'm begging. I'm going Zarya. Someone needs to get Reaper.
I guess. All right.
Someone go Reaper. I don't care who it is. Please.
We never played it. That's fine.
Don't care, bro. Don't care. Just play it.
Alright. They use their Reaper now. They're gonna have great.
They're down for now. Can we block?
I'm taking this side.
Yeah, but we.
I don't recall. Reaper TP in. Run. 90, punch me.
Bolting him.
Reaper one in the fight. Come back, beat him.
Well, Jitsu, welcome to Reaper.
That had shades of please kill Kumat, please. Like where it was like anybody, please look at the Reaper.
That was an interesting snippet to catch there from Team Z.
Yeah.
And obviously, they felt themselves struggling against the Reaper. X10 was able to drop in behind him, take most of her health and damage, get a sound barrier from Natsuki, and then Sakura could double down after the Reaper emerged the Wraith Walk and take a fight. This aggressive, very hostile frontline setup against an arguably slower moving Ramatra team comp is a struggle for Team Z, and they have to go to a last resort of switching into Reaper, but it's too late. Astro switches to Zarya as well, but that probably has to have happened a minute prior at least.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it obviously before we went into the list of it, but Exen, she's on the Reaper, just got to go crazy, and you could tell nobody was really focusing the Reaper, and then from Team Z's perspective, yes, that seemed to be accurate. As now they'll actually just match the Reaper.
I've never played it. Don't care, bro. Just
yeah. If you ever thought your comms in ranked are a little bit different than the OWCS, maybe not. Maybe they're not. Maybe sometimes like, hey, you go Genji. I've never played that. Oh, well, who cares? Just do it. Like
even teams at this level have to make these improvisations if things aren't going well. I think Team Z's take on the metagame, I suppose, has required them to make some sort of switch ups. I guess they're sort of on the fly. They're figuring out that the Sojourn is not going to get the job done. Now on defense, Jutsu going to be on the Reaper. I don't believe they've never played it. Of course, they've got experience on this hero, but yeah, I mean, I don't know how much they've screamed with it.
But also, is the answer Reaper? Like, I don't think the answer is to like necessarily match Reaper. So, we'll see if it works out for Jutsu and Team Z.
Okay. X10 aware there are interlopers above. Bubble here pops instantly. Jutsu, of course, has the Wraith Walk to get away. X10 doesn't have the health to pursue this, and so she's just going to hold this space behind the telephone box, but we'll need pretty active healing, I think it's safe to say. Zaka already moving in here.
Look how much space they got already.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to give a lot of room. Teams here trying to play from the edges and the fringes and work their way in with this Reaper, but the bubbles are getting blown through. That does give a lot of charge to Astro, in fairness, but the Zai is being avoided. X10's able to TP back behind him. Ryan down, Cinnabar falling. I think that's going to be the death knell here for Team Z. Sakura Esports are too much, at least on this first point, and so they'll get the chance to try and match that payload push total from Team Z, and they get it done much quicker.
Yeah, the rough part for Team Z will probably be that for the next fight, right? Sakura Esports Z will end up having a Kitsune Rush, X and She'll end up having a Death Blossom, and then you're kind of like in this Streets type of phase, right? It's a really dire scenario here for Team Z, especially with over 5 minutes on the clock here for Sakura Esports. So really, I mean, for Team Z, you're hoping like you get like an actual good last fight, but seeing where the payload is and seeing obviously everybody coming off of respawn, it might just be kind of throwing your body. That's gonna be the recall burn right away.
X10 probably picks up the mega health pack quicker than she would have liked to, so it only takes a little bit of damage, and now that's gone. She's gonna get out of there, but just okay. Deep in enemy territory. Z is down though. There's no Kiriko for Sakura, but Death Blossom coming around the corner. We've got a pulse bomb. Zomba, pretty hard to keep track of, but that's a bubble that has to be used there just to keep Cinnabar in the game, and it's at the cost of Astro. It's all falling apart. The House of Cards is in shambles for Team Z. As it'll be X10 and Zeb selling the cart with all their mates, and that'll be a comfortable take of Kings Row.
I just don't think you can like expect to just select the Reaper and just kind of match and just play that. You can kind of see even from Jutsu's POV there towards the end, like TPing all the way in, like having to burn the Wraith Walk just to kind of get back, doesn't actually make it out, where there's a lot more to it than just kind of TPing into the backline, getting a bubble and just kind of going crazy, where Zeb and X10 though leading the charge here for Sakura, looking to put away Team Z in actually pretty commanding fashion, right? We had that second round on Samoa, which was quite close, but other than that, it's really been all Sakura Esports.
I mean, Zomba is being able to do a heck of a lot in this game, and there's only one death, I think, for Zeb over the course of the game. So the game plan of trying to overwhelm the Zarya, draw out those bubbles over time, and then flatten her when she has no defensive resources available, didn't work out for Team Z. There's a lot to juggle. You've got to deal with the Zarya bubbles. They could be used on Zarya or someone else, and this takes time, right? You've got to exhaust her of those resources, but in the meantime, X10 is, ramming a Hellfire shotgun up your nose and forcing you to answer the threat. The Reaper constantly forcing you to turn around. When we heard the comms, like, I'm not going to mince words. Team Z definitely looked frustrated. They sounded frustrated, and they sounded a little bit taken aback here by, once again,
you got the vibe that they were frustrated. Yeah. Oh wow, that's crazy. Yeah, I didn't think that.
A bit of bickering.
No, they seemed extremely frustrated. Yes, where it is a frustrating comp to play into. Like you're turning one way to deal with the Reaper, who then has a bubble, and then you turn the other way, and there's a full charge Zarya chasing you down. The Zarya has a bubble. Like, it just feels like. And I mean, looking at the stats, it definitely kind of reflects that. It's a brutal game to play here for Team Z.
Oh my goodness. Wasn't it?
Man,
that was a short map. 120 eliminations is a lot. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's pretty solid stuff. Obviously, Team Z need to send a Zarya ban at Sakura instantly. If they don't want to play it, or rather, they just don't have as much practice time on the Zarya Reaper setup, probably need to take that away from Zeb. I'd be treating that like a priority heading into the next map.
Yeah, I mean, you should ban like a Zarya, right? You can't obviously recreate the same type of effect, right? But like Diva pairs pretty well with the Reaper as well. If you wanted to like kind of use more of like the DM as the Reaper's using the TP in, then you kind of get everybody in the back line like pretty healthy, protected, and then there's a lot of stuff. And then even with if you get rid of the Zarya, right, I guess you can kind of like, they banned the Sim in the last map. There's an opportunity to kind of like bring the Sim into the mix. So an opportunity there that really could spell some trouble there for Team Z.
Substitution here, folks. Peace coming in for Jutsu. This is likely to just maybe widen the hero pool a little bit for Team Z and give them some other options. Obviously, we've known Peace to have hero pool that doesn't overlap that much with Jutsu, so maybe leaning away from that sort of dedicated hit scan presence maybe might also give them another Reaper option. It could just be the Team Z have the substitution set such that they don't have an easy switch to playing Reaper. That might be a factor in this next game. But again, if Zarya's banned, like you mentioned, that opens up the Diva. Obviously, Diva doesn't fare that well against Sim in some cases, unless you can run the Sim down. It does make your front line potentially a little squishier if you involve Sim in the gameplay, and it's very map dependent as well. So Watchpoint Gibraltar is the pick.
I was going to say, there are some maps that you can go to that this like wouldn't be as big of an issue. Like I was gonna say like Junkertown, clearly, right? Like Reaper on Junkertown, like isn't exactly a winning scenario. But Gibraltar's another one where you can kind of like play some of that high ground. So we'll see. You know how that kind of goes there with them. Kind of okay. So Team Z, they'll get rid of the Curie, and then it's gonna be Sakura getting rid of the Genji. So it'll be the Genji ban here for Sakura. So Genji would be a great option.
This is an anti-Peach ban. That's correct.
Yeah. And Genji's a great option here, right? Where if let's say you're not going to play a Reaper, but you still want to kind of get somebody up to the high ground that you can use bubbles on, etc. Genji's like one of the better options.
Yeah, I mean that's super interesting. It's definitely, I think, the piece we've seen echo from them as well. I swear I've even seen them play the Hanzo. So obviously your bans can come in response to substitutions, right? Or do I have the order correct? Yeah, so you can see a sub coming and then target the player that gets subbed in, which is obviously super interesting.
Or you can keep it simple and just ban supports every game. You know, that's you can do that as well.
Well, teams have been doing it, Matt. Look at this. Wugang, Kiriko, and Lucio, the most banned heroes.
You know, Wu Young was going to be the most. Every time there's a new hero, it feels like the new hero obviously tuned to see them have great success. So there's going to be a chance that they're going to be banned a bit more than everybody else. Where Kiri Lucio, though, that's like, I mean, they're the other kind of support, so you're always kind of looking at, right? So we'll see if any of those kind of make it into some of our matches a little bit later in the day, right? Wu Young, though, no surprise here.
Yeah, I mean, very powerful, obviously, and quite desirable to a lot of teams. It's just poke damage that is extremely difficult to do much about because Wu Young tends to position so safely and still, you know, obviously, as the water droplets, I'll call them, travel a further distance, they reach a max amount, and the splash damage is pretty obscene. So any sort of grouping up can, you know, give a lot of value over to that player. So Genji banned here. We're heading over to Gibraltar. I mean, Traces obviously are given here. We were thinking it might be double sort of, you know, flex DPS look from Team Z now after this substitution. This definitely begs the question whether Zeb's going to go Winston, whether it's like you want to take Winston into a potential Diva matchup here. But I don't know if Zaya would necessarily have that much game on a map like this anyway. It does.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a Zarya map.
No. It does beg the question about the sim, though. Might see that worked in.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could definitely see the sim worked in. This feels like it's a Diva Winston type of scenario, right? You know, utilizing some of that high ground, and I guess you could play the sim with it. Not terrible with that, but it'll probably be what Wu Young. Well, actually, okay. So with the Kiri gone, like you could play Ana here, right? You can play some like Ana Winston potentially, if you wanted. Just trying to fill that like second support slot. You know, probably you're going to see like could you see like Wu Young Ana? I think we've seen that at times in EMEA, although we don't really see Gibraltar as much in EMEA. I think Wu Young you should play the Wu Young here. It'll just be determined on what you kind of play with it. So Team Z hovering over what I was just kind of talking about with the Wu Young and the Ana, and are we going to get a little Maga action here from Sakura?
Well, you have two very effective carriers of your Tidal Blast virus, don't you? Natsuki can obviously give that off to Zomba, or Zeb can really benefit from that when the fight, sort of surrounds them. I don't mind seeing Hanzo. Yes, I did mention this. I wasn't super sure if we'd get it from Team Z here, but obviously their front line wants to avoid at all costs this Malga and really work some poke damage in. Do we get the Simmer if it's just out of spawn? Yeah, gonna be a switch up here. Maybe even Astro considering a change to the Winston. Avoid the Malga at all costs and go for that. But it's looking not a very mobile backline, Matt. Neither Batista or this Wu Young have the best anti-dive contingencies.
I think Peace is in spawn. They're deciding what to play potentially. They're still up there on the Hanzo, so we'll see. Yeah, okay, so they decided to come out of the spawn on the Hanzo. The Winston gone already. Asher gonna go to the Diva. I think the Winston to Malga is rough. That's a nice sleep and a bio though that comes through. So they get rid of Zeb. That's huge.
I think the Ana's almost a requirement here, just to, you know, just a bit of the healing that Malga obviously generates himself.
Well, there's no cleanse either, right?
Exactly. Like Kiriko banned to that effect, and that's maybe sort of why there was no protect ban at the DPS, as was pointed out in chat briefly, to put Peace in the best position for themselves. They're going to be on the Hanzo, though, and they did consider what they'd switch, I think, earlier on the round, but they're going to stick to it for the time being. First kill of the game was actually Zomba finding Cinnabar, I think, in the backline. So it is going to be about trying to exploit this less mobile backline. Astro trying to do much the same, though, to Sakura. Natsuki affected by a Bayonne, but here's the stomp, and Astro surely going to be desuited here. The DM stretched to its very limits. In the space and time that's bought, Peace is able to pick Zomba off as they try and dive the Hanzo.
That's massive that Astro doesn't get the mech there. The supports for Team Z keeping Astro alive. You see, now this is a really odd spot here for Sakura to kind of fight out of as Zeb just kind of makes a rush over there towards the objective as Exen, she'll find one, but she's in a lot of trouble. Everybody chasing these players down into the server room.
Natsuki, I don't know if you want to be here at all. Wow, just committing to the server room fight. Not really where you want to be. Astro stuck with a pulse bomb, but Zomba, well, is blown up by it. So it's really just the Malga here for Zeb. Now, much of this damage is going to eaten up, denying Zeb that healing from Cardiac Overdrive through the duration of its effect, and then cleaned up. Team Z, nice looks here. Good start. Hanzo getting value.
And I think they should move away from the Malga. Like, okay, so they're going to play the D.Va. So this is a great swap, in my opinion, for Sakura Esports. Like, the Malga, especially into this kind of comp that can be pretty mobile, kind of circumvent the Malga with the stomps and whatnot, and then also have the possibility to bio the Malga, so you're getting no value out of the Cardiac Overdrive. I mean, it's just a nasty comp to play into, and now trying to control more of the high ground, the D.Va's a much better option here for Sakura.
Okay, shuttle position taken up. D.Va mirror, something that we speculated we were likely to see. This now puts a bit more pressure down on Peace. And also Hanbei, in fairness. Natsuki taken out early, though. Cinnabar, maybe that's just poke across the map. It's unclear. Oh, Z affected by the Bio-nade. Beautifully done. A Dragon Strike, though, gobbled up by Zeb. Not enough, though, to really put Sakura in a commanding position here. It looks like Team Z on Gibraltar have the edge.
I mean, dude, it's another sick bio there from Hanbei. That time up to the high ground. Z playing the BAP at that moment. He drops the Amp Matrix and then obviously trying to stay alive within it by the hit with a bio. The regen burst obviously doesn't provide anything. And then just ends up falling. And you had already lost Natsuki at that time. So Team Z looking much better here on Gibraltar than they've looked all series.
Thunder Blast on Ryan, any knockdowns? Yes, Natsuki caught up. Good defense matrix, but it's not enough. Yeah, Zeb not able to cover Natsuki adequately. So this means the snowball is still well and truly underway for Team Z. A very aggressive setup in terms of these supports as well. Nano Boost using that previous spike now. Astro going a little bit low, but space created. X10 has to find a way to break out into the game, but she's brought down by Cinnabar, who beelines for the Sojourner. She drops down. This is almost the second checkpoint for Team Z, and Sakura have struggled to find a foothold in this game. They're on Lucio Ana now, and that's still not been enough. They switch to Brig, perhaps, against Hanzo?
Okay. Where was this Team Z? A little bit earlier.
Well,
they like
was on the bench,
different
bro.
team. Yeah, and I mean, look, getting Hanbei's been really good on the Ana. We're actually going to see Brig from both sides. So Ana Brig on both sides, which I know obviously is like a historically pretty good combination, but this part of the map quite odd. And Exen, she's going to go over and play the Freya, so a little bit more high ground control here. But you already see Peace there at range, putting down some serious shots here into Natsuki.
I guess, yeah, look, tough to play Brig into like these really pokey heroes, Hanzo for example, but it's, free whip shot healing against D.Va, especially if the perks that really increase that inspire healing for a longer duration. You get a lot out of it. Zomba has lost in this occasion, in this manner, a couple of times trying to take Peace on. They have been very hard to shift on this Hanzo. After the high ground goes Sakura here, trying to really control this, because if they don't, Peace is going to sit up there and just go to town on them. Dragon Strike at the ready. Last one negated by Defense Matrix, but Peace looking to find success this time around at Cinnabar, though she's caught by a pulse. Zeb runs Peace down. Finally, this is legitimately the first time Sakura Esports have been able to get a foothold and stem the bleed.
And it's a fight win that it starts off pretty poorly, right? When Zomba kind of like blinks into a wall there and Peace able to finish off Zomba, but after that they end up kind of using let's see a nano boost there from Z onto Zeb. Zeb also has to use a self-destruct to be able to stay alive, to get back in the mech, and then just a chase down of some members of Team Z. Team Z though has a nano boost of their own, right? So you think this probably goes over to Astro or maybe even Ryan. If Ryan on board with him now can get in a good position.
And there's a world where if Cinnabar is getting dived, she might get good value out of a nano as well. Okay, X10 starting to edge Peace out in terms of this DPS head-to-head. And again, now that Nana goes in Astro's direction. There was a bowler shot though off screen. Hanbei gets caught out. Astro, yes, is free to get aggressive, put this pressure down, but straight back into spawn runs Z. Chilling. Astro here has nothing to do except go off the map and try and reset now under 2 minutes left.
And I think this is where, like, you're not really getting as much value as the Hanzo, right? Piece earlier, they were getting some really nice pickups, but now that X and she's gotten over to the Freya, able to kind of like jump up above some of these sight lines, put some damage down on a Piece. You see Zomba here did get picked off by Piece once, but able to kind of get in position, finish off the Hanzo if need be. So it's going to be some good adjustments here from Sakura. That's going to be a dragon. They actually just kills Natsuki. Must have been playing so close to the corner.
Yeah, I think, well, maybe inside that room there, it's unclear. Nice little dragon strike, but you see the problem with Hanzo right now, completely dove on. Zomba gets aggressive in that direction. No blinks though, just one left. Okay, they pick up a mini. They're going to be good to go. Other health packs, of course, they can try and take advantage of. X10 under pressure. Astro does his job, deals with the Freya. That was very out of position, in fairness. It's so refreshing to see Ana Brig again. Ridiculous as it has been in a couple of scenarios. We are getting closer to yet another bowler shot for X10. Watch that backline for Team Z. If they get hit by that, they're going to crumble. Oh, Pulse! Oh. Big one! On base down! Oh, that's devastating! They needed that Ana big time, especially to keep Astro fighting fit, and now Sakura want to go up another gear. Look at this space they've just taken.
And what I'm worried about here for Team Z is Cinnabar, she actually has the rally, but like a bio coming in from Z, just a better position here from the defensive side of things. And Natsuki kind of lurking here with the rally, potentially able to like come around the corner with a shield bash. Could be quite devastating. Looks like they're trying to bait the players in.
One in the back line. Raid Boss Natsuki looks like they blocked off the Bionade as well. However, X10's boulder shot got eaten and Z's died to a pulse bomb. So good looks here for Team Z. Now they've got a rally of their own, and Cinnabar knows exactly how to make use of it. Well, at least you think they would. Zomba able to bring her down. Regardless, Sakura up with 4. They have a Nano to play with now as Peace is trying to set up here. Hack a health pack, get forward. Self-destruct here for Astro. Hoping to get back into the mix safely. Yep, the aim shot. The bolt explodes, and there's no chance for the team to get going, but someone was picked off randomly by that self-destruct. This is utter chaos. Nano for X10, Peace trying to keep the game going, but has to translocate away. There's a touch from Ryan as he comes forward. Natsuki on the chase down, though. No recalls left for Ryan, surely. And now Peace, last one standing, having to translocate in place as Sakura finally figure out how to stop Team Z in their tracks.
Well, I was going to say, it felt like Team Z was in such firm control through the first 2 parts of the map, right? Now, the Malga comp did not really work for Sakura Esports off the start. Team Z makes pretty quick work of them throughout the second phase of the map. And then here towards the end, Sakura puts a few fights together to be able to get a hold right at the end, where pretty rough first half for Sakura overall, but they battle back and they get a hold here towards the end of the map.
I think that Sakura choose a composition that's pretty exploitable to what Team Z were playing, especially because they walked out with the Ana. And we saw immediately that, Zep was struggling on the Malga. And also, like, playing really aggressively. Everyone diving into that server room and getting, gobbled up by Team Z. But X10, as soon as she switched over towards the Freya, feels like the game took on a little bit of a different flavor. Tough for the Piece to sit up on those perches and get free damage. And also, that kill on Astro before he could remech was a huge momentum killer for Team Z.
What do you think about the Hanzo again here for Peace? They had some really, good moments on the Hanzo, but it started to feel like that Sakura towards the end of the game started to figure it out and like how to kind of, dive and kind of get on top of the Hanzo a bit more.
It's really dangerous against a Diva Tracer, I think. In fairness, for Sakura, it takes time for Zomba to get in position to harass that Hanzo. Obviously, Tracer lacks that same level of verticality. She needs to take a more circuitous route up onto that higher ground. But yeah, it's honestly pretty tricky. And you're not going to give the Hanzo this amount of space, especially not with a Diva-based composition. So we'll likely see Sakura try and close the gap early and often. As soon as they figure out where Peace is playing, even as Ana's damage, by the way, is significant. It's what, 70 per shot. So you still have to respect it.
yeah, and a more like, I know damage output. Wait, that's a bio that actually connects on to Zeb right away, and Z, the bio, comes in a little bit too late there and doesn't find anybody. But you have to respect the Ana's damage in some aspects, but obviously not the key component of the kit. Is a few shots there from Extinction. She kind of connects with Peace at range, and they're going to be forced to back out.
Just easy to forget. I think sometimes the Ana is hit scan when scoped, so it's reliable damage at extreme distance.
He's in trouble.
I mean, Hanbei's already died, so the lion's share of your healing's already been neutralized now. It's up to Cinnabar. She's got a lot on her plate, and it's far too much to handle.
what you could also kind of see from Peace's POV, right? Cinnabar, she had ended up using a few of the packs on the Hanzo to be able to keep Peace alive, and they were not able to stay up. Cinnabar, she has no more healing after to be able to keep anybody up. So that's how Team Z kind of all falls apart.
All right, well, Sakura on time here for a first checkpoint take. Now as we head into the second phase of the map, let's tune into the comms and see what the plan is for Sakura to take the shuttle phase or even get this checkpoint.
Break. Nice. We don't need to use anything. Honestly. Okay, shoot guys. They're fine. I'll shit. Oh, sorry. Fair one. Trade low. We're good.
They have no ults. They're giving nano soon though.
Yeah, we should set up with like Nano Diva or something.
So no. They might go point, by the way.
No, I don't know if I can get I don't know if I can make it to top shift in time.
You're good,
they're not playing. I'm walking. Winston
triple right.
I'm top.
If they sleep, I'll go. Or they, yeah.
I got Nano Diva.
On the one. I'm literally free pushing.
Monkey, shoot monkey. I can nade after.
Sorry.
Bring nade. I'm helping you.
They're touching cart now.
Number one, Alex. Nice.
You hit me?
Yeah. On tagged, Alex.
Yeah, she's one. Monkey in, on top ship.
On his 9 they get. We're killing this right now, Zeb. We're killing.
Okay.
Come back to it. Yeah,
I'll drop. No re. Trade.
Shoot guys. I'm nading their backline when they walk. Look, Trey.
Bottom right.
I'm on the backline. Lucky one. Wait, summer step. What? How did she get that off?
There are so many.
You can almost tell when an enemy diva has self-destruct available when she plays that aggressively. Nicely done by Zeb. I gotta say though, we were on board with Z's early, and they were sort of saying, "Give me some time. I need to obviously walk shuttle." It's Anna. She's not the most ambulant of heroes, but once she's up there, but she's in such a powerful position, and Z's is just nailing shots, even if that bio pulled up short. Very good to get your Ana up in that commanding position.
On Z's, I mean, you see, gets Tiger on here early. I mean, forced to drop down, but some powerful positions already on Ana as above 5 minutes here for Sakura Esports to complete the map. I mean, they're in a fantastic spot. It's going to be a EMP here. It's going to connect with Exen and Natsuki, and Natsuki will fall. Exen, she's able to stay alive, though.
Okay, what can she do from here, though? She's pretty deep in enemy territory now as we see the double back of the Tracer, rather, of Zomba towards the cart, handled by Hanbei and Co. 4 minutes and 14 for a map completion here, and this is the series on the line, and it's, Sakura is saying we are going to be in the playoffs. That is our plan. We are not going to even get a whiff of that relegation zone.
No.
So far, I mean, they've put up the performance that definitely justifies their position in the post stage. But if that's going to be the case, they need to get through this primal rage in this fight, and as they tracked correctly earlier, Hanbei is, verging on yet another nano.
See what Exen decides to do, though. She's got this high ground, right? And you have the bola shot. We saw her connect with a bola shot earlier onto Ryan, but the recall actually ended up taking it out. It's going to be the primal that has to be used by Astro, so they kind of force it out. Zeb's going to get demeched, so I don't think you're going to see any type of progress here. I think for Sakura Esports, you're probably looking at a reset, but you get out the primal there for relatively nothing.
I didn't hate the Sombra switch up there for Team Z, but they've gone now over towards a Freya of their own for Peace. Astro pretty determined to maintain this high ground position. Winston can be a little susceptible to this Freya damage, right? And she can suspend herself in midair for quite an extensive period of time, make it very hard for there to be any sort of dive possibility. Also just riddle the Winston with those explosive bolts and chuck that health down quickly. I had a pulse bomb there on the corner. It looks like it was avoided, likely intended for Cinnabar, who I think is trying to sit there and just play in that position. Now to the backline extend, looking for a bowler shot. Vertically down, stuck with a bolt though. Dangerous position to be in. Bayonne did connect onto Sombra, if I'm not mistaken. Forced maybe a recall out of them, but it's a 1-for-1. Both brings it down now, and Hanbei's looking a lot less comfortable than they were a few minutes ago. Sombra stuck with the bolt as well. Needs to double back for the health pack. The cart not really moving at the moment. Hanbei with the double stick there. Exen almost able to pressure that Ana down, but likely a self-Bayonne to keep them in the fight. And
Zomba's kind of going crazy, though.
Running rough shot on the backline, Matt. X10 looking for a little bit more, but Zomba on his own, more than happy to get in there. Now the rest of Sakura has joined up them, including their diva. Teams have one last chance to put this to an end.
Yeah, they'll have a pulse bomb of their own. It's going to be Peace. It's all actually going to be Ryan connecting on Natsuki. And Cinnabar, she's going to end up having a rally here. So I think you're going to be able to hold for Team Z for a period of time. but still there's above 2 minutes, so you're probably gonna have another like attempt or two here for Sakura. So you don't have this self-destruct, right? So you have to try and get out. XN, she might end up falling. Oh, nice defense matrix there from Zeb.
Had to blow him
able to keep XN up.
And nicely done for Zeb. But this is probably starting to get a little frustrating. I think the Ana play for Team Z has been solid, and also the Winston, his ability to continuously sit up here in this high perch. A lot of maps that allow for this kind of gameplay loop. It's really hard to break. Need to overwhelm the Winston, but they always have the mobility to jump on out and take a safer position and get topped back up by their Ana. No Nano on board this time for Hanbei. Rallies, though, for both sides are going to be a factor. A pulse bomb from Zomba on Cinnabar's direction might be required, and it comes in. That's perfect. Just what the doctor ordered. Now no rallying in play. There's a window here that can be exploited, but Zomba's taken down, perhaps an overextension in Pieces' direction. Card's getting close, but Zeb's stuck with the Bionade. There's now a Nano for Z's, though. They're looking towards the Diva in the backline, and there's nothing Hanbei can do. Zeb is supercharged and ready to rumble. The boulder shot connects onto Astro, and they're barely able to limp back into the spawn. Taken down now. It's on Ryan, stuck with the bolt on the cart, and now Natsuki wants to step up to try and peel the Tracer off the objective. Zeb also has a self-destruct, so that's a guaranteed remake opportunity in 99% of cases here. And Peace walks straight out into the firing line. Hanbei again back in this corner, handled by Zeb's self-destruct, and that should be Sakura getting over the line. A desperate switch over towards the Zarya, but Astro can't get the touch, and that's Sakura Esports wrapping up the series 3-0.
And it's that first opening pulse bomb that Zomba hits on the Cinnabar. She has the rally at that time and not able to use it while everybody's in like pretty good standing in terms of HP on the point to kind of keep everybody rolling. That forces like Astro to end up popping the Primal as we take a look at some of the stats.
Dude, that's messed up.
17k damage from X, and that's a crazy amount of damage from her here. I mean, you kind of look at the rest of the lobby, nobody even close.
Yeah, and look, in fairness to Peace, I mean, they're on Hanzo a lot of the time, so not necessarily racking out the biggest damage numbers, not against a Diva composition anyway. Need to land those eliminations, but that constant Freya pressure that comes in, those damage numbers are really relevant when you're playing Winston and you're constantly getting chunked down over and over again. We talked about how hard it is for the Winston to even pressure the Freya at all. It's a nice comp switch up there for Sakura, but again, they get off to the races so quickly with that first checkpoint take. And even though it gets dicey towards the end, I think the Winston switch is nice for Team Z. It's not enough to ultimately hold them.
No, it was a good swap towards the end, and then we end up with kind of like an Ana Brig for everybody, where I think the Ana has pretty good synergy there with the Winston. It's just not able to kind of last long enough there on the objective towards the end. Astro kind of switches over to the Zarya, even to get out there, try and get a touch, keep things going. But Sakura, we were talking a little bit about it, right? You know, Team Z down in that like relegation zone. Sakura like just kind of sitting outside of it, but obviously a step above the teams, you know, kind of in that area where Sakura is looking to make some noise in the playoffs.
Yeah, I like this. Again, we're asking the same question of this team, Ash, as we have been throughout this stage, is can Sakura punch up? We know they can handle their half of this group, but that's not an issue. And now they've obviously brought themselves to I think they moved into briefly into third place here, with Nightmare still needing to play another game, which is great. Playoffs are definitely on the cards for them. We need to see them take a big leap upward against these top teams in NA.
We definitely will. I think it was a good start for the end of the regular season at the very least here for Sakura, considering how comfortable this win did look for them. It was great to see that bite back from Team Z, that is for certain, in that first half of Gibraltar. The adjustments coming out from Sakura a little bit later than anticipated. But Matt, those adjustments are something that they have to be a little bit more snappier with if they do want to be able to compete with the best of the best in NA.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously heard on King's Row the kind of listening in terms of just like I think for Team Z, just kind of like the overall vibe where like they were kind of getting punished in certain situations, and I think they adjusted there on King's Row, you know, a little bit to try and match it. But really, the adjustments came through on Gibraltar, where I think they look obviously pretty good on their offensive side. It's just it seems like a little bit too late for Team Z, where like at moments they looked close, but then at moments like there was like a pretty large gap between these teams.
I just, it's interesting actually to see so much of the series played without any of the Wuyang at all. And I think you know, when you play the Ana Wuyang, you're really trying to invest in an individual to carry the sort of the upside of those ultimates, right? It can be tough sometimes without, you know, putting the Tidal Blast on the Tracer to get some serious value out of it. And a lot of teams have sort of figured out how to play around it. But what I like from Team Z, I think You know, the substitution in a Peace was good. I mean, you know, Peace had to deal with a lot of pressure from Tracer, for example. I think that could be quite challenging, especially the Tracer Diva, you know, double dive. And the underplay from Hanbei was really solid. I would have liked to see Peace's Genji. I would have liked to have actually seen a Protect ban, you know, come out from Team Z if they're, you know, going to sub a player in for that purpose. But that might never have actually been the plan. But seeing them maybe play more dive from the outset might have, you know, just, I don't know, changed the texture of this game a little bit.
Yeah, I think that I definitely agree with what you're saying there, Uber, but the Hanzo was still looking good for the size of Team Z, and Sakura did take a minute to adjust to that. Overall, though, a clean series here to come out from Sakura, and that leaves them just with one more match left there in Week 6 up against Team Liquid. And I am looking forward to being able to talk through Zay for this interview as well, just in a moment. But overall, I guess now, I feel like for Sakura, you've got to have your eyes further into playoffs and trying to kind of get ready for how much tougher the competition's about to get, because they did have that top heavy initial schedule here, Matt, and that's going to be how things are going to, I guess, continue forward as we take a look at standings.
Yeah, and I think to Mitch's point, they're probably going to go in a fourth. Yes, they're going to go in a fourth, past Nightmare for the time being. Nightmare, we'll see them play tomorrow against Team Z, but yeah, look, one more game remaining, right, against Team Liquid. Still, obviously, I think this team is going to be in playoffs. I think for them, Ash, it's like, all right, how do you craft a path to victory against one of those top teams? Because, like, there's a pretty good chance they're going to be squaring off against one of them early on, right? So it's like, how do you kind of manufacture a win or come up with a strategy, right? Like, I know potentially, like, there's, like, you know, like, let's say a balance patch coming through soon, right? You can kind of craft some of the adjustments after that to kind of like work out in your favor. And I think, look, if you play Team Liquid next week, you kind of use that entire game as a little bit of a learning experience, like especially if there's a world in which you can play them again, right? There's a world in which you kind of play Team Liquid and then you turn around in the first round of your playoffs and you play Team Liquid again. So there's a world in which you can kind of take some learnings from that, see kind of like what you want to do in terms of maps, what felt good, what felt poor, and build on that for the playoff.
Yeah, definitely a lot of learning opportunity here for Team Sakura, but for now they also have to take the win in stride here for Week 5 and try to carry that momentum forward as well. I mean, when you do also look at the standings here, yes, Team Z, they are down in that 7th place slot at the moment, but it's not like the fight for those potential last 2 spots are completely over either. I think that it is difficult though, because like you've said, Uber, there is such like a hard cutoff, it feels like, at skill level down at the bottom.
I do wonder now, like after, like from 6, 7, 8, like obviously Dilducks are, they're a force of nature, they're of their own, like who knows what we're going to get from them. But I think that in the last round or the last week of this stage, the match between Extinction and Team Z is going to decide probably which of those 2 teams get relegated and which of them actually has a chance to play some post-stage OWCS. And there's a lot riding on that kind of game. I think what we've seen from Team Z, you know, again, with some extra, you know, DPS players in this roster, being able to rotate them, you want to see them put themselves in a position to succeed. And I think going into King's Row without having a Reaper option is a bit of an oversight. That's definitely something that they want to avoid going forward, and make sure that they're ready for anything, any contingency when they come into these maps. They do need a lot of coverage of these DPS picks, especially to try and answer like these Zarya comps. Maybe we're in NA. We have infected and cover in this region. Yeah. We're talking ball, we're talking Winston, we're talking infected plays, kind of everything. So, you know, giving yourself as much agency to answer the wide range of comps that we might see in the postseason is really important.
Yeah, I pulled up.
Yeah, definitely will be.
The Dilducks. I mean, I don't know who did the Dilducks piss off. I mean, they got to play GK and Team Liquid. I mean, that's a tough way to end the stage.
Everyone plays everyone, bro. What do you mean who they piss off? I mean,
hey, they would have to play them no matter what at a certain point. Like, I don't know what you really want for them.
You have 0 maps and you haven't had to play those 2 teams yet. I don't know what to tell you, bro. I don't.
Hey, it's tough. Not everyone can have as comfortable as a run as GK have, that's for certain. But unfortunately, we aren't going to be able to have that interview with Sakura. We'll hopefully hear from them another time. But for now, before we throw to a break, as a reminder to you guys that FACEIT League is an official Overwatch Tier 2 competition where amateur teams climb through divisions of their skill to qualify for OWCS as they prove their skill in weekly matches organized around their schedule. And this kind of ties into the conversation that we've been having about about these teams who are potentially going to have to be put into that promo relegation tournament, facing off against the winners of season 7 of FACEIT. But we'll be back with the most anticipated match of today, Team Liquid versus GK, after a short break.
What is your favorite sound that you can make yourself? Like a whoop, whoop, whoop.
Oh, wait, like with our mouth?
Yeah.
Oh no.
I'm putting you guys on the spot.
Every time I do a fist bump, you do it. I like that. It's very simple.
Usually just like the cheesy gun sounds. I love doing
like the Western, like 60s.
Like Cassidy's.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not very good at doing those, but okay, thank you for your answer.
Of course.
Well, that is also part of our job too, because we have to, a lot of times when we get feedback or give feedback, we have to describe in interesting ways how things should sound. Like they should sound sharp.
You look like you've seen a ghost.
Who's ready to party?
Good news, everyone.
Form is temporary. The spirit is eternal.
Welcome back, everybody, to OWCS NA, and I want to wish a quick happy belated birthday to Zay. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get him on for the interview earlier in that post-map there for Sakura versus Team Z. But what?
There was one
Are you
time.
thinking about yourself?
There was one time to get working, to get the interview rolling,
I
get your
know.
webcam on, get all suited and booted for the broadcast. It's your birthday.
Hey.
Gotta lock in, you know.
Yeah, well, belated birthday. You should cut him some slack then at that same time
Well,
too. Why are we reaming him out
Matt
for
having
it?
had a belated birthday on the 1st of October kind of cancels that out. You know what I mean? Because we're gonna.
Okay, fair. Happy belated birthday, Matt.
Thank you.
But unfortunately, your belated birthday is not the most anticipated thing of today. It's going to be that GK versus Team Liquid matchup. This is the one that we've all had our eyes on here for Saturday of OWCS. GK has been undefeated so far. They haven't dropped a single map so far this stage. Team Liquid hot on their heels there for sure, but GK have been the ones to watch your map.
Yeah, I mean, they have been dominant, really, kind of like in the region. And this is a team, Ash, and I think it's kind of obviously been rare since, like, Overwatch Esports just in general, right, has really kind of been dominated by Korea, and still is, right? But like this is like starting to like where we're starting to feel like, hey, these teams, like whether it's like a VP or an Alcatraz or GK here in North America, like the next step for them is to contend at like internationals. And I think where you kind of see obviously like back to Champions Clash, like a large part of this roster kind of there and played quite well. It's like people I think want to see them build off of that. I think it's one thing to obviously kind of compete in your region where Team Liquid and GK look to be the top of that, but I'm looking at like, hey, towards the end of the season as we move to Stockholm, like how are these teams bettering themselves to really challenge people on the international stage?
That's what I think of a lot, because I thought the mid-season championship was great for GK, right? They go to 5 maps against Alcadzia. They do that against Team CC as well, but we don't talk about that. And also they play a really close series against Team Falcons. So that for me was probably the closest I've seen NA especially get. Liquid got 3-0 by T1 in that sort of quarterfinal bracket. So not amazing, but like these two teams are, they're the best in the region. And Liquid have only dropped a map sort of here or there, right? These guys are the real deal. They obviously can lock that second place in here with a win, but there's still a lot of potential for this team heading into playoffs. And I don't really, I don't care that they dropped a couple maps here and there against other sort of top teams. This is the kind of team that they can turn up on the day and they can beat the stuffing out of anyone, including GK. Really, a lot has to do with, their form and how they get in, and if they can really get the ball rolling early. These guys have Rupal, Vega, Zera, Tree, Infected on their team. It's one that's really been built for success very intentionally. And, I think that's the expectation from a lot of these Liquid fans. They need to see excellence today, and they want to see it in the postseason too.
No, that is for certain. You talking about also how that gap has been closing there as well, even throwing back to Champions Clash, where we saw Nightmare actually take that series up against Crazy Raccoon. That was with Zera on that iteration of the roster, and then to now have this super team that had been built out within Team Liquid. It feels like there's so much more expectation on them, and now we have two huge contenders, I feel like, for NA to start to continue to close that gap here. But man, this roster is so stacked. I have enjoyed watching them so much. In the meta right now being Dive, Zera's always been so impressive on that Tracer mats, and this is where I really want to see them continuing to take advantage of where the meta is before the big patch.
I think it's a combination like Zera plus Infected. Mitch talked a little bit earlier on the pre-show where like how good Infected is, and they kind of build this roster around them, and like when he can play ball and like all these different types of, like, I think that was the one thing we knew about Infected, like very large hero pool, and starting to obviously, being able to flex that a lot. And then Kuffa on the other side, probably expanding, or well, not even really expanding his hero pool. I think just kind of showing everybody all of the different things he can play, right? Where these two teams, these two tanks specifically, right? The top in North America without question. So excited to see that in head-to-head.
At the start of the year, Infected was like the whole thing was his flexibility, but he unnecessarily, I think, played like a bunch of different tanks when maybe just a couple were required. And I feel like that's been really shaved back, refined. I think that, like the sort of the trust that's been put in Infected to sort of, have that wider hero pool. It's not just about him playing a counter tank and just sort of trying to counter what he sees, but allows Liquid as a whole to play like a ridiculous amount of different comps. And this is a team with no subs, right? It's just 5 players. That's all they need. Amongst them, they've got the entirety of possibilities covered, and they might be, required to reach into some of those here. Maybe we also get a hybrid map from GK in this series. Maybe we see GK lose a map. I think that's my bare minimum expectation. I at least want to see a 3-1. This Team Liquid team are telling their players nothing but first place in this region is acceptable. It doesn't matter that, GK have not lost any maps because they haven't played Liquid yet. So this really should be a great test, and we are all, fingers crossed, hoping for a 5th map in what has to be the best game of this NA Stage 3.
Yeah, that's the thing. The most anticipated matchup here for the NA regular season. Before we get into it too, and as I send you guys off into the server, on the other side, I want to hear your predictions. Who do you got your money on?
I think it'd be tough to pick against GK. I think though, like, it's not, I wouldn't think that GK is going to run over them. I think this is like a 5-gamer or like a really close 4-game series that goes GK's way.
I am going to pick Liquid for this game, which I know sounds kind of crazy, but I do think like this is the one match I think that they would have prepared for the hardest over the entirety of this stage. I've got really high hopes for them, so let's see what they can do. Remember, it's Coach Wheats, of course, going up, trying to show what he's capable of. Gultake on this team as well. I think there's a lot of great minds behind the GK outfit. So these hero picks and bans, I think, are going to form the centerpiece of this game in terms of how these teams try and get a leg up on each other.
It's definitely going to be an intense one. I'm looking forward to seeing who's going to come out on top in this matchup. Will Team Liquid, however, find themselves enough, or will GK continue to push forward?
And And does Coach Caceres have a deep enough playbook here? I guess that's something we want to ask ourselves. What's in the binder, buddy? Show me the money.
There's also a scenario here. I mean, we rarely kind of talk about this, but actually, a lot of the chat. This is a poll that's actually a bit closer. 58% here riding for GK, 42 for all the people who can't do math on the Liquid side. So you're looking at this where, Mitch, these two teams probably scrim so much against each other. You kind of go into this series a little bit knowing, I think, as a player, like who kind of has the upper hand, right? Like I imagine
ball
these two
knowledge
teams
in this game
scrim constantly. So I assume that they know very well, obviously, where everybody's like vulnerable, but also like who's kind of a little bit ahead at the moment.
The Winston band burnt already.
Yeah, that's interesting. Right away here as we go to Samoa.
Kiri going to be the ban, of course, from GK here. Very, very interesting. So what's the answer going to be for Kuffer? Now, from them, we've seen the ball a lot on these control maps. Wouldn't shock me too much. We saw that. Kuffer's also dabbled a lot in the Hazard. Infected, probably one of the original, in the OWCS CS era, the original NA ball player. So it'd be really cool to see that. I'd be surprised to see the Sigma maybe as an answer to this. This is super interesting. And we saw this, I think, recently in NA, but only really there.
Right, it's a little bit of a slower, like traditional Sigma comp, right? With RuPaul on the BAP, where he's like a tremendous BAP, and look, you're trying to like kind of get that dive to come on in, right? You have a lot of damage and stun options in return for Kuffa, but you see Kuffa where he's kind of positioning at the moment, and I like it. Like there's no reason for him to kind of just fly into this Sigma. Let Infected move into positions where it's a little bit easier to kind of circle him, right? Where you can't just kind of play behind that shield.
I mean, Sigma obviously have some perks that'll, helps him with the the game of keeping people back. He now has a perk that allows him to regenerate his shield based on hitting hyperspheres, which is great for that staying power. And still that major perk where you can send people flying backwards if you hit enough hyperspheres, like with a melee attack, which is also really annoying because it holds people in place. Tree's already gone down though, so Kuffa successful in the dive attempt. And with Zera on the sim, Liquid are playing a comp that, yes, is quite static and wants to play around this Sigma, but is really susceptible to flanks and dives. These heroes that have pretty low health pools in general that can be dragged down, and Zera gets picked off second. That's going to sort of end things for Liquid.
Well, Liquid also wants to play this comp in a way that is, you're just kind of, not in a death ball scenario, right? But you're all kind of playing around each other, right? Using a lot of like that Baptiste healing, where Kuffa, if he can just displace a player or two, right? As they find Tree again early on, he's kind of done his job in that case. So really, it's all about being a disruptor here for Kuffa, and then also kind of playing his life.
Oh man, I'm feeling not so great about the Liquid pick thus far. This comp for them, this Sigma look, has not worked out, and they have no map control to speak of. And in getting that map control, they're invariably going to go open themselves up to these forays from the ball. These dives into the back line. There's another one in UV from downtown. Oh my gosh, RuPaul and Tree just caught together in the blast of the same pulse bomb, getting absolutely owned. Ultraviolet as well is probably the Wuyang player in NA to keep an eye on. The guy squeezes every extra amount of value out of that pick, and this has so far been a dominant showing.
In for GK, you have all of these ultimates to be able to use. Team Liquid, I mean, you built up, you're gonna have like a flux here, right? But like, who are you trying to capture inside of that? Like, maybe you're going after like UV, you're gonna have like a sound barrier to deal with it though. And you're just trying to even make it close to the objective. This time they actually use that Tidal Blast on a Kuffa just to be able to keep him alive. It's gonna be a sound barrier here for Admiral as well, as yeah, he's gonna get back in the action. Doesn't get the benefits of the beat though.
Yeah, it did get the Tidal Blast to keep him alive though. And how are you gonna hit a Gravity Flux onto a Wrecking Ball, brother? That is a near impossible task. It's so rough out there. Sigma's gonna start rolling that stone up a hill at this rate. Brutal. Still a flip here for Liquid though, but they've lost Vega. Kuffa here is doing some housekeeping, clearing a lot of this architecture. Now they are going to come for the Sigma. Instantly, Kuffa drops on in, and Infected is utterly overwhelmed. But the reinforcements come at such a time as there's an opportunity to contest this, but Liquid have to do so without their Sigma. They're going to go for a match. Sound barrier committed to 4 players now. UV very, very low, and Vega's able to push him over in the end. Tree knocked up by the Wrecking Ball, by Immortality Field thrown to keep the Cassidy in the play. Going to be a TP used to get Tree off to a safer angle, but RuPaul is down. They had to trade the Baptiste for the life of their Cass.
Yeah, but it's quite massive, right? They're using that sound barrier even to keep everybody up and fighting. I love the idea there that they actually, Zero tried to actually use the sim wall and then drop a TP right on top of Infected playing the Sigma in that position, but he just kind of gets blocked, not able to use it. But that sim wall did come up clutch in the end.
Lethal here, you can see at a safe distance sending these bolts in. No, buddy! Tree goes for a Deadeye, but of course he's immobile during that period of time, or at least not mobile enough to dodge away from the pulse bomb. Maimone connects, and the World's Dragon roars here midway through the round. It's going to be a flip back for GK surely as Liquid running out of staying power. We eventually got the switch onto the ball here from Infected, but it comes a little bit too late in that fight for it to be relevant. And now we tick up. Who is going to be a toucher here for Team Liquid? Looks like Vega tried to get in, but was stopped at the door. And that's the first round for GK.
Yeah, and I want to see, obviously, Team Liquid kind of play like a little bit of a different comp into this, because I feel like that Sigma comp is like very feast or famine in the sense that, like, you know, you're going to be able to kind of like post up, like take advantage over Kuffa, and like if you're not able to stop him and he's displacing the Sigma and the BAP and all these heroes, it's going to go like how we just saw, right? So we'll see. It looks like potentially Mitch are going to actually kind of try and play this yet again, and like, you know, have that Sigma in the mix. You're going to have the Immortality field and Zera playing the sim that just kind of maybe move this Sigma around or give it a little bit more mobility. So we'll see if it kind of pays off in his second round. But you see Kuffa, they does not die during that first round. Same with Maimone. So not doing a great job stopping those two.
UV should not be top damage in the server, bro. That's just not right.
What do you mean? Fair and balanced hero. Why is he the most banned character at the moment?
He has his major perk up already as well. Like, it is crazy what this guy can do. All right, here we go. Kuffa, big slam into that Immortality field. A lot of CC. Looks like an accretion might have been thrown in there, but Kuffa, well, he's wrecking ball, so he shrugs it off and he simply gets back on with his life. Very low backline for GK. Admiral has to quickly double back now and try and help them out. Ultraviolet, God knows where he's sending these orbs. It is wild. Obviously taking the triple orb major perk here for extra damage. They individually do less each, but that splash is still very, very relevant. Wave thrown down here. Constantly weaving that poke in for his minor perk for that passive healing, which is going to be stuck to the Wrecking Ball for most of this round, I suspect.
Yes, they're just trying to fully Infected off of this spot. Tree gets quite low. RuPaul's going to have an Ant Matrix already.
No blast!
Oh, he ends up using it.
Oh, my
God! He just kind of gets bullied all on out, and that is Geeke winning a first fight in pretty epic fashion.
Nah, man. No, you can't be doing that to him, bro. This hero is absolutely busted.
Yeah.
There was a TP by Liquid into the backline. For GK, I like the idea. Try and pressure Lethal's position. Admiral as well. Go after him. UV just like starts surfing and then title blast himself and gets in there. Knocks two down as far as I could see.
Nice heat of the bowler.
Yeah, Kinetic Grasp. Eats up that bowler shot, but man, easy come, easy go. I mean, there's going to be quite a few more of those, I think, from Lethal over the course of this round. Gravitic Flux answered by Sound Barrier, so GK going to be able to dust themselves off after this one, but Maimone is very, very low. And eventually will fall to Zera. Tree in a decent position now, has control of the point, is healthy, looking for a target. GK still have that point control. No flip yet as Tree's trying to make use of the TP for mobility, but being disrupted all the while by Kuffa, who sticks around for one bullet too long.
Yes, we'll see. It looks like Team Liquid obviously trying to move further onto the point, but there's nobody there to be able to kind of like stand strong on it, right? Like you're not going to be able to fight in that position. That's going to be an Ant Matrix here. You use like RuPaul's. Maybe he thought it was actually, I know, a situation where they could fight it as Infected going on the ball to come on back. As I was going to say, you know, having Infected, you know, being able to get back in the fight would have been a situation where maybe Liquid would have been able to fight that, and he gets back a little bit too late as everybody falls.
And here's a good example of the Infected demonstrating his flexibility, depth of hero pull, but none of them really being the answer. But that is the second bowler shot being eaten, so nobody's going to have any issues individually with Infected's performance, I feel. Lethal taken down after the fact. The Diva play is sublime, but still, Liquid do not have staging ground on the point. They can barely touch, and they might likely lose Vega here. Yep, Admiral with the chase down, and this is a big problem for Team Liquid. They are in no position to contest this. Infected's going to have a crack at it, but he's liable to be demepped here, and I think UV just ensured that.
Just the Wuyong play from UV has been crazy. I mean, you see Tree coming around the corner, just taking so much damage on the poke. It's going to be a nice Immortality field there from RuPaul, trying to keep some players up through the Pulse Bomb. It'll be a Deadeye here from Tree, uses the TP to get to the point, so it pushes some players back for the time being.
Admiral, man, he is living dangerously, but I guess that's part of his game. Vega will fall yet again, and while there is a flip here for Team Liquid, they are instantly cut down. And that should really be the round. Liquid have no business here contesting any further as overtime expires, and there you have it, folks. That is a Samoa wrapped up a little quicker than I would have expected.
And we'll get a look at the stats at the end, but For me, Kaffa just kind of going crazy on the ball, right? We're talking about a lot about UV and rightfully so in the Wuyong, but it felt like there was no answer for the displacement of the ball. There was no way they were able to kind of track him down. I mean,
dude, that is
19,
so messed up.
Filthy scat line.
What?
I mean, UV with 9. UV leads the team in damage and healing.
Dude,
and only 1 death.
In a 2-round control map, he's combined for 16,000 healing and damage.
Do you think we're going to see a Wuyong ban?
Oh my god, that is so wrong. I mean, yeah, at some point, you have to think so. This guy bursts onto the scene, by the way, in his first game back in the OWL era by hitting a 5-man biotic grenade and winning a team fight on Iconfollow. This guy, man, he's only gotten better. That is absolutely disgusting. And that is a showcase of just how powerful Wuyong is.
Yeah, it's I mean, it feels like when you watch like UV play it, especially looking like that, you're like, why isn't everybody kind of locking it in? And like when we talk to some players like in EMEA, a lot of them are like, we just don't believe that this hero is going to be as strong as he is for that long. But still, even in that regard, like, well, look at this. I mean, just like a raid boss pushing through an amp matrix as support, it's wild.
It's innocuous, right? Because in a lot of these high skill ceiling heroes, like the majority of the player base doesn't see these numbers, right? Doesn't see that ceiling a lot of the time. And for Wuyong, what's so powerful about him is it's just the numbers, right? Just the amount of damage he can put out overall. And that's something that is not always easy to see until you have a player like Ultraviolet pick him up and basically show you what happens when you squeeze every little bit of value, every little bit of mathematical advantage out of a certain hero. That's when you realize, hang on. I mean, the ceiling is way too high for a sport like this. It used to be what Genji used to show us back in the day when he was at his most powerful, is that you don't always notice it in general, like in your Plat Diamond games, it seems strong, but nothing crazy. But then at professional level, it's like, hang on, the game is completely warped by the presence of this hero. These stats, I mean, tell us the entire story. 9k healing of 33k. That is, or over a quarter of the damage dealt by GK was from Wuyong.
Right. I mean, just the raw output of just, you kind of look at it like in just raw numbers, right? That just the output is crazy, but then just kind of the constant poke, especially with a team that's trying to play like a Sigma based composition that's trying to like move a little bit like kind of the Sigma around the map with the sim and play a little bit more of a pokey style. Seeing that come from the other side when they're able to play a ball comp and get that kind of output, I mean, it's wild. So you have to see that be targeted at some point. I mean, you can't lose the series and let him just play Wuyong the entire time.
Yep. And the thing about GK is that they also have some pretty nice comps for different maps up their sleeve. Like we saw randomly New Queen Street, I think, in their last game, which really rarely comes up. NA seems to be picking a couple of these like more off the wall maps.
So a hybrid map.
Yeah, Hollywood. Again, what? Okay, that is extremely saucy. And again, probably a Wuyong ban here. I think you've got to preempt this. TL have to be somewhat strategic about their ban process, but get him out of here. Just get him out of the game. Wrecking Ball ban here for GK.
Yeah, so interesting, right?
It's month time,
obviously
baby.
Infected wants to play the Wrecking Ball, and like it's very good. We saw him play Sigma a lot in that first map, and Kuffa play the ball and have great success. But hey, get rid of the ball. You maybe don't want to play it here on Hollywood, and the Wuyong gone. And maybe it's a composition you're putting together for GK that because we obviously haven't seen them play hybrid because they just roll over everybody before we even get here. Maybe there's a composition they kind of have up their sleeve where they know that, hey, at some point Wuyong's going to be banned, especially here in Hollywood. We have something that we can play that we feel pretty good about.
And we've only seen Hollywood, I mean, me and Matt have been on EMEA a lot of the time. I've only seen it picked once or twice here, but you think, you still value that high mobility on this map. The second stage, if we even get to it, which is a rarity, honestly, is so right for those sort of dive-centric heroes. Even like, the Havoc, Hazard, can sort of, mantle a fair bit, can get up on those buildings. Winston seems like the obvious choice here. But in terms of, defending this first point, especially, there's a few more options. You can try the Zarya. You can mix in some of these more immobile, these more sort of space-centric tanks as well.
I mean, yeah, like you could play like a Sigma on first point, right? We've seen teams play in EMEA. We've actually seen some even Orisa at moments, right? So a lot of different things you can kind of play throughout it. D.Va a good option pretty much throughout the entire map on like the offensive side of things, right? Being able to kind of play that D.Va all throughout, where at least here at the start, it looks like EK, they're going to be hovering over a Ram comp. So Ram with the Cassidy Sim in the mix. So we saw this on King's Row in our previous series, a comp that was like pretty similar outside of like the map. But obviously most likely not going to see a Reaper on the other side. Team Liquid going to be playing something much different.
It's a Death Ball-y style setup on defense here for GK. And obviously with the TP, they can allow Lethal especially to transition between the high and low ground much easier than otherwise would be the case. They could have got the Winston comp. Good to see that. Tree here, just Sonic Arrow.
They do play the Reaper.
Over the Reaper guy. Okay. So really
we saw how
fight.
We saw how effective it was against the Ram in our last series, where it looks like Team Liquid maybe was going back to the spawn there for a second, potentially thinking of some changes, but it looks like going to roll out with this. So, in fact, trying to take some of that high ground already.
Yeah, and you see immediately Lethal challenges the high ground, doesn't want to let the Winston perch up there for free, but look at the pace here from Team Liquid. Running rush shot over GK so far. In fact, it eventually goes down to that extent, but damage done for sure. Zero on the Genji. Great little pocket pick. Don't see it all the time, but from him, you definitely know it's going to make a mark. And well, GK did not have much time in the sun here on this first point, even if it is nighttime. Team Liquid, well, flatten them.
Lethal gets a touch here, so he actually goes over to the Tracer, does get a touch, so it looks like potentially GK wants to try and fight this.
Refight opportunity is pretty ripe. Tree actually getting taken down first is a problem now. Cuffer can play with a greater level of impunity. The Maimone is a little bit too close to the sun on that front line and brought down by Vega. Rupal trying to play safe as possible, but can't actually see anybody but the Lucio now and is getting attention from Lethal. Vega stranded apparently, chased down by Cuffer. Some sublime Ramatra play gives GK the point back without giving up more than a tick.
That's massive. And one thing I will say is, unlike in our last series, they actually do a nice job here of actually targeting Tree. So Tree obviously, trying to get by, behind this Ramatra, put down some serious damage on the Reaper. They're doing a nice job, like focusing him. That's allowed Infected to actually come up with a few kills early on in these fights, because they're not really focusing down that Winston early on, trying to get the Reaper out and then work from there. So let's see if they're able to kind of like solo Tree off yet again, as this time that's actually Zera getting quite low.
All right, TP active though here for Liquid. Rather, Geekos has some mobility for them. Over the top, you see Infected trying to go. Again, no really targets for Tree to find. He finds himself caught between the play a little bit, but now spots Maimone. Not before that Rupal is burnt to a crisp though. Blade here for Zero. What can he find with it? Not enough, I think, in that window really, but a TP towards the back of the point. Is that noted by GK? Yes, it is. Cuffer turns around and sends Tree sprawling. Now Zera, out of Blade, is under some extreme pressure. Cuffer doesn't want to overextend, but does have Admiral at his back. With Vega going down, Team Liquid have sputtered out again.
You're losing Maimone at the beginning of some of these fights. That'll be an annihilation here used here. Just finishes off Zera towards the end. You're losing Maimone at the beginning of some of these fights, Mitch, but just the mobility that he's giving everybody, right? You see like the Winston leap, Genji getting in the mix, then like the Reaper with a TP, and then like EK is able to use that Sim TP and get everybody out of dodge. And then there's no mobility availability for Team Liquid, and it puts them in a lot of trouble. It's a sound barrier here early from Admiral that connects with everybody.
Yeah, but no one crazy enough to be inside the Winston bubble, so it's a beat that connects to every player on GK and in reserve. They're holding their Kitsune Rush. They can ration out these support ultimates and get a nice edge, at least fundamentally, in the start of some of these fights. Good position for Infected. He stakes his claim to a large amount of space in the middle of the point, but Tree needs to get back into the fight, and so far has been kept to its fringes. Not where the Reaper guy wants to be at all.
This is
what's going on?
So, I mean, we are below 40 seconds. Everybody moving forward here for GK, as Infected now going to go over and play Maga, so wants to just ditch the dive completely, maybe try and get a stomp on top of this Ram, and that's going to be actually the Curies traded out on both sides.
Right, why am I only predicting Liquid? Holy mackerel, not ideal. Okay, trade of Curies here, and Lethal found himself without an escape. Now, as Tracer, should better get back into the fight before it really begins. Who knows that GK are going to play back towards the cafe and allow Liquid to set up. This is what they wants, in fairness. Look at Infected doesn't have to take damage to get here in position on the point. Stomp didn't quite connect. It looks like Maimone was able to drag himself away from the area of effect before it connected. So Infected now's got to back away. That symbol gives a nice little pocket for GK to play from, and there's a hole being burned in Liquids. Zera down. Infected trying to come forward here. Suzu employed, and there it finally they can take the fight at a range that they want, but Ultraviolet surgically extracts the Malga from the mix, and now from that high ground, 2 supports are in play, but that is sharp shooting by Tree. Lethal brought down. It's only UV. There's only so much one man can do. Doesn't even get to play the Wu Yang either. In that case, he might have had the 2v1.
Yeah, I mean, if he was on the Wu Yang, who knows? But we get down to below a minute there, and in the final OT, Team Liquid finally able to take it, Mitch, as now going to see some changes here from them as they're going to bring in a Freya and a Ramatra of their own.
Let's listen to Team Liquid now. They finally got going, but it took them a decent amount of time. How do they approach this second phase?
3, 2, 1, chilling.
You're next B. Right one.
Low.
Try the 4.
Quick push. Swing, 3, 2, 1, swing. Sim.
Sim. I'm in on Sim.
Sign.
I need to run.
Okay, Hopper Genji.
I'm good.
Okay, look around point. They're chasing our Genji. Walk around. Save ult. Okay, Kite. Oh, I'm in left. You're good.
You're fine. Back.
They're frail.
They might keep pushing, Kara.
They might TP.
Okay. We can just swing again. We can look frail push when you see.
Freya Sim. Yeah.
Alright, I'm walking Gary to kite symbol. Walking 3, 2, 1. Ram right. Swinging point.
Right top. Come here.
I'm grading point. Look Curie. Call me main.
I'll look Curie.
Ram job. Walking. 3, 2, 1. Looking Curie. We have high. I'm dropping. I'm coming point.
Play card.
They're rocking.
I'm gonna push card.
Push me.
Third round.
Kimberline.
Curie low. I move Ram. That's me.
Ram. Right behind maybe.
Secure.
DPS Sim.
Close him. Sim one out. I'm walking. I'm far.
We're up. What about it?
Freya Sim. It's important.
Alright, I'm on point. I can find out point with Ramble.
I think you can push first the Ramble. Okay,
yeah. They're coming up right. Swing Sim. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, well, Liquid doing well to control that high ground, even up against the Sim comp. You can TP up there at a whim. So far, so good. They burst the Ramatra of Kappa down, but now they're on the back foot here. Annihilation active for Infected. Bowler shot did come through from Lethal, but Kappa's just going to back away and give this ground up. That means Annihilation will expire in a couple of moments, and Infect is taking a lot of damage. Had to be topped up pretty darn quickly. Now wants to come forward. That Nemesis form, but Tree has been taken down, and this is looking ugly for Team Liquid. Infected very much on an island here in the middle of the map on the card, and will be pulled off his horse.
Yes, giving up a lot of space there is GK, but ultimately they will get a hold here on defense. So they stop Team Liquid from capping that second point. Team Liquid getting first point, which was extremely difficult, right? We go deep into OT, like a 2v2 type of scenario. That Tree is able to kind of come out on top in. I believe he had a support there with him, whether it was RuPaul or Vega, but still not a lot of progress here, overall, like from Team Liquid, in the sense that, GK, if you get a pretty good point A take here, Mitch, I mean, you're gonna have an eternity to get to that point, right? Like, if you get point A and then you get high ground, let's say, right away, and get high ground control, if you're GK on offense, like, you might only need to win one fight, maybe two, to match the progress that Liquid got. So for me, Liquid is going to have to put together a really good first point defense here, kind of like dwindle the clock long enough, just kind of like how EK did, to have a chance.
Liquid really have to defend that high ground that RuPaul's standing on right now adamantly. There'll be TPs from GK, and you notice, like, it's pretty hard to outmaneuver an enemy Ramatra comp when they have the sim, right? Liquid, like you heard them in comms, we've got high ground, immediately TP up for GK, and they've got 4 players up on the bridge, and they have to drop down pretty much straight away. And that's a part of what takes so long through that second phase of the map. A lot of bowler shots coming through there from Lethal as well. That ended up being pretty relevant. But here we go, both sides look like they're coming out with a sim. A test here for Ultraviolet. So RuPaul and Kiri, great Kiri play on that attack side here, but not the result Liquid I'm sure we're hoping for.
Yeah, I think it'll be something to watch out for, right? The Kiri versus the BAP here, because like for my moment, right, you can put down these TPs as a TP up to like the high ground, and they don't actually take it. Neither does Liquid. They're not going to take their TP to the low ground, but with the BAP, right, you can kind of support Kappa to kind of stand around, fight a little bit, you know, longer with that immortality field, and then just kind of the constant, you know, outburst of damage. Then maybe with a Kiri.
Kappa on an off angle here, quite a nuisance and very difficult to dig out of that position, and can just dip his toe back onto the point and start contesting. As soon as Infected takes enough damage, you notice he starts to get a bit more confidence about him and tries to get forward. Gonna have to make use of this Nemesis form mostly defensively, but you can see how much he's investing in making this space. Infected's trying to counteract that now by pushing past him, but Tree's been taken out. That's what the Freya wants. Enough room to work her magic, and Lethal finds 3. Stunning stuff from GK, playing the long game, setting up Lethal for success, and Kappa knows exactly what he has to do.
Yeah, and Lethal with a few members of EK were quite low, and I think that's where Team Liquid, like you saw Infected push up, drop his own shield there, and they try and push on forward through that. So this is what I was talking about, which would be quite, this is like a worst case scenario probably for Liquid, right? They give up the point rather quickly, so above 5 minutes. That's a bola shot at range there that Lethal gonna connect to Tree, and then now most likely DK gonna try and control some of this high ground. So you're gonna see this cart move up with some significant progress here for DK, and Liquid's gonna be forcing like almost like one fight.
What is this Freya damage from Lethal? It's filthy. And they've got this rear high ground control now as well. You can contest this. In fact, you need to with this Symmetra. Here's the TP. That's a TP to cart. So Liquid are beckoning GK down to fight them with a wall in place. It's actually not an easy decision for GK at all. It's uncomfortable to fight there. It's a trade of phrase here. They actually take each other down. Admiral positioning here as if it's a disengage. And the rest of his team are pretty far forward now, so he was waiting for something. And now GK ready to go from yet again. They got Annihilation in play. Infected's going to have to soon, but they're going to have to contend with Kitsune Rush. It'll be beat v Rush in this next fight.
I mean, I like the way that Liquid played that to try and actually get that high ground back, right? Like, kind of take position on the card, kind of force them back to that low ground. Now kind of circle back up, take high. Probably the best way they could have done it.
Rush from Rupal, here we go. Immortality field initially deployed, but it's going to be a wall in play for Maimone. Okay, Ultraviolet's lamp has been picked up. Look at that TP towards the backside. See, Maimone is threatening backline pressure, but Sound Barrier comes out from Liquid as they're ready to fight. Both support ultimates come up at a fortuitous moment for them. An Admiral's solo beat is not enough to give GK the edge. Now, it's an extended stagger. Kappa falls flat on the card itself. Annihilation still at least in the pocket. A very solid 2 consecutive fights there for Liquid, Matt. And they have to do a lot of work to take that space back, but the way they do it is very concise.
They absolutely have clutched up here, right? They needed to kind of take this space back, control some of that high ground like I was talking about, and with the way they kind of played these first 2 fights of this part of the map, they most certainly did. They were definitely at a high risk of being snowballed with the way that was potentially going, and now kind of battled back, and you see it's going to be actually Infected dropping down to the low ground. He's going to have that Annihilation to work with, and oh, it's going to be a bola shot that connects with Vega.
Yeah, looks like Liquid have just jumped straight into the trap. GK were waiting for a chance to make use of the bola shot. Okay, Treats found Ultraviolet. Both supports are down for GK, but Kappa's on the cart. Now he has to push this forward further away from his team's spawn location, and Tree is going to get healed up before he tries to challenge. Cute attempt there with the Vortex from Kappa to try and take the Freya down, but he realizes his team has been cut out from under him, and he'll need to regroup.
Man, Azera and Tree go crazy there, right? That did not start off well there for Team Liquid, but those 2 players specifically kind of go crazy. Kappa very low. I was wondering if he's going to pop like this Annihilation. He's got a UV coming off the spawn. He does pop the Annihilation.
They've caught them yet again. This is the second time. A trap is set by GK, and Liquid walks straight into it. Annihilation accounts for 2 kills as Rupal and Zera, crucially, and Atri has to try and defend this on his own. He takes Kappa down, and the rest of GK are too far away to do anything about it. That fade away on Maimone, by the way, is utter filth. But the touch, it's got to be there. Here comes the Lucio for Vega to try and stall this one out. The symbol might help him stay alive for a little bit longer, and here's the healing coming in from Rupal at the nick of time. The reinforcements for Liquid keep them in the map.
Yes, that was UV and Admiral trying to actually get it over the line as UV drops an Amp Matrix up on the high ground as you see Team Liquid trying to get control of that positioning yet again. As right now, Mitch, I'm looking at these sound barriers, right? Both teams going to end up within this next fight, but look at this great high ground position from GK, and they end up using a TP into that back corner.
Yeah, the cart position's pretty dangerous for Liquid. They don't have the ability to access that high ground because they weren't in position to take it. Now Admiral's sitting on a beat, but they've lost Lethal. Vega's able to win that fight out. Admiral's in the thick of things here, though. Back behind the jail. Maybe look to set up. There's a symbol in play, but GK don't have the damage right now. to make use of it. They're going to step back for a moment here. Mimone low. It's going to be a beat that saves his life, though. It's Lethal's desperately trying to get back into the fight. Mimone down to a bowler shot now. Vortex down. Cup is going to play inside of it if he can. It's very low on Zera. And Tree, though, is comfortable enough to play from behind these boxes and that Ramatra shield. It's another 1-5 for Liquid. And now we're getting down to the minute mark. 4-alarm fire for GK as they realize their chance to win the map could be about to go begging.
This would be such a huge map win for Team Liquid with the way it looked like it was potentially going. The series would have maybe even gotten away from you. You end up losing a map like this, and I think maybe GK would have loved to hold on to that beat, right? You kind of end up using that beat. You'd already lost Lethal, but now maybe you're trying to get Lethal set up here on this high ground, right? Amp Matrix, Bola shot to work with, because I don't think you want to fight Infected in just kind of that annihilation in a on the cart scenario.
Liquid don't have that high ground. GK rather don't have that high ground really anymore. They're going to take it by force, and it's Kappa who's going to step up. Now, Liquid likely attracting an annihilation from Kappa, and they're correct in that regard. Infected, though, has one too. So how do these Ramatras end up interacting with each other? It's going to be an air matrix in the backside. Lethal wasn't able to make use of it, though. Look at the dive for Liquid in behind it. RuPaul traded for Ultraviolet, and there's Tree. A bowler shot that might have silenced GK in this map, as there's nothing Kappa can do, even inside that ultimate. It's a team wipe for Team Liquid. 4 still standing. No time, no chance for GK to contest this. Hollywood goes to Liquid.
I mean, that is such a sick hold there from Team Liquid, because GK, they get kind of first point with a good amount of time, right? Above 5 minutes to work with, to move through that second part of the map, and then Team Liquid able to just do a great job forcing GK off of that high ground, and then never really giving it back. And Tree just kind of goes crazy on the defensive side of things there, right? Playing that Freya, Tree and Zera really started to get things going.
I mean, it's that air matrix on the low ground. Obviously, GK are incentivized to group up behind it to some degree. And so Bowler Shot gets a heck of a lot of value there. And it's so interesting to see Hollywood in this era of Overwatch map where we're not just arbitrarily playing Winston comps or some form of dive, because with these rush-style setups, these Ramatra mirrors, you have to work so much more for that high ground or for favorable positioning in general. And the fight seems so much more contingent on whether or not you can get that high ground in the first place. Now, Liquid started with this Malga composition, right, with this GK attack side coming through. And honestly, it was pretty impressive to see it play out, but I think GK had the right idea basically off the bat. They made use of that sim really extensively, on both sides of the map. And it was very, very hard for Liquid on the attack side, to actually get that high ground from them. They stalled out. It was looking pretty ugly. But they switched into a Miracom, make use of their own sim, and just some individual heroics, right? I think both Lethal and Tree really headlining this game alongside the Ramatras. It feels like a very calculated matchup where Kuffer and Infected have to be even more keenly aware of how they're going to make space without taking too much damage. It's such a tightrope to walk when you factor in, Lucio ultimates or Kitsune Rush, or you start tracking DPS ultimates. It gets very complex.
Without a doubt. And you see the Bola shot here. It just put down so much damage on the UV and Mimone, and then Vega is able to get in there, clean up 2 players. Infected turns around, and that kind of seals the deal, as that is a huge map win for Liquid. Take a look at some of the stats, right? It actually kind of was favoring GK, and it kind of obviously felt that way right throughout a lot of it. And even obviously after map number 1, it looked like that potentially we were in for a scenario where GK kind of runs away from it. But Team Liquid, I mean, that is such a huge clutch scenario for them to kind of hold there on defense and tie the series up.
It's just bloody good television, isn't it? This is what we were hoping for from Liquid and GK to throw down. And the reason why I felt Liquid had a real crack at this, you see, we talk about how flexible they are and the whole swathe of different comps they like to play, but they can beat GK in mirrors like that. Kuffer was definitely a proponent of the Ramatra, during the rush time. Man, great to see them find a win here. Scoreboard telling a story of a very close game, though, I will say. Every DPS basically putting out 12k damage, both Ramatras about 15k. This is as good as it gets in NA right now, and it's pretty damn good.
Yeah. I like how you said how this is like what you expect. Halfway through that game, you were looking for the exit ramp off the Liquid trade, and you're like, oh man, anybody
consciousness,
anybody want to save me? And now you're like, oh yeah, no, I always knew they had
I'll keep it a stack with you all home. I did not think we were going to do very well after that first half. I was very concerned.
I think everybody probably would. Yeah, everybody probably would feel the same type of way, especially with how map number 1 went, but look, they did a great job of getting that high ground back on that second part of the map. It was like the big thing, like, okay, they gave up first point, but you know, with a pretty good time bank, I know about 5 minutes there to GK, but they didn't relent high ground there, and they did a really good job of forcing GK off the high ground back to low to fight off of the cart. So Team Liquid really put together a fantastic second point defense, and now we'll get to see GK pick, and they'll take us to Junkertown.
Okay. I'm super down for this. We've seen, actually we saw it in the EU earlier as well, but it didn't quite work out. We saw like a Reinhardt May comp, which was pretty absurd. ERE Protect ban most likely. Junkertown though is definitely the kind of map where the Wrecking Ball finds a lot of purchase, and Liquid now this time are the ones that are going to ban it away. They've got no interest in going that way. We did notice some Sigma play on Samoa. I wonder if Team Liquid feel like this is the right time to go back to some more of those static poke comps with the harder to shift frontline, like a Sigma, for example.
I mean, would you go? I mean, I guess with the ball gone, like you kind of can go back to some of that stuff, right? Here on Junkertown is, historically Sigma's been pretty good here, right? Being able to kind of control some of the chokes and things along those lines, and without the ball to displace, I definitely think there's a world in which you could bring it back here. If you're Team Liquid, I'm looking at the kind of like hit scan battle here between Lethal and Tree. Tree started to kind of go wild towards the end of Hollywood. Like, if that kind of continues, he's the type of player that can, really just take over an entire series, especially a player like, there's not many players that when you kind of hit the top echelon of a region who can kind of take over a game against a team that is as good as them. Tree feels like one of the ones that most certainly can.
Give me Wugang or give me an early grave. That's what I'm saying. Obviously, no position to be banning that, as Liquid have already removed him from the game for that Hollywood showing. And this is the kind of map where that long-range poke from Wugang and the ability to passively heal from longer distances can be quite strong. Although GK don't need to protect ban for Wugang, given that Liquid cannot ban it this time around. So I wonder what else they're trying to preserve. Maybe just take the Ilari out. I mean, you might just not want to give that over to Liquid. Ilari's great on this map. Obviously, those longer sightlines can benefit her as well, but we're now in an era map where we have a number of supports that can actively participate in the damage race at long ranges.
Yeah, and I mean, taking the Ilari away from a team like Liquid, we have seen them play comps like that in the past. I know having the Ilari in the mix, so it could be like obviously used in an offensive manner or like a protect, but also with the Wuyoung ban kind of off the table, seems a little bit less likely kind of in the protect nature. So we'll see. It looks like potentially it's going to be Team Liquid on defense, and yeah, let's roll out that Sigma yet again with a Wuyoung of their own.
Give me that Yang Gang. I'm about it. Team Liquid here.
Is that the fan club of the Wuyoung?
Yeah, the Yang Gang. I did enjoy the Wu Jax call from Jack earlier, which is great. I'm very glad we've had a new hero join the ranks of Ajaxable abilities. So we'll see, I'm sure, many of those title blasts over the course of this game. RuPaul also, my favorite hero to watch him play is the Ana. We've got a composition that does not feature, like great team-wide defensive ultimate utility. But man, the investment you can put in an individual like a Tracer or the Freya is crazy here. It's going to be Geek on the attack side. Admiral laid low as he gets out of the gates with the cheeky Bionade. But we're off to the races. And look at Ultraviolet trying to trace circles in the sky.
Yeah, UV getting a buff from the new skin, the new Wuyoung skin, as Lethal just, the Sigma shield down there, and he just kind of goes over the top of the jump shot there, and the Widow just domes RuPaul. So that is, he actually just takes out Vega as well. So this is a brutal start. We were talking about, I was talking about those hit scans, seeing how they would kind of like play off against each other. Lethal just dominant here in that first showing.
Yeah, I guess I forgot to check my watch and didn't realize that it was server admin time once more for Lethal. I mean, you are asking for it, right? You have a Sigma in this comp, but when you have poke supports, they often can play outside the fringes or on weird off angles, and that's exactly what Lethal is going to be able to punish, as well as the Freya, who tends to suspend herself in midair for longer periods. Actually, it's a pretty bad matchup for her against the Widowmaker. So this GK opening, fantastic, and it's forced a hasty switch from Team Liquid, one that comes too late to stop this first checkpoint from being taken.
Yes, now we'll get a Winston mirror, but in the support line, right? RuPaul gonna go from the Ana over and play the Kiri. So they do not want to play that Wuyong with this type of composition where Lethal will ditch the hit scan, Mitch, and then okay, we're gonna get a Reaper hit.
Yo, this is so based.
These are almost mirror matchups right outside of the Wuyong, which with that how UV is playing it, there's no reason to take that out of the comp.
I know. I mean, normally you'd be maybe surprised to see a Wuyong Lucio matchup, I guess, in this kind of situation, given what Kiri offers in terms of the Suzu, but Ultraviolet does not care. He's got that Tidal Blast, should it be required, has to use the active portion of that healing just to make sure Kuffer is fighting fit for the next engagement, but that Tidal Blast delivery system is well and truly in place. Reaper, Winston, Tracer, everyone can benefit from it. It's going to be Mimone trying to come forward and get a knockdown. It gets RuPaul, and it's an easy flatten. That's the Kiri gone. It's about the best target that you could ask for DK to pick up the start of this fight. RuPaul at least was able to divest himself of that Kitsune rush here, but it's not really in a position that can be made great use of by Liquid as they're diving. They're trying to come forward, and they do so well. Kuffer is down, but Tree's been taken out of the game, so that sustained damage aspect of your comp is now missing.
Dude, and it feels like the Tidal Blast, it just like lingers on a player for so long that I think some, even our players here at the top level trying to kind of gauge like, players using all their movement cooldowns kind of like get away from it and like whatnot, like, trying to time the pop, and even then they were able to catch out RuPaul as Admiral does have the beat, but I don't even think you're going to have to use it because Infected and Vega have to just kind of jump in, try and get a touch onto the payload, and they just run right into the Reaper.
This definitely gets filed under one of the faster first couple of checkpoints of Junkertown that I've seen. Jacob was so ready to switch off their initial comp as well. They are happy to change it up. Now we're going to have a battle of match beats and primal rages at the very least. Death Blossom here for Lethal, though. It's such an interesting game that these Winstons now have to play around each other, Matt, with Reaper in the fray. You cannot simply dive in X marks the spot kind of play.
I mean, this wouldn't be a comp that you historically would play like Winston on, right? You wouldn't want to play it into the Reaper, so it'll be a beat from both sides. Actually, a better beat here from Liquid, but it's going to be Kuffa falling. Actually, Kuffa taking out Tree there. I thought, potentially, the Death Blossom coming in from Tree could have been impactful, but he ends up falling right before it. Infected will pop the Primal here as he's trying to work in the spawn here with Zera. So they do find UV, but the card's going to continue to move.
This is another classic game where UV is 12 eliminations and almost top damage, not quite. Lethal's on the Reaper, so that's kind of what you expect. But yeah, having a really outsized impact numerically, whereas Vega's only be able to sort of get 3.7k damage and healing. Ultraviolet's about 7k between the two of those. Really big impact play. Mimone has a pulse bomb here to spend. Kuffer's still holding on to the Primal, which could be a good contingency if things go wrong on this dive in. The Tidal Blast, though, does not quite get to its intended mark, but it does cause Liquid to hastily split their formation. Look at how disparately spread across the map they are.
Yeah, and I think they know for DK that the Tracer and the Lucio are directly behind them, so there's an opportunity for them to kind of push on forward.
Oh! Good lord! That is disgusting. Look at how Kuffer is confidently challenging that Reaper position, knowing that with the impact damage off the jump, he's going to force a Wraith Walk and then just doubles back to find Vega inside that Primal Wraith. This is a bloody masterclass. Kuffer, go your good thing.
Yeah, well, I love from the observer POV that we actually see Vega for like a period of time. We're on board with him, and he's like kind of behind GK, like almost like stuck in that position because he pushes in forward with Infected when he's got Primal, but like he's not able to make it out in the same type of way. Kuffa kind of like blocks him off in that side door, and then he's got Zera behind him, but GK puts enough damage down on those two players so they know they're not coming for a period of time, so they just push on forward, and they go right through the front line there of Team Liquid, because like at that point they know that it's just Infected, RuPaul, and Tree kind of playing from that situation, so they say, okay, let's take like a 5v3 in that type of scenario. They push on forward, they deal with those players with relative ease, and that's an ugly stat card, one of the uglier ones you'll see in a series like this.
Ultraviolet is like out healing RuPaul's Ana and also doing an insane amount of damage. It's not the best metric. Sometimes in order to assess impact from these supports that are more hybrid in nature, I just want to shorthand add their damage and healing numbers together and use that as like an overall impact metric. If we're doing that with Wuyong, it's pretty outsized. Ultraviolet is operating not only as the main healer here in terms of his healing output, but also as another DPS. Obviously,
yeah.
Trace is not high DPS normally. She's really about finishing off, getting those eliminations. UV obviously out damaging Mimone, pretty close to what Lethal's been able to put out.
Yeah.
It's insane what he can get out of this hero.
It's like, what if Zen didn't explode if you touched him? And just had like,
But what if the explosion was the Tidal Blast knocking you down?
Right, yeah, I mean, it just seems like the damage output from the Wuyong just really like unrivaled by a lot of the other supports. Tree actually going to go back to the spawn, just Sonic Arrow, and then you know, play the Freya. So we'll get a little bit of a Freya head-to-head.
Anakiri. This is a pretty rarely seen combination. Obviously, yeah, okay, so now we're going to play around the Sigma. That sort of makes a bit of sense. Vega can join up with Zero, maybe harass this backline. You need to put pressure, I think, on the Wuyang. Otherwise, Ultraviolet's going to continue having too much of an impact. Well, Zero tried, had to recall out, but there it is. Tree does get rid of the Wuyang. So, the most important target, yeah, Liquid able to pick Ultraviolet off now, and the GK only with the healing off there, Lucio, and it doesn't seem to bother Mimone, apparently, as he's able to deal with Vega. Crashes straight into him. Admiral respecting that Sigma damage here, and there's a lot of space being given by GK. They're allowing for this cart to move up here. Liquid have the staying power with an Ana to sit in reserve if their Kiri's picked off like that.
Well, the overall just healing output right from the Anakiri is going to be higher. And that's, I think, where you see GK. They're going to have to like back up here a little bit, kind of like wait for everybody to get at full strength before they try and fight this yet again, right? Because if you try and fight it, I know half health versus half health, right? The Ana and the Kiri are going to win out in the long run.
Rupal here playing an off angle, which can be dangerous against some comps, but he knows he has to try and match the impact of Ultraviolet somehow. Nanovi's going to be given over to Infected, who definitely is having a fight taken to Gimme. Deals with Cupper as Sigma tends to be favored in that close matchup against a Winston, but there's more to be done. There's more of this card to be cleared before Liquid can advance, and Lethal's a bit of an issue behind them. Infected leaning, I think, on that AoE splash of those Hyperspheres, just trying to connect one, and he does, but Mimone and Admiral still standing, and Infected's about to take a long walk up a very short cliff edge, but well, he can just sort of defy gravity for a moment at least with that gravitic flux. Oh, buddy, dangerous! Tyler Blast, good knock away though. Very, very important that he can get some distance away. Infected though, in some trouble after getting Mimone. It looks like this GK defense is here to stay for now. Let's listen in and hear what the plan's going to be to try and hold on first.
Yeah, I jumped this thing's fine. I look for right side,
walk in. Same bit.
They're really hot. Getting sick.
Yeah, kill sync.
Take it.
I promise you. Train in us. Train one. One more.
Kill you soon.
Look. I'm in left.
I promise it.
What are you doing?
I can touch your panel pre-live. And underneath. I'm slaying cart. My bad. I called it.
Yeah, let's not rush things, yeah? Remember.
Yeah, I just thought she was fine.
Listen up.
Only players.
Right inside left.
Nano later.
He's already inside left, Will. Trey's already inside with left.
Yeah, remember shooting same targets to make up Will.
Yeah.
No recall inside Mega.
Alright.
Can we take fast fight?
Yeah, try it.
I'm going right side. Look at me. I'm going right side.
Train very low.
And I top right below.
I'm no way.
Taking a rock. Come on now.
We can put with you. Bring under.
Bring under. Trying to be under.
Too far.
I boot Freya.
I'm on.
I boot Sigan right side.
Okay,
Take six. Give me a gun.
Pray low. Pray down. Wave you kappa. On a top lane. I need help. Bring a little point. Troll.
Yeah, and I'm on left.
We're fine.
Let's see. Oh, I fell. I need help. I'm post.
Yeah. I hold Will.
Come on.
I'm right here. Look you.
We can look the turn. I'm here.
On the bottom left. Are you better?
Yes, live.
Yeah, after the yeah, we're fine.
Sure one.
Now we stop.
Nothing.
Okay.
Flex maybe soon.
Only flexion. Yeah, only flexion.
Maybe left.
Left side.
I'm with the EV.
Hey,
Back one. Trinity.
Hey, what?
I'm gonna get fluxed. Do you get me?
Yeah.
I'm jumping out. Oh, my jump's fucked. I have no city to play.
I'm almost dead.
Oh, how's my jump?
Let's speed away.
I'm hiding behind it. Do we get her?
Oh, come on.
Probably not now. Nah.
As solid as GK have been over the course of this stage, there's definitely some tension in the air. It feels like they're maybe forcing the issue a little bit or over-pushing in some scenarios. I think that's Cuppa getting interrupted by the accretion splash that's reset his jump cooldown and put him in basically an unwinnable situation.
Yeah, puts him in a really tough spot, and he's like, yeah, carry me in this instance, but like there's only so much healing that can probably come out. I think he actually probably expected to jump a little bit further, like we kind of heard him talking about towards UV, and the jump just kind of like doesn't elevate him as much as he had thought. Where Now you'll actually see Infected move away from the Sigma. And I think at this part of the map, right, you need something that's going to be able to kind of control a little bit more of the verticality. So going over the Winston makes sense. But now, look at how close you can play to the door here for GK, right? After that first pick off, they kind of like stop all momentum from Liquid. So I think this is where GK can make up some time.
Yeah, I mean, the Winston, obviously you need it to control that high ground, like you said, but getting through the choke for Winston is actually really difficult. Doing so without taking a face full of damage, as Infected is displaying to us, is a real challenge. UV constantly M1ing, constantly throwing out this damage, and that's Infected down.
Yeah, it's, obviously it's very difficult for Infected to kind of get the, across the gap, right? But especially when the support on the other team is curving primary fires around walls to chase you down, it's a little bit harder. As Cup actually gets hit with a bio, jumps forward, he has the luxury of having the primal rage, but a few kills there from UV. Another one there with the splash, chasing Vega down is now starting to show you what the Wooyoung can do. Is this next fight's gonna be massive, right? I mean, we're gonna be below about like a minute and 30. You're gonna have a lot of ultimates here to work with for Team Liquid, but they have to be kind of cautious, right, to invest everything here early on.
Okay, a lot of damage being put down. Mimone burst instantly. Tree switch over to the Cassidy makes it dangerous out there for the Tracer. UV under significant pressure from Infected, but is able to bonk on down, send the wave out, but GK definitely lose out here. Now, can they set Lethal up to still be in a good position against this Cassidy? Because this now allows Liquid to have access to this high ground properly.
I think you're kind of fine in the way that you lost it, though, if you're GK, right? Because you didn't end up investing any of your ultimates and kind of losing right away, right? You see a Pulse Bomb plus the Nano there go from Team Liquid. It's going to be the title blast here onto Maymon as he's trying to find anybody to knock down. That's going to have the rally come out, so you've gotten that other support ult out. And now you're in a spot here for GK where you're going to have this Primal and the Sound Barrier, but that's a nice bio there that comes out from RuPaul, as that may actually kind of have things crumble here for GK.
Yeah, these downtown bios have been spectacular from RuPaul there. It's super impactful. Primal going to be used. Cuppa realizes he doesn't want to give any more ground up for free, but is slept here. Woken up pretty quickly. Lethal's on the Bastion, folks. That's right. Looking for that disgusting damage output inside turret mode to force Liquid back. With a Sound Barrier, there's room for a staging ground to be re-established now for GK. Infected's in trouble, and he knows it. Got to be booped off course there by Admiral, and eventually taken down. And Ultraviolet, amidst all of this, has stayed in step with his other damage dealers. We have a 10k damage Wooyoung on the field with 12k healing. Just for reference, RuPaul has 12k healing as well, but only 5k damage.
You saw some orbs you actually see coming around the corner, kind of connected with the Infected. He's got to be the one that's going to get a touch, so he's going to get there with the Primal.
Infected looking to get in. What's there to be found here? Looking at Ultraviolet's direction. The Bastion can't quite get away. Timely TP forward by Tree to remove Lethal from the equation. But this is Liquid now pushing in overtime. They are so far behind in terms of this time bank. So difficult. This switch to the Winston to get through the choke in the last phase of the map took them a little longer than they would have liked. And so they stay alive in the map, but the time bank disparity, is staggering.
Yeah, 431 to work with here for GK in just a minute for Team Liquid, but Tree getting rid of the Bastion is massive there. At the start has the benefit of the Nano when he goes in on the Reaper towards that like right-hand spawn door, because if Lethal's able to live, get back in the spawn, live, he's able to turn the corner there and just vomit out damage onto the Winston. As we take a look, and when you say, oh, come on, I instantly look at UV. I mean, yeah, that's a support. I mean, just kind of doing what Wooyoung can do is he is really putting on a masterclass in how to get the best out of it.
And I want to just reiterate that it's not easy to achieve this. We've seen Liquid also try and play the Wooyoung on occasion. They've not really been able to match that level of impact. Ultraviolet is definitely reaping the rewards of the work that he's put into this particular hero, and it's something that allows it to be a signature aspect of GK's recipe for success, rather. So what's the plan for Liquid here? Last time on the attack side, we saw them on a Sigma, trying to play obviously around that shield, a slower moving comp, and they end up moving to the Winston when they realize high ground is at a premium.
It's going to be GK here with a Ram Bastion on defense, and they'll actually have the Sim in the mix, right? So we're not on board with them at the moment, but you assume they would want to play quite aggressive, which they are.
Yeah, right out in front of spawn. Obviously, Bastion pretty scary. We're in overtime, by the way, so everyone sort of gets their perks, which means Lethal gets to go straight to this very powerful sort of Bastion with some perks that are pretty devastating, including, most importantly, the tack grenade refresh coming out of that tank mode gives him a real damage spike in those moments.
So we'll see if they can kind of survive. Like, really, it's about like limiting obviously the Bastion just kind of damage output here that's going to go on to Infected, as Infected switches over the Ram, so obviously going to be much easier to keep alive as you lose Admiral at the start, so that's a huge pick-off here. You're going to lose Lethal as well, so Team Liquid should be able to make some progress out of this, which is massive considering how far behind they are in time bank.
Yeah, I mean, GK know they can take a junk fight out in front of the spawn and then sort of come back in, but they do feed a bowler shot, which is always a risk because of how, you know, Freya, if she has one good fight, she can have that ultimate online, and trying to move through chokes against Bowler Shot is a pretty dangerous proposition. Look at the Ramatra though, so they can take space a little more easily than maybe like a Winston comp in this scenario. You see Kappa just shields and they walk on out. So first control the high ground, that's the plan. Note that Lethal is wrapping around and he's already found RuPaul. Oh no! A lapse in awareness there for Liquid means that Ana gets picked off instantly, but can they contest the card? Bowler Shot just intended for Lethal. Great catch there for Tree. Takes that very pesky Cassidy out of the equation, but here on the card itself, Infected just does not have the level of support he needs. And Kaffa's going to go to town on them. Vega just gets away from death, but can't touch the card. And oh boy, DK are ahead of the curve on this map as well.
I mean, it felt like there for a second, right? Lethal gets the first pick on the RuPaul. And then it just felt like Tree was going to do one of those things where, yeah, we kind of did on Hollywood, where he's like, all right, like, I feel like winning, and he ends up killing two, but just not enough in the end, right? As, I mean, especially in that type of composition, right? Losing RuPaul is a pretty rough loss, where Liquid did a nice job kind of dealing with the comp that GK came out of the spawn with, right? Early on, trying to catch him off guard with the Bastion, didn't get caught there, started to kind of get that payload moving, but GK comes back, makes those adjustments, and then they're able to obviously win that next fight. And now Team Liquid's going to need a hell of a defense here, Mitch. I mean, 4:31 on the clock. You can see where that golden box of victory is a little bit before where you would kind of need it to get that first checkpoint.
Did Hugo tell you to say that? Because he was getting on the mic during that previous round.
He hates noise outside. And right now, I believe it is either a party of an next door neighbor or sprinkler that is he's decided that that's his enemy.
That's his nemesis. Yeah,
that's his enemy today. Yeah.
Hugo in his battle for survival in our thoughts, because Liquid are doing the same on this map.
Yeah, living in New York, where there's like birds and animals outside, not ideal for a dog with anxiety.
Civilization can be scary, no doubt about it. Lethal on the Bastion, remember, still in extra innings, so everybody gets perked up as they come out of spawn.
I do like the Sombra with it though, right? Being able to kind of like potentially like hack Infected, take like the ability for a shield to be up. As look at how aggressive UV is playing. I was like, he knows there's a team on the other side, right? It was like he was like playing like a surf map or something, like just kind of getting in the back line.
Momentum's a hell of a thing in this game, and GK were trying to channel whatever they built in their previous round, which I respect, but you are dealing with, you know, the other best team. I mean, let's not take SSG out of the equation, I guess, but one of the other best teams in this region, and I mean, God, it's Zera, for God's sake. You've got to give the guy some regard. So we're off the Bastion. No more here for GK. It's going to be lethal on the Sojourn.
How many fights does Liquid actually have here? You see the parts actually moved up to like, well, they moved up to like the bridge. I'm saying like, like you're almost in a spot where if you lose this fight, the cart's made enough progress that it's almost over.
Well, that's because they don't take a forward fight, right? Yeah. Liquid opt to play more conventionally on this map, which is fine, but it means that there's less margin for error as well. It doesn't mean that they don't necessarily just feed ultimates over and have to deal with that sort of disparity and potentially just lose to snowball. So, you know, plenty of clever minds have disagreed, I think, on that particular approach.
On Liquid really low.
There is Tidal Blast here for Ultraviolet. He uses it straight away. It's for my moon. Here we go. Infected. Bowled over. Not good to lose your main tank here if you're Team Liquid, and Tree will follow soon after. Lethal with the switch over towards the Sojourn. Strikes gold, basically exactly where he needs to. And with 2 minutes 44 still to play, GK are already threatening a second map win of this series. Avril goes down, and it's a beam here for Vega, which is going to buy some time, but there's not enough damage behind this. It's Infected on his vaunted Doomfist pick, but the Annihilation means that he can't touch without taking a face full of damage, and the same can be said for RuPaul, who simply swift steps out of the map. It's GK going up 2-1 with a convincing Junkertown dub.
Dude, I feel so bad for Infected. What is the counterplay there when Maimon is in front of him with a Tidal Blast on him on the sim, just ramping up the damage? Like, he has no way to kind of get away. No, nothing to really kind of like, I know, block that kind of coming through. Just kind of has to stand there and know what the inevitable is coming as we take a look at some of the stats. I mean, look at like everybody on GK kind of like outside of the Lucio, which is kind of to be expected, right? Over the 10k damage mark.
I mean, every time this comes up, Alec Dawson flinches. It's just it's not what you want to see, man. It is brutal stuff. But again,
it feels like an advertisement for DPS to start playing some support.
I mean, we're going back to like the Ana era for when she was at her most powerful, but we digress briefly. Look back over this game. We saw Liquid, and I speculated this before the game, if we're going to start to see more of this Sigma comp, because we did see Rush a lot from these guys. We saw Ramatra brought in the Sigma, and you got to switch off it as you get to this part of the map, because Liquid really valued eventually getting that high grab. But like we said, it meant they lost about 90 seconds or more trying to get out of this choke in the first place. Again, we're very responsive to that switch to the Winston, and you've got a lot of things to answer that. You've got the Freya damage or the Sojourn, I think it was at the time. And obviously the Wu Young, who's really good at poking into chokes because of the splash damage, which is only amplified when you take a major perk that gives you 3 of those little droplets on the damage. That's a big part of why you see the Wu Young output being quite ferocious, because his damage feeds his healing, and both of them in concert make him a absolute terror. And then we just saw the Ramatra, right? Cover is the kind of player that's always happy to see the game forced into like a Ramatra mirror in general. This is over aggression there from Ultraviolet, but the idea, you could see that there was real wind in the sails of GK as they were looking to finish the map here.
And I think if you're Team Liquid, right, like what are the for me the positives? Like I think Tree has looked really good on the Freya throughout the series, right? So any way you can kind of like put some distance between him and the opponent to have him kind of play the Freya comfortably, I think that's where like they looked really good, right? It's just what kind of maps are left in which you can do that, right? We have Saravasa, you have like Esperanza and New Queen Street. Like New Queen Street's not a pick really for just about anybody. I mean, I don't think we've seen it at all when we do EMEA.
No, you're right. Yeah.
But like, is that something you would go to? I don't exactly think so. Like, it feels like it's Esperanza or Saravasa, though, but it'll be either one of those two coming up for TL.
I want New Queen Street for sure, because GK play Wu Young Lifeweaver on that map. It's very, very spicy. It's a ton of fun to see. Now, it got picked against them. I think last week they might have played it. I'm not sure, but so I don't know if that's like something that they're actively trying to go to, but it is fun to see that. And you're right, it's rare. We don't see it in EMEA basically at all. But and has always been that testing ground for the wild and wacky strategies and map selections. We've seen some Hollywood today, which is something that's avoided. Samoa also doesn't crop up all that often in EMEA.
Gibraltar, you would think it's not even an option in EMEA.
Very much so. Esperanza is going to be the pick, though, for Team Liquid, as the series is on the line for them here. Now, again, this
Look
is
at
important.
you getting everybody excited that they would see Lifeweaver. Like we're actually.
Look, if I have to get excited about something that's not going to happen, then you all do too. All right, I have no sympathy for you. But this series is important for Team Liquid. Not like a win against GK is very important. It puts them ahead in that head-to-head, but also it cements at least second place for them, right? Which is that favorable seeding heading into playoffs. It's where you want to be. You get to choose your opponent in that first round, right? Which I think does mean a heck of a lot to get you off to a good start. It is a Lucio ban here, though, for Liquid. Tracer ban. Okay.
So this is quite interesting, right? We see Vega can play. We've seen Admiral pretty much play Lucio like the extent of the series so far. So having that be gone, that'll put some pressure onto him. But then also like Zera is obviously a tremendous tracer. Same with Maimon, but we've seen Maimon like kind of go over to more like the sim and things like that throughout the series. So taking Tracer out of Esperanza here, which is obviously a very good map traditionally for Tracer, right? And just dive in general, definitely kind of turns the game a little bit differently.
Tons of alternatives. GK play a lot of Sombra. They can mix that in. Maimon plays a lot of Venture, right? That's an easy mix in as well. Expect to see much of the same in terms of backline comps, though, as with Lucio out of the picture, you can still bring that Wu Young in, and you can combine him with Kiri, you can combine him with Ana, of course, as we saw attempted by Team Liquid earlier. So there's a whole plethora of ways to take this. Yes, we're getting.
Or you can combine it with Weaver,
bro. Oh, the foliage is going to be immaculate. There are going to be so many big trees on this map, and yeah, this is a look for GK, right? They play a Wrecking Ball with this Lifeweaver. alongside with Lifeweaver's got some pretty nice perks. There's a lot of things you can do with him that
he's on
underexplored.
He's on the cusp. Like, it feels like, when there's some heroes who it feels like, maybe they're like a patch away from just being silly. It feels like Lifeweaver's kind of creeping into that, he's a buff or two away from starting to get pretty silly. The healing output is crazy, right? And then obviously the ability for the grip, is quite massive, especially with playing with a ball, right? And if the other team's trying to play a dive, it could also be really good for the Wuyong, right? Potentially get the Wuyong out of some trouble. So don't sleep on the Weaver.
No, it's especially with the minor perk mat that allows you to cleanse negative effects with life grip. That really allows you to get players out the safety and lets them get back into the fight quickly, especially against Ana, right? Which is obviously what Liquid are on here. So looking for that interaction, see if that's going to be the perk this Admiral looks to take. But look at this, he can, against this kind of comp, he can play pretty safely up there. He definitely has to respect the Freya, but no one's really looking at the Lifeweaver in many of these engagements. And in fact, it gets chunked down so heavily. Meanwhile, Kuffer continuously sowing discord and now has basically given this bridge control over to GK. They just need to win this fight, and Infected just doesn't know where to put himself there under the bridge.
Well, and then also with Zera on the sim, right? If Zera wants to use a TP to get in the back line, that's just a kill. It's a hack, a virus, and then finishes him off. The life grip, though, able to save him, actually ends up kind of sending UV to his death. But what I was saying is, if you get Zera who goes in with a TP, right? Admiral just drops the pedal and just gets up. There's no way that the sim can kind of interact with that, right? So that actually has Zera going over to the Genji now.
Yeah, I am here for this. Zera is going to have to try and make use of the relative, and I use that, relative immobility of Admiral. Obviously, he does have that vertical mobility with the use of the petal, but that is, it still leaves him pretty static in that location. Victory! In play now, of course, over the objective, which is exactly where Liquid need to be throwing down. Hey, wow, got chopped down really quickly. Okay, I didn't know Liquid were lumberjacks like that. Bowler shot is good. Zera in the back line on this Genji, but eventually gets brought down. Ultraviolet's able to pick him off, as unsurprising no one, I think. But in general, good fight for Liquid. And the Tree of Life is just not enough healing, not in the right place or the right time.
And most importantly for Liquid is you stop them before they actually get that checkpoint, right? So first checkpoint not gotten there for DK. They get extremely close, probably as close as you can get without getting it, as Zera might be in some trouble here. Actually going to use the deflect. Will he be able to kind of make it out with his life? It looks like for now he will, as Tree finds UV on the opposite side of the map. So this could actually result in Liquid getting very close here to taking the checkpoint.
Yeah, look, this comp definitely has worked against other teams in the past, but well, hasn't been tried against Team Liquid, and there are some very pronounced weaknesses, right? It's like Sombra with middling damage output. We talked about lack of mobility for backline. It's pretty important. Wrecking Ball needing some degree of follow-up there. Oh, Infected's not going anywhere. EMP hit the virus instantly.
The virus plus some damage from UV. I mean, just dead instantly. Zera actually gets the benefit of the nano, so they maybe want to continue to fight this as Zera finds UV.
Okay, well, straight over towards the Cassidy's direction. Zera's hacked, but is pretty unbothered by it all. Bionade caught onto Kappa as well.
This is huge.
Yeah, Liquid, I think, in a really dragged out kind of fight match, especially if they can get the Cassidy off the table early. Definitely feel favored. I feel like their composition is more powerful, whereas GK's has a bit more utility baked in.
Yeah, but I mean, especially with how that fight started for Team Liquid, for them to come out on top and then get checkpoint and take the lead, I mean, that is massive there. The nano on Zera definitely pays off, as Tree with a bolo shot doesn't look like it connected with anything.
Infected has Primal to use if he's sort of worried about being caught in here. Drupal going down, though, it's a little bit of an issue. I don't know where Vega's supposed to be playing from. Infected says, I'm committed now. I'm going to Primal for this kill. Will be enough to get rid of Admiral's getting the healing. Oh, Tidal Blast comes in. It's all in disarray right now. Admiral eventually taken down. Multiple players converge on the location of the Lifeweaver, but Lethal behind all of this and sheltering under the bowels of the Tree of Life is able to find 2 kills. And this puts Team Liquid in a bit of a box now. Infected attempts to jump away, but jumps in the direction of Maimone.
It's still a lot invested there, though, by GK, right? Both support ultimates used there. Now we'll have Zera going to move away from Genji, going to go to the Reaper. So really trying to punish Kappa here with, like you mentioned, there's not as much damage output here coming from the GK side, or at least in theory, right? I know with that Sombra in play, but UV on the Wuyong kind of changes things up a little bit. Oh, that's a nice angle there, as Tree actually trying to get towards that window to put down some damage. Doesn't expect Lethal to be rotating up through that area.
Okay, so Admiral's actually taken the life weaving perk, which just adds extra healing to his next like primary heal after dashing. Just interesting. So probably feels like he's going to be dashing a lot and needs to be, like working with really high healing output in general. Lethal, they just got doused with the Bionade. Not much he could have done, but my moments will get another EMP. For now, you expect Geeko to be comfortable with this amount of progress and try and avoid this poke, but leverage this EMP in the next fight, and Zera is just mega overextended there.
Yeah, that is a player you especially cannot lose, right? As Geeko gets past the checkpoint, they'll get the lead, obviously. And then now, kind of moving through this part of the map, they've allowed them to kind of move into this position where you can get a really high-value EMP potentially off.
Okay, there's that EMP. Look at the downtown Bionade got thrown in there. Looks like it hit the Winston bubble, though, so RuPaul not going to get any joy off that ability. And for those perk lovers at home, as we watch Vega get attempted to be hacked here, but there's just so much in the kit that can stave off this kind of pressure. He's actually taken the Super Loom perk, which detonates. It's like the Needler from Halo, right? The thorns will explode if you hit enough of them. So he's just like full mobility and giving himself some extra damage spikes. I wonder if that's going to be a difference maker here, but it's fun to track.
That kill though that they got on the Zero in that previous fight where you were saying he was overextended though, that kind of got them another 20 or so meters, right? Zero doesn't die there. You probably have a fight here on the bridge. You obviously don't know how that goes, right? But that pick gives them a significant amount of advantage. But we'll see now if Geeko can get a hold here. As Team Liquid, they'll get some high ground control here. And you're going to have the Tidal Blast. It'll be the Tidal Blast you're used early here on a Kappa as he's trying to get towards the back line.
In fact, they're trying to do much the same, though. The knockdown on Admiral is good, and Admiral doesn't have a pedal to play from. Okay, deploys a new one. There's a Tree of Life reactively used. Kappa's deep with the Primal Rage, but looks like he's going to get back to safety quickly enough that he can be healed and prepared for yet another fight. Remember, this is Geeko still ahead by 23 or so meters, but Maimon is caught on his way down. Zera has a good sense for where the Sombra is going to be. Lethal tries to clear the room with his Primal, rather this Deadeye, but he's going to get a Primal for his troubles, and Zera hits him from the blind spot.
Yeah, and I think it might be time potentially to get away from this Sombra. It feels like you kind of need a little bit more consistency to kind of battle, where the Sombra seems to be pretty effective. Obviously when Maimon has that EMP, but otherwise you're really just kind of not getting that disruption of the backline. So maybe now though, with a little bit of a different setup, right? With the Reaper kind of playing with the Sombra, kind of ditching some of that hit scan, maybe there's an opportunity to get some more value out of it now, where Kappa's trying to get a touch here just to stop them from taking the lead. Yep.
Oh, maybe not so good, Matt. He just doesn't want to give his life up for that, but it looks like it takes too long for Geeko to really get in position to play around him. There's no fight to be had. It was just raw stall, and now it's put him in a stagger scenario. That's a mistake.
Yes, Tree almost actually takes out UV as well, the bola shot and some explosive shots. Put some damage. They've actually slept Kappa here, but they're not actually able to get him off with the bio. It actually is RuPaul falling, so that's huge. If they were able to take out Kappa there again, there's probably even more progress made here by TL.
Still, I mean, they are progressing, Matt. They've reached that 110-meter mark, and this is going to be a pretty explosive end to the game. Geeko have to hope that the Kappa they've settled on here is going to be enough for them to string 2.5, 3 fights together. That is a lot to ask for. But to that effect, there's an EMP and a Tree of Life there to leverage, and a Tidal Blast that you better believe is going to be useful on either, well, any of them, honestly. Even Maimon can deliver that. But they've got a bit of work to do with only just over 90 seconds left in this game. It is going to be an explosive finish one way or another.
Yeah, I think if you're Geeko, the kind of conversation here is like win this next fight in like as obviously cheap as fashion as possible, as that's going to be the Tidal Blast given on to Infected, and actually everybody just kind of moves on past him as Lethal does get something. They're not able to finish him off though.
That's rough. Okay, eventually they chase him down, but it's Infected picked off, and I think that's a trade you take every day of the week. Now the Liquid are in a bit of an awkward position as far as Geeko are concerned, kind of behind him in this flanking spot. Kappa there looks like he was slept briefly by RuPaul, but is able to roll away. What about Tree? Well, he's trying to fight the Wuyang. Now getting some good shots into Admiral. That's going to force that Tree of Life out. Liquid are a little bit low now as RuPaul needs to take a sidebar briefly. Zera, though, is deep behind enemy lines. What's he looking for? Well, he probably got more than he bargained for either way. This is still Liquid with the lead. Now into the last minute of play. Geeko need to knock them out of the map very, very quickly. Zera's gone down, but Infected now is going to step up. And who's going to help this Life Weaver? Looks like the limited assistance there for Admiral, and Vega's going to be able to finish the job. These are good trades for Liquid if you want to keep the card at a relative parity position. And Ultraviolet is flat, and it's a great primal transition for Infected to take out the other support.
Yeah, I mean, that is massive from Infected, right? Getting both supports that weren't able to keep Admiral alive, then pops the Primal and just jumps right down onto UV. It feels like they've really kind of gotten rolling here is Team Liquid. Zero's going to go back to the Genji here towards the end. Going to have that, Nano potentially to combo with it. It's going to be a hack onto Infected. Doesn't look like, though, it's going to result in much of anything as he gets back to the high ground.
Notice the Ravenous Wraith perk for Lethal coming out of Wraith Wall gives him that lifesteal for a short time. With all this damage coming in, it feels like it's the safest option for him to pick. Oh, tree from the top rope. Admiral is going to be down, and Maimone was quick to follow him. What a sequence from the Freya. And now Liquid are in deep trouble. Cuffer's at least able to get the trade, but now we are in overtime. A very favorable position here for Liquid to be in. He has to contest this for the time being. Cuffer does have passive healing coming in right now from Ultraviolet, but where is the Lijiang here for GK? Needs to stay alive. Tidal Blast. Can't leave the cart for too long as Cuffer realizes he gets a knockdown on Infected, who's forced to back away, and Vega is picked up, but Sarah at least gets his one.
Yes, as you're still in it here for GK, as you'll have a few players here from Team Liquid still with an opportunity here to fight over by this bridge. I was going to say, Cup has to be really careful. Rubal's had a few really nice sleeps coming over the course of that bridge. Would have been an easy one to hit, as you see they're going to get all grouped up. And looks like Team Liquid doesn't want to fight from this position. Maybe kind of taking one around this corner.
It's about the bowler shot here. Trying to connect onto Admiral. Tree here runs into a face full of damage. Needs to be careful. This is a very risky position to play for him. If he goes down here, it could be the map.
You're gonna have Tree of Life, potentially with an EMP here.
UV's low. Okay, there's the Tree of Life. Comes out. Bowl shot also in response, but it's going to be covered over by healing of the Tree of Life. And RuPaul Infected have gone down. Tree looking for a target. Sees a Wrecking Ball, and that's the contest ability down. GK need to send someone out onto the bot itself. Maimone's going to be there, but takes too much damage in order to maintain some presence here. GK now knocked down to about 2 or 3 players, and Lethal's trying to get forward and make that space in lieu of their tank, but it's a risky proposition. They are very close, though, to this line of victory, and Maimone's coming back into the fight with an EMP. This is going to be close, but a team like GK can win from here, but the Blade might have put their chances out the window as Infected gets rid of Admiral, and there's no supports left here for GK. Cuffer's here with a bio, and I think this is where the cute comp of GK comes to a rest. Maimone can't touch in time, and Team Liquid are going to force us to a decider map.
I mean, we were talking a little bit about it after the last map. Like, the Tree on the Freya has been pretty nasty, and he comes up with some kills there towards the end. And for GK, I didn't really love the Sombra comp. Like, we never really kind of got, like, mass benefit from the Sombra there. I always kind of felt like I were potentially on the losing end there of some of those, where I know you look at Maimone's stat line, it's actually quite good, right? Outside of, potentially that damage output, but they make up for so much of the damage output, with UV playing the Lijiang that. But it never really felt like you were getting like lots of value out of hacks or EMPs or things along those lines. So now we kind of go back to a final 5th game here between these two teams. So it'll be Sir Vasa to close things out.
We'll get the answer to the question, who would win? One big tree or one boy named Tree? I think that the composition for Liquid is probably a little bit simpler to make work. A bit more straightforward. It's also one that leverages RuPaul's strength and just making these plays happen with those big biotic grenades. It's a really sick gameplay, though, in general. I think once more, the aforementioned Tree is, a real big player in this kind of game. Knows he has a big job. He needs to really vomit a lot of damage on the Wrecking Ball to keep Cuffer's head low a lot of the time and deny him from being able to get into his backline. And Lethal was constantly looking for ways to sneak up on Tree and quickly just vomit that damage out to clean him up. Like I said, I think, GK's comp is flush with utility, right? Sombra has great utility. Obviously, Lifeweaver, pretty strong, even though some of the perks were interesting. But I think that Liquid have a robust look, especially with the switch over to the Reaper. I think that really complicated things for both frontliners.
Yes, this was nasty though, right? The nano boost onto Tree as he goes over to the high ground, takes out Admiral, and then turns and takes out Maimone. As here towards the end, it definitely got a little shaky, right? There is a world in which GK, potentially kind of makes that comeback, but 1-0 kind of gets these supports with that Blade. That is GG at that point.
We come into a matchup like this, so we really hope we're going to get like a banger of a series, but sometimes it just doesn't happen. In fact, historically in Overwatch, those anticipated games have tended to be blowouts. In the OWCS era, though, that's less of the case, and it's great to see that TL and GK are doing their best Twisted Minds versus Alcadzia impression over here in NA. A really competitive match. Yeah. See those KDs very much in step with one another. Great to see some real back and forth here, and finally a series in which GK are allowed to pick maps. That also is novel in and of itself.
Think about some of these other maps that we've had, right? Where DK is like leading in terms of the damage output, right? Because of like UV kind of playing the Wuyong and whatnot, but like obviously kind of taking away some of the damage from Maimon playing like the Tracer, right? I'm playing Sombra most of the time, and no, maybe not playing like a Sim as well. That definitely impacts things in terms of the damage output, right? So you do get some healing benefits there of having the Life Weaver in play, but you see kind of losing some of that Tracer Sim damage.
Sick game, guys. We're getting what we asked for. This matchup is absolutely delivering. Team Liquid, obviously there were questions about whether they would be the team that could really take it to this GK roster, and our question has well and truly now been answered. Esperanza pick there coming up, not the fruity one that I was hoping for in New Queen Street, but we saw that same comp. We've now seen that ball Life Weaver look that GK have tried on occasion, and I was always wondering whether it would be enough against like another top team. I think that question for us has been answered. But GK don't have to play that way, especially as we head over to a different map type here. They can lean into what has given them great success over the course of this series already. And Liquid now have shown us the Genji, which we know from Zera is always spectacular. Rupal Ana, he over-indexes, I think, or indexes more in towards that hero than a lot of his other contemporaries. It's going to be an exciting conclusion to this series, as Suravasa is the map that must be picked, rather, and Freeze Freya is being taken away.
That is a great ban. It's something I had mentioned, like he is just popping off on the Freya. We saw it on Hollywood, kind of saved the game there on the defensive side of things. We saw it here. You most certainly need to get rid of that if you're GK and you're not trying to match it. And then the Ramatragon, which has been a pick from both sides. So we've seen the Ramatra from both sides, but not going to be available here in this final game.
But we've seen them pick these Ramatra-based comps on maps where you would normally think that you'd want some vertical mobility, right? We thought we'd see maybe more Winston or, you know, something like that on Hollywood. We didn't. We thought even on Junkertown. We saw Sigma, we saw Ramatra instead. So clearly both of these teams still trend towards playing that.
Do you think
ground rushdown style?
I mean, so like this is obviously just spitballing, but like I wonder if we're kind of almost in the same space as we were in map number 1, for instance. Like, could you see Liquid coming out like with that Sigma Cassidy, right? Because like the Freya's gone, right? And play like the Sigma, the Cassidy here off the rip. And I don't know if DK would play like, you know, Ball isn't fantastic, at least on first point, right? But like maybe that like we're kind of going back to like Samoa-esque type of gameplay.
You might be right, and it's not unheard of. I think we were seeing it much earlier this year, maybe like in stage 1. I struggle to remember. It might even have been VP trying to play that style. So that's a great call out. I love that. With the Ramatra unavailable, Infected is happy to play the Sigma, and that just might be a pick the Cuffer doesn't quite feel as comfortable mirroring. Wrecking Ball here, though, on maps like this, and even on Atlas previously, has been a pretty decent go-to, but I really think the onus is going to be on GK, Matt, to find a way to shift Team Liquid. It's a question and answer scenario, and GK have to be the ones posing these questions.
You do see a change out from Liquid. They were running the back with a lot of this early on, and now you're going to see RuPaul playing the Kiri. So, you know, being able to kind of, you know, play a little bit on some of those off angles with Zera, kind of like play in certain positions with him. Also, maybe controlling some of the high ground with the Kiri, or having the ability to play from some of the high ground. So, a little bit of a difference than kind of playing some of that BAP, right, where he was a little bit more of a stationary target.
So what's Cuffer looking for here? Infected's position is going to be pressured pretty heavily now, but the Susu and
no shield.
Yeah. He is chilling. Cuffer, though, here with the accretion, nicely done by Infected. Makes it a little bit harder for the Wrecking Ball to actually go to a backline. So far, he's been trying to disrupt Infected. There's so many pairs of eyes of Liquid on their Sigma. That's going to be tough to drag him down. You are going to need some extremely solid focus on him. However, GK absolutely have priority. Look at them push up on this point now. UV taking an off-banger, but Maimon's been picked off, and Rupal just dealt the old-fashioned way. That's just a couple of kunais, and a fond wave goodbye for Maimon, and Admiral follows soon after.
But here's kind of where, like, Liquid, you kind of see that this Sigma makes sense, right? Cuffer a few times trying to displace Infected doing a nice job, kind of, you know, using his accretions, playing behind his shield, getting some help from RuPaul. And then, like, eventually they're slowly, it's like happening, right? Methodically, kind of taking some of that space. And then Maimon gets picked off by RuPaul. And that gives, you know, obviously the backline a lot of freedom and, you know, not really much of a threat there on the Liquid side of things. And Cuffer's going to play the Winston right away. So wants to kind of change up that tank into this.
Yeah, I think needs something that's got maybe a little bit more sticking power that can play in one place a little bit longer underneath that bubble. But there is Tree picking off Ultraviolet. It's seen, I guess, shades rather of Junkertown, where he was caught out playing a little bit too far forward, but that aim is pretty insane. Take the Freya away from Tree, there's always going to be another option there, and it's the hit scan pick of Sojourn that gets them that nose in front. Liquid look very good here early.
Yeah, well, I mean, if Tree is going to play that well on the, Sojourn, it's going to be a rough game for GK. But also, I love how, Team Liquid pushing forward here. UV, also, you have to punish him when he's playing that aggressive on the Wuyong. That's actually Maimon getting the benefits of the title blast here. Seeing him get closer towards the point. Lethal comes up with 2.
That's nicely done and crucially taking Infected down, but Tree is not willing to give this one up without a fight, but it's a 1v3 virtually for him. He's going to have some help, but let's listen in quickly to GK as they've been able to flip the point back in their favor.
Thank you. No, these.
He's scary, I think.
Yeah. It pulls flux. Right side, wait.
Yeah, all right side. I can probably hit it.
Look, I want to hook this.
Yeah.
I'm shooting them close. Look at this.
I think Trey's going left.
Watch speed push.
Yeah, I've shot. No, so fine.
Yeah, Trey good play. I'm playing Trey.
It's so early. We're out.
He's gonna flux me. I'm flux.
Trey.
I have wave.
If I'm back, I push after.
Sig in deep. Sig in really deep. Sig.
Six.
I crumble soon. Yeah, I'm living.
Walk myself.
I'm dead. Trying. Sword right side alone.
Killing Sword.
One's fine too.
See one push, guys.
6 to 1.
Coming point now.
I'm back with crumble soon. Just play slow.
They're on the next. Take that.
We'll dash first.
I can touch.
I have crumble. We can win.
No,
You get next. You get next.
Yeah.
Overtime here on this first point still as GK trying to fight for control once more. Liquid still, though, maintain the point. As Infected's able to get in, then they dig Cuppa out, but he returns with a Primal Rage and he's ready to throw down up to the higher ground, maybe just to get a check of the situation here. He's very, very low, and it's just no healing for the Winston. Zera's able to drag Cuppa down, sniffs him out, bleeding out across the map, and removes the Sinian Scientist from the equation. And that was a great move for Liquid. They had an opportunity to isolate Cuppa, drag him down. Let's cut over towards them and hear what the plan is for this next flashpoint now that they're up by 1.
We have no ults yet. We need to farm a little. Carry the fast, we didn't push.
Yeah, let's start close here and we come back our main, okay?
Yeah. Maybe all
Straight left right now.
Yeah.
Straight left right now.
Bucket
top right. Can you stick left? Bucket top right.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so, okay.
Oh, our turn for bubble. Our turn.
I have no shield. Alright, 3, 2, our turn, push left. Blue.
I'm going through point. Can we fight it?
Yeah.
Turn one.
Turn 1, so. I'm ult. Trey in. I'm mine.
We're split. I'm on their side. TP you guys soon.
Yeah, push right.
Play one. I play
Big.
Oh, all flux. Monkey. Nice. Secure. Straight left.
Children.
I'm walking through left on Trey. Maybe.
Alright, what are
they? Speed surge pulls.
Okay. Let's farm Mercurial. I think we can I think we win point fight.
I'm curious. We win
okay.
We can beat inside though. They journal, we can fight with B.
Okay.
No, I want to find a point.
Hey, yeah, find a point. Monkey no jump.
Journal, come point.
Come in. I'm gonna come back soon. Monkey.
Come point you.
Monkey main.
Yeah, go back up in.
Yeah, I'm back in.
You touch
I can touch. Yeah. Care them flanking top left. We can walk through right if they do. Or we can push them.
Train right top.
How many point? 3, 2, 1. Look monkey.
Shoot monkey. I carry.
Okay.
Double. Walk. Keep walking.
I'm on.
Yeah, more. Going low.
Kill Drone.
Run. Wing also one.
Turn. Can touch.
Go together.
I got it. Monkey right. Take care of monkey.
Well, that previous fight's off the back of a massive gravitic flux from Infected. This time it's a later beat that comes into match. And you heard the planning, Matt, from Liquid. They said we can win the point fight because we have the Kiri and Lucio ultimates.
Yeah, it's great planning there from Team Liquid, obviously most certainly right. And they've kind of figured out something here with this Sigma comp, right? They tried a little bit earlier on Samoa, but it was like into the ball. They had a Baptiste in the mix. They had a Cassidy as well. But now, with the Kiri in the Sojourn, adding a little bit more mobility to their team, it's definitely paid off in a big way. Cuppa gets hit with a pulse bomb there, dangerously low. The follow-up just not there at the moment from TL.
We come into this series and you told me that a Sigma comp on Suravasa would put Liquid within a single flashpoint of winning the game, I would think you were kind of crazy, but it has worked out so well. And it's the Lucio Kiri backline, honestly, that's been such a big component of this. Liquid have gone away from the Wuyang here and made use of that high utility setup. Unfortunately, oh, Cuppa, no, buddy, please.
Oh, he gets displaced, yeah. I mean, that's still brutal. I mean, GK is going to get control of the point here first, though, right? They're going to have to deal with Infected. We'll see. It looks like he's just going to end up backing up. Cuppa's going to go back to the ball here. It's going to be Infected just slowly backing up. Needs to stay alive. Also, one thing as well, obviously, UV still being very impactful, with the damage out on the Wuyang. But like Sigma, right? I mean, the kinetic grasp, the shield, there's a lot of like damage mitigation he has. Potentially block some of that extra damage coming through.
I like the double down here from GK, though, going to make use of this tidal blast. Ultraviolet, though, a little bit low. Haven't popped that. Maimon loses his pulse bomb, though, to a kinetic grasp. And it's the slow game, the long game being played by Team Liquid. But eventually, they have to step up and challenge. That extra mobility off that minor perk for Infected has been important. It saved his life against the Primal Rage earlier, and it gets him up on that high ground. Tree, though, is just doing his own thing. Wraps around. Ultraviolet again punished for that aggressive positioning. And it's a flip back for Team Liquid at 75% for GK, fighting to stay in the series.
And Liquid holds on to Mitch both support ults and their flux here. We heard in the listen-in, Infected most certainly right. It was a huge flux which he hit the previous one, on the previous flashpoint there, the last time he had it up. We'll see if he can land a huge one here. Obviously a little bit of a harder target with Cuppa on the ball.
It's just so hard to hit it against this comp in general, but he's done it once before. It might not be something you can rely on. Again, they've got that support ultimate combination, and it's the Kitsune Rush that gets thrown down first. Admiral needs to take a beat. Needs to wait until he has his sound barrier active, but it's at the cost of Maimon and Lethal. Both frontliners have gone down.
But look at how far they've been pushed out, right, from the supports. It's like the Kitsune Rush, and then Infected kind of drops that shield, like, in that choke, and if you're the supports of GK, you can't exactly kind of stand there, right? Because Infected like turns the corner and starts pushing into that rush. I mean, you're in a lot of trouble, so they back out. But it puts Cuppa in a situation where there's nobody who's going to be able to heal him up. And now you probably just need one more fight for Team Liquid.
At this point, Infected can go for a solo Gravitic Flux here, just secure an individual elimination. It might be on the Wrecking Ball. He's looking for Lethal. Dangerous for the Sojourn. Good slide away. Lethal, though, under some pressure still. Sound barrier comes out from Admiral now as Liquid reciprocate. Onto the point they go. Ultraviolet leading the way. Infected now surrounded, harassed. Harangue being dragged down. Goes low, able to shield up at least, and look to the rescue comes Vega. Into the faces of GK they go, and Team Liquid have found the edge. Pulse Bomb is not enough to take care of Infected, but it did catch Tree. All of the grouping for Team Liquid cost them there, but they are going to flip the point back, and now it's up to GK to stay alive in this series, but they've lost Maimon. RuPaul just delivers yet another key Kiriko kill. Kafra attempts to stall, but is forced to back away now. It's Admiral to step up and try and keep the round alive. Lethal coming in with the overclock now, but what is there to shoot at? Kinetic Grasp active for Infected, trying to soak up some of his Sojourn damage if possible. Now Tidal Blast is active for Ultraviolet, surely on the Wrecking Ball. Now into the backside he goes. The backline for GK pretty safe now with a good distance being kept, but there's the knockdown on towards Infected. Kaffa's still healthy now. Disrupt shot active on the point, but Lethal is taken down by his opposite number. It's a Sojourn kill by Tree to put them now out of this game in a winning position. It must have been a rage quit there at the end of that game. Yep, Lethal very quickly out of the server as Team Liquid take down the undefeated GK. Not a map loss coming into this game. What a win for TL.
I mean, what a series. That was just a battle down to the wire. Even that final fight, right? It's 2-0 in terms of the flashpoints there for Liquid, but Lethal kicks things off with an overclock. They have a Tidal Blast for GK. They knock down Infected. It's a nice Suzu there that comes in from RuPaul with the Kitsune Rush also active at the moment, bringing him back into the fight. And Team Liquid, they kind of clutch up in the end. And you kind of think back to dude, Hollywood was a pretty winnable map for GK, and Liquid does a tremendous job getting high ground control. They were holding on defense for like 4 or 5 minutes there in that second point. And Tree clutches up there, and then it allows them to kind of stay in that series, which results in a series win here in our 5th and final map.
Tree took it over, man. That headshot onto Lethal in that last couple of moments of the game. I mean, I don't blame the guy for rage quitting. That is a tilter. He got absolutely flattened and was in no position to intervene. I'm so impressed by how Infected was able to hold that position. Look at this healing.
This last was actually kind of a blowout, yeah, but...
Yes. This healing, by the way, I can't even believe this is real. This is with the Lucio Kiriko composition against that Wuyang Lucio look of GK. So, I think incredible output in general for Team Liquid.
The fights just seem to be going so...
Is this right?
when the fights are extended, I mean, most certainly looks correct, right? I know off of all the sets that we get. But when the fights are extended, right? And they're extended in a way for GK that necessarily like, you know, they're extended because like you're playing like some of the ball and you kind of have, you know, the Winston in there at times, not necessarily just kind of like a raw healing just kind of happening over the objective. Where Team Liquid, right, playing really close together, they're kind of playing this slower staticky comp, right? They're kind of like all around each other, so you're going to get like a little bit more healing value out of them, but still a huge difference between these two teams at the end.
Oh man.
What a banger series, though. There was a reason why we were anticipating this battle for the first seed slot here in NA, and both squads absolutely delivered. I was not expecting the momentum that Team Liquid went into Saravaso with, though. It felt like they had such good control of the tempo on that map, and it was really difficult for the side of GK to actually find their footing and trying to get back into it. It did get really close on that last point, but overall this team has got to be feeling so good on the side of Team Liquid to be able to take down these giants here, Uber.
There's no reason on paper coming into the series that Liquid shouldn't be able to win, right? These two teams haven't interacted with each other across this stage. I think what made people feel like you know, GK were favored was just how cleanly they've managed to win all of their games, even up against some of these other very, very solid teams. But Liquid have, you know, already taken on, you know, every other member of the top three. They've dropped maps to them here and there. But like coming into a game like this, we knew it was going to be a dogfight. We knew it was going to be an absolute slog. And it's a Sigma comp and Saravas that ends up winning them series, which is, that to me is the most surprising part of all of this.
It was definitely...
No, go Ash. Go Ash.
No, you go ahead. Come on, man.
I was just like, we saw both these teams actually play so many different comps as well. Like, just, you know, we saw Life Weaver comps. I mean, this is kind of like the pinnacle of NA Overwatch, right, at the moment. And I think you kind of see both these teams are able to play so many different things, where I think it bodes well for both of them on the international stage when we get there.
It definitely does, especially with adaptations that we're going to be expecting with the new patch to come in there as well. But let's go take a look at our DHL series highlights here for NA, because there are so many moments that I think that we would love to talk about calling back across this 5-map banger series here, Mitch. I feel like for Team Liquid, so much of this momentum was also built up by how well Tree was playing in those first couple of maps that we saw.
Not only does Tree a huge part of the engine room that develops the momentum, but he also extends it, right? From fight to fight, you can start to see that bans are being aimed at him as we get towards the end of the series. But he's playing a bit of everything, right? The Freya was on Esperanza was disgusting, but there's Reaper play here, of course. We go towards the Sojourn. You can't ban the guy out. I mean, that's sort of been a reality ever since we were in this era of Overwatch with hero bans. Very, very difficult player to sort of target in that regard. And I think that, like, it's tough to play like this Sigma composition. You're constantly having to turn around, look behind you. You've got like this Wuyang to deal with. Like, I'm definitely going to ask that question, I think, later on. Like, it is completely, it's utter Wuyang abuse here that we're seeing from Geekhead, right? Just to get the best out of a hero that is really powerful right now. And still, Liquid opt to go for something a bit more classic. They go for the Kiri Lucio. They favor that team-wide utility just a little bit more. And you saw the numbers at the end of the game. The healing was astronomically higher on their side. So they've sort of figured out how to play into that. But you can see how these bans look, right? You know, we start the series, we're targeting supports a little bit more. Maybe I think about the tanks. Then it's like Tracer ban, Freya ban towards the end of the series, really trying to just limit those particular strengths. Like, DK are running out of options by the end of the series. You can see that. The hero pools are a little bit different. I don't know if Lethal plays the Freya to nearly that same degree. And on the wider open map of Esperanza that has that verticality, it's such a good place for it. And then we just play Soj. You know, Lethal just gets absolutely domed at the end of that game, at the end of that fight. But it was a kill that came from Rupal onto Maimone. It's just a Kiriko kill on a Tracer. Pretty garden variety, but it's what puts TL in the winner's seat, basically from the beginning of that fight.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, overall, I think just there are so many moments of impact for both of these teams coming in, but one player that we cannot wait to hear from is going to be Rupal with the winner's interview with Team Liquid. I can't wait to hear from him because, one, congratulations, Rupal, on the win today. Two, I think last weekend we heard from Vega talking about how he felt like your team wasn't playing at like full force despite still winning up against SSG. I'd love to hear you talk me through the adjustments I think that were being made heading into this game against GK.
Honestly, in terms of adjustments, the whole week we practiced like pretty hard, but it was pretty difficult to practice for GK because they're the only team that plays like Lucio Wuying ball. So honestly, what we did instead is the whole week we just tried to focus on other things, like not really the characters we're playing. Like we played a lot of like random characters, but I think as a result of that and us just working on our team play and playing better together, we figured out that, wait, Infected's actually hella good at Sigma. So we just pulled that out in the match and it worked out pretty well.
It's definitely good.
One other thing you had to play around was this just egregious Wuyang abuse from GK. Obviously, we know how powerful the hero is. I think on like Junkertown, it's just like 24k healing and DPS put together. You guys don't want to bring in indie comps nearly as often, right? You sort of you went for the Lucio Kiriko towards the end of the game. Like what, do you game plan much around just how busted Wuyang is? Is there like a, are we sort of trying to dive that Wuyang first? Or like, how do you sort of match the impact of, the newest hero in the game when you are not playing it yourself and you're on like Kiri, for example?
I think in a lot of, it depends on the map. Obviously on Junkertown, Wuyang is like really strong because of the long sightlines. I think on Saravasa, the Wuyang actually does a lot less. There's a lot more like close quarters fightings. Like, for example, that last point on Saravasa, I don't think their Wuyang can, like, do much. He can, like, spam us, but outside of his ult, it doesn't, like, equate to the same value as, like, Kiri Lucio, like, pushing together as a team. So I think the way, like, we play around it is just forcing, like, close-range fights.
And Rubal, congrats on the win, man. For me, like, obviously, you kind of win the fifth game, but map number 2, talk to me a little bit about Hollywood. Like, you guys put together like a tremendous like 4-minute plus defense on that second checkpoint. Just kind of like what went into all that. I think you guys had a really nice strategy to take back some of the high ground.
I think in Hollywood our energy was like really low, especially on attack. We were playing like a hard push comp like Reaper, Genji, and Monkey, Kiri Lucio. But every time we pushed, it didn't feel like we were on the same target or we were in different places, which if you're doing that, playing that comp, you just can't win. And then on our defense, I think after we lost first point, we really locked in and you could hear like everybody start like communicating like the bits and pieces. Like, oh, Tree's going to go this way and push and Boston's going to, like Infected is going to call the timing. And Vega's gonna go here. So I think everything kind of started to click, and then because of that, we were able to clutch.
Fair enough. Okay, I have one last question for you, RuPaul. And now that you guys are also comfortably #1 seed in standings, TBD on like how week 6 is going to look for the rest of the matches. I think your games, you're feeling pretty confident about week 6, so I'm not really going to touch on that. I want to look a little bit further forward into playoffs, actually, because we are expecting a big patch to come up in about like 10 days, right? And I'm kind of curious to see, which teams do you feel like might be hit the hardest by like a meta shift?
I think SSG is going to be hit the hardest by the meta shifts because I'm pretty sure in ranked right now, Zarya and Reaper are like 2 of the strongest heroes. I think they're definitely going to get nerfed, and I think that's SSG's specialty.
Okay, good to know. It's something to definitely keep in mind, I think, heading into the playoffs bracket and whatnot, and seeing what that patch notes are going to look like. But RuPaul, thank you so much for taking the time to do this winners interview with us. Congratulations on securing that first standing here for Team Liquid, and have a great rest of your weekend.
Thank you.
So much great insight coming out from RuPaul about like overall looks for maybe the remainder of the season, and then the insight on how things were going within the game itself. But with this win now, securing that 5-0 win-loss is huge for Team Liquid, especially considering the fact that they will be heading up against Sakura and Dildux into week 6.
Never know.
Never know. Yeah, you think Dildux is going to do the funniest thing ever next weekend? You really believe that, Matt?
Spoiler. They're just waiting. They've been for this moment the entire stage, Ash. They've just been kind of slow playing it to just get this upset at the end.
That would be insane plot points. I don't believe in that storyline, though, unfortunately.
I don't either, and I said it.
Okay.
Yeah, like many of the things that comes out of Matt's mouth, he would not sign his name underneath it, I think. But I mean, they're in good shape.
Mitch went from, I mean, game 2, you were throwing all your Liquid merch away. You were ready to get off the bandwagon. Now you're celebrating like you're part of the squad. What's going on here?
I literally said one thing. Where I was like, I don't know about this Team Liquid pred. A very reasonable moment, by the way, because they were getting kind of poo-pooed on. But yeah, here we are. Look, I'm not taking credit for the prediction, bro. It's a crapshoot, but I'm very impressed to see them like make these Sigma comps work and like try and play the Rush style where maybe it's in the past been less applicable. That shows you that I think Liquid have really planted their flag in this meta as it's about to come to a close with the patch approaching as the team that's kind of figured it out in NA.
Yeah, that's something that we definitely have to keep our eyes out on. But again, huge congratulations for Team Liquid for securing that 5-0 now and that rank 1 right now in the standings for NA. We still have one more match to look out for, though, for the remainder of today. So after a quick break, we're going to be back with Space Station Gaming versus Extinction.
The match is about to start.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top. I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger. Let's stagger.
On me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander. Dead.
Pushing. I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold car. We're down.
That was so bad. Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving backline.
No, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, battle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Oh, going in.
Stop the cart.
Oh my God! Ah! Go to world! Ah! You see that? Ah!
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
We've got one last matchup to cap off our Saturday night here on OWCS. It's Extinction versus Space Station Gaming. And for SSG, this has been a huge turnaround stage for them. We've always had high expectations for this team, but it feels like heading into the dive meta, Mitch, they've really found their footing, have really locked in on their team synergy as well, and have turned over a new leaf.
Yeah, look, I think this team is obviously, as Rupal mentioned earlier, making the most of this sort of metagame, right? It's nice to see Hawk come back, obviously, for this stage, play some pretty classic looks. Lenny, obviously, showing us a lot of that Reaper sort of play here. they're pretty unique, I think, to what we saw in the previous series in terms of the kind of stuff that they play. But this team's looking really, really solid. Obviously, like bringing Chronic onto this roster, I think, has served them very well. Having like that dominant hit scan player to replace the previous outgoing players is very, very good. So, look, I'm looking forward to this team. I think there's some questions that need to be answered about SSG and how they sort of match up against some of our top teams. I don't think that's going to be answered today. I think that's going to be answered probably next week when they have to go up against GK.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. It's fun to watch Hawk play again, right? He was a player that historically in Overwatch Esports, it's always fun to watch him play in like the off tank roles, and obviously now in a different world in Overwatch 2, seeing him kind of come back, just slide on in. I mean, Ash, this is a player, he's been gone for ages, and it feels like he's just kind of come back on in and picked up where he left off. And also see him combined with like Sugar Free and Chronic, CJ as well. Yeah, I think this is a really strong roster. I think to Mitch's point, it's like, how do they kind of contend with the top? Like, it's I honestly think if for them, like, they have time even in that GK match. Like, I think this is a team that's like, okay, like, let's get everything set going into the playoffs. I'm not exactly sure they're really worried about their regular season performance. Ash.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, also maybe an opportunity to try certain things out that maybe they want to test up against GK heading into next weekend here as well. But for their opponents on the side of Extinction, this is a team that has only been able to find a win up against Still Ducks, and it's definitely a David and Goliath storyline here. I think for me, Mitch, you look at maybe potential conditions that they could move towards to find success in some of their goals in this matchup up against SSG. Some of them being the fact that like Hawk is this great off tank, but it does make it a little bit easier to ban out against him. Is there anything else you think that they could look towards to maybe just take away even as like learning or practice?
Yeah, I think this team has top flight DPS players, honestly. Yep. I think King and Vision are really, really good. Alongside like the rest of this roster, I think that we're starting to get to the point where many of these Extinction players are building up to that critical massive experience. I think that it takes to not only just be, like constantly in the mix here in NA, but start to reach a little bit higher. For them, this is an important learning experience, and we're not trying to downplay the importance of this game. I think Extinction, in the back of their mind, are thinking about their matchup against Team Z and saying, if we want to avoid relegation, we must win that game. These kind of games can forge you into the kind of team to take it up a level, which is what they're going to need to do pretty soon. And again, I do think that, the brightest point of this team is their DPS combo. Vision and King. King with a lot of flexibility as well, someone who's been around for quite some time. They are up. I mean, it's tough to beat the veterancy of Hawk, who's literally been in the game for almost as long as I can remember. But I think that's where they need to go toe-to-toe at DPS here. And I'd like to see, it doesn't matter what strategy they have, because it's tough to play around Hawk's approaches, right? They like the more ground-born stuff. Hawk's always been more of, like we've seen the Hog, maybe even Desire from him a little bit more, a couple of those picks. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. Try and have a comp that works in a dive scenario, a comp that works in a rush scenario. Refine both of those approaches and make sure you set up for your DPS to shine.
Well, I'm looking forward to getting into our last matchup of today here. Let's get straight into it. It's going to be Extinction versus SSG.
All right, let's get this one started, folks. Obviously, for SSG, they're in a position now where, they're sitting top 3 pretty comfortably. Yeah. Top 2, though, is a little bit trickier. It's possible, right? I mean, SSG, towards the end of this stage, they have to play GK next week. So that's probably the matchup that sort of ends up deciding where they are.
Right, I was going to say, it's not tricky. They just need to beat GK.
It's the beating of GK that's tricky
at all.
Right?
Yeah, right. Okay, fine. It's beating, but it's not like they kind of need to beat GK, need simple, a bunch of other losses. Easy, yeah. For me, Extinction, for them to like kind of hang and keep this series close, I'm looking at like their support line, right? Like I think SSG is going to put a lot of pressure on them and like how they kind of hold up, because he mentioned DPS line, we've seen them perform against top players in the past at a pretty respectable level. Hitori, she's been in the OWCS in numerous fashions, numerous different teams, right, and has played pretty well against top opponents. It's like, can they kind of keep that support line alive? And if they do, like maybe it starts to get a little bit interesting.
Like the bands are interesting, right? Straight away, Lenny's Winston. Lenny's Reaper.
Well, Lenny's Winston would be okay. Hey, you must know something, a little change here that we don't know about.
Listen, if LeBron needs to play a different position, I assume that's a thing in basketball, right? They got they to me all look like they do the same thing.
Wait, what?
After the ball.
Yeah, okay.
Basketball.
It's
but if LeBron had to play point guard, right, then he probably could. You know
did you just did you just ChatGPT positions in basketball? Is that what you just
I
did?
don't know any of the others. I don't know any of the others. I just remember that one. You know, that's a good position to play, right? You're a point guard, weren't you, Matt?
Yeah, because I was really tiny, but like,
so LeBron wouldn't do that.
No,
you know what?
no, he wouldn't do that.
Okay.
but
if he had to, he could, and that's what Sugar Free will do. What needs to be done? He's the get in, clock in, clock out, shoulder the pickaxe, chop wood, carry water, honest Overwatch player. Will do what needs to be done in the absence of his Reaper. Hitori had her Winston banned away, so that's something to bear in mind. It's going to be Ramatra by the looks of things out for Extinction, and Hawk will be on the Zarya. It's a classic look. We've seen it for years.
And we'll see if Hitori, right? She needs to kind of stay alive when the shield is gone, and kind of like the ramping damage and kind of the pressure coming in, right? With the Lucio kind of speeding Hawk directly past that shield. Can you keep this Ram alive? I actually think without the Reaper, it's actually a much easier situation for Extinction to play from.
Alba here, a little bit out of the action, made their way all the way behind the lineup here for Space Station Gaming.
That's a nice
pressure here in Hawk's direction. Vision a little bit low though. Towards the edges of the map, Space Station play. Maybe having to bait something in. Hitori is taken down first, so Ramatra just burst away, and now Space Station can step forward.
It almost seemed like a little bit of a bait there, right? Where Space Station, it's actually a nice boot by Alba, pushing like Hawk into this position over on the side. And I think Extinction decides, like, okay, like we can kind of go, maybe take advantage. And I think that's exactly what SSG want to bait them into. So Extinction actually did get the point there for like 5%, which is like really rare that it's like that low in terms of like a first point cap and then a flip. So they get it for a brief bit, and then they give it back up to SSG. As looks like we got a quick pause.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that was obviously a fight one with Alba Hitori getting taken down, and then it was like a full disengage. But Hawk's been vomiting damage already over the course of that sort of first fight. Already over 1,000, already halfway, of course, towards that Graviton surge here. So that's something that like the Ramatra kind of has to play around. There's no easy way to play into the Zarya. You have to play in the windows of the bubbles. You have to try and pressure past the Ramatra, but past the Zarya, excuse me. But you notice how SSG like moved to play the outside of the map for a while, trying to tease maybe the Ramatra to come through, punishing the choke, which they were able to do. It's risky business up against Lucio. And something happened there. I think Lep and Alba are like fighting. They're like in a death spiral out off the edge of the map, like fighting while wall riding. And Lep obviously wins that out and has to climb up, like it's the Balrog's pit he's trying to get from. But very, very weird little first pass.
Hunting for clips there on the outside. That's all Lucio's do. No, I'm kidding. But looks like we'll be able to get back into this one in just a little bit. But yeah, that first fight, it seemed like Alba got a boop, knocked some of those players to the outside, but that's kind of seems where SSG wanted to play from. And then Hitori kind of makes the right move, kind of pushes up, tries to put some pressure on a Hawk, but Hawk kind of playing in that close quarter area with those bubbles, being able to just kind of turn that damage back into offense, and you end up losing your Ramatra and Lucio, and then the point just flips.
So what position does LeBron play then?
Well, okay. I mean, if this is like a serious conversation, so you play a little bit of like you can play some point forward, right? You can play him at the point forward, so you can be a forward who also brings the ball up, handles the ball. As he's gotten older, he's kind of moved into like the power forward like position, right? Obviously, I am not an athlete, so me judging LeBron's athleticism is not something that should ever be, but he's a little older, right? So he can't maybe run, jump as high. So
okay,
he's got to play a little bit more, kind of back to the basket, a little old school ball, a little bully ball, right?
All right. Well, while I ask Matt about if there's any power backs in the game, let's talk about. Actually, we had a chance to have a quick shout out very quickly.
Yeah. Let's talk about the game.
Yeah,
this game.
Let's get in power forward. All right, and power score. Whatever. Anyway, Alba taking down Chronic. They're able to light him up. I don't know, bro. It doesn't make any sense. It's not intuitive, really. No Lucio here for Extinction is the point. Keep an eye on that health bar of the Ramatra. That's been a pain point for Extinction over the course of that first fight. And Vision is really, the entirety of Extinction forced out of the map there with the loss of that initial player.
And I think this will be really difficult for Extinction to kind of like battle through some of these like chokes areas, right? Especially now, kind of with this Kitsune rush, as you end up losing Vision. I mean, that's a large source of damage here. It's going to be the Kitsune rush here from Scuffed as well, as like you kind of just have both of them laid out over the point. Obviously, SSG getting the better of it.
So Hawk looking like a power forward out there, just slamming it down. Nicely done, hitting the alley-oop denies and getting buckets everywhere. And has a graviton surge ready, so can Kobe that across the map. You know what I'm saying? Sugar Free also with a pulse bomb. That obviously represents a pretty powerful combination, but does not have to be used in that manner. Extinction have really been forced in some weird corners of the map here in disengaging away from Space Station when they have their power play moments. Hitori, she's just getting sick of this. She wants to shove forward, but again, the damage that comes back her way is immense.
Yeah. Oh, and that's a grab. It's going to be a pulse bomb inside of it. Everybody just gets chewed up.
Okay, I mean, that's brutal. There's not really much coming back from that one. Extinction are having, I think, an issue just dealing with how much frontline damage is sort of in play and not taking enough of attention away from Extinction CPS, for example, Space Station CPS, to sort of mitigate that at all. CJ's flattens vision. They try and come back in on the Tracer. Lep holding a sound barrier for Overwatch 3 at this stage. Doesn't really need to make use of it here, but Hawk is a little low. Might have hoped to catch the Zaya in LOS for a beat there, but Space Station not forcing the issue. It's a sim wall also committed to this effect, so fine, they're happy just to let go.
Well, I think they're actually kind of, assuming that Alba actually had beat on the other side, so maybe saving beat for beat, not just using the beat to save Hawk. What they obviously didn't know is Alba didn't have the sound barrier at that moment at the start, as Hawk will come back on the Doomfist here, trying to make a quick play for the point.
Now, sound barrier here. Alongside this Annihilation, do give Extinction some angles to play from. Hawk on the Doomfist, though, is interesting. Naturally, wants to try and, I think, avoid Ramatra for the most part and start to really go after Kiriko, force out some of those swift steps. Sound barrier for that means that Hawk could probably stay in these fights a little bit longer. Kitsune Rush amazing for rotating those Doomfist cooldowns. And so this initial alpha damage being taken by Space Station Gaming, they want to try and stave that off, and they get a Kitsune Rush in play probably for that throughput increase. Let CJ throw more of this Opida in. Space Station haven't quite found their way in yet, but Hawk wants to step up, take the fight. Immediately, though, runs into King, who's pretty charged.
I was going to say, though, Mitch, I mean, this can kind of start to go a little bit sideways here for SSG, right? It's taking a little bit of time. You're on this Doom, which isn't ideal, right? Potentially into this Ramatra. Now you've lost CJ. You're going to have double support ult here for Extinction. So this is one that they can actually come back here and steal, which would be massive.
Back to the Mega for Hawk. Now realizing there's going to be a chase here, and there's not really anything that he could do about it. So flatten out of this one. We can switch back maybe in the Zaya direction, because it definitely it feels like
but now it's so late though, right? I mean, you're what? You're going to go to Zarya here for a final fight with no, ult charge or anything. So now you've knocked Chronic off the side. This is, this is just SSG just fumbling it.
Well, yeah, I mean, again, they stick to the Doomfist. They make a choice to switch off it, and they let a fight go through. Now, Sound Barrier's got to be matched. There's a chance for SSG to bring the round back. Hawk, though, on the Doomfist looks less than comfortable out there. Chronic, though, has an overclock, but this sim wall's going to be a bit of an issue in terms of the win condition being met by the Sojourn. Vision, though, a lot of scrutiny. Sugar Free trying to get in there and kick the Sojourn with their head turned in the wrong direction. Hawk drops in and is greeted with a railgun headshot. That is going to take him out of the game virtually instantly. Chronic eventually did find that overclock, but in terms of sightlines, not so much there. Alberto is handled. Now it's a player advantage for SSG. Vision hopes to make use of these sim turrets to stay unpredictable, but a Kitsune Rush is going to be committed. So even in the absence of the Doomfist, Space Station Gaming, well, they make their own luck, and they'll take this first round.
And Mitch, that is a round, though, that, like, for Extinction in this type of series, they must win. Like, they are... they battled back in that round, right? SSG's on a comp that doesn't exactly look great. Hawk going to the Doom a little bit. Post switching to the Zarya, looked like he was just doing it to get a touch because he's going to go back to Zarya now. And you get off to a pretty good start in that final fight, and you're just not able to put it away. I mean, that's the difference between a series like this being close and competitive, like all throughout, right? Winning scenarios like that where you're just kind of given a pretty large advantage. And not winning the series. I mean,
Hawk's player title is sending me.
6v6 enthusiast.
He is like the most ardent 5v5 hater you've ever met. Like, I've had conversations with him that have gone for hours. He loves to talk about it. Just love it.
I love Dr. Hawk. I feel like I haven't seen him in a while. It'd be great to see him in Stockholm.
he cares a lot about the game. You know, that's what I appreciate about him. He's always very clear that he's got passion. And good to see him back. The Doomfist, though, could probably be shelved for a little bit, though, Xander. You know what I'm saying? Either way, here we go. Onto the point goes Sugar Free. Gets a Zarya bubble early on and a TP off the point for Extinction. Nicely done. This is the kind of look I want to see them throw in, and it's King that seems to start this kind of passage of play off. Scuff that was handled, and now Space Station going to fall back. With Lep being as low as he is, they need to take a moment, and Chronic's made the switch now over to the Freya map.
Yeah, but look at Hitori. She moves up and controls this space, right? Just kind of blocking SSG from coming in. She's doing a fantastic job kind of playing from that position, which potentially could give Extinction the point here first.
Alpha's just been getting tracked by Hawk no matter which side of the wall he's on, and considering the position of Extinction, that's probably the one play you don't want to be losing at this point. How do you interact with the Freya? That's the question Vision has to answer, and unfortunately there, it's not a satisfactory response from the Sojourn. And so Sugar Free will do what he does best, clean it up.
Yes, I mean, Sugar Free, one of the better tracers in the world. Like, when he's got to go, and he is so fun to watch, and allow him to just kind of, like, run rampant. I mean, that's what I was worried about. You were talking about how good, I know, the damage dealers are potentially for Extinction, and how that could be, and just kind of making a fool of yourself, just shouting out just words that are associated with basketball. But I was worried about
point
this.
Guard because he's, like, contesting?
No, he's not. He's most certainly not. I was worried about Extinction's backline, where you're kind of seeing... as the Tracer comes into play and SSG's ramping up the pace, that's starting to become apparent that they're targeting this Extinction backline pretty heavily.
Oh, geez, look at how quickly those health bars drop down. Hitori, there's nothing really she can do about this. Her entire backline cut out from under her, and so she needs to beat a quick and hasty retreat. Hawk now wants to force the issue a little bit, give Space Station Gaming a little bit of a buffer, and again, use this Zarya to punish any play through the choke.
Right, I mean, now that you're gonna have this grab, right? We saw the pulse bomb being used at the last time. You got a bowl shot now. You see look at Lep over the, coming over the high ground. It's gonna be a TP straight to the point. So a nice job there by King & Co. Kind of getting out of the way of that trap. It's gonna be a sound barrier that should keep everybody up. It's not. The damage comes in, and then the pulse bomb is enough when that sound barrier comes through. As Sugar Free just dominates it. Wait, they use the rush?
Yes!
Why?
They beat it and then rushed right away. How is it going to help you with burst damage?
Not ideal. Not ideal.
Maybe Scuff is hoping.
Ideal.
So maybe they're rushing because Scuff wants the cooldown reduction to have another Suzu to answer the pulse bomb blowing up, right? But that's such a random edge to try and
the beat comes in, and it's actually obviously mitigating a lot of damage early on, but like Hawk and Chronic putting down damage into that grab, and then the pulse bomb coming through is enough that the sound barrier is not doing anything at that point, right? Sound barrier just kind of is nowhere near, just kind of blows everybody up. Throughout all of that, somehow Extinction just in the next fight just comes back, flips the point. Like,
I like the swagger. Look at Hitori. I mean, she's got that annihilation in play, but it's a step too far. And so, I mean, I guess the rest of Extinction kind of pulled back towards the point a little bit. Fortunately, Vision and King can fight for themselves. So Hitori essentially just makes a ton of space for the rest of Extinction to fight on their own 2 feet on the point itself, which is going to get them close to being back even in this game. And Vision now wants to play the longest sideline because of this overclock.
Yeah, but think about the first round, Mitch, here on Lijiang Tower. Like, Extinction could have won that one. Now you're getting in a situation where they potentially could be, like, tied here, right? Potentially even taking the lead. It's going to be, it looks like Sugar Free get on the point here. He'll get a touch as TP from Extinction over to the side there, trying to catch some players off. But SSG has speed. They just kind of speed away from it.
I think they're looking for Chronic, but he's up on the high ground now in a pretty safe spot. However, a lot of damage being taken there by Hawk. So Kitsune Rush is going to be a prerequisite here. Hawk on the wrong side of the Ramatra as it appears, and Vision slides in, holding on to that overclock for a rainy day. It's time, though, to make it a deluge. Nice little passage of play from Extinction now with a real chance to take this round.
And they're going to have this Kitsune Rush here and most likely end up with their sound barrier. So, like, if you see, I like this. They're actually going to go fast here with that Kitsune Rush. They're going to get the Ramatra fighting inside of it. That's going to be the grab. Yeah, you'll have Chronic. He'll get on. He'll be able to get a touch here. Looks like you have 2 players. Oh, nice. Suzu actually prevents some of that bola shot damage.
That's clutch. Chronic is hitting some unreal take aim shots here, though. Hitori very, very low, but now a symbol in play. Chronic's got to step on the other side of it. It's not a safe place to be at all. Big damage. Chronic drops below eye line and then gets back up. There's no healing at all for this Freya, and Hawk is picked off. What is going on? Chronic's still alive somehow as Lep is trying to get some amped healing, and it will be a sound barrier. Oh, no! He's hit the bloody Ajax. And Extinction are going to take their second round.
We've had a lot of entertainment here through first 2 rounds. But this could be a map that Extinction could have taken already, right? Like, with the way the first round went, obviously they take round 2. This one, obviously going to go down to the wire here, but this is one where, like I was talking about, where Extinction, you know, maybe let that first round get away with you, and then all of a sudden now SSG takes the map because of it. But, you know, really nice job playing around King Simwall there, allowing Alba to build up towards that beat, saving Hitori as she's fighting on the point, holding it strong as the Ramatra. So they tie it up.
I think I'm ready to, revise my opinion a little bit of how competitive this game would be, because that is not Extinction winning the round because of an egregious throw. That sound barrier is, it doesn't matter. It's just, they're going to lose a round there anyway. You know, it's a great push up for Extinction. They force a grab. They're still able to fight. It's just excellent. And again, I'm just really impressed by what Vision's been able to do in some of these fights. The sim play also from King. Great walls over their previous game. Space Station are going to have to work for this. They are going to have to earn this dub.
She's been able to create so much space for this team. I mean, look at the point already. Just kind of push them off. The Viju ends up getting a kill here. Nemesis form pop by Hitori, so she's trying to just get a little bit more armor, a little bit more staying power on the objective.
Oh, dude, that is big damage from Chronic. Nice to disrupt the shot. Yeah, at that point, Extinction have pretty nowhere else to go. Very much caught inside of it all. No perk with the slowing of the disruptor shot. That's a fun perk, but you know, most slow gens are still very classic in their approach. The extra mobility plus the extra overclock capacity. That's a great fight there for SSG. Winning in the neutral with some great poke here from Chronic.
So I don't think Extinction will make any changes. I think they're going to try and just use this TP to get across and just kind of fight on the objective. I think that's kind of been their key, right? Just kind of, they were trying to avoid this Zarya circumventing. Yep, here's going to be the TP straight across. It's going to fight on the objective now. Get the sim kind of all set up with the TP, the turrets here on the point.
Alba picked off. It's another disruptor shot here that just is a problem for Extinction. They get themselves on the point and then TP off of it. They want to play at the longer sight line, but Space Station can still make use of this cover on the point, and they are no closer, Extinction, to their objective in winning this round.
No, they've been able to kind of like linger around here though. Tori, she's still putting some damage down on the point, and you're going to get Alba back in the fight, so everybody back at full strength.
Now those turrets tickling at Chronic now. It's going to be a Katsuna rush from Scuff. CJ getting pretty close to his as well. TP forward. Oh my goodness. Vision wants to get up there. Chronic gets picked up, and now Hitori straight through the TP, very deep, and that is not something the SSG can respond to. But likely a fight they're happy to let go with both support ultimates and grab coming up in the next one. Extinction had to only spend a Katsuna rush for it, and now they've got some better sidelines to work with, at least to punish.
Extinction's going to need to figure out how to, you know, win this next fight or draw it out to get it closer to a tie game, right? Because double support ult grab overclock, I mean, SSG just has everything to work with. I think the only kind of benefit here for Extinction is like, yeah, can you kind of make it costly in terms of HP pool, just kind of getting closer to the point, right? Not a ton of mobility, just that Lucio speed boost here. Getting Hawk closer towards the objective. Going to have to deal with these sim turrets right away.
Here's that sim all in play. That's something Hawk has to respect. Going to try and grab it in the middle and hope there's enough damage on either side. She just pops the Annihilation. Easy done. So that is a Katsuna rush that goes for nothing. Soundberry at least still being maintained by left, but Space Station need Chronic here to find some key picks. They're being looked at, and for the most part, well, Extinction were staying safe until King caught a wayward overclock shot. Now Soundberry though comes in, Scuff deals with Sugar Free instantly, and Chronic is not feeling comfortable at all. And why would you?
Good for
back
Extinction.
behind the bulky body of Hawk, they're disengaging.
Yeah, I mean, a beat invested there by Lev. Alba's going to end up using his as well. You're going to have an advantage here in terms of Kitsune rush for Extinction. Oh, they lose Alba, and they're going to end up dropping the rush here, trying to fight close, at least buy some time for their Lucio to get back into the fight as Sugar Free now over to the Pharah.
Yeah, this is an interesting look, and of course there is an element of risk by playing this against the Sojo, but it's the same we've seen over in the EU at times. Space Station Gaming, though, still have to answer the question of how they unravel the Ramatra and take this point control.
Having the overclock, though, it might be a little bit easier to deal with this Pharah, right? I know being able to just kind of like burn a few rails right directly into the Pharah as they're trying to put some pressure on the Hawk.
So far trying to burn bubbles on Messiah by the looks of things, and Hawk has to disengage for a time, but it's going to be Chronic with a rail of his own. Good catch, there's Vision doubling down. Both supports dead in his hand, and he'll find a third. Chronic dominated. Extinction, just the better team by far on this particular round. Space Station Gaming looking disarray, but Hawk, what a clutch. How is he hanging on? This This is ridiculous. Sugar Free pushes up, gets rid of Albert, and just as it looked like the round would be over, Hawk finds an insane sequence of kills.
I mean, they're never able to deal with that far out. Sugar Free, just the damage over time. It'll just kind of pump it out, and then just had the situation there. While Vision with like 3 kills. I mean, a 6-star. Now you've lost Scuff. So it's going to buy some even more time here as one of those new perks, able to kind of see through the walls here. Sugar Free just getting a brief moment of visibility, and now Hawk finds one as well. So now you're kind of bullying them back to the spawn.
Sugar Free, what a place to make use of it too. Give it the bubble. Given the Susie by the looks of things, and yeah, that's more than enough at least to secure that individual kill. Hawk confident, pushing up. Kasuna Rush in the base of Extinction now. This is what Extinction tried to do to Space Station Gaming in the previous round.
But if King can get a touch, you're going to have double support ult coming back. You're going to have Annihilation as well. Oh, you're going to lose the Tori. That's huge. She's massive.
Yeah, the grab is just big from Hawk. The timing of it is perfect now. It's going to force Extinction to be staggered for the entirety of this contest. And just as it looked as though they were about to win the round, Hawk finds multiple kills and puts Space Station Gaming back in the map. It was harder for them than I thought it would be. Frankly, we've seen from Extinction what I would have maybe hoped to see from some of the other teams here higher up in rankings. But this is great. This is a competitive first map.
I mean, just a wild first map between these two teams. Had a little bit of everything where, look, if you're Extinction, you got to be like, hey, we can hang in this match. I mean, most certainly, like, we can definitely put up a fight.
I mean, some of these individuals on the side of SSG, though, kind of blowing my mind. 16k damage from Chronic, almost 20 from Hawk, playing super aggressively. And something I liked about Hawk is that he took the perk that on right clicks, it sort of gives you some charge. So he was actually good maintaining like a good average level of charge, like at least 40 in between fights when normally you lose much of that energy. He was able to stay pretty topped up and basically always be hitting very, very hard. That's a nice look here, but man, it was a little closer, I think, than SSG would have liked it to have been, Matt.
Oh, without question. I mean, if you're SSG, I mean, you see here, the pulse bomb comes in. I mean, just absolutely eviscerates everybody as it's a little bit of a 5k there from Sugar Free. But this is much closer than I think SSG would have expected or wanted to see, right? Extinction obviously comes out, plays pretty strong here early on. So now that Extinction map pick, like, I mean, dude, there's also a world where Extinction wins this first map, right? You kind of think about how that first round went. That is one that Extinction most certainly could have won. They end up taking round number 2. Could very well be a closer series than I think any of us could have imagined.
And I think it was Extinction getting 3-1 by Sakura that may be a little questionable on this team, right? I think if that game goes differently, Extinction are actually, fighting for 3-3 at this point. And at that point, I'm like, okay, we might have ourselves a game here. But yeah, I think that result caused me to maybe underrate them a little bit coming into this match, because so far I've been impressed. That I did say that I expected, their DPS to really pave the way, but it was a bit half-hearted. I was like, yeah, if they're going to find edges, it's going to be there. Not necessarily that I expected it to happen. Certainly not so early in this series. All I can hope for now is that the rest of these maps remain as competitive as Control was, because Extinction's fundamentals are very, very good.
Yes, completely agree, right? I think fundamentals there for Extinction. You see kind of the stats obviously leading the way in terms of healing for Extinction, but I know on the downside of damage in a massive way. I think that's also probably partially the Zarya in the mix, right? The Zarya versus the Ram, just a pretty big damage disparity between those two heroes in general. But like, Extinction should feel pretty good about how they played in map number 1. Now they get, like, obviously a map pick, they get banned. There's a world in which they kind of can start to swing the series maybe a little bit, try and tie it up.
Yeah, I think it's worth, looking a little bit closer at what the ban strategy may well be here. Hawks Zarya is probably something that needs to be examined, right? I think that was very difficult for Extinction to deal with. I just think if you're able to, it is a 3-rounder, right? But if you're able to put out 20k damage on that Zarya, and much of that unmitigated, right? Or the Ramatras just sort of soaking it, that's definitely pretty scary. I'm enjoying the Vision Chronic matchup. I think that's actually a really solid head-to-head in terms of hit scan players. So that's something that I will be tracking over the course of the rest of the series. Now, of course, Cargo's here, folks, with a special delivery. You can win yourself a trip to the OWCS World Finals at DreamHack, delivered by DHL. All we're asking you to do is predict your Stage 3 champions from EMEA and NA for a chance to win a trip. You don't have to be right. That's the best part. And this is how Matt makes his money. Sometimes it's not about being right. It's just about opening your mouth and giving your opinion. That's all you have to do on this. So head over to esl.gg/DHL-OWCS. Put your preds in to give yourself a chance to win. We're all going to be out there in DreamHack. It's going to be a great time, and you don't want to miss it if you have the chance.
Real ones though. Mitch is right, like twice a year. You know, or like, you know, the series is 2-1 or 2-0. He's like, oh, I think the team that's up is going to win. Big ball prediction there from like Mitch Leslie.
Yeah, look, sometimes you need the garbage time predictions, and you also need the slightly spicier ones.
What is your shirt today? I just realized. What is that? It's supposed to be like some kind of like artistic, design type of thing.
I don't know. I actually don't know what it is.
It's just a bunch of lines.
I just was like, I can't put a plain t-shirt on because like the contract I signed with the devil.
Right. Yeah.
Wear something ridiculous every time I get on camera. But I also was like, I just opened my closet and I was like, yeah. I haven't bought. I need to buy more clothes, bro. I'll be real with you. I don't know what I'm working with here.
Yeah, you open your closet and was like, what's the least aggressive thing I own? And you're like, you pull out that shirt. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this is all like grays and stuff like that. I think that's what makes it so noticeable. Is it's not just completely egregious. But here we are. I'm wearing it. It's a little egregious, but that's for me an improvement. Watchpoint Gibraltar is going to be our next map pick here, chosen by Extinction. They're hoping for an improvement too, but honestly, it's just refinements that I want to see from them because so far they've got game.
And I think this is interesting because you go to this map. Is there really a reason to even ban the Zarya here, right? Like, it's not a map like Gibraltar that you're going to see like a ton of Zarya play. So you're doing this Extinction, probably assuming that Hawk picks up, whether it's like Winston D.Va, right? And you get rid of the Kiri here early on. So maybe that for Extinction, like, do you want to play some Ana like in your back line? Something along those lines. Then SSG, they get rid of the Tracer, but this is a map that you would expect Sugar Free to be able to play some type of like Genji on, for instance.
And also King can play Genji.
Yeah.
So I'm sort of, I guess
it's gonna be a fun series.
Maybe SSG are hoping to leverage what they think could be a Genji gap here. Also, this is the kind of map where you can play Sim and also not necessarily work the Genji neither. Reaper, I guess, is something worth pointing out. Sugar Free's played so much Reaper, recently. And that's obviously something that you can sort of look at in the ban strategy. Hawk's been playing a lot of D.Va over the course of his career, so definitely going to find himself comfortable here. And against Hitori's Winston, there's a lot of edges that D.Va can take in that matchup in the head-to-head. And the Chronic Hanzo, show me what you got.
Ooh, that would be quite fun here now as a defense that has a Hanzo Reaper set up for SSG. We'll see CJ on the Booyong here early on. And for Extinction, I mean, look, playing the Ana Brig backline, right? That's kind of like a historical pick, especially with a Winston. We'll see what Vision and King decide to do, right? I assume this TP might just be a TP go across, but you see actually early on, they may not actually wanted to take that right away because there was a Sonic that came through from Chronic, so potentially trying to not have anybody be picked off as they're going to go across. But we'll have a Hanzo mirror here, but King will play that Genji. So we talked about with the Tracer gone, he most certainly could do it. We thought Sugar Free would play the Genji potentially, but with the Hitori going over towards the Winston, she trying to get some of that high ground control. Sugar Free going to try and blow her up with the Reaper.
I think both of these DPS are far more committal right now than Tracer is, especially because all of Tracer's perks basically exist to give her an infinite number of blinks right now. Both Sugar Free and King have to wager something if they want to gain value in these fights. They have to get aggressive and take some of these risks. Right now, King is hardly big. Oh, okay, that is pretty nice. Bionode comes in over the top from Scuffed, and that is quickly going to send Space Station Gaming scurrying. It's getting harder and harder for them to maintain this high ground position, and eventually Hawk is just ground down to a nerdy kind of flower. There'll be a lot of control here on this high ground for Extinction.
Yeah, to end up losing Alba here, and the payload not exactly making fast progress here through the underpass, so Hawk will be back in the action, but I know getting some of this high ground, it's a really nice bubble from Hitori. She's kind of protecting herself here while also taking some of that high ground control, kind of pushing out Chronic into an odd spot, but this is a pretty good start here for Extinction.
Now they've got that server room control. Space Station Gaming's sort of slice of the pie, real estate-wise, is pretty limited, but Hitori's low. Mana boost comes at a timely moment, but Hitori can still be burst down. She has to be careful and playing this high ground pretty safely, waiting for a top up, but no, she can't make use of all of the Mana boost duration, but it kept her alive, and she can still be relevant in the fight later on. Good looks here, rather, from Extinction, but now let's have a listen into their comms as they take this first checkpoint.
support ult's really sick.
Yo, King, stay card, King, stay card.
I got it, yeah. Ah, okay.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
Support ult's really sick.
We can maybe rally close.
Yeah, I rally for their beats, okay? I rally for their beats.
Come spaceship, I cover you, come spaceship. Shoot this diva. No Matrix, no Matrix, intake.
I got boot down, Alva, I got boot down. I can't be up there. I
Rally.
got boot down.
I'm fighting with the other.
We can already.
Oh,
I can walk Mega again, I can walk Mega.
Yeah, they Sonic
No one's on
switch
fire
it.
right now.
Diva top. Someone go cow.
I want to play with Blade, I can't.
Okay, I'm
Wait,
touching you.
I need help so bad, I need help so bad.
Can you walk out?
Beep. I can chase the Blade if we live.
I'm chilling. I'm not chilling anymore. Oh my god.
Oh, I'm dead.
It's all
okay.
First stage is really fucked.
Yeah, there's 4 ults.
So much of the game plan from here on out for Space Station is going to be to push up and get in Vision's face, thereby also leaving Chronic with a lot of space to work with. You can see a couple of headshots off the backside of that fight for the Hanzo. Still a pretty favorable look. Extinction can play the same way though. The strategy for them, they can use the Winston and the Genji to do exactly that same look, is pressure Chronic down, take Hanzo's incredible damage potential off the map early.
I'm worried now for Extinction, like how you gonna get control of Shuttle, right? SSG is now set up, kind of controlling some of this high ground, like you mentioned, trying to like block Vision in from getting in and getting great sight lines, and maybe it's King with this Blade.
Couple deflects there. Sound barrier comes out in response. King happy enough, I think, to have forced that ultimate out because he still has the high ground position. And he's paved the way for Hitori to set up shop on top of the shuttle. And with Sugar Free going down, Alba's able to get in there with a shield bash to take the Reaper out of the game. Hawk is sheepishly trying to get back to some form of safety, but there are very few of those havens remaining here for the defenders. Extinction once again surging up into this shuttle phase, pressuring as Scuffed gets a couple of shots into Chronic, forcing the Hanzo onto a safer line.
And now you have the ability for Hitori. Yeah, she gets the benefits of the nano boost here, going over towards that high ground. Yeah, sure, Hawk takes out Vision, but you may end up actually losing a few players here. CJ actually just kind of has to double back to the spawn there with Lep, and just like that, that's the second checkpoint.
Yeah, it's such a textbook Winston dive that even if Hitori doesn't get all the kills, she makes so much space that it's impossible for Space Station to contest that second checkpoint. And now we have a very healthy time bank for Extinction to look to finish the map.
Yes, I mean, dude, about 3 minutes, pretty good amount of time. You'll have a rally here for Extinction. So they have done a nice job kind of putting SSG on the back foot. So, I mean, after the first map, I was like, oh, yeah, maybe we'll get a close series, right? But you kind of never know as we move into some of these other game modes. But Extinction most certainly showing that they can hang with SSG right now.
Walk up on the corner. Here's that Dragon Strike now probably emerging from that right side room. Enough time though for Extinction to clear away from it. But they've given up that corner position. They've got to retake that now by force. And Sugar Free was trying to play the high ground for a moment. It's actually a lot of action going on up there as Vision is about to discover, or perhaps that's why he's looking up here like this. Catches the Lucio with a Sonic action. Annoying for the Lucio player. And Hitori gets in there with a Primal Rage. You've got to respect the knockback potential. And there's a lot of it here between the Wu Young and the Lucio. But Hitori mostly is completely unfettered as she dives deep, disrupts those backliners, and returns to the objective.
Well, it also allows her teammates to get 2 pretty easy kills while she's kind of sections off the supports of SSG, continuing to kind of move the cart forward here. Hawk not able to get back in a mech, so he'll end up losing that as you're going to have Chronic over here on the Widow just trying to find anything.
Not much to see, apparently, as Vision just claps the Widow. You can see Vision's not exactly in the most complicated hidden spot, but these kills are ridiculous. Filthy stuff from the Hanzo. Vision helps get Extinction across the line with a very hefty time bank left.
Yeah, 219 is a pretty good amount of time, so this is a fantastic start. I mean, can you imagine, like, Extinction takes this, you kind of look at the series, like, you could have been in a world where Extinction's up 2-0 on SSG. I don't think anyone would have predicted that, but nope, they played really well on their offensive side. So they finished Gibraltar with 219 in the time bank. Taking a look at some of the stats, Mitch, not even a lot of kills kind of happening on the SSG side. Really, it was just like that fight where they end up kind of winning on top of the shuttle. And that's really about it.
I mean, in fairness, they get bundled out of that part of the map pretty quickly, I think, is, you know, Hawk ends up being quite deep, trying to run away. And then there's just a Primal Rage that forces Space Station out of that part of the map. Really nice Winston play from Hitori, by the way. She's been really generating a lot of momentum for this Extinction squad, and Vision's Hanzo has been excellent. I talked about the game plan, right? Take that space away from the Hanzo. It works out like once for Space Station in that second part of the map, and then no one really seemed to get within striking distance of the other Shimada brother, as Extinction making use of King and Hitori very effectively on offense.
Yeah, so we'll see on defense here. They'll play basically the same thing here. Extinction. We'll see if SSG, if there's going to be some changes. It looks like right now, kind of maybe hovering some, but we do not know until the spawn door opens up. It looks like Hawk, though, going to kind of consistently stay with this D.Va, which I actually would say is a pretty good pick, right? Being able to kind of like eat some of those bio grenades, kind of duel that Winston head on. It's Chronic trying to find an angle here. We'll see most likely not going to take a TP across. Going to play here from some below ground.
I think you probably need it here as well to help someone like Chronic play on remotely even footing against the Hanzo, who is vastly advantaged at this kind of range. The Space Station is the same mandate. Can you close the gap adequately? Sugarfree wants to TP in behind Hitori. She is just overwhelmed there. There is a lot of damage. And that's even without Sugarfree actually being in a position to contribute meaningfully to that elimination.
Yeah, so I mean, now it's going to kind of give SSG some of this high ground control, right? As they move the cart under the underpass. Now I actually like having the BAP in the mix, right? If you kind of get dove on, you know, but Hitori staying a little bit too long, maybe you're able to punish, you know, with the Cassidy.
TP across the server room. Space Station serious about canvassing this part of the map with their influence. Deflect there, flash drone thrown by the feet of King, and this is Vision picking Chronic off past that defense matrix. He probably felt like Hawk had him covered. That's not the case at all. Well, now Space Station trying to chase down the stragglers here from Extinction, but those stragglers are contesting the car to make it costly. Now setting up a bunker in this underpass.
Yeah, I was going to say Vision makes down to the health pack. What I was talking about with the benefits of CJ playing the BAP and the immortality field kind of used, and it doesn't really result in keeping anybody alive. They deal with it quite quickly, and the Amp Matrix now used straight through a TP, but it's read by Extinction. Nice bio there from Scuff. Ends up losing his life, but that's going to result in a few kills.
Yeah, I think it's worth it. Absolutely. 2 players doused by that anti-heal, and Hitori is going to flatten CJ in that little corner. This is solid. Good defense so far. It's been very hard for SSG to actually get this cart moving. And a fantastic fallback off the high ground for Extinction to set up a little bunker there. Eventually, Hitori goes down, and the absence of the Winston here for the next 8 or so seconds will hurt Extinction. They're going to have to give some ground.
Yeah, so see if... You're going to have another fight here, though, for Extinction. You're going to have Rally here to work with. Primal, so a lot of stuff that could potentially stall this out as you'll have a Dragon here to kind of split the point as well.
Hawk here just wants to keep this mech and has a remake opportunity to boot. Chronic, what? That's a dangerous spot to be with the Deadeye, and King utterly disrespects it. In with the blade he goes. Hitori with the Primal Rage. And between the two of them, they put Space Station to the sword. 0.06 meters away from the checkpoint. Close Space Station, but no cigar.
Hawk is going to have to run all the way off, jump off the map, right? You're going to have to get him spawn back up. You're going to burn like, 15, 20 seconds here just off of that. I mean, I guess the bad part here for Extinction is you ended up using a significant, portion of your ultimate saved up, but Scuffed able to get a nano, right? Nano for Hitori, most likely in this situation. The sound barrier needs to be good from Lap, but still, with the time bank that Extinction has, any type of hold here, past this moment is great.
Nano here, just around the corner for Scuff. It's going to be harder and harder to shift Hitori from this defensive position now as Extinction are holding SSG at bay for the time being. That Lucio, though, that gets a little bit harder. The sharp edge begins to become dull. The mortality field, very good placement there for CJ. Means the Space Station can scrap down on that low ground, and there's not a darn thing Extinction can say about it. First checkpoint secured here. I'd say it's been less than pretty for SSG, but now they can at least set up shop with the Sim TP.
I think if you are Extinction, King now going away from Genji over to Venture, the conversation needs to be like, okay, we need to win one fight and get high ground control, right? You win one fight, get high ground control, you can kind of get this one like very close to OT, just off of the basis of that. So we'll see how they go about doing this.
This Venture is always going to be a problem. Scary for Sim to play against this. Often was used in Malga shells against those squishier DPSs. There's Vision. Speaking of squishy DPSs, Cassidy is not one of them, and yet Vision's headshot accounts for him comfortably. Very, very scary stuff here because SSG don't have the shuttle control anymore. Vision is set back up on here, and we're down to 225.
Also, look where Hawk is. There's not a great way to kind of get Hawk potentially out of this position. He's going back to the other side, but
yeah, he's in trouble.
Yeah, and if he gets staggered out here, right? You don't have he's gonna have to use self-destruct into this situation. Oh, it actually looks like there's potentially a boot from Lep on that other side. Lep ends up using the sound barrier here. That actually kind of pushes people back in the line of sight. I believe it was Scuff did that situation in the line of sight of the self-destruct.
Such a sick improvisation there for Space Station, turning a really weak situation into one that they can capitalize on, knocking the Ana out into the effect of the blast, and all of a sudden, Hawk was in position to tear the rest of them down. Nice looks, and still 1 minute 45 on the clock. That high ground for Vision, that's, you expect that running into a Hanzo comp here, but there needs to be a good enough strategy to take care of it. Do you TP up there? Yes. Get that shuttle control at the very least. There's no sightline for the Hanzo to fight up there. Hittori needs to think about that primal rage now. She is low and eventually does go for it now. It's got to be tough, though, to protect your teammates. A nice grenade there catches on Hittori. She can't really dive nearly as deep as she would have liked.
Yeah, but I think this is fine, though, right? You're just trying to burn clock. I don't think she needs to dive in and, like, come up with, like, 2-3 kills here. She's just trying to kind of, like, buy them some space, get them some high ground control yet again, as now you put in a situation for Extinction where, you know, one fight, right? You're going to be deep into, you know, OT, may actually even win the map off of that.
Tech Shock at the ready for King. 60 seconds and counting remaining in the round for Space Station. It's been labored. It's been slow progress across the map. Against Cup's going to be the first casualty. That bodes well for SSG. Immortality Field is good, but only if you're standing in it, as Chronic has just discovered. Forced down to the low ground, and Hitori's able to take that elimination. It's now 4 versus 4. Hawk has a remake opportunity. Now the symbol comes down for Sugar Free, and King wants to dive past it. He is the perfect hero to circumvent that defensive ability. And now we'll simply clear the TP and maybe even draw some people back in the direction of the cart, but it's kind of tough eventually to get involved in the fight properly from here. Really only has that verticality on a long-ish cooldown. Still gets CJ on the way out, though. Not too shabby at all. Now in a bit of a weird spot. Isolated on the map.
Weird spot. Yes, I mean, not able to get back over there towards the cart as the Scuff actually hit that bio on the CJ, like long range, and then you actually had King go finish it off as King just comes out of nowhere, takes out Sugar Free. But you're automatically going to have a better time bank here for Extinction, right? You kind of did your job there holding as well as you did on that second checkpoint.
I mean, you bought an unreal amount of time, such that SSG winning the map is severely in question at this point. It's Sojo now for Chronic. Some longer sight lines now as SSG no longer really have a strategy that centers around closing the gap, but they can get themselves some of this high ground as Sim TP as they, well, frankly, they close the gap. Okay, Chronic going to come forward now with a sound barrier in play for Space Station Gaming. Hawk again with that self-destruct. A remake always possible, but Chronic simply TPs away. Feels like they're actually happy just to get the card up on the corner here.
Yeah, so, I mean, you get the card to the corner. What, Extinction, right? I think you kind of use this nano on a Hittori. You send her into that back line, right? There's no sound barrier or anything. Oh, actually, Hawk probably just caught off guard here a little bit. Thinks he can freely go to that high ground, and that is most certainly not the case. Let's see if he's actually able to make it out. So has to burn the self-destruct. It'll be the primal rage from Hittori, just trying to displace players here on SSG.
It's really hard to punish this primal. Hittori basically gets to do this for free, especially when there's like a nano break in play who's also giving Inspire healing over the Winston constantly, and Alba will not be stopped. Raid boss Brig into the back line, and Space Station frankly don't have a retort. Now they're down to 10 seconds. Time is short, and frankly, they're running low on options with Hawk out of mech. They're in no position to fight for this round, and Hawk knows it.
It looks like Hawk is conceded. Yep, they will end up giving up the point here, not able to get a new mech back and get a touch, and Extinction takes map number 2 here, Mitch. This series much closer than I think we had expected, where map 1 comes all the way down to the wire, and then Extinction set a really good time bank and then take map number 2.
This team is legit. I have decided. Extinction showing us some fantastic looks over Gibraltar. And I feel like I sold Hittori short on just how important she was going to be to the overall strategy of Extinction. Just unreal Winston play, such that even on this Diva look, Hawk is not able to do anything about it. Frankly, Vision on the Hanzo is a thing of nightmare at this point. As Chronic can't really match that impact. There's like Cassidy play, which is awkward against the Hanzo anyway. Then a switch towards the Sojourn, which isn't enough towards the end of that map when there's very little time left. It's good fundamentals, now backed up by strong individual flair on the side of Extinction that gives them a well-earned map win.
Yeah, as we take a look at some of the highlights here, where Extinction able to kind of highlight this like Winston, Brig on a combination, right? That we've seen a lot in the past with really good success. You saw a lot of big bio grenades from Scuffed kind of come on in. Hittori get lots of value out of her primal rages, and then also when she had the benefits of the nano boost. So we'll see now where SSG decides to take us for this next map, but it most certainly is going to be close.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, we can't believe we get Hanzo Genji in like an Brick Winston shell from Extinction, and it looks so damn good. Situations like this, the Brig looked like she was isolated in that position there, but look at Alba just charge forward, ready to go past that amplification matrix. That's a decision, by the way, that is kind of hard to make because your first reaction is to try and disengage and run away. But if Extinction do that, they lose that fight automatically. So the calling, honestly, is really, really good. They've made some great decisions, I think, in the middle of some really intense fighting. And I just want to say, like, they're going up against like ex-Overwatch League players, like years and years and years and years and years of Overwatch experience. It's like 20 years of like competitive Overwatch experience, maybe. And they are giving as good as they get. Now, I don't want to undersell King's contribution to that era of Overwatch. Obviously, he was a factor, but very impressed with what we saw from Extinction there. It's hard fought. It is scrappy at times, but in the end, it actually is pretty convincing.
Yeah, this map obviously very convincing actually, in like the sense that like it finished with over like 2 minutes in the time bank, and then obviously hold SSG on defense. And Mitch, like, this is an SSG team that comes into this series like they've only lost like 4 maps total, right?
Yeah.
It's not a team that's like, you know, kind of dropping maps to just to like everybody. Like they're very, very good, and they almost lose map 1. They almost they did lose map number 2, right? So this is a series that obviously Extinction came in very prepped for, and maybe SSG overlook them a little bit.
I mean, SSG are not dropping maps to anyone in that top 4 outside of Nightmare. They dropped 1 map to them, right?
Yeah.
So outside of that, they've been, you know, clean sheets against the bottom half of the table. So, I mean, I'm just trying to express that this is abnormal. It's I think Extinction really playing up to their level. Lijiang Tower even looks really quite close. SSG also, I don't think there's anything egregious that's going on. There's nothing we're pointing at like, oh, that was okay. It was an Ajax in pointless junk time at the end of the first round of the first map or whatever. But in general, this is the punching up I was asking for in that Sakura game, honestly, or at least from that team in general. So Ramatra ban against Hitori. It's going to be tougher to play that rush style, and Lucio will be taken away from SSG.
Right, but like, can you play the Zarya, let's say, if that's what they want to play without the Lucio, right? It becomes a little bit odd, right? I mean, you kind of can play it with the Sim, right? But maybe there's a world in which, look, for Extinction, you can play like on a break with the Winston yet again, right? I don't exactly, playing it into the Zarya might be tough, right? But that's a pathway here.
Yeah, you can like try and just go for good numbers on that attack side. Maybe like a slower attack setup with Ana Brig, I think is pretty reasonable. There's also the question, it looks like Space Station like to work the Wuyong into a lot of their compositions. It hasn't looked as broken as we saw in that previous series, right? And obviously it's not a great option at all. Gibraltar's the kind of map that really warps, I think, a lot of what the favorable conditions are for a lot of our meta heroes right now. So I won't call the result an outlier, but it is the kind of map that it takes a lot of like the good comps of this current era and makes them pretty obsolete. So expect to see more of a return to normality on King's Row, even with Ramatra unavailable.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, Ramatra is not available for Hitori. She played that
Zarya mirror.
Yeah, do you get into a Zarya mirror? That's like, that could be where we kind of end up, right? It seems like that is kind of where SSG wants to kind of end up. We heard RuPaul talking about how felt like, you know, obviously SSG using Zarya Reaper to great effect here at the moment, during this stage. So maybe that's kind of what they want to fall back on, which obviously if you go with the Reaper, there's not a real great case to play the Winston if you're like Extinction.
I was half expecting almost, I mean, defense side Winston here is not the T, honestly. It's not great, but I was half expecting Winston from Extinction. So Hitori on the Hazard. Now, Hazard has kind of slipped out of vogue here, right? When teams are looking for like a more for the super mobile option and playing Ramatra instead. So this is the fallback. And how do you feel about Hazard into Zarya?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it kind of plays, right? Where like, it could be like quite difficult to kind of like stand there toe to toe and trade damage, especially with the Reaper on the other side. But I mean, you're comboing this with like a BAP Wuyong backline, right? Like there's tons of damage output there. There's like a lot of healing. So not a world in which like it could be very difficult for Hitori to live.
And we have the Freya here for Chronic. So Reaper Freya. Obviously, Lep showing us just how annoying this constant poke for a Wuyong can be. switch up a comp here. Wholesale. Kiri, Brig, and a Cassidy Sim, and a change of main tank as well, I think. Change of tank, rather.
Yes, Hawk. Okay, so Hawk will end up going over and playing D.Va, where I think, look, it's really difficult, right, without the Lucio in the mix. You see them kind of trying to move through the choke, right? It's going to have to be like a TP, maybe. It looks like they were trying to set it for like a TP to the high ground, and then actually decided to just kind of like go away from it. Now they kind of TP, and they're trying to chase potentially Hattori up here. It's actually a nice jagged wall, like split talk off from the rest of the side. He takes a ton of damage.
I think they almost got Hawk for that. I mean, this Vision just a random pickoff. CJ goes down. Hold on. TP across the way here now for Sugar Freeze. Yeah, they're trying to chase down Scuff, that backline in general. I mean, Vision has to go. There's no doubt about it. Instead, though, it's an ambulance call for Space Station. Hawk left, Chronic all flattened as they try and take the fight over towards that stairwell. They've got the mobility of the Sim, but Extinction were ready for them.
Well, an Extinction can also just kind of get out of dodge, right? And then you also have like the damage coming down from the support line here. Vision doing a nice job coming off with some picks. This could definitely, because also like SSG, you imagine this comp match, it's going to take a little bit for things to develop as, well, now Sugar Free off of the Sim over to the Tracer, right? You're really reliant on him to kind of like, you know, open something up, maybe, you know, get a pick on the back line.
All right, so already, yeah, we worked our way in, and that's the BAP, of course, with that lack of lateral mobility, snapped up by Chronic. Hawk, I think, trying to get up to the high ground and was diverted by some effect, knocked back down, and King was hoping to get a D-Mech there for free, but that's a lot to ask. There was a healer available there. I think CJ was inside that small room. What is... All right, Sugar Free, like, bro is out in the open, looked like a deer in the headlights, very, very low, and King is more than happy to step up and take that trade. What is going on with SSG?
What is going on? Yeah, I mean, this is a really bizarre... like start to this half. Like Hawk trying to kind of gain some positioning here around that central pillar, but Hattori, she's controlled that position the entire time, also controlled that high ground on that left hand side. And like, yeah, you may get like a scenario, Mitch, for here on point A, you're just gonna have like one big ult dump fight from both sides, and that's about it. I mean, it's been really slow.
And exactly, that's the problem, I think, if you're trying to finish them out quickly.
The title blast, I think the title blast goes on to, don't actually see, it either goes on to Hattori or to King, and they're not actually able to make it up to the high ground there. This is a really weird position from Hattori. She's over here kind of like stuck out of nowhere.
She's still living, bro. She's spurned more clock here, virtually.
Yeah, but like it's not a spot you want to be with your Wu Young Hazard, like basically in the spawn. Even with all of that being said, they get it below a minute here, and they hold on to just about all their ultimates, and Alba makes a change. So Extinction doing a decent job on defense thus far. Let's do a listen in here with SSG to see if they can pick it up on the offensive side.
Funny could go whatever me and Hawk's in.
Hazard right.
I can touch point left. You can go take an angle with Funny.
Yeah, I'm going top. Hazard half. He's out. Hazard already. On the main. I get out.
Yeah, I'm break.
Two right side. How's Trey? Push card.
We're just gonna cover for it. Right now.
Lenny, I can ult you in from right side. You want?
Yeah. I'll break. Clear window. I'll pass.
You ready? Wait, not yet. I'm mold. Has no wall. Here, hit me again. Go. Hit me. Walk forward.
Walk.
Turn.
Back top. Back on top.
You can break.
Has on me. Has on your back line. I'm low. I'm with you, just I'm with you. Look at that. Has one beyond. Turn house.
Has one. Breaking library.
Alright, I'll let you push and get your ult.
Get through cart.
I saw window has. I didn't see pulse. Are they dragon? Hey, dragon first point.
They saw a dragon.
But they have no ults. We can tempo them. Just dragon.
Yeah.
What a weird and scrappy map this has been so far.
Right.
PlayStation looked generally in disarray, like on that first point. That fight's pretty clean from them. Honestly, they just walk up, make use of the title blast, pulse bomb combo. But outside of that, it's been odd.
Yeah, now you're seeing Extinction go to a Zarya Curie Brig back like setup. With still playing that Hanzo Tracer DPS duo, which has actually been quite well for them throughout this. But King in a rough spot here. That's going to be recall. Has to try and get back to safety to the rest of the squad, which he will.
I think the final destination of this comp matchup is a Zarya mirror, but we'll see if we end up getting that. There is a bottle shot thrown into the corner. Yeah, Extinction very low, and King eventually going to be dragged down. It looks like it's just those water droplets thrown in there by Lep. Dragon Strike here tries to clear the room, and it works. At least gives a little bit of space into Extinction to try and fight from. They're going to rally in play. Alba uses the bash on Hawk, who voluntarily ejects from mech just to try and zone away from the car. It mostly works. At least Hitori and Alba try and step up to contest and are taken down. Scuffed, of course, is trying to evade detection. Will be the last to fall, and so SSG solid. First point.
Okay, so now you'll end up with a Zarya head-to-head like you imagined. You know, the break was good against the Diva, right? We've talked about that for a while. Yep, okay, so now you're going to have Alba switch over and play the Wuyong. So almost a mirror matchup, except for Vision, who's going to continue to play that Hanzo. A little bit more like one-shot pick potential as Chronic going to opt for the Freya. A little bit more high ground control and then just kind of consistent damage output.
Big damage on Hitori here. I mean, let's think back to Hawk's 20,000 damage Lijiang Tower game. Someone who seems to be able to still know how to squeeze everything out of this eye. I think, but his Kitsune Rush, then Hawk immediately says, I do not want to be around for this. Pulse Bomb, though, dropped in their wake. It catches up Scuffed. And there's Hitori, perhaps an overextension, or maybe just getting overwhelmed by the tidal blast. Either way, it doesn't take long for Space Station Gaming to fight into the Kitsune Rush with ultimates of their own.
Well, Hitori, she's trying to play aggressive right when they have the rush rolling here for Extinction, but you know, not able to find anything. The tidal blast comes in there from Space Station Gaming, and that'll be King's Row, at least for SSG's offense. A minute 9 in the time bank, so finishing with a pretty good amount of time where it never really felt like anybody on, you know, it felt like either team was like very comfortable throughout that game. It was like a very odd start, and then you know, I felt like SSG, obviously, once they kind of got you know, rolling with that Diva and then switching over to the Zarya, which Hawk has been great at the end, that's when they started to kind of like you know, really take control. And it's interesting, Mitch, you see like not a lot of deaths from like Hawk, CJ, but like it felt like it took a lot of time to get things going, at least on first point.
Yeah, I mean, Hawk is playing a lot of the Diva, so, you know, with the ability to, you know, demech, self-destruct, get a mech back kind of thing, it can be hard to sort of clean her off. Also, there's like these weird these rotations from Extinction on the defense side were really interesting. Like they had ended up mostly in the attacker's spawn at one point. I guess they got pushed on point and they rotated through the hotel and then off. So I don't mind that. I guess like trying to like extend these fights with that hazard comp. But Chronic's been doing pretty well, considering he's, you know, got the most deaths on the side of SSG. He's still been able to put out a really nice amount of damage. Now going to go over to the Sojourn here on defense. So scrappy map. Like really, it's murky. It's muddy out there. And SSG sort of brawl pretty well for like the last 2/3 of the map, though. I think most of the action ends up happening right here.
Right, so we'll see on defense, SSG, Chronic will end up playing the Soj here, and they're just going to start off with Hawk on the Zarya. This is what I thought we would actually see maybe this like you know, with like an, you know, on a like Brig, for instance, but the Ana Wuyong in combination with the Winston. Let's see how they kind of use this Winston, help Hitori to try and gain some of this high ground.
It probably has to be incremental, as Hawk is not going to just move out of the way and allow Hitori to take the high ground position. So we'll pop up here. We're going to trade a little bit, get some bubbles out. But I mean, falling back to this position is great. This is not fully safe as there's constant poke coming in from that off angle, but it is a foothold at the very least here for Extinction to set up a deeper dive, and Hitori's just doing that right now. Big face full of damage though for Hitori, but still able to pick up that one kill. It's left that goes down. It's a trade. Chronic picks it up, and now can control this high ground as well. Hawk isolated as well from his backline. Space Station Gaming playing in 2 halves, and neither of them really finding much success. This is just a really solid strategy for Extinction.
Yes, Vision kind of moves through the choke, finds one as well. So Hitori, she gets control of some of that high ground, right? And then just kind of dives back in that back left corner, kind of splits off some of the supports and also Chronic. And then it's actually a nice sleep from Scuffed on a Hawk. And then once he gets waken up, it's like some damage from Scuffed and then Vision that ends up finishing off the Zarya. So good start here for Extinction, above 5 minutes in the time bank here as they move through the second part of the map.
5 minutes. Yeah, plenty of time to work with. And already Hitori's stepping forward and saying, if you want to access this ledge, if you want to have a really easy poke position, you've got to go through me. This does, of course, leave her very detached from the rest of this Extinction lineup, but obviously Winston can rectify that very quickly. However, it's at the cost of health normally, and ideally not all of it.
Well, she wasn't able to make the leap back towards the choke, and then Scuff doesn't have the benefits of the nano boost at the time, which maybe they better off like waiting a beat, right? And you know, letting Hitori, she jump back to the rest of the team with a nano, and then just kind of like land on and collapse on top of the players of SSG. But maybe the timing just a little bit off there between her and Scuff.
Dragon Strike here for Vision. We've been seeing players use it from inside buildings, or at least, yeah, through buildings to some degree, so it's harder to catch. It's going to be a knockdown here off this one. I'm certain of a King. Doubles back around, and Hawk is on his rear end. Nice little pulse bomb there from Sugarfree, but King already did much the same. It's CJ down, and without a Hawk, it's tough to fight these. Sugarfree's going to have a crack at it anyway, though. Dodges the sleep, definitely now gets past the Hanzo towards Scuff, but doesn't have the connection to knock that Ana low. That was a title blast from left, and it's unclear. Yeah.
No, it was on a Chronic, as we just kind of saw from his POV. It's a title blast on a Chronic, so you end up kind of burning that ultimate, which felt like there was not a scenario you're going to win, and maybe that's why you decide to do it, because you're going to make a swap here and play Kiri break. Now with Sugarfree ditching the Tracer, going over and playing a Reaper, so want to just kind of burn down the Winston of Hitori, but she's got Primal, so she might be able to kind of live through this, and then you can switch right after.
She'll double back and take the high ground. Jesus, just so half a space station to fight into this area of the map. They've got the Hanzo at a safe distance. The Winston controlling the high ground. It's constant poke coming through. Hawk has to go for it, and, well, that's a grab that does at least catch the Hanzo. Looked like it was not going to get anyone at first. Alba's the one that goes down, though. Vision able to survive somehow, and it's just as well, because he pays off that investment from the supports. Takes Chronic out of the game. Space Station Gaming are struggling here. They're going to be forced to throw it all at them. Now, that Bionade is not enough to stop this, I think. Space Station should be able to hold up here as King realizes that's too thorny a proposition to challenge for.
Yeah, it's a nice bio from Scuff there towards the end, but not enough for King to be able to kind of take that 2-on-1. As looks like you still have Alba here. King also in the mix, so looks like they may want to go a little bit faster. As Sori, she will stay on the Winston, which is going to be really tough to play into this Reaper.
And it's not because it's not for reasons of ult charge or anything like that. She
just used it.
I mean, and she is, a pretty prolific Winston player, right? I feel like that's definitely where she feels her best, but against this Reaper with Desire, it's a scary prospect. Sugarfree is aware that that Death Blossom probably being tracked, and that was nice. I saw that Bionade there from Scuff. You don't get much past me. King flattened Sugarfree though, but Hitori is down. Again, it's a really difficult front line for her to play into. So even with that pick, Extinction don't have any game right now, not to go with. They've got to try and poke Hawk down. It's not a good proposition. And there's a question of whether this Winston is going to be the right choice.
And like, what are you playing this, like, obviously you're going to have a Tidal Blast coming up. You're going to have a Nano, but like, are you kind of staying on this Winston to kind of get some value out of those ultimates, you think, with the Winston? It feels like, though, it's a lot to gamble on. It's a nice bubble there on top of Sugarfree, allows him to Death Blossom, and they'll take out Scuff. Vision just turns, deals with it. Tori, as feels like it's a few fights here where Extinction could have made some changes, and they've held on maybe to this comp a little too long.
And the thing about this Death Blossom reality for Sugarfree is that Extinction are aware of it, but you can't play around it forever. Like, you can't just run and hide every time Reaper TPs fall with a bubble. And Sugarfree knows this, so he knows he can get space just by doing that. Just the threat of that Blossom with the bubble up always forces Extinction back. So at some point they just say, stuff it. We can't keep playing this way. That they end up playing into it, and yeah, they get brought down. Here's a rally in play. Scuff is the first to fall as Lep starts the fight off here pretty favorably, but there's some off-angle damage coming in that's laid Lep a little bit low. Still, Space Station don't want to get out. Those 2 kills, more than enough for them, especially as they don't want to dangle themselves in front of Vision's Hanzo.
Right, and that's the Tidal Blast gone there.
Oh.
That is a nice, that's the perk with a little long-range shot there. Finishes off King. But that's the Tidal Blast gone. And now what? You're relying on Hitori getting the benefits of the Nano. See if she can make something happen, but this is gone. You know, Extinction got off to a really good start, right? And SSG has just dominated this phase of the map.
Yeah. Eventually they're playing around the Winston now, and Extinction have been asked a pretty tough question, and frankly, I'm not sure they found the right answer. Vision forced back in the choke. The Zarya poke is real. Hawk just trying to maintain a high charge even outside of the fight. What is okay? Grab here. Dragon Strike going to be thrown in, but King is going to be removed. Hitori with the nano boost is going to be able to get out of trouble, but Chronic's going to be asking for more in the back line. Wuyong damage is terrible, but with left combining with Chronic, it's an easy pick up of Alba. That is nice from Chronic. Pops up for a moment, and Scuffed gets absolutely domed. It's the end of the line for the Extinction by the looks of things now, as Sugarfree is finding plenty of success on this Reaper. Kings Row looks to go over towards Space Station as Extinction show us a pretty unconvincing attack side. It's a 2-1 score.
Yeah, that, you know, after the first point, the attack was pretty uninspiring there from Extinction. SSG does a great job with some of their swaps, and Quite frankly, they got nothing done after that. I think Extinction needed to make some changes, and they just don't end up making them, right? I think it's really tough. Tori, she's fantastic on the Winston, but I think it's really difficult to have her play that into especially like the Zarya Reaper type of setup, and with like a Brig on the other side, right?
12 deaths, Matt, kind of tells you everything you need to know. I also don't think Hanzo is great on that stage of the map. The winding streets of the second phase of King's Row. The sidelines are not that long, and Vision is often forced into some fairly compromising situations. And we saw the position that Hanzo was trying to play from. Sugar Free kept challenging that with a bubble and a TP forward, and then we just walk away. So constantly just filling up the field of view of that Hanzo and really making it hard for Vision to have the same level of output that he did on Gibraltar.
Yes, we take a look at some of the highlights. I think Chronic really started to come alive. You kind of mentioned his name towards the end. The start of this game with SSG's like offense was really weird, right? Yeah, it was like a bit slow. I think like when you kind of go back and look at it, right? Like they, if they get off to a little bit better start on offense, their timing may have been even better. So really, kind of we're just kind of that blunder is like the only one for SSG on this map. Otherwise, they were just dominant in the second part of the defense.
Yeah, I mean, some moments here. Thought that, like, Tori playing, walking tightrope, against the Zarya Reaper in general, right? And even if, like, the Winston takes like a random railgun headshot from the Sojourn on the way in, like, they will just die instantly. I like the Suzu straight away there for CJ, just trying to make sure that Sugar Free touches down and has everything he needs to succeed to clear that area. And that's just the gameplay loop that Space Station keep repeating. Keep that Reaper forward, deny that Hanzo position, force him just out of the game entirely, and then destroy the Winston, right? Because now you can hang around, you can just chill, have a tea party in the front line with this like insane up close damage that the Winston really can't do much about. That game plan for Extinction requires the Hanzo to be set up for success, to be hard to reach, to have like really good high ground. And frankly, it's just not really a feature of the map there in that King's Row second. On third, it can be.
Right.
There, not so much.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And I think now Extinction, you can pick what I mean. You got like Esperanza maybe, right, to work with, or Saravasa as well. So like the Ramatra is going to be available to play, right? So they won't feel as bad now, I guess, if you are Extinction.
I don't know if they're any bad. I didn't know if like for push or whatever it might be for Flash, but like there's no bad maps for Ramatra really here, right?
No. I would, like Gut says Saravasa is probably the best, like that you could go to. Like Esperanza, like there's a lot of like you can play like a lot of dive there, right? And I think those are certain things that you would probably see. Where like Saravasa, there's like a little bit longer sight lines at moments, right? The Ramatra can poke a little bit, especially if they want to try and play Zarya, like a little bit harder to close the gap, but.
I tend to agree, but like if you remember the RuPaul interview, he said that Wuyang was actually weaker on Saravasa.
Whoa, hey!
Those sight lines were more constricted. So
new queen.
Yeah, new queen. Okay. Yeah.
You almost forget this is an option, right?
Well, I think though the reason why this is in my mind is because Extinction picked this map against GK last week, and they got 0 meters of progress.
Okay. Only, in theory, only up from here.
Yes, I mean. Only GK has been able to beat them 128-0 on this map.
Right. Nobody beats us 128-0 twice.
It could be a complete outlier. I mean, I'm looking here. We haven't, outside of that, we haven't seen it from Extinction. So that's something that they're recently starting to pick into a little bit more. And don't worry about last week's results.
Like, I mean, everybody, outside of Team Liquid, obviously, everybody was getting, beat down by GK. So nothing crazy there.
I want to just float this now, get it out of the way. Mm-hmm. I do think that if Space Station want to really make a play for the top 3, or really want to be considered in that conversation, the level of performance we've seen across this series probably doesn't qualify them for that. I think that they've also, like, don't get me wrong, Extinction played really well, but I think that we've seen some pretty, we've seen a bit of disarray from this team as well, right? I think they've still been trying to find a shape. I think losing on Gibraltar is just not the end of the world, because it is like, it's a bit of an other, type map. But I for me to feel confident about this team heading into like the post stage, heading to the playoffs, I would have wanted this game to be more dominant against a team that's only won 5 maps, that's 1-3, Would a team I think only got one map against Sakura, for example, you'd want to see a bit more of a dominant showing.
Yeah, and I mean, look, SSG, they go what? They go to 5 with TL, right?
Yeah.
This doesn't really look like that team, and it might just be look like there are a lot of times where their next match is against GK. All they're thinking about is GK. It probably also feels like after Team Liquid beats GK in our last series, it's like I mean, this is like a weird way of kind of saying it, but like you're only excited to play that match, and like everything else is like this match probably doesn't feel like super, like it's tough to get up for in a way.
Yeah.
But they obviously have to, right? Because Extinction is not just a pushover. Like if you were to not know any of the records, right, you would not think that this team that we're seeing it with Extinction right here is 1-3, right? I mean, they look much better than a 1-3 squad.
Yeah, I would have them at 3-3, like quite easily. That's why, like, the loss. I said at the start, the loss to Sakura made me sort of underrate this team a lot coming into this game.
Right.
Sort of seeing the balance of power in terms of that team. But I think it might be a bit of both. It might be Space Station playing down and Extinction playing up. But I did say, like, they've got top flight individuals in some of these roles, like Hitori on Winston, she's excellent. King and Vision also, I do think, can take it to like a lot of the top flight DPS in NA right now. Like I'm not trying to underrate them. It's been a bit sussy from the SSG boys. That's all I'm saying.
And this is a comp that RuPaul kind of highlighted with the Zarya and the Reaper here for SSG. That can be really difficult to play against. RuPaul had mentioned. We see it's going to happen. CJ falling first, but RuPaul had highlighted like, hey, if there's a patch coming, like these could be two of the heroes that like really get hit, because like in rank currently at the moment, two of the strongest, and you see SSG kind of putting them to good use for a lot of the time. Not here at the start, so already off to a better start here than versus GK for Extinction, as they handle things pretty convincingly early on, and they'll get the bot moving.
I like the proposition of the Symmetra against the Zarya, because as Sim, when you fight Zarya, you're charging up a bubble, you're giving her damage, but you're also getting damage, right? You're also powering yourself up. So it feels more acceptable just to like shoot her shields, charge yourself up and have that sort of ammo and still be able to fight. It doesn't feel nearly as bad because at least you two are ramping up in terms of your damage. That's pretty brutal though. Losing Hitori there, the front line just picked off by Chronic, and now what's the plan B supposed to be for Extinction? I'd wager there isn't one.
Hit run. that is plan B. As soon as Hitori falls, she's kind of like the centerpiece of your comp. Yeah, you were hightailing it, so they go all the way back now. Going to make sure you get your Ramatra back in the mix and get her into a position that she can obviously produce some really good results. But yeah, I think the Sim is obviously good, getting the Ramatra in and out of some of these like weird situations that you're kind of going up against with the Reaper TPing on top of you or behind you, something like that. And look at this, I mean, they get rid of Sugar Free right off the bat. Like that's not a Sugar Free is not the one who should be like dying right away, right? Like he should, as the Reaper, be getting the bulk of like the bubbles coming from Hawk and protection, things like that. So to see him fall early, especially at the hands of Scubs, maybe you're kind of trying to stretch a little bit far and like what you think you can do with the Reaper in those type of positions. But it's another fight win here for Extinction, and Mitch, with a few ultimates here to work with, like they're gonna be close to getting checkpoint.
I mean, incrementally, they're just winning these value trades in basically each and every fight. There it is again. I mean, that was before. Overclock came through. Chronic just dominated. Hawk does not have the bubbles to keep him alive here. And Sugar Free is looking like confused Travolta out there on the point. No one to back him up. And Space didn't even get to start the fight. They weren't even in position for that.
Chronic is trying to use the overclock, like in that, the staircase over towards the side. And I mean, there's just the Ramatra shield there, and then it's just Vision popping his overclock, and just two taps from around the corner.
Yeah, Vision has 4k damage right now. Vision with more damage than Chronic and Sugar Free combined by another 25%. Actually, by another 33%.
Kitsune Rush, and they actually just use his TP and back up. I actually like this here from Extinction. Yeah, you're going to be able to use your own Rush kind of fighting back into this.
All right, here's that Sim wall in play. Forces now are disengaged from Space Station. Can they do it as elegantly? It's going to be hard. Okay, Grav just to try and hold Hitori in place. She's looking a little too threatening, a little too big and brolic there with that Annihilation. And Sugar Free had to TP out of the fight with just a sliver of health remaining.
She's also getting healed up really quick with a Kitsune Rush still rolling here from Scup. So you're actually going to end up seeing the sound barrier here come down here from SSG. That's not early enough, though, to keep Hawk alive. So you do end up losing King, and you lose Scup. If you could have kept Scup alive, right, and maybe you got Hitori inside of this room with the Nemesis form, start to come up with some kills. But dude, I mean, 84 meters, it's already pretty good for Extinction.
I think I'm really looking towards this Reaper to get some massive value here. It's tough though because the TP keeps, causing Extinction to be able to shift their entire focal point. And Sugar Free is hoping just to catch someone. Like, someone please float by me so I can just nuke you down. Hawk and the Junker Queen. Right. The Space Station are determined to assert themselves and say, when we want to fight, we will fight. We get to decide when and where that happens, but not if your Reaper is dead. Again, Sugar Free dead for the third time here, which is not an egregious number compared to the rest of his teammates, but it's interesting that it's happened sort of at the start of so many of these fights.
Well, they want to continue to try and hold this position here. Does SSG, right? They end up using this Kitsune Rush. They kind of lay it over. It's going to be Chronic on a flank. That's a nice kill there on the King. Very important to be able to come up with that, but it's going to be an overclock on the other side of things. Ooh, Lep dangerously low there, but that's going to be the shout that comes in from Hawk, giving him a little bit of extra health.
Okay, well, Bot will head back in the direction of Space Station Gaming spawned here. 84 plays 34. This is a frankly anemic performance from Space Station so far, and a lot of it has been compounded by Vision absolutely dominating. 14 eliminations for 2 deaths. Absolutely riding high. Hitori's also had very good impact in these fights, and with Annihilation around the corner, I suspect it's not about to change.
And you see SSG, they're kind of backing up here, Mitch, and dude, you can't lose Alba in these type of situations. I mean, you would have beat to match a beat here, and then you have a Kitsune Rush advantage. Let's see if they're actually able to hold on, even while losing that Lucio, as you end up losing Hawk. Hawk ends up taking out King, and then Scup ends up dropping his own rush. It's going to be the beat, though, and you have no beat in response.
Okay. Hawk trying to hang around here. Hitori's Annihilation is going to peter out, and there's going to be no one else there. Sugar Free finally gets the disco dance on a pile of corpses and puts Space Station Gaming in a position to start to dictate the pace of game. They're going to have a rampage here from Hawk. Starting off the fight, of course, Suzu will be very much required, but it's going to be tough work for Scuff to connect with everybody who needs it. So that interaction is going to headline this next fight.
Well, Hitori, she's going to get a TP here from King over to get a contest. Let's see if Hawk can actually land a big rampage here. But you do have the sound barrier. So I mentioned, Alba ends up dying early, and that's brutal in the last fight. Now, the beat's late, not able to keep Hitori up.
Okay, Annihilation Rampage rather catches onto Alba and Scuff. So Scuff at least gets a Suzu, and Alba is able to just to withstand that anti-heal for quite a while. The symbol is pretty nice here. It allows Vision the space to pick CJ off, but that is all that Extinction are going to have to write home about. As Space Station now threatening to even up this game. At least get butt scratch on this checkpoint now.
I mentioned it at the top of the series. You were like, the DPS players on Extinction need to play quite well. I was like, I think they will. Historically, they have. In scenarios like this, it's just the support I was quite worried about. And those two fights, right? Alba dying, not having the beat to match beat, and then that time using the beat, but then not being able to save Hitori. They're quite fortunate they get this pick off on a Chronic, because otherwise you could have been staring down the barrel, giving up that massive lead that you have. So for me, how far Extinction goes the rest of the series, it really comes down to the support play.
I really felt like that was an inflection point, Matt. I like the perk here for Vision. Actually, it's the slowing disruptor shot just disrupt a little bit of that front line, right? Make it harder for Hawk to reach up and get in range of the Ramatra. There's King, finds the first pick. It's Scuff's going down though, and there's no way he's getting out of that one alive. Not a chance. King with a timely deflect now, but the Death Blossom will outlast it. At least giving Sugar Free control of this shot. But somehow I feel like the Reaper was hoping for more. Will be topped up, but that bot is just below them outside the building. And King bites off a little bit more than he can chew by challenging that position. So now, priority for Space Station Gaming. Bit of a trough in terms of ultimates, but they've got that bowler shot if they should need it. And ideally, they can win without spending ults, but Sugar Free, again, just gets too big for his britches, pushes past that shield and just dies to the Soj.
it'll be a bullish up, but Hittori, she's still behind the rest of SSG now. She had actually used the Annihilation, just kind of like pushed on through. And although the Vola gets scuffed, Scuffed ends up having that Kitsune rush. Still, you're actually going to gain some progress here. As Hawk gets dangerously low, he's going to have to circle all the way back out to the spawn. So you will end up, I mean, look, even if Extinction doesn't gain any meterage off of it, which they are now, even if it's not significant, just getting the bot deep into SSG territory with this much time on the clock is massive for them, right? Just try and keep it here as long as possible. Extend this. His Vision's going to use his OC, and he's going to die.
Yep, instantly. Kitsune rush from CJ. And this is very quickly Space Station Gaming trying to clamber back into the driver's seat, but they've lost a lot of time. Like, they were looking in a great spot to challenge the total of Extinction. But that was a couple of fights ago. Okay. That was across the map, a different postcode virtually.
Under a minute, Extinction with a 35-meter lead. You need to get great value out of these support ultimates. You get great value out of these support ultimates, there's a very high chance you win this map and we take it to a game 5. You could just not have these kind of fall for nothing. So we'll see how they kind of end up deciding to use them. They also have a support ultimate advantage, right? CJ had used a Kitsune rush previously. Now you're going to have a double support ult scenario here for Extinction. It's going to be Scuff dropping that Kitsune rush over the high ground. They need to keep Hittori up, which they do thus far.
They might be saving the beat to respond to the Rampage here, Matt. Oh, it doesn't seem to matter. Oh, Space Station. What a scrappy game this is. Hawk gets picked up, but King falls as Chronic is able to connect that bowler shot. The problem is where the bot is. Space Station not in a position to take control of it. They got 5 seconds left in the round. They cannot be Charles the 9th thing this one. His Vision and Hittori can simply circle back to where the bot is and clean out anyone that's trying to contest it. Sugar-free TP is away there from Vision's purview, and they're just not respecting the Sojourn. What is they can't do anything about it? What a bizarre series of fights we've seen. And now Extinction, with a 35-meter lead, can simply hold the buck. There's no need to pass it. No. Simply just do their thing. It's unthrowable at this point, and we're heading to a map 5 in the weirdest game I've seen in a minute.
Extinction could have won this series by taking Lijiang. Like, they were very much in that game, right? Last map, I think I felt like SSG, especially once we got the second part of the map, started to really kind of take control and Downey. But this one right here, I mean, Extinction kind of took it to him. I mean, we take a look at some of the stats. Hittori, she's popping off, and Vision as well. Vision on the Soj here. Chronic has had some really good games on the Freya and whatnot, but this time, especially on a map that's a little bit more close quarter, Vision doing really well.
I mean, from the first moment on this map, I think Vision really was making his mark. Just like I mentioned, I think he was doubling down on the damage done by both of SSG's DPS at one point, and kind of never really took the foot off the gas. There were moments where SSG were coming up with an answer. Hawk switched over towards the Junker Queen, which looked decent in some situations, but again, this was just a muddy, scrappy, absolute dogfight, a dragged out new Queen Street that Extinction ended up taking. So, nice to see them pick up their map pick, and it's nothing fancy about the copyright. It's just a Ramatra with the Symmetra. The Symmetra being pretty important, I think, to limit Chronic's impact in fights where that wall is up. And Sugar-Free looked uncomfortable a lot of the time trying to put pressure down on Hittori without just getting shot to pieces by Vision.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I actually think this map plays really well to the Ramatra type of stuff they're trying to play, and they did a nice job of punishing Sugar-Free, like when he was trying to go in deep, and it seems like they really didn't have, like, playing the Queen. The Queen didn't really, you can play Queen into the Ramatra, right? You get past the shield, you start to kind of like build up the axe, build up the, kind of ticking damage, like it starts to look pretty good. It's just they never really got Hawk like in position to be able to do something like that. So Extinction, I mean, look at the damage dealt. They come on top of that in a pretty big way, and they take us to a 5th game. I mean, this is we did not expect that. I mean, we spent obviously we thought the second game would be awesome, right? And it most certainly was. This one, it was we didn't really have like many high hopes for potentially, and like we were certainly wrong, right? Extinction has come in and played phenomenal today.
I mean, hopes is one thing, but expectations is another, right? We really just felt like, again, I want to go back to it, but Extinction not being able to get past Sakura, I feel like was a inflection point in terms of their stage, but they've been able to reverse their fortunes, and a win here just, I don't know what to make of this. A win here for Extinction.
Well, what does this actually like do in terms of the standings? Like Extinction would get to what, 2 and 3, and then Extinction has Team Z and Nightmare. Like, I mean, if you beat SSG, right? Yeah, they should be able to beat obviously Team Z and Nightmare potentially, right?
Absolutely. I mean, that's the Nightmare game's the interesting one, right? In fact, both of their matches, I think, in the last week are big deciders for them. Nightmare don't have the hardest of matchups, I think, this weekend. We're going to see them tomorrow, actually, in the first game. They're going
they'll play Team Z.
And also, like, you've got to bear in mind that the head-to-head will potentially be pretty important. But because Extinction lost the head-to-head to Sakura, if they move up to somehow move to a 3-3 position, obviously they sort of lose out there. I think what's most important is this team preventing themselves from falling down in that relegation zone. I think it's really hard actually for Team Z to drag Extinction down. Even if they would have beat them, I'm not even sure that they would sort of fall to that point. So a win here just inoculates Extinction from the relegation possibility.
Extinction wins here, let's say, right? Now let's live let's live a little bit fun here. Extinction wins here. You play against Team Z and Nightmare. I'm also getting a FaceTime currently from Chris Puckett, so I'm not exactly sure he currently knows.
You should answer it.
Working. I will not answer Chris Puckett FaceTime. I think he's in Vegas for. I think he's in Vegas for Con Next. So he may be watching some college football. He may be a little bit unhappy at the moment.
It's 5:30, so don't answer that.
Shout out Chris Puckett though. But there's a world in which Extinction gets to 4 wins, right? Like you win this. You get to two wins, then you play Team Z and Nightmare. There's a world in which you get to 4 wins, right?
Yes. I mean, okay, if they can play like this against Nightmare, then all right, I think all bets are on. That is kind of crazy that they could rocket up into potentially 4th place if from here on out.
No, there's a world, like that's how important this map is for them potentially.
Big decider coming at you, folks. Survasa, as we saw flashed on the screen, features a Symmetra ban for SSG and a Zarya ban, as Extinction have saved apparently the best for last. So what does this mean for a Hawk? Junker Queen? Some other
Do you want to see more Queen? I mean, dude, having the Zarya ban here for this 5th game is pretty wild. The way that it kind of all works out. I also got a tweet here that somebody had asked you to say nice things about me, and you responded that you said you can't do that.
Dude, no, Google Gemini has got really good
we're all trying to be
image generation capacity now. You can give it any prompt and basically it'll just spit it out for you. And I think replicating Twitch chat is really easy. So
we're all trying to be positive here today, and you know what? There's anybody who brings negativity to the broadcast.
It's really easy to deepfake a Twitch chat log.
A Ramatra head-to-head. And King just pulling out at the last minute, the May. So we've seen King play historically like some May, where they've been pretty solid on it. So this is a little bit of a pocket pick here at the end. Let's see how it works out.
Okay, so the idea is that you have a counter to Annihilation, and you also can wall up and fall back behind it and try and get healing. But you have really good throughput anyway, right? With the regen burst from Baptiste, you can also isolate people off, and I think that this is honestly going to be hard for SSG to deal with. It means that there's no Tracer for Extinction, and Sugar-Free to some degree has a lot on his plate here. He really needs to exert himself as the only Tracer on the field.
Right, man, but it's going to be point control here for Extinction early on. And then with the May and the Bat, they just have a lot of survivability on the point, man. It's going to be, you're looking at Chronic to come up with a pick at distance here. That's kind of how you're going to open. Not a lot of squishy targets for Sugar-Free to kind of feast on.
Oh, it's surely Scuffed here. Yeah. Chronic able just to abuse this high ground now. Something that Extinction...
Ooh, nice railgun shot from Vision, though.
Okay, not bad. Chronic just caught on the point there. Brought down by Hitori. Can they keep her alive, though? They're going to try and chase the Ramatra. Hitori, so far, not so bad. Scuff probably working overtime. Well, they would have if they were alive. But with only the Lucio healing, it is going to be a little bit too much. So I like the idea of playing for the long fights with the Baptiste throughput plus the May walls. But losing, when you losing
Scuffed is brutal. Yeah, losing Scuffed is brutal, especially in this type of situation, right? Where the immortality field plus obviously having the May in the mix is such an advantage in terms of just kind of these more elongated fights on the point. And then once you lose Scuff right away, especially when Chronic just kind of goes up the high ground, just domes him. It's a rough one to fight from at that point.
So, Extinction look to get back into the point now with a... Oh, they can catch... Oh, Hawk is overextended. I see, mindful of this. I'm not sure. Maybe this was to plan. Nice bowler shot on Scuff there, but a pretty sick immortality field keeps him alive for the time being. It's the loss of Hawk, though.
This is a must-win fight, though.
Chronic, those Unchained. This guy is man without a cause. He is free to start to put that work in. And nice May wall. Oh, I love it.
Mitch, Extinction needs to win this, though. I mean, you end up using your sound barrier there as well. You end up using the Blizzard. Like, you invest some pretty big ultimates, right? If left, gonna drop a beat here, it's gonna connect with absolutely everybody.
Just outlasted, trying to disengage away from it. That's the play for Hitori. And remember, she gets that Nemesis form straight away after popping Annihilation. She can throw the Dukes up and stay alive. The stall is immense, and now Sugar Free is down. So that's no
Immortality field
in your backline. Great emo there from Scarf to Hitori. All of a sudden, she's full health. Don't know how that happened, but in an instant, she is fighting fit once more. Hawk has an Annihilation now and needs to make good use of this, but the risk of getting caught in a Blizzard here, it would be high had King been able to build one for this particular fight. Annihilation's in play, but there's Vision working at the fringes of it. Left goes down, and I'm sorry, but Extinction are the better team right now.
Yeah, we'll see if it's good enough to actually take this point, right? Hawk, dangerously low. Everybody's going to be forced off the side, and that will be Extinction. Taking our first Flashpoint 2 away from taking the series would be like, honestly, would be one of the bigger upsets we've had in either NA or EMEA, right? I know we don't see many upsets in this type of fashion often. This would be probably one of the bigger ones we've had.
It's a good start. They're going to stick with the May as well. So the next time that Blizzard comes around, it's either a great offensive tool or the perfect answer to Annihilation. Extinction, I'm sure, tension, they'll be running high now as they realize just how close they are to taking an unbelievable match win against the top team. Right now, though, focusing on the job, trying to take control of this point. You'll notice, look at the wireframe. All of SSG trying to circle around them, trying to get some flanking positions. But Chronic's been kind of forced away from much of the action. There's a beautiful bolt connection, though, to Scuff. Scary for the Baptiste. He can only pop himself up and make himself an easy target for this Freya. There's Hitori going down first, and that is even with a sound barrier in play. That's a brutal turn of events for Extinction.
Yeah, they end up using that beat off of the start, so and not end up winning. But it's a nice Kitsune rush here from CJ at the start, right? They kind of get brawling in it. I guess the benefit though for Extinction, right? I mean, look, you kind of trade those ultimates. You end up coming back with like an Ant Matrix and a Blizzard to work with here. And then honestly, like the Ant Matrix isn't even like, obviously it's great for some of the healing that Scuff can provide, but really he's here about that immortality field, just trying to keep Hitori being able to kind of brawl Hawk head to head.
Tough to recover from a fight where you commit your sound barrier and still lose.
They kind of wrap here.
Oh, okay. King down to the bomb. Yeah, jeez, they're so split.
Really love this.
Extinction.
Yeah, they're so.
They're just not on the same page, I think. Yeah, the plan is to make use of the Ant Matrix map, but they split themselves willingly. I think his Hitori has to throw her block up.
Well, I guess, okay, so if you kind of like wrap around like that and use that Ant Matrix, like if you're taking damage and you're like Hitori or some of the other players on the high ground, you kind of need to start funneling down that staircase to actually like get in the line of sight of the healing potentially of Scuff, but then also like it's just kind of like almost bait those players into the damage and the stuff that's coming in from the Ant Matrix.
This is kind of giving Lijiang Tower vibes from Extinction as they sort of went off the boil at the exact wrong moment. Scuff's already down in this fight. King probably doesn't have a great use case for this Blizzard or the chance to use it now as Extinction get dominated.
Yeah, that was an ugly point.
They look so good, and then they look like they unplugged their monitors.
Okay, so, but, well, unfortunately for them, right? SSG going to have, a pretty easy rotation over to the next point. I think it's like, it's almost, game deciding, right? Extinction gets control of this point first. Like, getting on the right side of things, getting some confidence back, winning this first fight, right? It will be a left sound barrier, and dude, CJ is already going to build up towards another rush here, so could be a tough situation to fight into, and you're going to lose Alba here, so losing any of the, you're going to lose both supports right away.
Okay, not the fight that Extinction were looking for.
That's the Blizzard too.
Dude, what is going on? Okay, so they obviously commit pretty heavily there, and it's like, is it not worth to try and counter the Annihilation with the... I mean, it's okay to lose the first fight of these flashpoints, I feel like. Now you have no answer. Extinction are just throwing some good money after bad here.
Yeah, because...
And they switched off the May, I guess. That's maybe why they went for the Blizzard there.
Right, but even if you come back here and, like, you get both support ults out, you know, they're going to be up near like 70%, right? It's going to be a really difficult spot to fight out of. It feels like they need a pick. Oh, and Vision actually gets one.
That's so nice. Vision very low there as Sugar Free. Took him down.
Somehow they all live. That's huge.
Hey, that's a nice little vortex, though, isn't it? It catches so many people out, including Scuffed, and Hitori has to go for the Annihilation here. This allows Extinction to only really contest this ball, will just like counter this damage out. Your beats come out. It's not enough to save Hitori, though. Space Station Gaming just happy now to trade ultimates as they came into this fight with 5. It's a big spend, but it's going to guarantee them the flashpoint.
Yeah, I mean, this, let's see if the Extinction even decides to try and fight this one yet again, but that was a sizable amount of ultimates they are used, right? You don't have your sound barrier anymore, you know, no Annihilation, your overclock used there as well as, like I mentioned, got to get great support play. Let's see if Extinction can get a good use of this Kitsune Rush. They're going to get a little bit of an advantage in terms of spawning quite closer to this flashpoint coming up.
Okay, Extinction have fought so hard in this series and honestly showing such great looks, but now they're on the edge of losing it all here to SSG, who've honestly been really solid, but haven't really had those ultimates forced out of them. They sat on 5 in the previous fight. It felt like a deterministic flashpoint win for them with how
this is the rush from Extinction, and like where's the follow-up?
I don't understand, genuinely. And I've come to this game for almost 10 years now, and I don't understand what is really going on here. Extinction, all right, need to show us a little bit more. King down. Sugar is able to win that Tracer duel. Vision, though, doing well despite all of this chaos. There's some consistency. There's the safe haven in the storm in this Sojourn play. Hawk flat there behind that shield. Vision delivering again and again. Keeps Extinction in the game. Not just in the game, but still with a legitimate chance to win it all.
Yes, Vision pushes up. He's really been kind of the standout player. Really in the DPS role, right? I know King has had some great moments, but it's really been Vision with the overclocks and the railgun shots that has come alive as they're trying to get Hitori out. Nice job using that speed boost to get her out of dodge. It's going to be the bola shot and then a connection there from Chronic that finishes off Scuffed.
Yeah, that's tough, but Extinction have this 52% accounting, so honestly, anything extra they get at this point is a bonus, considering the way the fight started. King chimes in and Chronic is down. This is going to slow this retake up for Space Station if it kind of even happens at this point. Sugar Free deals with King, and that really should open the floodgates now. Extinction will be forced off, but an admirable job. 80% or so, and they're going to get some extra credit here. As Tori stalls out, maybe builds up another Annihilation.
You know, let's see how we'll kind of get on. Yep, build towards another beat. So you're going to get into like one fight territory here for Extinction. You're going to have double support all done both sides, and a huge fight coming up. Dude, if Extinction can kind of get this to one flashpoint to decide it all, right? Ideally, you kind of like get out of this fight with one of these support ults, but most likely you're going to have just a big dump from both sides here. So I think if your Extinction is also better suited that you take the fight a little bit earlier rather than just kind of sitting around waiting for it to develop.
We need good ult economy, right? And I think it's not the worst thing just to beat and start a fight, right? You can be reactive, that's fine, but don't throw these away.
Here's the rush. They're trying to disengage.
Okay, that's based. That's super valid here. And they also... Oh,
and they don't.
I really thought they were gonna they got out there, especially considering that Scuff can just swift step to where they need to go, and they're picked off for like the third.
Yeah, but now you might lose. Okay, so Hitori able to make it back to the health pack. That's massive. If you would have lost her, I mean, that is just a brutal way to lose a series.
9 deaths right now for Scuff. Not an egregiously high number compared to the rest of the team. Still not great. Extinction shoves back. Soundberry here, and also with the Kitsune Rush, so advantaged in support ultimates. Extinction should win this fight by the numbers, but can they convert? Soundberry is being held onto by Lep here, and Hawk has that Annihilation, and there's no May now to answer that guaranteed. Vigilance taken down. Sugar Free's able to isolate them off the corner of the map, and Hawk is looking healthy enough here, playing inside that vortex and basically ignoring it. It's both Ramatra staring each other down, menacing them on the point. As Space Station are seconds away from taking the map. If Extinction get off the point for any reason, they're done, but Sugar Free chimes in just where it's needed. A crucial 3-throw on the buzzer will get them ahead. Extinction able to fight back, and Lep and Chronic are down, but still Sugar Free is running roughshod through this Extinction lineup, and eventually Hitori has to succumb. It's a heartbreak result for Extinction as SSG snatched the series away at the 11th hour.
And for Extinction, I mean, to have to use the beat in the situation that you use it there, right? So far away from the objective, everybody on SSG able to just kind of like hightail it out and then save that left sound barrier for the end. I mean, that's kind of what determines series like this. It kind of comes all the way down to just that ultimate usage there, and
Sugar-free,
not ideal from Extinction. They'll be kicking themselves on that one. And Sugar-free, 35-1 here in Game 5.
Oh my god, that is ridiculous from Sugar-free. And yet the map was still a struggle. It was still brutal, back and forth. My god, it went the distance. Vision's Sojourn play, it looked really solid at some points, but at some point, he went invisible. What are these damage numbers? How is it that Chronic is like 11k and Vision is still sucked down like 6 or 7? Jeez, the disparity in damage dealt it's palpable.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, you see SSG really after that first flashpoint, like we're like, all right, we're not losing this one, right? They kind of kicked it into another gear, and even then though, Extinction was still kind of like hanging around in it, man. It's tough. I mean, that's a brutal loss there for Extinction. I mean, look, they probably will obviously still kind of contend and be in our playoff, right? But providing they take care of business. But they had a huge opportunity here with this series against SSG that feel like they kind of gave away.
Yeah, I mean, earlier today we were talking about how that Team Liquid versus GK Esports game was the giga banger for NA, but this was the nail biter that I don't think anybody expected between Extinction and SSG. There were so many great moments, and it's heartbreaking. I feel like, Matt, you called back to it so many times. If that first map went a little bit differently over on Lijiang Tower, it could have been a completely different series.
They're in position to win that one, right? Like they kind of take it down. I mean, not even all of Lijiang Tower, Ash, like literally the first round where like Hawk is kind of going on a Doomfist to try and make it back, and like they somehow kind of give up that fight. I mean, obviously the rest of the series plays out a completely different way in that situation, but like you look back and like this series is decided by like a few moments, and that's really it.
And it's just, I don't know what it is in like the last moments of Surafasa. It's the backline of the supports rather of Extinction just getting picked off towards the end of the game. There's like, Matt, you pointed out, like there's a really rough beat for Alba, like forced timing. Scuffs got caught out at the end of the previous fight when they tried to disengage. Like this is how close this Extinction team are to being like a legitimate threat. It's just a couple of small refinements, but those are the things that make the difference against the team like SSG, who's really hard to kick down. Like if you let Lenny run 35-1 on you in this last map, and then your backline just, I don't know, like kind of hits the poo-poo platter in those last couple of fights, like you're in deep trouble. This May, it didn't really work out into the second flashpoint, and there was like a blizzard available. It gets just thrown away. Somehow SSG are allowed to build 5 ultimates, and all of a sudden they do like 25,000 unanswered damage over the next couple of flashpoints. These are the losses that hurt the most, I think, for a team like Extinction. You play up, you realize you can actually beat these top teams, these partnered teams, and then all of a sudden you lose your nerve. Maybe you just run out of gas.
Yeah.
Maybe you just fatigued and the mistakes start creeping in. But Matt said it perfectly. I hate saying this. Coming into this game, he said, I've got no issues with the tank or the 2 DPS on Extinction. I'm not sure about the supports. I'm not sure if they have that quality that they need to, contend with someone like SSG. And unfortunately, not their fault. Some of those moments there at the end of the map, like comms have to be on deck, but not a good look for them either, as it's specifically Scuffed and Alba that get put in awkward spots at the end of that Suravasa.
I mean, the Sugar-free just kind of picks off everybody at times, right? I mean, that's kind of what I was worried about. Like, and they kind of survived some of that aggression that comes through from SSG, and it feels like they were close, just not at the moments, Ash, where they're absolutely at the end. They must need it, right? A few fights in a row, they get picked off. Like you're having to use like a sound barrier kind of your spawn at like 99, and it's quite brutal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that Mitch put it kind of perfectly. I really felt like at the end of Surabasa there that it felt like Extinction were so close to tasting victory up against SSG that they want it so bad in those final moments, and it starts to kind of crumble away. And that kind of added pressure. But those are also huge takeaways for a younger team, a greener team, to be able to learn from and add to their wealth of experience that they're getting playing up against teams like SSG. It is just honestly insane. I do wonder if, in a way, maybe SSG also underrated Extinction, kind of like we did, because of what happened before. Yeah.
These guys remind me of like last year's Nightmare Squad that like no one, like everyone was sort of writing up, like no one thought they were like much good at all, and then all of a sudden like they're at Champions Clash, like being the top NA team. I think the core of this team has so much potential. They're also proven, like they're proven results, like we've seen from like King and Vision over the past, Hitori as well. really solid stuff. You're running out of opportunities though to show what you're capable of. You've what? How many games do you have left? What, 2 more games? So it's there for the taking. You can definitely keep yourself out of this relegation zone. Yeah. But this one stings. This one's going to hurt tomorrow.
Yeah, it's definitely
Yeah, it definitely is.
I mean, Ash, it's a brutal scenario, right? I mean, you look at like now, if they get to 2 and 3, right? You kind of knock, SSG down to 4 and 2. Like, you're in a position where you can kind of start to how do we get above Sakura and Nightmare, right? Now you're kind of just like, all right, well, we'll kind of stay above the kind of extinction line we have. I know we're going into relegation, you'll stay above that, but yeah, could have been a completely different stage, right? Wild turn.
Definitely could have been. I think that what's even more heartbreaking as well, on top of just being so close to that win for Extinction, is the fact that there's also that opportunity to have that chance to break into the top 4, try and avoid that lower bracket at the beginning of playoffs too, and make that run a little bit more feasible for them. But we do have a winner's interview waiting on the other side. We have Space Station Gaming's Hawk just waiting for us, and I am excited to talk to him, especially about the next match that we're expecting to see into next week. Hawk, congratulations on the win tonight. I hope you're doing well. And I wanted to chat a little bit about the fight for second seed next week up against GK. They did actually have an end to their flawless run in today's matchup up against Team Liquid. And we talked to RuPaul earlier, and he mentioned how hard it is to prep up against GK, especially with how flexible Kuffa is as a tank player. And I was curious to see if you echo that sentiment, especially with the stylistic differences between the two of you, where you're very much so the off-tank specialist.
I think preparing for next week, we were kind of disappointed before the game today that GK didn't win. So we were really locked in, ready to go and trying to get the first seed. But when GK lost, we were okay, well, now it's impossible for us to get it first. But we're trying our best to get first there. We're trying our best. To get second seed, to beat them next week. I think matching up versus Kuffa, they play a lot of main tank and Ram, and as you can see from the match we just played, it's pretty difficult to force a player onto an off-tank hero, or force a player on a hero that's not Ramatra or Monkey or Ball. So that's a little bit of a problem for us as the meta begins to develop. But other than that, I think we are definitely comfortable going to next week.
I mean, I will ask you a little bit about this series, right? Because it's one where Extinction are picking in a couple of lesser played maps. We don't often see Gibraltar, New Queen Street sort of picked in a lot of these games, right? And frankly, it ends up being a bit of a scrappier game than we expected, knowing your caliber as a team. Does that match up with your expectations here? What's the vibe coming out of a game like that where you do win, but it ends up going to the wire?
I feel like we did expect a 3-0, but we played really bad on a couple maps, played some pretty bad comps on Gibraltar defense, in my opinion. And then honestly, New Queen Street, we played it bad individually, but I probably should have just gone Ramatra and just let my ego go and just played Ramatra and got it done. But other than that, when we mirrored them on the last map, it was pretty good. I think maybe we underestimated them a little bit, but at the same time, I don't want to give excuses for us, but we've had a pretty bad scrim week in terms of cancellations and the meta developing a lot while we were not playing. A lot of people are playing more Ramatra, a lot of less Ball in the region, a lot of Sigma being played for some reason. So the meta is developing a lot, and I don't think we could play exactly what we've been playing prior to this match.
Hawk, it's great to see you again, buddy. But I gotta ask, what's been the hardest? You can see me. I have an idea what you look like, but
great that you can see him, Hawk, is what he's saying.
Yeah. Great that you can see me. But I gotta ask, what's been the biggest adjustment or hurdle? Obviously you take some time off and then come back and just kind of jump into the mix. What's been the toughest thing to kind of get situated in again?
Honestly, I was really surprised that the game was still exactly the same, but honestly just way easier. And I think the competition has kind of stayed the same, or maybe gotten a little easier since last time I played, because Toronto was really, really good. They were really, really hard to beat. But I think the game kind of stayed the same. Like it's still Lucio Curie, it's still that ground tank. You're still like at a disadvantage, like playing the off tanks on all these maps versus the main tanks. So like the game kind of stayed the same. I play a lot of ranked, and I don't know. Like it's really been. It didn't feel like I was gone for very. I mean, I was gone for like 15 months, but at the same time, it feels like the game didn't really change. Like that's how I would describe it.
Fair enough. It's still Overwatch at the end of the day, right? But thank you so much for the interview, Hawk. It was great getting the chance to chat with you. And I hope that your guys' flow as far as scrims doesn't get interrupted heading into next week's matchup up against GK. Have a great rest of your weekend.
All right, thank you.
Well, it was great to be able to hear from Hawk here. I think that what we're so... Yeah, okay, listen.
No,
I didn't even ask you. I didn't even ask you.
But we did not see Hawk. That's all I'm saying.
Wait, you guys see him?
Nothing.
He's like, it's the end of the day, prime time for trolling. Let me just keep rolling with it. But guys, we gotta be hyped for next weekend's matchup, GK versus SSG, especially with the fact that it is going to be that battle for the second seed. And just considering how close this past matchup was and how GK looked up against Team Liquid there as well, Mitch, we're expecting a heater.
I'm happy to see the balance of power upset a little bit in NA, right? Obviously, that doesn't favor SSG because they wanted a clear-cut #1 team. They're not going to get it, but we got some pretty awesome games coming up here. To wrap it up, I mean, GK versus Nil Ducks here. That's what I'm talking about.
Never know.
Please, baby.
Please.
Oh, dude, I am that gift for the guy getting the deck chair and whipping it out with one hand and putting it down and sit down. We're in for a treat tomorrow, for sure.
Every map matters.
Every map matters.
Matt,
none
please.
of those maps
You're
matter.
killing me here. You're killing me here.
None of them matter, bro. This is the love. It's the Love Island of the OWC. It's just junk TV, right?
Oh my God.
You can't look away.
I love it.
It is like it's a train wreck. It's an avalanche descending, and I'm here for it. I'm going to watch every second of that game.
It's going to be definitely a very interesting Sunday. Maybe will Genji have their end of season resurgence? Any believers? No believers. You're going to believe in
I mean, I'm going
you
to
can
get
give
them
me
off my
Dildux,
screen
but you're not
status
going
right
to give
now.
me...
Like, seriously, I'm just ready to be done. I will literally get like the pen app on the screen. I will just like wipe them out. It's just, I can't, man.
You know, okay. Well, Matt's going to give me Dildux, but he's not going to give me any Genji belief. So I guess there's that.
Genji's trying to set a record for most supports banned to the stage. They're on pace.
They're the reason all the supports are the most banned. Every series, every single map.
they're on pace.
Hey, maybe they'll change their bans. Maybe they'll surprise you tomorrow. We can only hope. We can only hope. But I think that Sunday is definitely going to be an interesting one for you guys to tune into. For us, though, it is the rest. There is the end of the day of OWCS. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We'll hope to see you guys tomorrow. Good night.